Oh, baby, what is happening on the Payday Friday /50 Cent Friday /Frisco? And you know what? It's not just a Frisco. It's a Bay Friday. We represent the entire Bay Area. That's what we do on this show. Good morning to everybody out there getting off those late-night graveyard shifts. We love you. Good morning to everybody out there waking up right now, getting ready for work. If you're out on the roadways, good morning to you. Drive safely. Good morning to all the students going back to school, all the teachers, all the coaches, everybody out there. Spadoni, Lubin, Shasky, the YouTube, Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, Xfinity Mobile text line. Walking down Burlingame Ave yesterday. Had some dinner with the family, right? Just walking down. It was a great night. Yeah, walking around. Yeah. We're outside for like 3 hours. We didn't get back home until about 8:30.
Nice.
Ran into a guy named Craig and his lovely wife. The name is slipping me. Because they double back and go, Ponte, oh my God, we listen every morning. I said, I apologize for this past show. He goes, no, we love it. We can't live without it. We can't, whether we hate you, whether we disagree. And you know what?
What about the love part?
I need to shout out somebody. I forget their names. And listen, I thought yesterday was a very fun show. It was outside the box. It took some depth to think. You had to go into your membrane to really think and really grasp what we were talking about. And I got to say, the internet. It makes me chuckle every single time.
Skynet?
Oh, I could deal with Warrior fans. I know they're crazy, and I love it.
Yeah.
But they have a right to be crazy.
Yeah.
Niner fans, we're absolutely insane.
Yes.
We want that title, but you know what? I absolutely love it.
Yeah, we got aggregated again yesterday. I'll get to that in a second.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, you and me.
Oh, wow. Okay. And then, Giants fans. I got to say, Giants fans on Twitter, for the most part, are some of the most self-righteous people out there. They really are.
Why do you say that?
We just brought up a conversation. Greg Johnson, who's running the show, basically said, Farhan and Kapler, they're going to be around next year, and we'll see what happens. And Posey's moving back full-time.
Yeah.
We didn't say Posey's coming back to manage. We didn't say Posey's coming back to GM, to be the GM. We just said, wow, he's moving back full-time. Are they grooming Posey to be the future manager? I didn't even go GM because I don't think he'll take that job. And all these Giants fans on the internet, leave Buster alone. He's with his family. Oh, my God, leave him alone. He's enjoying life. If you don't shut your asses up and buck up and have some fun, why is everything got to be angry? You self-righteous jerks, and you know who you all are. I just can't believe it. Giants fans, oh, my God, I can't stand you sometimes.
Bonte Crocker, stirring the pot.
That's all we do.
Stirring the pot.
And you know what? We make things shake.
So I'm filling in a softball game last night for my buddy Dave, and this guy goes, hey, are you the guy from the radio? Well, what are you talking about? And, starts talking, he goes, you tell him. I go, tell who? He goes, you know who. 13 months, I listen. 13 months in a row.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Very nice guy.
Oh, yeah.
I think his name was John.
Oh, yeah, because somebody said we need to run a different playbook. And I'm like, well, our playbook is won championships.
Yeah. Ours doesn't get the quarterback hurt.
No, not at all.
Well, okay.
Our plays work.
That kind of leads me into something here.
Go ahead.
So, no, look, the way I was raised, I don't know about you, B, but the way I was raised is you should think for yourself. Now, I'm not saying that you can't listen to smart, wise people and soak in things that they do. When I first got into sales, right, I hopped into different cars of different people. My buddy Wilbert, my buddy Sean, I hopped in my buddy Jorge's car, Carol, and I would learn from them. And I'd take a little slice from this person and a little slice from that person. And everybody had their way of doing their sales job. And I tried to turn it all into the way I do it. Right. Like the best of everybody, and then the things that maybe weren't good for me and my brain. And that's how I would do it, right?
Right.
So I would always pick all things, but I'd always question things. I always ask them, like, well, why do you do this? And why do you do that? And that's just how I am in general.
Not even just the journalism ranks, but just in life. First of all, we always talk, we argue, and I'd be like, if I'm going to give a sports take, I'm going to give my sports take.
Exactly.
I'm not regurgitating it. I'm taking my take. If I'm going to go down fighting, I'm going down fighting with what I think.
Exactly.
Because I believe what I think, and I could be wrong, whatever, but I'm going to say how I feel. And that's been sports the entire time. Now, I soaked up a lot of game for OGs. I didn't hang out with a lot of kids growing up around my age. It was a lot of OGs until I was about 12, 13, and you get the kids and teenage years. But for the most part, I was watching a lot of games with OGs, so you would soak up that game. You get the historical perspective about everything, but I had my own opinion.
Yes. So I'm glad you say that. Some of my earliest sports conversations were forged with my dad and my grandfather arguing about Joe Montana and Steve Young.
Yep.
In the stands while watching the game. Okay? And so there is a segment of fans, and I'm using Mark Willard. I love Mark Willard, right? I love that this station has variety of opinions. Not everyone's going to think alike. A lot of people consume and root for sports in the way that Mark does. So he is not exclusive.
So how does he root?
Well, this is what I'm saying. Well, the team is telling you what they think about this player. The team is going to go in this direction.
Right.
And a lot of people nod their heads. You see this with Giants fans a lot, especially on the internet that you're talking about. Well, Farhan's smarter than you. Farhan knows. There's a reason they're going to go to Slater in this particular situation because of X, Y, and Z reasons. And they're always right. And so you got to deal with it. That's just not how I consume sports. Part of my earliest conversations were Steve Young was the quarterback. The organization made the decision. Steve was going to be the quarterback, and Joe was on the sidelines. And my dad and my grandfather, we would be walking into the game, throwing the football with Roxy sandwiches or something like that. And my grandpa would be like, Joe needs to play. I think Joe should be playing. And my grandfather's one of the biggest Niner fans ever.
Right.
But the team was telling you that Steve should be playing. And he disagreed. And I would fight for Steve Young. I'm like, Grandpa, you don't know. Steve Young, he's running, he's throwing. He was the MVP that year.
Right.
And I distinctly remember coming back in the car in his old little white pickup truck, arguing after they lost in 1992, which was in January of 93, NFC Championship game, and my dad and my grandfather were in synergy. Joe would have won that game.
Yep.
Joe should have came into that game.
Yep.
And I was literally tearing up saying, nah, Steve's my guy. Steve's my guy. So that's what my earliest sports fandom was forged that way. I don't think Mark Carrion should be playing first base.
No, not at all.
I want to see somebody else. Show me what J.R. Phillips has, right? I would always constantly argue and complain. Me and my boys, phone calls after Niner games. Why are they playing? Why are they playing, J.T. O'Sullivan? Why are they playing Sean Hill? They should be playing that guy. That's what sports fans do. At least that's what I do. But there is this segment of fans, and I'm not hating on them. They just consume it differently than me. The team is always right. Seems to be the setting that they operate under. Well, if that's the case, was the team right when they selected Alex Smith? Well, no. Was the team right when they passed on DeForest Buckner, moved him off, and went up and got Javon Kinlaw? Well, no. What about the Dante Pettis move? No, I'm not saying my team should be batting 1,000, but part of the essence of being a sports fan is disagreeing with draft picks, is arguing about playing time, complaining about whose pitch hit in one spot. 1993, Solomon Torres got the ball 162, game 162. The team wanted to give it to the young guy to try to earn it, and I understood it. Dave Righetti should have got the ball.
No doubt.
That's what sports fans do.
That's what we do.
I don't understand this bobblehead sports fan. The team is always right.
I don't
Farhan could do no wrong.
Look, I don't. Well, the whole Farhan can do no wrong thing is
because
laughable.
This goes back to the Giants thing.
But one thing the Giants fans throw back to me is why are you complaining? We're in the playoffs right now, and I'm projecting, and I'm looking at the standings right now on our TV. They're a game and a half up on the Chicago Cubs with just one game back in the loss column. They're trending the wrong direction. They have 41 games left, and I don't know who's going to start every single day outside of Logan Webb and Alex Cobb. And even Alex Cobb is leaking oil, right? Jacob Judas had a nice little start the other day. Hopefully you can bottle that up. Maybe you can put together 6 more starts during the end of the season. The lineup, they're not hitting. They haven't hit since the All-Star break. And so when we talk about things, sports radio is entertaining. It's about forming different ideas.
Thinking
different
outside the box.
Thinking outside the box. And when you have something in your lap that was more compelling, like Buster Posey's moving back full-time, who was the first guy to make a big deal when Buster Posey got named owner? And they did it over Zoom. What did I say?
Yeah.
That's tacky.
It was weird.
It was weird. You couldn't get him the private jet to come here to San Francisco. This is one of your pioneers of the organization, and you guys are doing a Grady Zoo with Greg Johnson. All right, fine. He's moving back full-time. Why is he moving back full-time? Well, all reports are he wants to be closer to the team. Has nothing to do with family. Now, a lot of people are coming at me, Bonte, leave him alone. He has a family. Tom Brady said he had a family. Michael Jordan said he had a family. You know how many times Floyd Mayweather Jr. retired, said he wanted to be around his family?
How about Too Short? How many times did Too Short retire from rap?
All these guys say family, 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 family.
It's true.
And I agree. You want to be around your family? I respect that.
Fast and the Furious.
But you gotta remember though.
You
gotta remember though.
I
Hold
love
on.
you so
You gotta remember though. You gotta remember.
I'm sorry.
You gotta remember, like, this is sports. We can have conversations. Yes, family is very important. These guys love what they do. They're baseball players. They're athletes. They can't get enough of the competition. So I'm wondering what's going to happen over the next year and a half. Is Farhan and Cowper going to get extended? They certainly don't deserve one right now, and it doesn't look like they're getting one anytime soon. They're going to have to play out through 2024. And Greg Johnson knows, with Larry Bear on his right shoulder, knowing we're losing Q ratings, we're losing fans. We need to make a hire, a splash move.
Why?
And that's all.
Why,
and we had a conversation about it, and people on the internet lost their freaking mind about it.
But that's my problem right there. Why having a conversation or challenging who should be playing? Why this pinch hit should go in? Isn't that the essence of being a sports fan?
Absolutely.
Who has not sat there in a stadium and gone, gosh, I think they should take this pitcher out?
No doubt. No doubt. Like, this is a great point. Xfinity Mobile text line. And we love Bob Myers. He's going to spend more time with his family. But he also just accepted a job at ESPN NBA Countdown and will call some games. All right? This is what they do.
How about Bruce Bochy? Bruce Bochy told us in 2019, I'm stepping down. I'm not going to come back. And I sent you multiple articles from multiple people confirming late in that season, I'm not coming back. I'm not coming back. This is Bruce Bochy. What happened a year later?
He's in Texas.
I mean, come on.
He's in Texas.
I mean, come on. This happens. And this is the essence of sports fans, is questioning things. Like, again, look.
So I don't.
Just
I
the way
don't,
I am, but be the way I am.
But here's my biggest thing.
Yeah.
Not to cut you off.
No, it's all right.
The sports setting for fans, especially on the internet,
It's anger.
is set to anger. Why can't we just have a dialogue? Why can't we just have a conversation? Now, a lot of these people yesterday on Twitter, and I went back and forth with some people, they better be lucky it wasn't Bonte from 2016 or 17.
Why is that?
Because the chopper would have came out. I took it very easy on a lot of people. And I'm not trying to bully nobody on the internet. I'm not trying to say I'm better than you. I'm not some self-righteous guy, some hotshot. Hey, look at me. I'm on Sports Talk Radio. You know how I get down. I hate telling people what I do in public.
Yes.
I hate introducing myself. Hey, I'm Bonte. How you doing? I hate introducing myself and telling them what I do. I don't want that attention. I don't. But, you get people on the internet who project onto you and they get to talk crazy to you. And that's not right. That's not right. We had a fun show yesterday, came up with a concept. You know how many people were excited about the name Buster Posey possibly managing? That we have no idea.
It was the most exciting thing that anyone has heard about the Giants all year.
Right.
I heard from my buddy Della. He said it was the most excited I got talking Giants baseball in like 3 or 4 years.
No doubt.
And every time we talk, he's a P1. Every time we talk baseball, he goes, what are you guys doing?
We're losing.
Just don't care about the Giants.
Dude,
but you brought
too.
up Buster Posey, and people were like, whoa.
People brought up Buster Posey, said, please, God, come back to the organization. Please, God, come help the Giants. Please, God. But you get these and trust me, I dealt with Giants fans at the other station. I know how they operate. I tell Big Dog City this all. I'm a big-ass Giants fan, and I can't stand other Giants fans. Because we got this air of arrogance that we're the greatest thing ever.
Yes.
We are the New York Yankees. We could do no wrong. Super positive. Get your giraffe hats and all that stuff. Give me a break. Win some damn baseball games and be exciting.
But isn't the essence of being a sports fan, like just in general, is questioning stuff at every turn?
Right.
Like when they re-signed DeSclafani, I remember specifically you and me like, who were you bidding against?
The qualifying offer for Jock, $19.6
So if you're going to
million.
sit here and say to me, because I see this from Giants fans, they're smarter than you. Farhan is smarter. They keep telling me he's smarter than me. And I go, really? Well, anyone could have seen that DeSclafani had a 1 year. He had a great run that year in 2021. He was leaking oil the last handful of starts. And the specific matchups against the Dodgers were alarming.
Yep.
Alarming.
So how about this one? You know, I was talking about Trey Lance with a friend of mine yesterday. And I don't know. I don't want to pick on Mark Willard, but he was asking a question about why are so many fans invested in Trey Lance. And I think it's easy. He was a number 3 overall pick who the 49ers traded up heaven and earth for, and we're invested in his top 5 pick who happens to be a quarterback.
Yes.
Who happens to be a quarterback on a team that's looking for a franchise quarterback.
Well, and if you follow him on any social media platform, he has been front and center until recently with the Brock Purdy stuff.
Right.
He was front and center. And if you follow the merchandise, if you go into any store, what jersey's there?
Trey Lance.
Yeah. It's pretty.
So
to me, it's pretty obvious.
To me, it's obvious why fans would be invested in the Trey Lance. Hell, I'm invested in the Trey Lance. Tomorrow night at Levi Stadium, I'm looking for Trey Lance to bounce back.
Yeah.
I hated bringing up a conversation about what happens if he doesn't make this roster. And again, it just tells me, too, that people don't really listen to what they want to listen to. Oh, you said send him to the CFL. No. I said if he's not QB1, not QB2, not QB3, and he gets cut from his team, and he has to go to a dire situation like in Arizona, like in Tampa Bay, and you get beat up, you may be out of the league a year later. So what's some of the best avenues for Trey? Because I wouldn't bring that up with any other quarterback. You know why, Shasky? Because I believe Trey can be great. I believe he could be great in this league. I truly do. In my heart of hearts, I truly do. Right now, he's battling confidence. He sees Brock Purdy taking his job. He thought he was the savior. All of a sudden, he's got a broken ankle, a broken index finger. His body fails him. And all of a sudden, he's battling with Sam freaking Darnold. So I still believe Trey Lance could be great. But people don't hear that messaging. They hear what they want to hear. And so the same thing on the internet yesterday. People trying to dunk on us. Buster Posey's not managing. Well, did you go back to the show and listen to the conversation? The same damn thing happened with Andrew Wiggins last spring when a month into his absence, we brought up the fact that, boy, how do fans feel about it? And everybody lost their minds on the internet. Just the internet. Because people don't want to listen to the context of the freaking show, and that bothers me. That bothers me. And the Giants fans who are trying to dunk on us, well, you know what? Thank you for the attention. Because we're going to be on your ass every single day. You better hope they sneak into the wild card game.
Well, I heard an interview yesterday when I was coming home. I was at the other station. I'll admit this. You know, it was Farhan on there. Boy, he's chuckling it up and laughing. And I'm sure that when, we do interviews with like Bob Myers or Dunleavy or whomever, it can get, more friendly where we're trying to get the best out of the individual. But this sense of like accomplishment that I get from Farhan is very odd.
Right.
And maybe that's just his demeanor in general, but he really feels like he's done something.
Yeah, and he's done nothing.
It's a very weird, unearned arrogance to me that is off-putting. Just to me, as a Giants fan,
right.
It doesn't feel like like the big mission is we have to get it. When I heard Sabian on the air, and they're very different personalities, but when I heard Sabian, you could feel it in his voice. It pained him that we had never won a World Series.
Right.
Until they finally ended up doing it. Like, he knew he was fighting tooth and nail to win people over. I feel like Farhan just expects you to believe in him, and that's just the difference in the two.
Right.
Like, I'm always trying to win people over, right? And I just want everyone to just be bought in. And this guy feels like, how do you not know that I'm freaking special?
Right.
How do you not have you can't tell I'm smarter than you?
No, you're
and that's
not.
Just this overall essence that I get from him.
Yeah.
And maybe I'm the one perceiving it
He's
wrong.
a smart guy. He's a smart guy. But boy, giving Sean Mania and Ross Ripley player options, that's a smart move. Or am I supposed to just trust the organization to say, you know what, I'm going to follow your lead? You see something in those two guys.
Do you know what the average innings pitched for Kyle Harrison in the minors is?
3 and
it's like barely over 4.
Yeah, see.
This is supposed to be your number one and you haven't even stretched him out. What are we doing?
Let's have some fun. Let's talk
so
about
you're telling me my 12U team pitches deeper into games than Kyle Harrison?
Listen,
what the hell is going on?
We got a great guest list coming up. I'll reveal it on the other side. The segment was brought to you by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. We got tickets to give away, a lot of tickets to give away. We got some great guests coming up. But let's talk about the Dubs and their schedule release, boys. Let's break that down here on The Roast. Brought to you by...
The new Raid Essentials Light Trap uses light to attract. Then trap...
And they're just the comment section is hilarious.
It's good. It's good. They say all publicity is good publicity. If you ain't got haters, you're not doing nothing right. Football season's here.
The way the dude in the hat celebrated at the end when they're done is insane. God, they're so bored. They did improve a dreadful song. Just the comments are great.
Football season's here. What better way to kick it off with 95.7 The Game's Red Gold Summit? Join all your favorite 95.7 The Game hosts at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon to welcome in the football year. On Tuesday, August 29th, Willard and Dibs will start it off at 2 p.m. Then the summit will go from 4 to 6. All the hosts will debate. I better see Double and Marge out there. Double and Marge on YouTube. I better see you out there. I'll wear the Trey Lance hoodie if Double and Marge commits to the Red Gold Summit. Red Gold Summit, San Ramon is going to be a lot of fun. Fieldwork Brewing Company Tap Room and Beer Garden in San Ramon. Now featuring the Leaks Top Golf Simulators. We're going to do it in front of loyal listeners. Wavita, Wanda Creek. Standing room only. No space.
Have you looked at your new sticks?
Oh, yes. Oh, I had them at home. Oh, my God.
Do you have a bag?
The bag is getting sent to the house.
Damn.
I can't wait to put them in. And then I was talking to Christian about where do I put what? The irons and the putters and the driver and all. Dude.
Is it a 13-slot bag or 14-slot bag?
I think it's going to be a 13 or 14-slot bag.
Oh.
I got a cover on the putter, cover on the driver. I got a hybrid. I got 3-wood. Boy.
Now, if only we could find a golfer to swing them.
Oh, I'm coming. Hey, Christian told me I'm ready to do, he's like, you're ready for a par 3 course.
Yeah, I'm ready for that.
I want to do that next week.
Yeah, let's do it.
I want to do that next week. Let's do it next week.
Let's go to the Cliffs.
Yeah, let's go next week.
Yeah.
Is it a par 3 course?
Yeah.
Cliffs?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's fun. I took my brother there the other day, and we almost hit back-to-back hole-in-ones.
Wow. All you have to do is use your irons, right?
Yeah,
you don't even
it's
need a
perfect
driver.
for you.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah.
I can't wait. Should I see go Kennedy again? No, I'm kidding. We got Niners preseason game tomorrow. We got a great guest list, Shasky. We're loaded today with the guests.
Sounds like a former show. The Big Open. Oh.
Our boy Benjamin Albright will be back at 8:30.
Oh. That'll make someone else who doesn't appear on this station anymore not happy.
So that guy's not on the station no more?
No, he's playing
on
with
the other station?
Yeah.
Okay, because I was wondering. I was like, is he double dipping or? Okay, cool. Marlon Wayans, live in studio.
He's a big gossiper. Feels himself.
Yeah,
Refuses to look at me at practice.
Marlon Wayans, 8:50. 8:50, Marlon Wayans, live in studio.
So what's your favorite Marlon Wayans movie?
I was going to just go Wayans Brothers.
I think it's Don't Be a Menace.
I knew you were going to say that.
It's a great movie.
I knew you were going to say that. What'd you say?
I think he's calling in. He's not in studio.
Oh, not in studio?
Let me double check that. I was told that he's calling in.
You told me in studio, London. I wouldn't have got dressed up and thrown on his John Taylor jersey.
Oh, well, I mean.
I had a Snoopy shirt and some sweats with paint all over him I was going to wear. I was like, wait a minute, Marlon Wayans is coming to studio. That'd be cool.
Oh, I thought you wore the jersey for us.
No, I wore pants today. I wore it because Marlon Wayans is coming to the studio.
No, I thought you wore it for a Duke in the City, who apparently is making his debut here in the studio.
Okay, all right. Well, that's cool. That's cool.
Big Duke.
We also got War Moon coming up at 9:20. You know why we getting War Moon on, right?
Talk about the CFL?
A little bit.
I mean, I'm looking at Marlon Wayans.
Scary Movie 2 is good.
His catalog is incredible. I
White
forgot
Chicks?
he was the dude in Above the Rim that gets punked.
Oh, yeah. What about White Chicks?
All about white chicks.
Can you make
Movie.
White Chicks today?
Probably not. Above the Rim was sick.
I'm going to get you, Sucko. Was a good one.
The Sixth Man was a little underrated. I don't think it got the love it deserved.
Okay.
Remember the Sixth Man?
Yes, I do, where he passes away.
Yeah,
and then
his
he
brother
goes
passes away. He goes
Yeah.
out there and leads him to the national
Scary Movie
championship.
2, he was good. And I've been looking at his entire thing here. It's pretty incredible.
I can't believe he's 51 years old now.
Apparently, he was an heir as well. I haven't seen the movie yet, but he was cast in that.
He's an heir?
He was George. I hope I'm pronouncing his last name. Raveling.
Oh, George Ravlin.
Yeah.
The coach from USC.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, that was him? Holy smokes. I didn't know that. Wow, Air's a great movie. Great movie. Tyler Miller, Sixth Man, made me shed a tear. No cap. I'm kind of with you, Tyler. I'm not going to lie. It was emotional.
He also cameoed as Will Smith's dad in Bel Air.
Did he?
Yeah.
I really like Bel Air. I only watched
haven't gotten into
maybe
it yet.
6 or 7 episodes. Totally different.
Oh man, we got Duke pulling up. That's gonna be wild. That's gonna be wild. So 7:05, we're coming out with the King of the Hill. Top 7 games, top 7 home games for the Golden State Warriors.
Oh.
And by the way, folks,
I love it.
between 8 and 8:30, we're giving away a pair of tickets to any Warriors game you want to go to.
Any?
Any. Do you want to go to see the Lakers February 22nd?
Timeout. You're going to give out tickets.
To a Warriors game of their choice.
And I can't even get tickets to like a measly like Orlando Magic game.
Well, you
What
can't.
the hell's going on here?
You can't. You just don't know the right people.
Well, I'm going to keep asking you. I need 4 tickets for opening night.
Don't ask me.
Because Nash and I want to go.
I'm not the guy to ask. Phoenix Suns, October 24th. Sacramento, November 1st. Wow, Minnesota, the back-to-back of Sunday and a Tuesday.
Is Sacramento done crying about the schedule or what?
They got 22. They got 22 nationally televised games.
But didn't make that Christmas list, huh?
And the Warriors have 41. Half the Warriors games are on national
Wait
television.
a minute. The Warriors have 41 nationally televised games?
Yeah.
41?
41.
Yeah, don't ever tell
41.
me that Steph Curry doesn't rate.
Marlon Wayans call again. Damn, I thought he was coming to the studio. Shucks. Boston. They got Boston. When's Boston coming to town?
He actually called in and said, I saw your rendition of Oh Canada, and was so offended that he's actually just going to call.
It was a good rendition, wasn't it? Oh, hold on. Let me get the words up. Let's start it over. Start it from the top. Here we go. Whoa. Before we go out the break, Shasky, are you ready? Sing it with me now.
I know.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land. True patriot love thou dost in us command. We see thee rising fair, dear land. The true
The entire
North,
nation of
strong
Canada is
and
about to
free.
invade us if
and
we keep saying
stand
this.
on guard. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, oh, Canada, oh, Canada.
Bonte Sweat over there.
How you like them apples?
I don't know if Andrew Wiggins is coming back.
I think you need auto-tune, dog.
It's coming up on a game sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. King of the Hill. Let's break down this Warriors schedule. Then we'll get into some
Is that
football.
snitching music?
You know what, babe? Let me ask you this. Is the heavy? How you like me now? Is that snitching music?
I mean, it's so popular, it's more like pop.
I was bumping that this morning. How you like me now? That's what I'm
Really?
going to tell all these Giants fans. How you like me now?
Got Mitch Haniger, though.
Hey, listen. I saw another tweet. I saw an old tweet. Got Mitch Haniger, though. Look, I saw an old tweet where a guy called us bozos for suggesting that Christian McCaffrey came to the Niners.
Oh, you're called bozos?
Oh, I replied to the guy yesterday. I said, are we still bozos a year and a half later? He goes, nah, you got me on that one. Break.
No, you got me.
Golden State Lumber and Building Materials is here for professional builders and contractors. Aside from professional lumber yards across the Bay Area, we offer
Boy, Dodgers certainly have gotten better after the deadline.
What
I think they were like 2.5 games up on the Giants at the deadline, right? 2 games up.
are you talking about?
Well, now they're 10.5 games up on the Giants. Wow, the Dodgers won 11 straight games.
Oh, only 11.
They won 11 straight games.
You know, can we have a conversation?
Corbin Burns was dealing yesterday. 7 shutout innings. Austin Barnes didn't have a home run. Dodgers win, what, 1-0? They're now 74-46. So they made all these deals. Who they get? Joe Kelly, Les Lynn,
I hate Joe
Rosario. They brought back Kike Hernandez. And there was some talking points out here in the Bay Area that the Dodgers hadn't gotten better at the deadline. Well, they've won 11 in a row.
Lance Lynn, 1.44 ERA since becoming a Dodger.
Yeah, we all saw that coming.
We couldn't have used him. Hey, not that I, was desiring him. It's funny. The Dodgers. I really thought heading into this year. I told you they were good.
Yeah, I thought they were leaking oil.
I thought so too.
Yeah, I thought they were leaking oil.
But then I watched them all year, and I'm like, James Outman, where'd that come from?
Well,
Sarah
he got
High?
hot. He got hot in the second half of the season.
Yeah,
He's
really hot. And
Mookie Betts might hit 40 home runs.
And it's a down year.
It's a down
No,
year.
I'm dead serious.
Freddie Freeman.
Was it at 330? Where's it at? I got to look it up. I'm going to look it up.
I mean, Will Smith.
Let me look it up.
Will Smith. JD Martinez. Somehow, some way, they got better.
And you know what the funny thing is that, like, almost the way we do the Belichick thing, like, oh, he stood next to Belichick. He knows magic, right? We did that with how many guys? Charlie Weiss,
Yep.
Romeo Cornell. And I actually think Romeo Cornell, he's a good DC, not a great head coach,
Right.
a good DC, right? We did that with Bill O'Brien, right? We've done that with Josh McDaniels. Like, if you stand near Belichick, you get, like, anointed, like, special, magical, mythical powers.
Even though none of his assistants really did anything.
Yeah, well, same thing with the Dodgers. Farhan built the Dodgers. Did he? Or is that train humming along pretty nicely without him?
The Dodgers
Oh, my God.
The Dodgers
Oh, my God.
The Giants are in Atlanta this weekend. We're down bad with the Giants, huh?
Oh, my God.
Who's down worse? The quarterback situation in San Francisco or the freaking Giants?
That's just... The Dodgers have they won 11 in a row. They win 1-0 yesterday. I mean, are you...
They won 11 in a row. And there was people I saw nationally, locally, saying the Dodgers didn't really get better at the deadline.
Oh, of course.
They didn't really get better. They got 4 subpar players.
How are those 2 acquisitions that we got? Matias, whatever the hell his name is.
He's back in AAA.
Okay, and what about Pollock?
Well, he's on the shelf for another couple weeks with an oblique injury.
A hell of a deadline. So, like, this is the thing. Like, everybody was like, oh, yeah. And I was like, well, can I just see what Ramos has? Like, and that's, like, okay, maybe A.J. Pollock is fractionally better today. But, like, if you give Ramos, like, 3 weeks of at-bats, aren't they about the same 3 weeks from now?
Yeah.
Like, who's tripping over themselves to go acquire A.J. Pollock?
Nobody at all.
Oh, right. So listen to this
Nobody
lineup.
at all.
Mookie Betts, 31 homers, 81 RBIs, 70 walks, and 295 batting average. Max Muncy, down year for Max Muncy. He's only batting 194, Bonte. You know how many home runs Max Muncy has?
How many?
28. JD Martinez.
Is there a Giant that has 20?
No, nobody has more than 16. JD Martinez, 25 home runs, 78 RBIs. He's batting 250.
Wow.
Freddie Freeman, 335 batting average, 23 homers, 83 RBIs. You get down to Will Smith, okay? 5th most guy in home runs. He would lead the Giants, 15.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Can we talk about the Warriors schedule?
No, I want to talk more about how Farhan built the Dodgers.
No. Please.
The Dodgers
So the Warriors. And look, I want this. I want this to happen October 24th. Opening night, Phoenix. Hot game. Devin Booker, Bradley Beal, of course, Kevin Durant, our old pal.
It's
Chris
opening
Paul
night.
Gets his,
I'm Bonte
Right.
Hill, and you're looking live at Chase Center.
Don't ever do that. Honestly, Kevin Durant's coming back to town in front of a packed house. What I expect from Dub Nation, and I think Dub Nation will do it.
Standing ovation.
Kevin Durant gets out there. He deserves a standing ovation, a video tribute.
I agree.
That was 3 years of just phenomenal basketball. It was so good that other teams say, we're just going to wait this out. We're going to wait this out. We have no chance. It was, Evan Turner was talking on Gilbert Arenas' podcast the other day, saying, man, we were up 17, 3 straight games in the Western Conference Finals. It didn't even have KD. And it was like, it felt like we were chasing them still up 17. That's how good they were. But Kevin Durant, and I know Dub Nation will do this, he should get a rousing applause from Chase Center. Seriously, Kevin Durant is an all-time warrior.
You don't think he will?
I know he will. But, again, the internet tells you one thing.
Oh, come on.
That screws KD. But I think Dub Nation knows Kevin Durant helped us win a couple championships, take you over the top. Those series against the Cleveland Cavaliers were iconic. Going mano-a-mano against LeBron. You had Steph, of course, doing his thing.
What did we do for Jeff Kent when he went to the Dodgers?
I don't remember.
He booed him.
Okay,
Did we?
Yeah, after. But I'm saying that first time that he came back around. I know he went to Houston first. I'm just trying
No,
to
we
think.
booed him. Like every time he came in a Dodger uniform, we booed him.
Yeah, well, that's different. After is different. I'm talking about the first. First.
Wanaribe, he got the standing ovation in the first at bat, and then he was booed after that.
Yeah, which is fine.
But we gave him his propers.
Yes, I'm just trying to think of because the Warriors have never really had a quote unquote defect in this fashion. Like when Monte came back, what did we do? Because he didn't want to leave, but
I think he got a standing ovation.
I think so too.
Everybody, he's going to get his.
I think so too.
Kevin Durant's going to get a standing ovation, no doubt about it. He deserves it. I think he'll get it because again. Those 2016-17 may be the greatest team of all time. It's up there with the Showtime Lakers in 87. It's up there with the 86 Celtics. It's up there with the 96-97 Bulls or 95-96 Bulls.
The back-to-back threes in LeBron's face.
Come on.
Back-to-back years. It's just some of my favorite games.
Come on. This is just iconic. So this schedule, what jumps out to you with the schedule? What jumps out to me automatically is 7 of the first 9 games are on the road.
Yeah, it looked very heavy at the beginning of the year on the road, and then at the end of the year.
It's heavy at the end of the year. Yeah,
so
exactly.
if you can get work done early, I think they could be okay.
Right. So 7 of the first 9 games are on the road. And we know how they started last year on the road. It was rough. The 0-5 road trip. They won 11 road games in total. We're going to see if that flaw, if just moving off from Jordan Poole alone is going to help that chemistry. And help them win on the road. Because winning road games is all about chemistry. How connected is your team?
Well, you know why I worry just a little about being on the road early in the season? For the younger guys, like the Kumingas and the Moody's. It always feels like young players play better at home. And and I just worry about them starting the year off just a little slow or maybe losing some equity. How much range is Kirk going to give them on the floor to fail a little?
Yeah.
That's the only question I have early in the season.
Yeah, late in the year you talked about.
I think everyone else is going to play nice.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, that's a good point. That's a very astute point about the youngsters. I hadn't thought about that. But 9 of their last 12 are on the road.
I'm not worried about the back end.
Yeah, 15 back-to-backs. 9 teams have 15 back-to-backs. This is the 4th straight year the Warriors have 15 back-to-backs. Older team, that's tough. They got a Toronto, New York, or New York, Toronto back-to-back. It's nasty.
And then not playing LeBron and the Lakers until later on in the season. I don't love that.
Yeah, it's a little strange. January 27th.
I don't like the compacted.
The first time they meet.
Sorry, I don't like the compacted. Like the Lakers should be spread out throughout the year.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean? Like you should have it sprinkled at the beginning, middle, and end. I don't like having all those. They like to do these almost like home and aways,
right?
And kind of sandwich a team in between or a couple teams in between. I don't love that.
Well, think about this. Just looking at it right now, just browsing again.
Yeah.
They play Phoenix 3 times by December 12th. 3 times by December 12th. They play the Kings 3 times by November 28th. That's, loading up on those Western Conference teams early when the Warriors may be peaking later. I don't know. That's a little strange. And then the Lakers on the back end. Memphis is coming to town. When is Memphis coming to town? They come to town. Heck, they don't come to town until after the new year.
They're waiting for the jaw suspension to be cleared.
So they come to town.
Right?
March 20th. March 20th is when the Grizzlies come to town.
That's too late for me. The other element that I am actually surprised hasn't gotten more run, and I know we're so Warrior-centric, Chris Paul playing against the Phoenix Suns, I'm curious how Suns fans are going to feel toward him because he kind of changed the culture in terms of to a degree in terms of like becoming a legitimate threat. But I think on the way out the door, like I don't know,
would they boo him?
I don't know. What do you think?
I would hope not. He was a very good Phoenix Sun.
I thought so too.
I thought he was a very good Phoenix Sun. Now you talk to Nash a lot. He probably does not like Chris Paul.
He appreciates what Chris Paul brought to the table, right? Because he thinks he unlocked Ayton. Like that was the big thing. Like, hey, he unlocked Ayton. It just ran its course,
right?
Like they were just kind of done with it. Almost like your Richard Sherman Niners analogy, where at the end it kind of soured, but like he was really good, but you could kind of see that it was gonna not end well.
Yeah, no doubt.
But I also think they had coaching issues as well. Whatever happened with Monty and Ayton and Monty and the rest of the roster, the fans were done with Monty Williams.
See, I disagree with this, and I like this schedule. The 7 and first 9 on the road. We're going to test this team early because you need to figure out what you want to do with Chris Paul. So I like to start the 7 and the first 9 on the road. I really do like that. I like opening the first 2 games against against Phoenix and Sacramento. You kind of test yourself, see where you're at right away. You imagine the panic if they fall to 0-2. Oh, my Lord. 510.
They fall to 0-2.
510. Sydney Mobile text line.
If they start the year off of, what is it, 1-9? What did they start, 1-9 on the road?
1-9 on the road.
They do that again, the sky will be falling.
Oh, my gosh.
What about JP? When's he return?
December 22nd. And he'll get a standing ovation. He deserves a standing ovation.
That's a midweek game?
It's 3 days before Christmas.
So what day is that?
I think that's a
Tuesday?
No. That's a Friday night.
When is Christmas? Is it on a Monday?
On a Monday.
Damn.
Because the Niners are playing Monday Night Football against the Ravens. So I found out on Christmas. So the Warriors are playing the Nuggets at 11:30 a.m. on ABC.
Okay, this guy's brain. Okay.
So I thought, boy, I'm going to take Christmas. The 2:30 game. So I'm happy about that. What I'm not happy about this. Game number 3 of the season. Our first game on the net. Well, we do have the Kings game that Friday night, but Houston, 4 o'clock. Third game of the season at Houston, 4 p.m. Sunday, October 29th.
Niners play 5:30 against who?
Niners play 125 against Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals.
Hi, I'm Kareth Burke, and I'm filling in for Vontae Hill.
Last year, I had to miss Mahomes.
Oh, well, you didn't miss much other than the greatest throw I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, no.
Rolling to his left.
5 throws?
One, and McCole Hardman scoring touchdowns on like what felt like the same exact play. Over and over. In fact, he's still scoring touchdowns.
Touchdowns, no doubt. The last segment was sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com, 888-957-9570. If you want to discuss the schedule, what jumps out to you about the Warriors schedule, the NBA schedule, MLK Day in Memphis against the Grizzlies. That'd be cool to be out in Memphis, Tennessee for that. The in-season tournament. You know what? The in-season tournament, I'm kind of warming up to.
I told you.
I'm kind of warming up to it.
I told you.
I'm kind of excited about it.
There's got to be more incentive to win it all. Like, so to me, like, it's a good idea. I think now you got to tinker with it a little moving forward.
And they will.
I know they will. But like, to me, getting to the finals should get you an automatic, like getting to that final game, automatic berths in both conference, and like for both, whoever gets to the end there, automatic playoff berths, and you get an automatic top 4 seed. It should be more than winning these divisions. Like, winning the division is so stupid in the NBA. I would just have one big conference. What were you saying about how you want to do Premier League?
Oh yeah, with the table.
Yeah,
so you get one table, right? You get one table. And in the Premier League, you get 3 points for a win. Is it 3 points or 2 points for a win?
No
in the
Western,
Premier League?
no Eastern Conference.
No Western, no Eastern Conference.
I like that.
Spadoni, what is it? 2 points or 3 points for a win in the Premier League? It's 3, right?
Yeah, because it feels pretty stupid.
3 for a win, 1 for a tie.
That New Orleans is in the West.
Right.
For example.
Right.
It's dumb.
It is kind of dumb. So, Premier League, you get 3 points for a win, 1 point for a tie. Right? No points for a loss.
Okay.
And it's just one table.
Okay.
I kind of like that.
I do too. Keep
going. Do
going.
away with Western and Eastern Conference.
And no
overtimes. Do one
overtimes.
table. Now, here's the thing. This is how you get the ties. You're tied at the end of regulation. You want to talk about load management? You're in a tie.
What about Elam ending?
You could do that. 1st to 8.
Yeah.
First to 7, maybe.
I kind of like, because I think there's something to
First
that.
to 11. You bring it to the playground. All right, Elam ending. You're tied at the end of regulation. First to 11. I kind of like that.
I'm open to anything in terms of like with the load management and all that. I'm totally open to that.
So the in-season tournament will tip off Friday, November 3rd, and culminate with the championship Saturday, December 9th.
And right now, what is the prize when you win the championship?
$1 million, I believe, for each player.
Each player.
Yeah, I believe. So you got the knockout rounds, you got the tournament detail, and I'm just looking at the group play here. Knockout rounds.
And the group play is not, for those that don't know, it's anyone could be in any group play, or is it broken in between?
No, it's broken in. It's a group plays.
No,
so
I'm saying like Western and Eastern Conference.
So you got Group A, West Group A, West Group B, East Group A, East Group B.
Yeah, to me, and it's all going to be where? Where are these games?
Well, these games are going to be at home. They're going to be count as regular season games. The only one that doesn't count as a regular season game is the play-in championship. That's the only one that doesn't count as a regular season game.
So you see where my mind is going.
The rest of them count as regular season games. They're just going to be qualified as like, hey, these are the play-in games, but they're also going to count against your regular season record.
So what I would suggest, and I know that no one wants to give up home gates and all that, I think down the line, I think you're going to see some sort of like a host city, similar to how we do the Final Four.
Right.
Maybe you do something like that, and this is where Vegas or something along those lines comes into play. Because you imagine the Chase Center hosting, two semi-conference games and a championship game. Wouldn't that be pretty cool?
Absolutely.
And a rotation there.
But look,
that's where I want these playoff berths to get in.
I'm warming up to it. We'll break it down a little bit more, but we got to get the King of the Hill as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG, FM, and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Time now for the King of the Hill, brought to you by West Coast Men's Health, successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. And do not forget, we're giving away some Warrior tickets to any home game you want. When you hear, where's the sounder, Espinosa? You got the sounder ready? Get the sounder ready. We'll let you know when you hear this sounder. You call a number that we'll give away between 8 and 8:30. And you may qualify to win 2 tickets to a Warriors home game of your choice. Of your choice. That's right. Your choice. All right, here we go. Number 7. Wednesday, January 10th. Top 7 home games. That's what the King of the Hill. Top 7 home games of the season, in my opinion.
For the Warriors.
For the Warriors. Top 7 home games in my mind. 7 games I'm going to be looking forward to. I got one Eastern Conference team on here. The Sixers are cool. I don't know what they're going to look like. The Bucks are the Bucks. I've seen them a lot with Giannis or whatnot. It's always must watch. But number 7.
Giannis didn't play last year.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
I went to that game.
Yeah, remember they came back from 8 down with 2 minutes. It was great.
One of the best home games of the year.
Wednesday, January 10th. Warriors hosting the Pelicans. This intrigues me because Zion Williamson, Brandon Ingram, Herb Jones. And we remember what happened late last year. There's a couple scrubs. Draymond Green he was clearly insane out there in the first half, and they came back from 20 points. They played well. Kuminga had a big game. Poole had a big game. Curry did his thing. That was a hell of a game. That's my number 7th game on the list.
So Zion's going to be healthy and playing and want to play for the Pelicans
I'm
this year?
praying that he is.
I don't think Zion's played like one game at Chase Center.
I know. And he almost broke the rib.
My boy Della says to me every time I get New Orleans tickets and I want to see Zion, he's never there.
Let me tell you, that game, he almost broke the rib. He had a dunk in that game. I was like, oh, my God. Then we go into the locker room, and he needed 2 people to help him take off his tank top.
I've had over 40 people.
I swear to God. I swear to God. It was like, with shoulder pads.
They were cutting the jersey like a football player.
No doubt. Yeah, no, I couldn't believe it. I was like, damn, that's a big dude. Number 6. January 4th, hosting the world champion Denver Nuggets. They'll see the Nuggets once before that in Denver, or a couple times, obviously Christmas Day, but January 4th, it gets to Denver Nuggets. That's a hot game, folks.
Oh, we get to see the dynastic coach who's so arrogant. Oh, Malone. Mike Malone. Oh.
We ain't done yet. We ain't done yet. Number 5. It's going to be intriguing to see how they play without Dillon Brooks. And that's the Memphis Grizzlies. They come out to the West Coast for the one and only time, March 20th. Memphis Grizzlies at Chase Center, March 20th.
Calendar.
Mark your calendar for that one. Marcus Smart.
Hopefully he doesn't crash into anyone.
Exactly. March 20. That's my fifth favorite game on the slate. Number 4.
Number 4.
December 22nd, hosting the Washington Wizards on a Friday night. Why? It's the return of Jordan Poole. Enough said. Number 3, Sacramento Kings
Number
at
3.
home November 1st. Oh, I want the Kings. That's going to be a hot game. Now, remember,
we got the Kings.
They played the first week of the season up at the Go to One Center Friday night. They're all hyped about it. Kitty Caraway, Damian Barley. I know they're hyped about it. ESP 1320. I'm hyped about them coming to Chase Center, a.k.a. the dental office, to give them their yearly root canal. Sacramento, November 1st. Number 3.
You and Sac. Keep going.
Number 2.
Number 2.
January 27th, LA Lakers. We got to get some get back. We got to pay. They got to pay the pipers.
Is Draymond going to hug LeBron at half court before the game? Or, maybe, I don't know, pretend to be an enforcer against his boys at Clutch?
I don't know. I do not know. But you know what? Root canals for them too. I don't. Who cares? Number one.
Number 1.
It's opening night. We deserve to give KD a rounding ovation. Give him a standing ovation. Kevin Durant. But it tips off the NBA season. And what better way to tip it off against the Phoenix Suns in the nightcap of a doubleheader at Chase? I can't wait.
And that's TNT?
TNT, baby. TNT.
Let's go down to Allie LaForce. I just spoke with Steve Kerr. I loved it. Like TNT, I just get all the feels.
Don't do that. When you do that voice,
what?
Don't do it. It's like nails on the chalkboard.
Who's the other guy? Who's the guy who reminds me of Nick Friedel that does TNT? He does the stand-up and he's got the deep voice. There's another guy.
I don't know.
He's a sideline guy.
Jared Greenberg?
Thank you.
Oh, Jared Greenberg?
He does a really good job, but he's like, he's got a deep voice.
Yeah. King of the Hill brought to you by West Coast Men's Health. Successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. Warriors ticket giveaway. And don't you forget, we still got LL Cool J's at 50 cent tickets coming up as well. Who loves you? 95.7
I'll teach you how to stunt.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to cars.com.
Football season is here. What better way to kick it off with 95.7 The Game's Rent and Gold Summit? Join all your favorite 95.7 The Game hosts at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon to welcome into football year Tuesday, August 29th. Willard and Dibs will start it off at 2 p.m. Then the summit will go from 4 to 6, and all the hosts will debate and answer the most burning questions surrounding the Rent and Gold during a live show in front of you, our loyal listeners. Again, that's Tuesday, August 29th at Fieldwork Brewing Company Tap Room and Beer Garden in San Ramon, now featuring the Leaks Top Golf Simulators. That's going to be a lot of fun. August 29th. And you know what? I think this Niner Summit, the Warrior Summit got a little spicy. It was kind of mild. I think this one's going to be off the chain.
How many boos or who gets booed do you think? Because Steiny, every time he started.
Well, he likes it. You know, I was talking to Lucas Alexander the other day. And
he does love being the villain.
No, but, Lucas Alexander, we were talking about me guys here at the station. He goes, Steiny's the opposite. He needs less man. I'm like, what? Steiny loves attention.
Ask him.
And I can say that because I worked with him for almost a year.
I know.
Sweet.
He needs attention.
And he also needs a script.
Dude, he's a me guy.
You like that?
Me. Steiny.
No, you don't. You just throw him under the bus. You can't love somebody you throw under the bus like that, saying he needs a script.
What's your
Damn.
kindred spirits?
Just ran over his neck. You going to Drake concert tonight?
Who?
Drake's at Chase tonight and tomorrow.
Is he?
Yeah, we're giving out tickets to LL Cool J and 50 Cent. That's a good consolation prize.
Is he?
We don't have Drake tickets.
Kiki.
I do want to go to a Drake concert.
Bye.
What's your favorite Drake song? I know what mine is.
10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. F it, man.
No friends in the industry. That's my one.
No new friends.
No friends in the industry.
I know, but I'm saying no new friends.
Essentially,
he's got a lot of hits.
He does, but that's my favorite one.
I don't know. I don't know what my fun. Oh no.
I still contend on that Champagne Poppy or whatever. What was it? I don't even know what the name of it. The one with all like the emojis with the women who look like they're pregnant. I guess you know that album.
I don't remember that album.
I want to say
Treacherous Twins with 21 Savage is good. 21
Project
Savage
Pat,
is good.
Best bar on the entire thing.
Yeah, Drake's got hits, man. That concert. If you're single, you single guys in the chat, you roasters, and even you know what, single ladies out there too. Go out there and wear your best suit out there.
Will you show them how to network?
No, I will not be. I will be in the house watching Sleeping Beauty with Baby Ches. Listen, go out there, go have fun, be safe, wear your best outfits.
Your lower extremity.
Look, Tyler Miller
What are we doing?
Tyler Miller said, I'm just going to post up at Thrive City. Come on, Tyler. Don't be parking lot pimping.
You gonna mention that publicly?
Certified Lover Boy was the one I was referencing.
Yeah. Tyler, you got no game to be parking lot pimping at Chase Center, man. You got to get inside. Got to get in there.
My brother, you are not Bernie Mac.
You're not. You really aren't. You got to get in there. Can't be parking lot pimping at Thrive City for no Drake concert.
You can do better.
They gonna look at you as a scrub, man.
Can I ask?
Girls gonna be out there in high heels, red bottoms, and everything.
Can I ask a sincere question about Drake?
What's up?
Can you be the greatest rapper of all time when you've never written your own lyrics?
I don't think he is. I don't. Whoa. All right.
Because isn't he Guru's best rapper of all time?
Yeah, but I don't. He's not mine.
I also don't categorize him as a rapper.
Jay-Z had stuff written for him, right?
Jay-Z also wrote.
Right. He wrote a lot of stuff. Yeah, no doubt.
You know,
he wrote a
Ice
lot.
Cube essentially is one of the original. He wrote for every album when it comes to NWA and things like that. He wrote a lot of easy stuff. There's always been guys that have been ghostwriters and people that have manufactured songs for other rappers.
He's a great artist. Great artist. He got hits. He's not my greatest, right? He's not my greatest rapper of all time, though. Not gonna do that.
Okay.
Boy,
who is your greatest rapper of all time?
My personal favorite rapper of all time is Jay-Z.
Yours?
Mine.
Now, are you going off body of work?
Body of work, rhyme, flow, swagger,
the whole package.
Things he says, the whole package.
Okay. I think a lot of people would agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, pocket bigger there. I mean,
I know.
See, I'm not one of those guys who, oh man, you said so and so. Like, come on, that's your favorite rapper. That's your favorite rapper.
Yeah, Exactly.
I don't care.
My
Like when
dad
you say
loves
Mac
Grateful
Dre,
Dead.
Like like when you say Mac Dre's your favorite rapper, you know what? I'm not gonna. If he's your greatest rapper, I'm not gonna push back on that. He's your favorite rapper. I don't care.
Well, that different. My favorite versus the greatest are two different conversations.
Who's yours?
What? Who do I think is the greatest? You know, it would probably somewhere between, like, if you said Jay-Z because of the body of work, because he was obviously older and allowed to put out
I like
multiple
this flow.
albums. Yeah, you
I
can
like
go
the
with
swagger.
That. I'm not mad at that.
Yeah.
I do contend we have reasonable doubt for a lot of people hits harder for them than it does for me.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that good.
And
I know that sounds sacrilegious.
No.
But
It's
that's
good,
my particular opinion.
But it's not even in the top 5 of his albums.
That's what I'm saying.
In my
Like,
opinion,
Blueprint is a classic
Blueprint 1
album.
is 1 through
Even
the
Blueprint
end.
2.
Yeah, Blueprint 2 is sick. I mean, but Blueprint 1.
the Black Album.
Blueprint 1 was just like, damn. Even the bonus song, the remix to Girls was hot.
I even think Life and Times of Sean Carter or S. Dot or whatever.
S. Carter, Volume 3.
That one is a classic too.
Who could
he
it
got a
be?
song with Juvenile on there. That's
Oh,
incredible.
yeah, that's hard. What about the one with Benny Siegel? And Jay-Z drops a line, who could it be? With that new blue Yankee on.
come on.
Who but me?
Well, he has a couple songs with Scarface where they go back and forth that are incredible.
No doubt. Drake's going to be hot. It's going to be hot. Look, our boy Fontana, Dwayne Fontana coming in.
What'd he say?
It's effing Rakim. Rakim is a GOAT. Hey, Mr. Fontana, go back to sleep, man.
Bye.
He top 10. Go back to sleep.
Well, everyone's got
Nah,
different.
I know. I'm playing. Rakim is dope.
So, like,
Rakim is hard.
I think Ice Cube, to me, if you're going to have a top 10, you cannot talk about top 10 rappers and not have Ice Cube somewhere in there because of his impact on the entire genre in general, and then what he did, because he wrote a lot of the Easy stuff, he wrote a lot of the NWA stuff, and then his own individual catalog. When you go to an Ice Cube concert, you realize, this is one of the GOATs.
Yeah, well, you know what's funny about that? I just saw a clip last week with Tony Yayo going at it with Noriega's sidekick on that podcast, Drunk Chaps.
Which I love.
I forget the guy. Who's the guy who's always with him?
I don't know.
Latin guy. But Tony Yayo goes, who's your favorite rap? Who's your GOAT?
Yeah.
And the guy goes, Ice Cube. Goes, Ice Cube, huh? Because Tony Yayo was like, it's Biggie Smalls.
Yeah.
And he got mad at the dude for saying Ice Cube. And dude was standing on his 2 toes like, it's Ice Cube.
Put on Predator, and you tell me.
Gosh.
You tell me what you think. I also think that you could make an argument. He has the greatest diss song of all time. No Vaseline.
Yeah, No Vaseline is hard.
It's
hard.
It's one of the greatest diss songs.
Unbelievable.
To this day, when I hear it,
it's unbelievable.
Yes.
Unbelievable. Nas is hard. If you got Nas up there, that's great. But Nas had some duds.
Well, and also, I was a diehard Tupac fan, so Nas for me, it's just hard to embrace. Same thing with Jay-Z. I was more reluctant to embrace him.
Yeah, I was reluctant to embrace all those East Coast dudes because of Tupac.
See, like most people aren't going to have in there, because I consider him an entrepreneur and an influencer. Most people aren't going to have Master P in there because Master P is not the greatest lyricist. And you can say that he stole a lot of stuff from a lot of people. But in terms of what he did as an entrepreneur, I respect him as much as anyone.
I do love Master P.
I love him.
A guy that has not mentioned, but a lot of people in my generation too. I'm a millennial like you, but towards the younger demographic there. Lil Wayne, for a lot of people, is up there as one of the greatest rappers of all time.
Lil Wayne had a run that was like, oh, it's his time. Wheezy had baby.
He did have a run.
He got some hits.
I won't deny that.
He got some hits. Let's go to the lines, man. We got 3 different things here. And we're going to give out some tickets to LL Cool J and 50 Cent. Great concerts. All right, we'll give those out in a second. Mike in SF wants to talk Niners. Justin in San Jose wants to talk greatest rappers alive. RJ in Fairfield wants to talk Warriors Kings. It's a who's who. It's a who's who.
Pick your poison.
How many shows could just talk about 3 different times? You want to talk about Buster Posey and the Giants? Go ahead, call line 5. It's all good. Mike in SF. We'll start you off with the Niners. Let's go, Mike. What's happening?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up?
Hey, I just want to say I can't believe you guys are still crying about the NFC Championship game. Go Birds. EAGLES. Eagles, baby.
Hey, keep it down. You're in your mom's basement, dog. You might wake her up.
Not.
You good?
Is that
Nope.
is
You
that
good, dog?
Hey, how
Do you
old
live
are
in
you?
Jersey
Hey,
or
Mike,
Delaware?
Mike, have you gone through puberty yet? You got to get a little bass in your voice.
31 today, actually.
Oh,
You're 31?
today.
Boy.
Fight song.
Go out and look
Boy.
for a job later.
Good fight song, dude. You know how corny that is? You know how corny your
We did that in February,
We
bro.
did that not only did we do that in February, How did the Super Bowl feel? Keep him on the line. No, keep Mike on the line. He wants to troll. We can troll too.
How did the Super Bowl feel for you?
How did the Super Bowl feel for you?
I
You
enjoyed
lost.
it.
You lost. You went home crying. Hey, was there a parade down Broad Street? Was there a parade down Broad Street, buddy? Or did you have to work that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? Hey, the street. Hey, Mike, I guarantee you what? The streets were real clean after that Super Bowl, boy. The garbage men couldn't work. They had to get laid off that week. Get the hell out of here. Little chump.
He goes, I'm 31.
31.
100% living with his mom, right?
Guy has not gone through puberty. He's like 16 years old. Justin, San Jose. Justin, what's happening?
That was great.
Hey, that was so funny. You guys was roasting the Eagles guy, but I just want to say thank you to Bonnie for Bonnie Williams for the tickets last season. You gave us the Dolphins game, and that was one of the greatest games of the season.
Oh, I hooked you up.
I want to say thank you for giving us those tickets.
That's cool.
Oh, appreciate that.
Tickets to Shalik.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you went with Shalik. Okay, yeah. I couldn't go to that game. It was Baby Chair's birthday. Yeah, I'm glad you had a good time. That was a hell of a football game.
Yeah, appreciate it. And I just want to say the greatest rapper will always be Tupac.
I'm with
you. He has a song for every emotion out there.
I agree.
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you guys. You've been doing a killer morning every morning. Thank you guys.
I'm going to tell you right
Justin.
now.
Appreciate you.
I have, different playlists, B. When I hear I can't deny it, I'm a straight rider, I just automatically think of Mission Street in the 90s.
I stopped playing Tupac for so long because I had played too much Tupac. I felt like I needed to just
the blind stares of a million eyes.
I got out there in Maui, and we dropped the top in a little Jeep and playing Pac. Driving down the coast, it's like there's nothing like it.
He's the best.
He's nothing like it.
And you know why I love Pac? Because he was super emotional.
Yep.
And I view myself as super emotional.
No doubt. No doubt.
Oh, God, I love him.
How about that Eagles fan?
Think about what he did before the age of 25. People talk about what Jesus did before whatever, 30, 33. Tupac put out like 6 movies, 1,000 albums. The dude's still coming out with music.
I really believe Tupac was going to be a billionaire.
Do you think he's alive in Cuba? Because I've seen some things on YouTube.
Let the man rest.
No, I of course let the man rest. I'm just asking you if you think he's alive in Cuba.
No, I don't. You do?
No, but I've seen some videos that it intrigues me. I love the conspiracy theory, and a part of me wants it to be true, but another part of me, that's just, I've watched all of them.
The cocaine's happening.
What?
When does the crack come into play?
When does that crack come into play
I know.
for you?
But the cocaine's happening right now. But when did that crack? Not the cocaine's happening. Oh, you know what it is. RJ, Philbo, Mike.
Time for me to eat my burrito?
Tight real quick. Philbo, Mike, and RJ. Hang tight. We're going to get to you. It's that time. Caller number 5. Contest line right now. 415-951-2386. 951-2386. Again, 415-951-2386. Get you some tickets to go see LL Cool J. Ladies Love Cool James on September 1st at Chase Center. Plus, we're giving you another 2 tickets to go see 50 Cent the next day. That's right, 50 Cent September 2nd. September 1st, LL Cool J. The tickets are yours. 50's played at the Shoreline Amphitheater, courtesy of Live Nation. Come on, man. Go see 2 concerts in 2 days and 2 legends. We talk about greatest slappers. Nobody ever brings up LL Cool J.
Oh, no, he's classic. And dude, he got some hits.
He's got, oh my gosh,
some hits. But he kind of slowed down.
He slowed down in the 90s.
Didn't keep making music in the way that like Too Short and 40.
But he got the movies and shows and everything like that.
Yep. Method Man, people forget. Johnny Blaze, I mean, he had so many hits.
No
and
doubt.
Him and Raekwon, for me, they made Wu-Tang. That was for me. But one thing I would say to Eagles fans that want to infiltrate our airways, in the words of Tupac, we ain't hard to find.
We ain't hard to find at all. You guys are clipping videos from February. So who's really living rent-free in your heads? We're not thinking about you. We're trying to figure out our quarterback situation. I care less about the Eagles.
Yeah, I'm fighting with my own Giants fans now.
Right, yeah. Giants fans don't even like us. We're the biggest Giants fans out there. They don't even like us.
I'm in like the battle of the bastards over here. I got people coming all over my timeline, and then Philly fans want to hit me, and I'm like, give me a break. I'll worry about you in December.
The dude didn't even know how to spell Eagles. He almost stumbled. Little Mike. Boy, go ahead, pop that cherry, buddy. RJ Fairfield, what's happening? RJ, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, Sassy, good morning. Bonte, good morning. Bonte, I don't know why you always go last, man. You had out of those 3 colors, for some reason, the Kings fans, on the third, it's all good though.
I love you. Hey, RJ, it's really all a good fun. I love the rivalry between the Kings and Warriors. I love the regional rivalry. It's a lot of fun.
It is, man, and I enjoy calling here. I think it's all love at the end of the day.
No doubt. No doubt.
I just want to congratulate you, Bonte, because you made this. It's not a rivalry yet, just because we're still a young team. But this matchup, man, you made us pinpoint. You circled these Warrior matchups with the Kings on the calendar. Me and my friends, man, we've been talking about you, man. You've been living in my head rent free.
Hey,
because the comments about Sac has no Wi-Fi, Cowtown.
Well, I didn't say that. Oh, I forgot about the Wi-Fi situation in Sacramento Airport. I forgot. My bad. My bad.
No, it's all good. Hey, real quick, can I give a headline for the Trey Lance? If this second week doesn't go good, I'm gonna make a headline. Average at best. That's the headline for Trey Lance going into. If he doesn't do good in week 2, that's the headline that should pop up after that week 2 preseason game, man. So I love you, Bonte. Love you guys.
Thank you, brother.
Back.
Yep.
You're the man. You're the man, RJ. That makes me feel good in a couple ways.
What's that?
Before we get to film on mic.
That we create rivalries all across the country.
I'm not even
barnstorming.
And look, man, you know what? I hate boasting. Some people call it the morning boast, whatever. We're having fun. When you meet us in person, you know what type of people we are. We give you time. What radio hosts give you the time that we give you out there? Out there with the people, right? Philadelphia. We got Philadelphia fans calling our show in the month of August. Mad at us about a song we sung in February.
It's great.
So Philadelphia can't stand us. They think about us every day. Every day they're posting something about us. Dallas, Texas, we know RJ and Sean. Oh, my God, those guys.
Did you see those picture day for them?
Was it really?
Yeah, they were posting it on Twitter. It's pretty funny.
God. No,
Nothing is funnier to me, just to me, when I see people who have never held a ball take a photo like with a football, one of those stock crap photos, and you look at them and you're like, oh, my guy's never held a ball. Damn.
Yep.
My guy never played catch.
So we got Dallas, they can't stand us. Philadelphia can't stand us. Who else did we piss off? We pissed off somebody else.
Oh, Boston.
We pissed off Boston. Green Bay, kind of, Leroy Butler and them, they were cool.
Yeah, no,
it was friendly.
Cool.
It was like a friendly little woo-wop.
You and Greg Hill went at it in Boston.
Oh, no, his other boy.
Oh, yeah.
The ball head guy.
Yeah.
I subbed him in his old studio.
Yeah.
His old damn studio.
No, but the tight end's cool. What's the guy?
Oh, Jermaine Wiggins.
Jermaine Wiggins is cool. I like Jermaine Wiggins. He was really cool.
But you know what's cool about WEEI? They simulcast. So it's all one of the television stations. And so they have me on their televisions. And your boy got subbed in his own studio. Steve Kerr could be a great coach without great players. I said, whoa, Red Auerbach, line one. I mean, I knew more about the Boston Celtics than he did. I don't even live in Boston. So he picked the wrong one.
White guy.
Hey, listen. Hey, Shasky. Hey, Shasky, you know you were proud. The boys in the glass was like, we've never seen anything like this.
Oh, I was fist pumping.
You know I was going to represent.
Well, who was the guy that got pummeled by Pedro Martinez, the bench coach?
Don Zimmer.
Yeah, I felt like Don Zimmer on the bench as I was watching Derek Jeter hit a home run. Yeah. Hilarious.
Oh, and now we got the Dallas guys. We got them in our back pockets. I mean, hey, please. Don't boy. I remember Jesse Armstead. He was on the U30 for 30. He was talking about my Florida State Seminoles. He said we had those boys so jacked up in the brain, the game was over before it even started. That's how I feel like with the Dallas guys. When they come on the simulcast, I'm like, this is a wrap. How long is it going to last? 7 minutes, 9 minutes, 12 minutes, 15? I don't know. I mean, seriously.
I'm very interested to see the Cowboys this year.
Oh, my God.
There's so much pressure on Dak.
Oh, yeah. Shameless shout-outs in 8 minutes.
God.
Shameless shout-outs in 8 minutes. And then we got guys like Film on Mike calling the show. They ain't got a Film on Mike in Philadelphia.
No, they
don't got a Film on Mike in Dallas, Texas.
Or Boston.
They don't got an RJ in Fairfield in Philadelphia. Filmo. Talk to me, my man.
Oh, man, y'all having an interesting conversation. I heard you get at Nas. Jay-Z didn't have some duds, too. A couple of them early albums.
Yes.
I definitely wasn't feeling. You feel me?
You feel me on Reasonable Doubt?
But I'm going to keep it real. Go ahead.
You feel me on
Reasonable Doubt classic?
Yeah, but was it in real time? Like, I feel like we went back and called it a classic. Like, it had a couple good songs. The Mary J one, like, I'll grant you. But, like, was it really?
Not the fly. I'm going to shout out my guy, Fidel from, he's a coach at Sacred Heart Cathedral.
Fidel Pugh. Played in Galileo. Oh, yeah.
Yes. He was on Jay-Z early.
Okay.
Early. And he put me on to Jay-Z early. He was like, just because Pac saying something, this man can rap. And so he opened up my eyes to just seeing East Coast rappers as good. But I didn't really have no beef with Jay-Z, but I did. Yeah. You know, I felt y'all when y'all said Tupac hated him. I didn't like him. Yep. Tupac liked Busta Rhymes, and I love Busta Rhymes for getting all his crew up because he's the best performer hip-hop has ever seen. But pound for pound, I'm going to keep it real, blood. I love Tupac. Tupac up there. But if you just want to say rap, look, you rap. Lil Wayne, the best rapper.
Ooh.
Maybe because I'm from the East, the West Coast, and I hear his drawl. But if you go for lyrics, punchlines, lyricism, metaphors, Lil Wayne has it all. Big shout out to Jadakiss. Top 5, better alive.
Hey.
Well, Philmo, let me ask you this, though.
Jadakiss is underrated. And you know what,
He is underrated.
I'm glad Jadakiss during the Versus challenges or the Versus battles, when he went at Fab and he went at Dipset, I'm finally happy that he got his flowers. Because Jadakiss on the Rough Riders album had one of the sickest solo songs on that album. Remember the Rough Riders soundtrack?
Yeah, Jadakiss is, if you just want to just be like, he's a rapper's rapper.
Yeah,
like he's the rapper's favorite rapper. So if he the your favorite rapper, you gotta love Jadakiss. I don't know how people don't. He needs to do. He can make better songs. But if you talking about let's just rap, Jadakiss up there, man.
Yeah, no doubt. Philmo, what you got on tomorrow's game, man? The quarterback battle. Darnold, Trey, Purdy. What's your take on that?
I definitely want Purdy to play. I need him to play. Nothing set in stone. Throw the ball away. I want to see what Trey Lance do and how he bounces back. He started to get better. I don't think he should go down to the CFL, but he did start to get better as the game progressed, and he needs to play.
Yeah.
You know, somebody brought this up. He's played like 5 games, 6, 7, 8. Come on, bro. Like, imagine playing a professional sport and only talking on the air for 3 years. You know, as you talk, the more you talk on the air, the better you just get.
Yeah.
So we got to give him a chance, man.
Philmo, Mike, 50 years of hip-hop. If you had to boil it down, and this is an impossible task, one verse that you could listen to over and over and over and over again, I'm nominating Bone Thugs and Harmony with Biggie. The Biggie verse, Armed and Dangerous. Yeah. I think that's the greatest verse.
Wow.
If I had to go just one in the history of hip-hop, I think I'm taking that one.
Wow.
Biggie got some ones. You can take that one. You remember that one that he had on Diddy album? He was like, with a realize that front to back. Yeah. Where the heck you at? That one, you know what I would take? I would take Tupac's verse. And he said, I forgot the song, but it's on All Eyes on Me.
Okay.
And he said, now tell me, am I wrong for trying to communicate through a song? Yeah. I'm up early in the morning. When sunrise, I be gone. I'm up early. I think it was off the song, You Could Be Waiting For You.
I love you,
Quick
bro.
note about that.
Yep.
Quick note about that album. I heard from Daz, it really was a compilation album. Because he took songs from the Dog Pound. He took songs from that. Right. Everybody on Death Row gave him songs, and he just went in there and worked with Daz, DJ Quick, and knocked out an album in about 2-3 weeks. True words from Daz Dillinger.
Well, I think Daz and Corrupt, Young Gotti and Dillinger is one of the most underrated West Coast albums ever. It got like 3 or 4 just absolute knockers at the
Corrupt
beginning.
solo album gets lost in the shovel.
This is my top West Coast album.
How about Streets of the Mother?
What about Streets of a Mother? Streets of a Mother, when he had to hit him up too on DMX and everything.
Mother! Oh my God, Streets of a Mother! Oh my God, I tell people, if you know Streets of a Mother was one of them albums.
One of them albums.
Let's be Tequila.
Tequila is a great song. Rum Roscoe!
Dude, oh my gosh.
God, we're going crazy.
Dude. I mean,
I love Fillmore, Mike.
Welcome home. That beat right there was, oh my gosh, that was hard. The Bold and Biggie album.
I'm telling
that song. We know angels us, label us, notorious.
I think that's the greatest verse in hip-hop history.
So,
if I had to boil it down to one.
That's a great one. I don't even know if this is considered a verse because he just flowed throughout the song.
Huh.
I'm telling you, man, he brought up Lil Wayne as his greatest album, and it got me thinking about the No Ceilings mixtape where Lil Wayne basically jacks beats from everybody.
Oh, yeah. That was
And
a
the
Master
ice-
P thing, Jacket for Beats for Christmas.
The ice cream paint job.
Okay.
With Lil Wayne rapping over that.
Okay.
And he just had one bar where he goes, I'm on the boat getting seasick. Stop playing because I'm fresher than a degree stick. And I was like, damn. I mean, the whole flow, though.
Tony laughing.
Dude, it was like, he said some things on it. I was like, damn, how? So anyway, it's a fun debate. We got shameless shoutouts coming up in a minute and a half. You know what? Shameless shoutouts. Shout out your favorite rapper. That's what we're doing. 888-957-9570.
40 Water, Mac Dre. I know the Jack out here. They're Nicotina,
Shout
Quinn.
out Yuck Mouth. You on Yuck Mouth?
on.
His double album. Remember that, The Appellation?
Bro, Yuck Mouth Godzilla is one of my favorite albums of
my
all time.
God. So
I
sick.
got like 100 favorite
We
albums.
haven't even mentioned Marshall Mathers. Hell, Eminem. Come on.
No doubt. I haven't loved any of the recent stuff. If I'm
Well,
being
no, yeah, but that's fine.
First
Some of
two
his early
Eminem-
stuff was so iconic.
First two Eminem albums were classics. And then after
I
that,
never
it was
meant to give you mushrooms, girl.
Right.
And dude, the guy was out on his own, a whole nother level.
So the lines are lighting up. Pick
Let's
up the
go.
lines. Lubman, our shameless shout outs this week. Name your favorite rapper. Shout out your favorite rapper and why that's your favorite rapper.
I just want to
We'll
know
do that.
if you had to boil it down with the 50 years of hip hop, what is in your mind the definition of the greatest hip hop verse? Just one verse to define hip hop. That's why I'm
That's
telling
hard.
you. I think I'm taking Biggie
That's
on that
hard.
Notorious.
Gosh. That is
Notorious
so
Thugs
hard.
with Bone Thugs and Harmony. Because I love Bone Thugs so much.
Paul was sick. Yeah,
They were
no
so
doubt.
sick.
No doubt. No
Ouija,
doubt.
are you with me? They got so many hitters. I
It's
love
the first of the
and
month.
they collabed with everyone.
Who was it?
Although I do love Pimp C. You know?
Was it Crazy Bone? Remember the Little John song? Dun, 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 dun. Okay. But you remember that video? They were in the club and stuff? I think Crazy Bone was on that song. And he had the verse on there. I was like, damn. Crazy with the South? He down in the deep South? It was hard. It was hard.
Bone could collaborate with anyone and make a hit song.
I love that you said. You remember that little John song? And said, "Okay."
Yeah,
it's like
'cause he
you know
said that
every
on there.
single one.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
what he was
true.
talking about. Even though there's 50 that sound that way.
Yeah, that's true. Hold on. Crazy
Remember
Bone.
that E40 album went, ugh.
Oh, you do.
Yeah, it's called every one of them.
I don't give a F. Crazy Bo and Little John and the East Side Boys, and they're going through the club. Crazy Bo was sick on that song. Anyway, 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs. Let's get to it. Your favorite rapper. Why it's your favorite rapper? And if you can, like Shasky said, boil it down to your favorite host, favorite verse, then go ahead and do that.
Kiki, do you love me? Shout.
All right, shameless shout-outs brought to you by our great friends at the Alameda County Electrical JATC. They're recruiting paid apprentices for its 5-year apprenticeship program. Pay starts at $28.08. That's an hour. $28.08 an hour. That's big money. Apply today. For more information, visit 595jatc.org. That's 595jatc.org. Today is the day. Head down to the Training Center of San Leandro. Drop everything. Leave work. Put down that cereal bowl and let the dog walk themselves. Get to the JATC to apply. We're looking for the best candidates in the Bay Area. Are you one of them? Go down there right now. Go see our great friends at the Alameda County Electrical JATC. Shameless shout-outs. Right now, we got full phone lines here.
All
We'll
right,
get to
let me
everybody.
start.
Shasky, go ahead and start it off.
I said it earlier this week. I'm going to say it again. Shout out to Matt and all the people down at Ceremony Ford. They took care of your boy. I went in there. I ordered a vehicle. It's going to be coming exactly the way we wanted it. Sat down there with my wife, and because you know I don't make any of the decisions in my household. We're getting ourselves a hybrid Maverick. I mean, we're getting the carbonized gray. They walked me through all the different colors, all the different interiors, every little package. We nailed it down. go to Ceremony Ford, support local. It's the only Ford dealership in San Francisco in this little area. So
Why are you driving a truck now?
Well, it's smaller than that. It's just like my mini SUV. But I'm telling you, they took care of me, and it's just I can't thank them enough because I was very, I was nervous that I'd get taken advantage of. And you go in there, and they're just everything's transparent, and they're super cool and down to earth, and they're straight shooters. So shout out Matt and everybody down at Ceremony Ford.
Spinoni, what you got before we get to the lines here?
Shout out all the teachers going back to school this week. There's a lot that's been made about teachers around this nation, this specific area, not getting the compensation that they duly deserve. It's a very tough job. Preschool, kindergarten, first grade, high school, college professors, all the teachers out there. Shout out you.
All right, let's get to the lines here. I'll give my shout out at the end. Gene in Oakland. Gene, what's happening? Uncle Gene.
Hey, guys.
What's up, baby?
My favorite rapper would be Ice Cube because of his singing and acting ability. I think he's a multi-talented dude. I love him.
Me too.
Love that,
Hey.
Uncle Gene. What else? All right.
Shout out to Dwayne Wade, who just got inducted to the Hall of Fame. One of my favorite all-time players. Just a best Miami Heat player of all time, and just a great dude in and outside of the game. Philanthropist, supporter of LGBTQ rights. Too bad he had to leave Florida because his kid's transgender and it's gotten dangerous. Hopefully he's going to run for office. If I could vote for him, I would.
Wow, that's a hell of a call there. By the way, Sheska, I teared up. Dwayne Wade's Hall of Fame induction speech.
Incredible.
His father, but also he had Allen Iverson up there presenting him. And he looked at Iverson, and Iverson had the Wade blazer. I love Iverson. And I love Dwayne Wade. He was such a good two-guard both ways, offensively, defensively. Those Hall of Fame speeches make me cry, Shasky, because they're legends, and they're finally getting their due. Let's go to Dwayne Fontana. Fontana, what's up, my man? Reardon's finest. Arizona State's finest. What's up, my dude?
Hey, man. First of all, Rakim is the greatest rapper of all time.
Okay.
He's your favorite rapper's favorite rapper, okay? Just remember that. Okay. And now I want to shout y'all out.
Thank
y'all
you,
keep me going in the morning. Y'all know I'm on these garbage trucks. I'm about to go home though. Shout out to the garbage near Recology. Y'all don't know what we put up with.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna shout my posse out, the We Big Posse, because we're headed to Pittsburgh.
Let's go.
Take that over, okay?
Let's
love
go.
that.
Y'all just remember that.
I love that, Fontana.
Okay?
Hey, shout out to all your boys
Thank
there
you,
at the
man.
Garbage Man.
Thanks for
Thank you guys
tapping
for
in.
doing what you do. Yeah, absolutely. Fontana, Buck. And we got his boy Duke coming to studio. Duke's coming to studio. And he's going to drop a freestyle. I know Duke's going to light it up.
Ocean Avenue is in the house right now.
It is in the house, dude.
Let's
I love you
go.
some Eagle side. Tyler. Tyler Miller. He's on the show. What's up, Tyler?
Hey, what's good, gang? Happy Friday to y'all, man. Hey, top 4 favorite rappers. 4, Drake. 3, Currency the Hot Sitter. 2, Lil Wayne. Number 1, Future, a.k.a. Fire Marshal Future, a.k.a. Super Future. Bruh. Hey, I'm definitely going to pull up on you at the game tomorrow, too, Bonte. You better not be talking that
Tyler.
NFL nonsense.
Tyler, mask on.
March Madness.
Ooh, talk about mask on, Cassie. Talk about mask on.
What about March Madness,
About
man?
to cut the push.
Future got some
Bro,
hits.
it's too many to count, bro. He just dropped a song last night. It's crazy, but I got Future as my number 1, bro.
All right, there you go. Let's go to Clayton on Highway 84. Clayton on Highway 84. What's happening, my dude?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I just want to shout out, he's out in the wings, but my boy Mike Shinoda on Lincoln Park in the early days, that guy was spitting straight bars.
Good call.
Love that.
Good
call on that.
Love that.
Yeah, High Voltage, definitely. That's his best rap.
I love that. Let's go to May Money. Oaktown, May Money. What's happening, May?
Hey, man, Money in the building. What's up, y'all? Okay. All right. Got to shout out Mac Dre. You already know R.I.P.
Yes, sir.
Love it.
And
Yes,
I
ma'am.
got to shout out myself. Because I just did my first open mic with my own poetry.
Oh, nice.
You know what I'm saying? Like the other day, like I'm publishing a chapbook called "Welcome to Oakland." B-word.
Love that.
So I got to shout myself out. I'm on the top of the world right now.
Good for you.
And my top 5
Okay.
favorite artists. Favorite artist of all time. I'm also writing a poem called "Black Girls Aren't Supposed to Like Rock and Roll."
Mm-hmm.
So you'll be surprised by my top 5. Green Day, shame on you, Bonte, is number 1. Second is Radiohead. Third, Alice in Chains. Fourth, probably like Mac Dre, E40, like they're tied.
Okay.
And then maybe like some Queen, throwing some Gorillas in there. And yeah,
Gorillaz,
like it's good to talk to you guys. It's been a minute since I called in.
Absolutely, buddy, buddy. I love that.
There are some punk bands that essentially rap rock.
Yeah.
It's hard to describe,
Yeah,
like
yeah, I know what you're
Transplants.
talking
I
about.
consider them rap rock.
I love that.
Rancid, similar type of a deal. So I'm down with that.
All right, let's go. Jonas in SF. Then we'll get to West Oakland, Holloway, and then Max in San Jose. Jonas in the city. What's happening?
Jonas in Santa Clara, right across the street from Levi's. I want to give a shameless shout out first before I talk about hip hop. It's with my daughters, Inara and Isadora.
Nice.
Saw you guys over at the Hilton.
Oh, yeah.
And they'll be dancing for the Junior Gold Rush.
Oh, I love that. Let's go.
Let's go.
Hell yeah, Jonas. Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
go.
Your girls are beautiful, man. They were ready to roll.
Hey, they're ready to roll tomorrow with the Gold Rush, so that's going to be fun. Let me lead into hip hop real quick. I'm not going to say the verse because it's pretty explicit. I would say there's a remix with Tupac called Fair Exchange, and it's the Jazzy Faye remix.
Oh, yeah, I know which one you're
Look
talking
up
about.
that one.
Love that. Good stuff, Jonas. Good to hear from you, man. My man, he down there with the two beautiful girls, his lovely wife who went to Stanford. How about that? Max in San Jose. Max, what's happening?
What's good, boys? Good morning, man. Hey, so my favorite rapper of all time would be Nasir, Nasty Nas, to Escobar, to whatever you want to give him his name.
Esco Trash?
But Nasir, oh, God.
That was a joke.
What?
That was a joke.
Come on, Joe.
I know. That was the Jay-Z line.
But hey, Bay Area favorite rapper right now has got to be Lil Russell. Please
Good
pay
call on
attention
that.
to this guy, man.
No
Good call
doubt.
on that.
No doubt. Good stuff, Max. Good stuff. West Oakland, Holloway.
Give it to
West
me.
Oakland. Then we'll finish off with David Fremont, and we'll get Lovesmith's shout out, and then get my shout out. West Oakland, Holloway. What's happening?
Hey, what's up with y'all? Hey, look, so I got two things real quick. My favorite rapper is Tupac. Y'all, Vontae, you sleeping on Scarface. You ain't gave face.
Thank you.
Oh, my
I
bad.
said
No, I love
Scarface.
Scarface.
I
love
said it
Scarface.
earlier.
My bad.
got hitters.
I'm not sleeping. There's too many
I
great
love the
rappers,
South.
man. There's too many great rappers.
Okay, look, and then one of the greatest hip hop verses
Yes.
is the beginning of No Vaseline.
Thank you.
That's
I ain't
hard.
gonna say because you know how I start off.
Yes.
You remember how I start off with
God
the
dang, I'm glad y'all set it off.
Yup.
Hey, listen, man. Hey, keep it them boys.
Yeah, he did.
Hey, good. Hey, I appreciate y'all, man. Thank you.
Good
Well,
call.
thank you, West Oakland, Holloway.
Good call.
Love that. David Fremont, finish strong, baby. Finish strong. David, what's happening?
Hey, greatest rapper still going today. Tom McDonald.
I don't
You
even
guys have
know
a great day.
Who the hell is that?
Was that a troll job?
I don't even know.
Loveman.
What are you doing, Loveman? How'd you let that slip through?
I don't know, man. Maybe we'll get some Tom McDonald rejoins going here next. No, best rapper. Gotta go with my guy from the 305, Trick Daddy.
Oh, T-Double? Thug Holiday.
I don't know.
Oh, dude, he got hitters.
This
He got hitters, dude.
do, but I know one thing, that this is the life for me.
Because, baby, I'm a thug.
All day, every day.
Because I'm a thug.
Hey,
Wouldn't change for
I'm
the
shouting
world.
out my guys here at the roast. I swear to God. Sometimes I don't like waking up. I go home at night. The last 3 weeks of this show, I've been feeling really good about where we're at. Seriously, with our roasters on YouTube and Twitch, I said it yesterday, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, extending the mobile text line. I'm telling you, man, I've been looking forward to going to the show. It feels like my first time doing radio, man. I feel like we're here. We got through the dog days together. And football season is on the come up. It is right here. We got preseason football, but I'm shouting out to everybody who's affiliated with the Morning Roast and 95.70 game. It's a really good vibe going on right now. I'm having a really good summer. So shout out to everybody out there. With that said, injury report. All right, our boy K.Y. Williams, he's now with Denver Broncos, getting a second opinion on his injured left ankle. He has not practiced since injuring the ankle back on August the 7th. Remember, injuries hurt him in 2021. Couldn't guard Cooper Kupp in the slot, man. He was really compromised. The second doctor suggested treatment and rest as opposed to surgery and set a goal of being ready for the Broncos season opener September the 10th against the Raiders. They need K.Y. Williams. He's still expected to miss the rest of the preseason. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Be sure to be tuned in now, baby, because when you hear this sounder, Spadoni, Kyrie, when you hear that sounder, you're going to be the fifth caller to call our main line. Fifth caller to call our main line, 888-957-9570, and you could win tickets to any Warriors home game of your choice. Any Warriors home game you want, you can win them. But you better be listening. That's coming up on The Roast.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why, for a limited time, we're launching...
happening, roasters? On a Good Friday, good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. On the garbage man, Recology, like the Fontanas in the world, getting off their shift, getting ready for a nice little Friday. He's getting ready for Pittsburgh in a couple weeks. Good morning to everybody out there getting ready for work on this Friday. Get through it. If you got a half day, if you're getting ready for the Drake concert, ladies, get your hair done, get your nails did. Fellas, get your fit so get your shoe game right for the night at Chase Center. Gave out some LL Cool J tickets, Shasky. Just gave out some 50-cent tickets. We got the Niners and Broncos tomorrow, so shout out to Levi Stadium and everybody working at Levi Stadium. It's going to be a great day. Come by, see us. Come by, see us tomorrow for the preseason game between the Niners and the Broncos. Excuse me, shout out to everybody with their favorite rappers. Yes, I'm wearing the John Taylor jersey. I felt like JT today. JT needs his love. Those old school Niners need their love. Brandon Ayuk, he reminds me so much of John Taylor. He does. He really does. Joe Spinoni, Lutman, Shasky, of course, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, Xfinity Mobile Text Line. We're having a fun Friday, and the last 2 hours are going to be fun.
You know, I know you're going to get into who we got coming in and all that.
Right.
I just keep thinking about like certain, because it is 50 years of hip hop, and everybody's been kind of celebrating that. And I think it's badass. So I can't talk about my life without the influence of music and hip hop.
How music got you through rainy days.
100%. It still does. It still does. And I just think about, like I was telling you about the Tupac, I won't deny it. I'm a straight rider. Like you hear certain verses at the beginning. One that nobody ever brings up that I think to this region is probably bigger, but it should be bigger along. Cooling on the corner with the cellular phone. You could tell that the East Bay was his home. Spice One never gets the love he deserves.
What about a Spice One? Fish telling in the cut. Dude. Yeah, Sebo.
Oh, Sebo's one of the all-time greats.
Sebo was sick. They had to pull his Enemy of the State. They had to pull that off the shelves.
Dude, Sebo... I got so many Sebo.
But what about this though? You had the AWOL click, Killatay.
Oh, Killatay. Come on,
Ludi Coleon.
Bullies with fullies. What?
Marvelous.
They
Marvelous.
call me Coleon.
Marvelous.
Marvelous.
Marvelous and Mac Dre have a song?
Yes.
I got to get my dough.
Yes. Somewhere Guru is flying to get into the station so that he could run in here and talk with us.
Oh, they'll do it. Him and Alice Styles. They've been on fire. Those two guys are a match made in heaven. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying replace. I'm not. No. Don't do that.
I'm hearing the new Be Legit album's pretty sweet too.
I would, dude.
The People's Choice is hitting me up right now.
Be Legit,
huh?
God, bangers.
Hard to Be Legit is one of my favorite albums. Where he's wearing the Giants jersey on the front,
right? Because the beat drops and he comes in right after it.
Come on,
like it's just
come on.
No press. Gosh, I love music, man. I love music. Love music. Not all music. Obviously, I don't know all music. I know the jokes are coming in. Hip-hop. I love hip-hop. 888-957-9570. Oh, Murillo from Beijing. That music talk is awful. Talk 49ers football already.
What do you want us to say?
Sam Darnold's probably going to start if Purdy doesn't play. What else can we say? Here's what I'll say. Trey Lance needs to play better. Darnold needs to play better. Isaiah Oliver needs to play better. Kinlaw needs to show us something. Backup offensive lineman needs to show us something.
Nah, bro, I'm really a freak. Like, the world don't see point blank period.
Oh my God.
Freaks of the industry?
I'm with you,
Digital
Mook Dog.
Underground?
Hey, Mook Dog, I'm with you. I'm with you, Mook Dog. Mook Dog, I'm pulling. Trust me, I'm pulling for Mook Dog. I'm pulling hard for him. Come on, that's preseason football. What would you like to know about tomorrow? Because I'm not going to break this game down like it's a regular season game.
Well, here's what I do know. I hate Sean Payton, and I can't wait to see his fraudulent, phony, you-know-what, standing on the sideline as tight as he can be. Nobody gets more tight in the fourth quarter of a playoff game when he's about to choke one away than Sean Payton. I am rooting for his demise.
No doubt.
I've not liked him since the Greg Williams, Bounty Gate thing. I cannot stand this guy. Cannot stand Sean Payton. And I find it funny that he's this brilliant football mind, and he came out and gave $50 million guaranteed to Mike McGlinchey.
No doubt.
Mike McGlinchey also, I think,
He's
hurt.
Now. Yeah, he is hurt. He is hurt. So, also, Russell Wilson, will he play 2 quarters? He did last preseason game, too. Was in the game midway through the first half.
Doesn't it feel like the hatred against Russell Wilson is really dissipated since he left the division?
He's not Seattle. He's in Denver. He's whatever. By the way, we're giving out Warrior tickets. When you hear this sounder, get the sounder, Spadoni. When you hear that sounder, you're going to call 888-957-9570. And what's going to happen is this. We're going to take your call. It's going to be the fifth caller. That fifth caller who calls in will qualify for these tickets. Now, that caller will then hang on tight, and we're going to bring that caller onto the airwaves. And that caller will pick the game of his choice or her choice, his or her. They get to pick it right here live on air. That's a lot of pressure. You better have that schedule handy, and there's some great games to go to. You want to go to opening night? You do?
What would you pick?
Gosh, that's a great question. I'd probably pick opening night. I'd pick opening night. New season.
And wearing number 3, Chris Paul.
Or when they say, Steve.
You coaching?
Where they say, shout out to Burner, the city's own. He's got some bangers, 707. He does have some bangers.
He's got a lot of bangers.
Listen. Well, the announcer, our boy Matt from KCBS. Now starting number 3 in his 18th season by way of Wake Forest, CP3. How many class will he get?
Oh, it'll be a very loud ovation.
No doubt. Kevin Durant, number 35.
Well,
Kevin Durant.
They run through the away team very quickly.
They do.
And number 1, Devin Booker. Number
0.
0, I believe.
Wayne Wright.
No, I thought it was 8. Wasn't 8 and 0?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. The Wayne Wright guy, he played tight end.
Yeah.
Yoke dude looks like he plays football. I think Matt will do this. Starting at small forward, wearing number 35 out of Texas, Kevin Easy Money Sniper Durant. Oh, no.
Spadoni.
This ain't the Lakers,
This
homie.
ain't LeBron.
No. We are giving Kevin Durant a standing ovation. He deserves it. Come on, Warrior fans. For the Warrior fans, and here goes Alex Styles. We got to call out Alex Styles. He's feeling himself. Now he's feeling it for Styles.
What's going
on?
on?
Now he's feeling it for Styles. I give him a couple compliments. He's feeling himself.
What happened?
Alex Styles, you got some heat coming. Trust me,
What's
buddy.
going on?
You got some heat coming. You can't run fast enough in that walking boot.
What just happened within the last 30 seconds?
That's exactly what I want to know.
I saw something.
That's exactly what I want to know.
You're going to find out. You're going to find out soon. But think about this, Warrior fans.
Okay, I'm thinking.
If you're on the fence of giving Kevin Durant a standing ovation, this guy's one of the prime. When we think about free agent signings, he's one of the 5 biggest free agent signings in all of sports.
Ever?
Ever. Tom Brady's on that short list.
Wait, Reggie Jackson.
Okay. Yep. Barry Bonds. Yep.
I mean, you could say Dion, but I mean, only the one.
Is Kevin Durant greater at his sport than Dion was at his?
No, Dion is. I think Dion's better in his sport than Kevin, but I had to think about it for a second. Dion might be the greatest cornerback ever.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. No doubt. He is, in my opinion. He is.
I would agree with you.
Kevin Durant is a top 10, top 12 basketball player of all time, in my opinion. But Kevin Durant chose to go to State Warriors. In the Hamptons, he chose to come to the Bay Area to play basketball. Went one of the top 5 players in that time. Come to the Bay Area, play basketball in our backyard.
Mm-hmm.
Out there at Oracle Arena. When he won that first championship, he pulled out the parking lot, jumped, got out the car, raised that Bill Russell trophy, the Finals MVP award, with the fans here in Oakland, here in the Bay Area. Kevin Durant deserves a standing ovation that first game. I'm sorry. He does. So I hope you do it. October 24th.
So, like, if I was just going all time, I'm close my eyes, and I know you want to say Tom Brady. I'm not putting him there yet. I'm not, even though he won the one championship. I'm going to go Reggie Jackson because of what it meant at that time. I'm going to go Barry Bonds, even though he didn't win any championships because he stayed with the team for 15 years. I don't think they stay in San Francisco. There's a lot of reasons.
Right.
And there's no order. LeBron James going to the Heat.
That's a big one.
Right. I think that's bigger than the KD one just because of what it meant.
Right.
I think KD's there. He's right around that 5.
He's there.
Who am I omitting? Who are we omitting? Who are we forgetting about?
Tom, LeBron. I like the Reggie Jackson poll.
You have to go Reggie because, like, Reggie, the Mr. October thing,
no doubt,
what he did with the Yankees, the 3 home runs.
That's a big one.
You know, and
That's
what
a
I
huge
think
one.
what it meant for
you know what?
sports.
I'll give one, and I don't even think he's up there.
Who?
Very underrated one. Manny Ramirez going from Cleveland to Boston.
I took a call.
Remember ESPN
That's a
Sports
really
Center
good call.
showed the
Yeah.
behind the scenes
Oh,
with Dan Duquette, the GM of the Red Sox, courting Manny Ramirez. That was a huge deal.
Yeah.
Huge. A-Rod to Texas.
Yeah, but he only stayed a couple years.
Yeah, I know. But it's still, he went to $250 million. We're
I
like,
know.
wow.
I know. But
Kevin Durant deserves that.
Charles Woodson going to the Packers. That's one. I think he really turned himself into a Hall of Fame player, DPOY over there when he left.
He did.
You know, that's not bad. I was going to say Reggie White for the Packers was probably more impactful, but maybe I'm wrong.
God told me to go to Green Bay.
Exactly. They went to 2 straight Super Bowls.
Yeah, I know, but Reggie White was that dude. And he cashed in. That was a huge one. So, big time. Man, that's huge. Kevin Durant was there. So, anyway. So, Alan Styles. So, the Commanders named Sam Howell their starting quarterback out of North Carolina.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, oh, boy. We'll see how that works out.
I miss Nick.
Styles wants to do a little subtweet thing.
What do you mean?
But Trey Lance got to go to Canada. Yeah, all right. The DC Niner for life. He's a big fan. We love him. Why you got to do my dude Bonte like that? See, this is where Alan Styles, he already jacked it up the first segment yesterday. You know, Bonte was talking about Buster Posey being GM. I had to text him. No, I was talking about being manager. Not a GM, because I don't think Buster Posey would want to do that. We'll see. But I never said Trey Lance needs to go to Canada. I said if he wants to play, because he needs to play, he may not play in the NFL. He ain't getting no Sam Howell treatment right now. We don't even know if he's a second string right now. We have no idea. No idea. So don't misconstrue what I said, Mr. Styles.
I watched Sam Howell in college. I wasn't that impressed.
I wasn't either.
But that doesn't mean he can't be good.
Exactly. Trey Lance doesn't have to do anything. He doesn't have to go. He could go, if he gets cut by the Niners or traded or whatnot, he can go to somebody's squad and be a backup and hold the clipboard. Is that going to make him better? Is sitting another year going to make Trey Lance better?
Probably not.
He needs to play.
But I would say this. He kind of sat this last year, and it does feel like he's a little bit better. A little. Which kind of gives you an idea of how bad it was.
Wow.
I mean, I'm just going off of what I've seen.
Yeah, I hear you. Let's go to, Lorenzo sent us that verse. Bob atomically.
Yeah.
Wu-Tang.
Socrates' philosophy.
Oh, my God. That was hard to triumph. Oh, my God.
But we also are omitting Gretzky to the Kings. Apparently that.
Oh, yeah.
Fans,
you know
that's
what?
like the seminal moment.
You know what? They had it 30 for 30 for that.
Yeah.
When he was with Edmonton, won all those Stanley Cups and went down to the L.A. Yeah, that was huge. That was big time.
Phil to Saudi.
TC Sacramento. TC.
Stafford to Rams.
He's traded.
He was
like
traded.
Babe Ruth, bro.
Traded.
I think Shaq was traded technically.
Yeah, technically. Technically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nor was he a free agent.
I don't know. I thought
TC, Sack, what's happening?
Bonte, Shasky, what's up, bro? Good morning.
Well, hey, TC, you know I love you, man. You had that Trey Lance on. It was so sick. And I was like, my man TC still fighting the good fight, man.
Look, man, it's good. Like I told y'all, look, we just gonna let it play out. I wouldn't go nowhere if I was Lance. I'm gonna get it out the mud. Then how Brock Purdy apparently was the third quarterback and got his shot, sit back and let it play out, because we don't even really know if he's gonna win the 2. We'll see. He could be the second string. If not, you know what? I'm gonna fall back and I'm gonna let Brock and Sam show their true colors. And once they do that, I'm gonna take over the reins and never look back. If I'm Lance, I ain't running from nothing. If y'all cut me, then y'all cut me. If not, I'm not going to run from it. All right, I'm third string, man, because both these dudes in front of me, they're going to show their true colors, and I'm going to have my job back.
I like that, TC. I like that. By the way, Shaq was a free agent. Jerry West gave him a call. You heard his story?
So,
Jerry West showed him the lights, and it went, and he showed all the banners and all the trophies and all the championships. It's like, wow. And I wanted to get my Hollywood on, so that's a big free agent signing, too.
I would probably elevate that over KD.
It's up there. Because the power shift in the NBA.
Yes.
Shaq went to L.A.
They went to 4 straight finals.
Yeah, but not right away. They got swept the first couple of years under Dale Harris.
I understand that.
You knew with
Shaq
KD.
and Kobe, when you say Shaq and Kobe.
No doubt. But when you say KD to the Warriors, everybody quit on the league.
Well, that's...
Hey, Stephen A., all these beat writers, the league is over. They single-handedly said KD ruined the league because of his signing. How he ruined the league? It's not even competitive no more. I mean, that's. You remember that?
Is Tim Bontemp still angry?
Probably. Still got a job though. Oh, you heard it. You heard it. Fifth caller right now. 888-957-9570. Fifth caller right now. You better call. You heard the sounder. Curry. Guess what? You call and you're number 5. You get tickets to any Warriors home game of your choice. You better call. Who is it? Caller number 5. Who are you? Who are you? Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? You get to choose a home game. Is it going to be October 24th against Phoenix? Is it going to be January 27th against the LA Lakers? It's going to be November 1st against the Kings. It's going to be December 22nd against the Wizards. Oh, I'll inject it into my veins, Shatsky.
I have my...
Injected into my veins.
Forget all of sports. I'll give you the top 5, 6, 7 or so, and I'll go backwards order. Free agent signings in Bay Area sports history.
Okay.
You want them?
Yeah, I'm here.
You want to hear them?
I want to hear them.
You good?
I'm ready to roll.
Okay, you're staring at me in the eye. Let me go number 6.
I understand. Where are you going?
Justin Smith.
That's a big one.
All right.
The helicopter
This is
ride.
on top of my head here.
The helicopter ride.
Yeah, so that's 6. Number 5. Okay, number 5. Go Andre Iguodala.
That's technically a trade, sided trade.
He chose
Three-way,
the Warriors
but he did
in
choose
free
the Warriors.
agency.
No doubt. That's a good one. No, that's a really good one.
You like that?
I do like that.
You like that?
I do like
you
that.
like that?
I like that.
All right.
I don't like him, but I like that.
I'll be up there next year. Top 5 free agent signings. Kirk Cousins.
Number 4. I'm going to go Deion Sanders.
That's good.
Number 3, I'm going to go Kevin Durant.
Wow. Number 3.
Number 2, I'm going to go Barry Bonds.
Number 1?
Bonte Hill. When you signed as a free agent to 95.7 The Game, it's the greatest come up of all time.
Stop.
Changed the game.
Stop. See, when is that crack coming to play? Now the cocaine's happening.
When does that crack come into play for you?
The crack's happening. The cocaine's
Seismic
happening.
shift. It took a while. All right. It was like a Farhan draft pick.
Like 4 years. See, there's Alice Styles stirring the pot. He comes in here. He starts stirring the pot.
See,
we got a winner. You know, forget Styles.
That's the problem,
Forget
though, Styles. Your face is in your phone. Put the phone down, and Bonte won't attack you.
Exactly. You got to do things for attention. People want attention. You got a baby to take care of. Listen, we got a winner. We got a winner out of Oakland, California. We got a winner, folks. We got a winner. Stephanie in Oakland. Stephanie in Oakland. Stephanie in Oakland.
Let's go,
You're
Stephanie.
going to a Warriors home
Let's
game.
go.
You're going to a home game.
Let's go.
Now, Stephanie, you get to choose
Yes.
which home game you want to go to. Now, there's 41 home dates. 41 home dates. Do you want to go to Chase Center early? Do you want to get there opening night? Do you want to get there before Christmas, go see Jordan Poole again? Do you want to see the Lakers in town? What game are you choosing, Stephanie? What game do you want to go to at Chase Center?
You know, I think we're going to go early, so I'm going to choose opening night against the Phoenix.
Let's go.
Stephanie's going to opening night. She's going to opening night. Hey, Stephanie, do me a favor. When you get there to opening night, come by the gatehouse, say hi. I'm going to give you some love for winning the tickets.
Yeah.
You get to
And
go
stay
see
on
Kevin
hold.
Durant.
Wait,
and
do
stay
not
on
hang
hold.
up.
Do not hang up.
Do not hang up.
We
Stay
need your
on hold.
intel.
Okay.
You're going to see Stephanie. Do you know how big this game is, Stephanie?
I know how big this
I know. You get to see Bonte.
No. You get to see Kevin Durant. You get to see Frank Vogel. You get to see Bradley Beal.
And Mully.
Devin Booker. Oh yeah.
All
And you get
of
to see.
them.
You get to see
Frank
Mully.
Vogel.
You may go see.
Frank Vogel?
Festus Ezeli.
Did you really say Frank
I did.
Vogel?
I it took you like 5 names to catch on to that. Chris Paul, first game as a Warrior. Stephanie. Oh look.
Dario Saric.
Stephanie, keep it real. Nobody loves you like 95.7.
That's right. Are you guys going to be there? Can we get a picture or something?
You come by the gatehouse. You come get a picture with me,
Stephanie.
Bully, Festus.
Yes.
Shasky will be at home because he ain't getting no tickets for this
Yes.
game.
Yeah.
He'll
I'm
be
a
at
couch-
home.
I'm a couch guy. I'm trying to get 4
You know
tickets.
what we'll do, Stephanie? We'll FaceTime him and screenshot it. We can keep it in our phones, all right?
Let's go. Let's go. I'll
Stephanie,
take it.
Stephanie, who's your favorite rapper of all time?
My favorite rapper? Oh my gosh. I heard who you guys were talking about. I don't know. I mean, I just actually saw his little tiny desk video, so let's go Juvenile.
Oh, I like it. I like it. I like it.
400 Degrees?
I like it. I'm not mad at you.
Hey, that's maybe the greatest summer song of all time. Back that thing up.
Don't be backing it up at Chase Center, okay, Stephanie? Don't be backing it up. Don't you do that. Don't you do that. Don't you hurt nobody, Stephanie.
Congratulations.
All right?
Congratulations. I hope you have a great time.
Thank
Stay
you
on the
so
line.
Stay on the line. We're going to get your
All right,
information.
stay on the line.
Congratulations, Stephanie. Thank you for listening. Stephanie and Oakland going to a Warriors game. Oh, Tyler Miller, does she need a date? Not you, buddy. Not you. I love you. You trying to fuck up Pippen and Drake concert, man. Boy.
Are you a sausage guy?
Boy, you better step your game up. Aunt Will, Hungry Bonte will cuss your ass out on there. What are you talking about? We're off the hook, man. What is Friday show? We got Benjamin Albright coming up at 8:30.
Instead of you buy, I fly, Tyler Miller's like, if you buy, I'll get you high.
That's good. I deserve to walk off.
See?
I can't stand to walk off.
I'm on fire
you
today,
can walk
bro.
off today.
It's Friday. We ain't got no job.
We ain't got no
nothing to do.
job. But guess what? Somebody hit our account today. Go figure. I'm sweating bullets in here with this John Taylor jersey. God dang, I'm so hot. I'm sweating right now. Oh, man. All right. Woo. Where are we going? Oh, we got a break. That's Benjamin Albright coming up. Brought to you by 7-Eleven.
Small cherry Slurpee drinks are only $1 at 7-Eleven. It's a drink so full of bold...
YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
What up, Steph? You know Steph's going to make an appearance at one of these Trey concerts, huh? You know he's coming out.
Absolutely.
And he's been working out with Trey Young. He's been working out with everybody. Steph, don't give him all your secrets. Jeez. We got to win another one. Maybe Steph's so good, he's like, you can have this play. My playbook works. I can run the whole thing.
He's got wine coming out.
He's got the whiskey.
Is that what it is? Whiskey?
Yeah,
I thought it was wine as well.
Gentleman's cut. Gentleman's cut.
Are you a whiskey drinker?
Used to be.
Yeah? What was your whiskey?
I don't know. I was drinking cheap stuff. I didn't have no money. It's whiskey, man. It didn't matter. $2 whiskey, Bullet. I don't know. Jameson.
Jameson.
Ugh. Yeah, I'm not a big whiskey guy. I mean, I'm not a big alcohol guy now. I got bottles in my house. I don't even
alcohol.
What are you talking about, Chris? What are you talking about? No, Steph is listening. He always listens. Stody, what's up, Stody?
As you could tell from the doc.
You know, I mean, not all of it was good. It was like, Warriors lose to the Pelicans. Steph shoot 20% from 3 in the month of January. Oh, the Celtics are too athletic, too fast. They're younger. They're deeper. Oh, my God, we're in trouble. Shasky, yeah, I don't feel good about this series.
Well, I mean, when wrong, make a documentary.
Damn. You imagine if Brock Purdy wins the Super Bowl? Oh, my God.
Mark Willard might be there to hand it to him. Right next to Mike Silver.
No, listen.
Florio right behind him.
I wasn't going there. I was going, Brock Purdy stinks. I watched him in the Big 12. He stinks.
I wasn't as slanderous as you. I remember talking to Langford last year. It was so funny. We did the shows right out of the training camp. And I remember, I think it was the second day. He was like, what do you see at the quarterbacks? And I glossed over Sudfeld, and I literally said something to the effect of, I can see what Kyle sees in Purdy when it comes to being a placeholder to just get the ball out to these training guys that they're working on, because he does look good in the drills.
Right.
I thought he looked good in the drills. I did not think he was anything special at all. Dismissive. But I did say something to the effect of, he looks good in the drills. And Langford's like, really? Really? And I remember we were talking about it. I was like, yeah, he kind of looked good in the drills. He's super small. It almost wasn't. It was just, and boy, were we all wrong.
Boy.
No one was paying attention.
Nobody was. Jalen Frey, Bonte responsible for getting Steph out of his shooting slump, according to the doc. He was watching. Oh, yeah, Bonte? Oh, yeah? Damn. We're going to make a lot of docs for all the wrong reasons.
That's all right.
All the wrong reasons. Hey, but I tell you what, these self-righteous Giants fans on the internet, I swear to God, you better pray to God that Posey never does anything in terms of management or managing this baseball team. Because remember Dead Wrong, when you had the whole Dead Wrong thing?
Oh, yeah, it's one of my favorite bits.
Well, we're bringing that bit back. I'll bring the baseball bat to the studio, and I'm wearing eye black during that bit.
So you like the I'm Bout It video where we'll all have batting gloves on and baseball bats?
Exactly.
I also contend, as we talk about underrated verses, Mia X on I'm Bout It, one of the most underrated verses of a female ever. She outflowed Master P.
What about Somebody's Always Watching Me?
Oh, I mean, come on.
Mia X destroyed Silk the Shocker in that album.
Silk. I mean, Silk's still trying to find the beat.
Let's go to Benjamin Albright. He's so bad. He's on tour right now.
He was so bad.
He was so bad. He was
to the
good.
Game wasn't that
I know
bad.
it wasn't that bad.
Because Beats by the Pound was at the height of their heights.
The album cover was better than any song on there. Come on, man. Charge it to the game. All right, Benjamin Albright, our good friend, man. Look, Benjamin Albright, down in on all things Broncos and the NFL. Broncos insider for KOA Radio in Colorado. He also got you blocked, Shasky, by Michael Silver on Twitter. He got you blocked. That's how much juice Benjamin Albright has.
I might have been able to do it on my own.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, probably. Big Ben, what's happening, my man? Long time no talk.
Hey, look, I'm taking credit for that block. I take credit for each and every block. And, if you get blocked by Michael Bronze, that's so much the better.
Hey, let me ask you, Ben.
He went from silver to bronze.
Let me ask you something. We're talking about our, 50 years of hip hop and just like our favorite rappers of all time. I don't even know if you like rap, but if you do, or if you have a favorite artist, who would that be?
Oh man, you talking about flow? You talking about lyrics? I mean, if we're talking about just lyrics, probably Montana 300. If we're talking about if we're talking about flow, I mean, man, how can you not put Tupac on and just not feel whatever it is and just not feel it? Like there's not a bad track that man put out. So yeah, all time favorites. That probably goes up there.
Who's you've been out there in Colorado? The rap scene. I don't know. Has there ever been a rapper come out of Colorado or Denver or anything like that? No, I'm sure there is.
Local stuff. Unless it was a funny white guy. So,
all right, Broncos tomorrow against the Niners at Levi's. Look, I don't know if you were shocked by this because you're tapped in with the Denver Broncos, but I'm watching that Cardinals game last week thinking, why is Russell Wilson playing into the second quarter? And he took some shots. I mean, the Cardinals were running cover zero blitzes. They were bringing all out blitzes and stuff. And I'm like, what the hell is Russ doing in the game? So what is the game plan for the Broncos here this preseason?
Sean Payton is sparing nothing with the starters. Like they're going to score, they're not getting out of the game, kind of thing. Like he's just putting them through it. He's tired of the stuff from last year, and whether you agree with that or not, that's his philosophy, and that's what he goes with. And yeah, it took an embarrassing fourth drive for the Denver Broncos to put up points against probably the worst team in the league, Arizona Cardinals, who are not favored in a single game this year in any sports book. So that was a new low, I think, in terms of humility for an offense. But they're trying to get this thing together. I mean, clearly they were throwing the ball. The Broncos were throwing the ball a lot. They're not going to be a throwing team this year. They'll be a running team early, but they're throwing the ball a lot, trying to get the passing skeleton down, and they're just trying to make the thing work. And unfortunately, the offense still looks like a newborn giraffe trying to do the Cupid shuffle.
Yeah, Russ has been such a thorn in our side for so many years for Niner fans. It's lost so much of its luster. Like anytime, even if it's the preseason, anytime you play Russ, people just say, I hate Russell Wilson. I hate Russell Wilson. What's the deal with Russ? Like, how is he being viewed in Denver right now?
Well, I mean, the shine has come off from when he was first traded. Well, he was first traded for. I mean, he couldn't do anything wrong in this town. But as time wore on and there weren't results, that shtick starts to wear a little thin. You never know when you're up at the podium if you're talking to Russell Wilson, the human being, or Russell Wilson, the brand. There's the slogans, the always cheery kind of not saying anything, saying stuff. And I started referring to it last year because we were losing so much.
We'll get Ben on. He's on fire right now. We'll get him right back on. Love it. He's on fire. Man, I just saw a tweet, too, that's going to blow everybody away. Ted Wynn. We all like Ted Wynn from The Athletic. FB_film analyst. No one asked for it here, but here are 8 Darnold passing tips from last week. I dare you to name a recent 49 quarterback with more arm talent. Back to Benjamin Albright. Go ahead, Ben. Continue that one because you're on fire. You're on a roll there.
Hey, I'm sorry. I thought you guys were dropping me like a bad Denver rapper. So, I was just talking about Russ and how his positivity comes across as toxic positivity. He doesn't deal in reality when you're losing football games. So that the image of him has kind of been tarnished, and Broncos fans are hoping he could put a head together with Sean Payton, but they're skeptical.
Jerry Jeudy, he was in that wide receiver class because we talk a lot about Brandon Ayuk here, kind of got lost in the shuffle. Henry Ruggs, Jerry Jeudy, CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson, Rieger, who's now in Minnesota. What's up with Jerry Jeudy? It feels like he hasn't exploded. I guess he's been hampered by drop passes. Are Bronco fans or people inside that organization expecting big things from Jerry Jeudy this season?
Well, yeah, there is a big expectation. Jerry has all the tools in the world. He's got he's an incredible route runner. He's got a great dead leg, and he'll shake you. But the hands have been a problem. There's been too many drops. We've still seen those out here at practice this year. And then, kind of on top of that, his attitude. He's got a little Randy Moss in him. Like if he's not getting the ball, he's sulking. He's not firing off the line and selling that they're passing. He's not. He starts to sulk if you don't get the ball early in the game. And for a guy who's coming up on his contract here, that's a problem. So this was a big-time evaluation year for Jerry Jeudy, and if he doesn't put it all together this year, he won't be here.
As someone who's been very tapped in on just the Niners when it comes to this quarterback thing, the Trey Lance, whether it's the draft selection, how he's been handled, everything. What do you make of just the rhetoric nationally regarding Trey Lance? It feels very gratuitous and over the top at this point. Not that he's lighting the world on fire. No one's going to say that. But why is there so much? It feels like just animosity toward the young man. Why? What is your assessment on that?
That I don't know. I actually asked that question yesterday. My radio partner, Nick Ferguson, used to do a coaching internship there with you guys with the Niners. We're just talking about that and why it feels like everybody's just out to slander Trey Lance. I mean, the kid's a young guy. You knew he was going to be a project when you got him. He was a guy that had very few snaps since high school, thanks to COVID. And if you know a guy's a project when you draft him, why are you disappointed when he's a project when he gets there? That's your job. Your job is to get there and turn him into the best that he can be. That's what coaching is. And so, at the end of the day, I think the national perspective is, hey, we've seen guys like Josh Allen turn it in 3 years, 2.5 years, turn it into something big. Why haven't we seen it on Trey Lance yet? And it's unfair. Trey's a younger guy who's going to take longer to develop. And if he's not in San Francisco, after training camp, if he's somewhere else, I hope that team has the patience because the upside is there.
Benjamin Albright, KOA Radio in Colorado, dialed in on all things in the NFL and the Denver Broncos here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. So what's Purdy? Are you a believer in Purdy? Like a lot of our fan base here is saying we got to see it to believe it for much more than 8 games. What's your take on Brock Purdy, Ben?
Well, I mean, believer's an interesting word because what does that mean, right?
Right.
I believe that you can win games with Jimmy Garoppolo, but I don't think that in most cases you're making Super Bowls and winning Super Bowls with Jimmy Garoppolo, right? And the Niners knew that, and that's why they punted on him eventually.
I guess I should rephrase and say franchise quarterback because the Niners are looking for a franchise guy, and a lot of people believe that Brock Purdy could be that it. You hear it from John Lynch, you hear it from Kyle Shanahan, you hear it from some of the players that he's got that it. And when I think of that it, I think of a franchise guy, and I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I'm not either. I mean, I think he's a guy you can win games with. I don't think he's dragging a team to a Super Bowl, but if you've got a good enough defense, a good enough run game, and a good enough skill position players around him, you can win games and maybe get to and maybe win a Super Bowl. If you're talking franchise guy, I usually think of somebody who can just pick him up and carry him to a Super Bowl, and Brock's not that guy. But they know that. I mean, this is what you say about quarterbacks in public. I mean, when Paxton Lynch was here in Denver, they were talking about what a franchise quarterback he is. It's just what you say. So, at the end of the day, look at the results. Brock Purdy's a good quarterback, and you can win football games with him. But if you need somebody to drag you to a Super Bowl, I'm not sure he's the guy.
Yeah. Wow. That's really interesting. I didn't even know. I can't believe you said it. You don't think he's the guy at all for anybody?
Who, Brock? I mean, he's a good quarterback. You can win games with him, but that's the same thing we were saying about Jimmy G. I mean, at the end of the day, you can win games with him, but how far is he going to take you? And are you willing to be, the Marty Schottenheimer franchise where you're always making the playoffs but never making the Super Bowl?
Wow. What do you think his value, I love doing this exercise. What do you think his value is around the league in terms of if someone wanted Brock Purdy, because right now, if I said Trevor Lawrence, Jacksonville would never trade him. It'd be multiple first rounders. They would just never do it. What do you think Brock Purdy's value would be? Hypothetically.
I think that's an interesting question because, Trey Lance, I think, has the higher upside, but Brock's more ready to play right now. So I think if a franchise desperately needed someone right now, they would be willing to give up more for a Brock Purdy than a franchise that's looking to stash an upside project. So I don't know. I mean, a quarterback price in the league for someone that young with that kind of ability is probably a pair of seconds, maybe a 1 and a 2.
Oh, interesting. Sam Darnold, if Purdy doesn't go tomorrow and Shanahan may get him a couple series, we'll see about that. But then Sam Darnold, he'll get the chance to start tomorrow night against the Denver Broncos. And we got mixed feelings on Sam Darnold. We've seen him for 5 seasons. We've seen the 55 interceptions. We've seen the ghost clip over and over and over. Can Sam Darnold possibly revive his career under Kyle Shanahan with this system that Shanahan runs?
I mean, it's certainly possible. He's not as old as I think everybody thinks he is. He came out pretty young, and so I don't know that he's reached his pinnacle. He just needs some consistency. Sam Darnold needed good coaching and consistency. He's just never had that. And so, I'm interested to see if they can keep him around for a season and then kind of bring him back the next season, see where he's at. That might be a possibility. And then at that point, maybe you deal with Sam Darnold, recoup some draft picks, and continue to stockpile. So, I'd love to see it. I'm not betting the farm on it, but
yeah. Well, everybody keeps saying he's got elite arm talent. I hear people around here say he's got the most elite arm in years, possibly a 49ers franchise history. I'm like, yo, slow down here. I guess the arm is okay, but we saw Jim Druckenmiller. He was like a human machine out here. He lasted 2 games and he was out of the league out of Virginia Tech. So this whole arm talent thing, I don't really care about that, Ben. Can you get the ball out on time? Can you be accurate? Right. And can you take care of the ball in the pocket? He fumbles a lot. And I think people don't even see that when it comes to Sam Darnold. It's kind of wild how all of a sudden he gets propped up after we see 5 years of tape of just inconsistent quarterback play. Yet we haven't seen Trey Lance for more than 4 games, and he's already a bust. It's weird. Very strange.
Yeah, there's no bigger coach killer than air quotes arm talent. Everybody wants to see the guy with the big cannon and all that kind of stuff, and that's fine. But the 49ers franchise of all teams should know that guys with middling arm talent in terms of being able to throw the ball vertically can still be great quarterbacks. When you go back and you look at like a Joe Montana, it's a gold standard. So, Peyton Manning didn't have the biggest arm. He's one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. So, it really is more about the ability to be cerebral, understand what you're doing, get the ball out on time, get the ball to the right place where only your receiver can make a play on it. And if you happen to have a big arm that can fire a laser like Pat Mahomes or Josh Allen, so be it. But if you can't, Chad Pennington won games in this league, and that guy didn't have a cannon. He had a water pistol.
So I have an interesting perspective on Sean Payton. I'm jaded by the New Orleans Bounty Gate because it was the Niners and cut the head off the snake, him and Greg Williams, fair or not. But I've always thought this guy's a blowhard. He's a great offensive mind. I don't deny that. But he has some big playoff losses on his resume. What's he been like? Because, man, all the rhetoric about what guys can and can't wear on the sidelines and everything, giving Mike McGlinchey $50 million in free agency, I got a feeling that he's going to underwhelm some people. What's the sense right now on Sean Payton in Denver?
I think from the fan base, it's nothing but glowing. I think you and I are simpatico in terms of the thought process. And I'm not a big fan. I think he's hyper-controlling for no reason. I think he has, arbitrary rules for no reason. I think the legend of Sean Payton doesn't match the resume of Sean Payton. I don't think there's much separating him from Mike McCarthy when you look at the resume.
Wow.
Outside of Drew Brees, he didn't really do much, and so I think that I'm skeptical. I'm watching this. I wasn't a big fan when he was hired, but I'm trying to be objective in covering him.
You coming out here to the Bay Area this weekend, Ben, or you staying out there in Denver?
I'm out here in Denver for this one. I gotta co-anchor the pregame coverage, so unfortunately missing this one. But I'll be out there next time. We'll have to get a morning roast thing together here, and we'll do an offline roast and tape that. It won't be safe for the airwaves.
Yeah, no. Well, it could be safe for the airwaves. I mean, our roasters, it's a who's who. You should see what they give us for gifts here for Christmas gifts.
Get canisters all the time.
Yeah, all the time, man. I mean, we'll get you in studio. We'll do it in studio, then we'll do it out of studio. Ben, you're always good to us, man. Thanks for the time today.
Absolutely, guys. Take care.
See you, buddy.
Time, Benjamin Albright. At Albright NFL on Twitter, KOA Radio in Colorado. Dialed in on all things with the Denver Broncos. Broncos insider, and he knows about the NFL. Very interesting takes on Purdy, Brock, and Trey Lance.
Yes, some very interesting takes there. Sean Payton. I just, you know me.
I know you can't stand him.
I can't stand him.
He's
good. He's good. I don't want to make it up. He's got a lot of Doc River vibes.
He's you don't like the dancing in the locker room after wins? You see him trying to do the gritty with his boys in the States.
Ponce, he won the Super Bowl in 2009.
I know.
It's 2023.
I know. And then he goes off Fox and he's calling out Nathaniel Hackett. The Jets are going to kick the Broncos' ass this year. Oh, my God. They're going to destroy
if their
them.
offensive line can get shored up.
Yeah.
But, like
Dwayne Brown.
Okay.
Affected.
He won the 3 playoff games in the 2009. Since then, this is his playoff record. 0-1, 1-1, 1-1, 1-1, 1-1, 0-1, 1-1. This guy can't get to a conference championship game. And he's had some great teams. He's had Alvin Kamara and Michael Thomas and Drew Brees.
Ingram.
Colston.
Jimmy Graham.
I mean, they had some great players. It's just, I don't know, man. He's a really good offensive mind. I just think we've elevated him to like above, like for example.
I thought he rode Drew Brees too long. Drew Brees got long in the tooth.
Do you blame him?
I don't blame him, but Drew Brees got long in the tooth, and he started floating a lot of passes. Drew Brees was so good because he could throw that thing down the field.
Yeah.
That arm was elite. He would throw that ball down the field, deep balls, accurate,
I think that's the thing about Drew Brees' arm that everyone's like, oh, he didn't have a great arm.
I thought he had a very good arm.
I did too. There's no doubt about it. And he was just precision.
Yeah, accurate,
on
time.
Threw a perfect spiral.
Yeah, no doubt.
And his field vision was incredible.
He had Darren Sproles, too, for a while.
He did have Darren Sproles. But, like, I don't know. I just look at Sean Payton and it's just like overrated. That's the word I come with. Not that he's not good. It's just people talk about him like he's top 5. Right now, I'm not trading Shanahan for him.
No, top 5 coaches?
I'm not trading McVay for him.
No. Andy Reid?
Hell no.
Belichick?
I think I'm taking Tomlin over him, honestly.
I would take Zach Taylor over him from Cincinnati.
Look at you now on my Zach Taylor train.
Oh, I like Zach Taylor. He's won me over.
I
Cincinnati's
like Zach
rolling
Taylor a lot.
Hey, Dave Burstein, Justin Hathaway. Bengals play the same day the Warriors play the Rockets. We got to figure something out. I can't miss Burrow and Mahomes back-to-back years, man. Oh, my God. And the Bengals. They had one of my favorite helmets growing up. Them and the Rams. That was my favorite helmet.
Not the Ken Anderson 1981 ones that
with
say
the Bengals.
Bengals?
No, not that one. Actually, those didn't say when they played in the Super Bowl.
I thought it said Bengals.
I think they had the stripes.
Did they?
Yeah.
Well, then I could be mistaken.
Well, look, I don't even know why we got this guy.
I call them
know.
the Kajana
Listen,
Carters.
Listen, we got a special guest on the air, right? And we're playing his team September 10th.
Who is this?
Marlon Wayans.
Oh.
Did you know Marlon Wayans?
Yeah.
Was a big-time Pittsburgh Steelers fan.
No.
Oh, my gosh.
Didn't know that.
Well, at least he hates the Cowboys. Right, Marlon? Good morning, Marlon. Thanks for joining the Morning Roast. Joe Shasky, Bonte Hill. You're going to be at the San Jose Improv this weekend. Hell of a weekend to be in the Bay Area. You got 5 shows lined up. We love you, Marlon. But Steelers? What? You grew up a Steelers fan?
Why are you hating on the Steelers?
I'm not. I'm just saying, we're seeing you week 1. We're seeing you trust me. Ask my mama.
I have a question. Listen, Steelers all day. They're a great organization, great blue collar team. They're about blue collar people. I'm not going to hate on the 49ers. I'm not going to hate on the Raiders because only until they left to go to Vegas.
Yeah.
Now we can hate on the Raiders.
Yes, please hate on them.
But before then, I went to a Raider game. The fans are so dedicated that they were actually Raiders. I felt scared when I went to the black hole.
Marlon, man.
I didn't know where I was. I thought I was in Mad Max Beyond the Terradome.
Marlon, man, I don't think you've aged. You look the same from the Wayans brothers, from Living Color. You're 51 years old now. I can't believe it.
Above
you
the
haven't
rim,
aged
bro.
above
That
the rim.
was the movie.
6 Man, you name it. No, we know all about you, man. You're at San Jose Improv, so you're still on the comedy circuit doing your damn thing here, man. What do you love about performing in front of the Bay Area audience?
Because I think they're an educated, crazy crowd. I think they're evolved but still ghetto, and they allow you to speak freely because they're on the coast, and because I think you guys are. Even though your real estate's expensive, you still got a bunch of crackheads, and I just think you guys are real people.
Hey, let me tell you, it's
the crackheads make the rich people go, we're still real.
Marlon, we're off crack now. We're on fentanyl. That's what this entire region is on. You got to get hip with it, dude.
Nah, that's fentanyl. You have to have done crack to survive.
You graduated. It's like fentanyl's to Masters, right? Your PhD. Oh, man. You got to tell us about your run-in last month with Evander Holyfield in Vegas, man. What was that like? Were you trying to bite the ear off? What was you doing, man?
I wasn't trying to bite the ear. I was just looking at that ear, and I was like, I can't believe that his ear actually looks like this up front, up close. And so I had to take a picture and show it to the people. And then I was wondering where he was looking because he wasn't looking at the fight. The whole fight, he was looking at the man who bit his ear.
Mike Tyson. That's crazy. So he's got an ear that looks like a pork rind, and he's staring at Mike Tyson. Was Tyson staring back, or what was Tyson doing?
He got an ear that looked like he did UFC, not boxing. Tyson was minding his business. He was just watching the fight. Like, he did his duty. I already bit his ear off. What's he got to say?
Oh, my God. Hey, look, Don't Be a Menace is like an all-time classic to me. I mean, it really is. Did you guys know it was going to hit the way that it was going to hit, like when you were making it, or were you just shooting, hoping that you were hitting a Steph Curry half quarter?
I think we was just shooting a Steph Curry half quarter, like it's going to hit. You think it's going to hit, but people are like, there's no way. Right. We kind of knew it was going to be. Every time Steph throws that crazy shot, that's going in. Every time we shoot, we go, that's going in. Now, sometimes it's air ball. But, but I think in hindsight, all of our movies, we never try to make a movie. We always try to make a classic.
Right.
And I think, between that, White Chick, Scary Movie 1 and 2, and even Little Man, I think we've created some great classics.
Could you make White Chicks today in the climate we're in? Because it's the cancel
I could
culture.
make White Chicks.
What's that?
I don't think anybody else could. I think our family has 200 years of comedy between us. We know how to tell a joke, and we know how to tell a joke and make sure everybody or most people get it. Sometimes they don't, but I think the way our family tells jokes and the way we do comedy, I think it's enjoyable to everybody, even the people that we're making fun of.
Yeah,
no doubt. Marlon Wayans here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. Look, you got a lot of classic, a lot of hood classics. My boys are blowing me up. When our producer hit us up saying, hey, you want Marlon Wayans? I was like, absolutely. because we remember the Wayans brothers.
Yep.
And all 101 episodes. And Wayans brothers, we would go home after school, watch it. We watched the reruns. The classic. Do you ever sit back during the course of your career, like you're getting ready for a set, or before you go on stage at San Jose Improv, do you ever think like, damn, I really made it, man. I've been doing this for a long, long time. Do you ever sit back and reflect on your career?
Never. I always sit back and go, damn, I ain't done nothing yet, because it keeps me hungry, and I just feel like I got, as much as I've done, I have so much more I want to do, and I feel like I'm still in the beginning of my climb.
Wow.
Like, I'm not there yet. I think I'm past the hills, and I'm looking at the mountains now, and I'm going, now the best climb is about to be right now. So I got to use everything that I applied to the first hills to get through these big mountains.
Wow, that's a great perspective there. I hadn't thought about it like that. I like that a lot here. So when fans see you on the street,
I start thinking like you think. I'd be dead. I had a heart attack before the show. I did it. I done did it. It's a wrap. I can't be funny. I did all the jokes. I would go on stage and just smoke a cigar. I'm like, you guys know how funny I am.
Oh man. So how many fans, when fans see you on the street or they see you out in public, what do they recognize you more for? Is it for Above the Rim? Is it for Don't Be a Menace?
It depends on where I'm at, man.
Really?
If I'm in Brazil, it's Branquelas, white chicks. If I'm in Punta del Este, which is in Uruguay, they're like, scary movie, shorty. Paris is the scary movie. The Hood is Lope Dog. Everywhere is white chicks. I mean, it's funny. I get Boogaloo, I get Kenny Tyler. I've done so much, and people really, just love what I've done.
Yeah.
So, people just, what's good is I got more than one character.
Right.
I feel bad for people that just got one thing they do. Like Gary Coleman, when they was like, what you talking about, Willis? He used to hate that.
Take me back to the beginning, like, because you got so many people in the family that are so talented. Right. 10. I mean, that's a lot. Anybody that's got over like 6 or 7, we know they run in a pack. So how did you express yourself in a family so big way back in the day? Like, were you guys all just performing in the living room, having fun, messing with each other, or?
No, I mean, it's not like we're all the same age. You understand? My brother Keenan and Damon like 15 and 14 years older than me. So we would perform for them when they would come home from California. Me and my brother Sean, we always had the jokes. We always had jokes. We always had a sketch. And, they were the blueprint. They showed us that we could actually be successful at this. And so it was just second nature for me, and Sean just knew he was going to do this. There was no question. Once we saw Keenan on Johnny Carson and he was in the TV, we was like, yo, we're going to do that. And that's what we did.
Wow, unbelievable. Before we let you go, we had
That's
a roaster
when we started cutting school.
Yeah.
We know all about that.
We know all about that
us.
out here. No doubt about that. We did mess with the crackheads, though. We left them alone. Our boy Tyler Miller said he cried when he watched Six Man. Six Man, very slept-on movie. What would you say to somebody saying, man, I teared up watching Six Man?
A lot of people do, especially if they have siblings, because that movie was just about, the love and loss of a brother. And, I cried when I did Six Man because I was thinking about what if something happened to one of my brothers. And so it was very emotional for me. I think it was really funny, but it was tethered and grounded in a reality. I think it's good that movies have heart. I think it's good when stand-up has some heart.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No doubt.
Hey, in honor of 50 years of hip-hop, we've been talking about our favorite artists ever. Who's your guy? Who's your or gal favorite hip-hop artist of all time?
You trying to get me beat up? I'll give you my top 5.
All right.
I don't know who's
Give
first.
it to me. Let's go.
I can't. I got to go with Biggie, Jay-Z, Nas.
Can we go west of the Mississippi at all?
No, we all. All right, Tupac.
Yeah, you better say. Hey, you know what, Marlon? You perform in San Jose. You might as well say E40 or Mac Dre.
I love E40, but I got to put him in my top 10.
All right.
Because I'm an East Coast dude.
Yeah. I'm at it. I'm not mad at it.
You trying to get me beat up?
No,
I love E40. E40 though. That's why I can win.
We're trying to get
you innovative.
We're trying to get you some love out here. We're trying to make sure we sell this place out, man. Marlon Wayans, San Jose Improv.
I see E40 at the games with his little condom hats on.
Hey,
Marlon, like a rolled up condom or something like that, a red rolled up condom.
I don't know how E40 does it, man, because it'd be like 100 degrees inside Chase Center too, and he got the PD on. I'm like, Fody, you know you hot. You know you hot right now.
He is hot. He be sweating, sweating all up underneath his neck meat. I gave him a hug. He was drunk.
Marlon Wayans, San Jose Improv tonight, 7:30. Two shows tonight, 7:30, 9:45. Tomorrow night, 7 o'clock and 9:30, and on Sunday at 7 o'clock. It's good that you're gracing the Bay Area. We love you, Marlon, man. Thanks so much for the time today.
Thanks for having me, brothers.
You 100% are hitting a blunt right now, aren't you? And he gone.
Something was going on.
Yeah, there was a lot going on. I thought he was farting. I don't know what was
going on, man. The Wayans Brothers intro, one of the most classic intros to a show ever, right?
When I think of the Wayans, the first thing I think of is In Living Color, just as a family.
I mean, no doubt.
You know?
That was more Damon.
I know, but Damon was
Keenan.
like one of the first.
Homie
Him
the
and
Clown.
Jim Carrey.
Yeah, no
him
doubt.
and Jim Carrey were like the first two, and it was because of the way they contorted their faces
No doubt.
when they would play the different characters. I mean, you
What was
can't
your favorite character? Fire Marshal Bill? Was it Homie the Clown?
He's Handyman.
Was it Handyman?
I mean, but you can't do Handyman
What
today.
about the bub? When he was the bub, Marlon the bub. He'd go to court and he'd have like the pickles,
Well,
the turd.
Lope Dog, I think, is one of the funniest characters ever from Don't Be a Menace.
No doubt.
And then his character in Above the Rim, like you're talking about music and movies, Above the Rim soundtrack. Who
So
didn't
hard.
have that?
So hard. So hard. So hard.
I mean, to this day, it's an iconic movie.
Yep.
The guy pulling the gun out of the backpack,
was in
everything about it.
That was in 1994.
Yeah, I know. We're old. Yeah, thanks.
So there's a clip in that movie.
Whenever I go to a high school game, I always imagine if like Tupac and the entire crew showed up and was standing
Birdie and stuff.
baseline the way that they were.
We're all looking for that birdie. I think I'm going to be the birdie for the Warriors World Tour coming up next month. Got to fill out our roster. But no, in that movie Above the Rim, there was a scene, Shashi. The big man blocked the shot.
Yes.
Yet was on the receiving end of a slam dunk on the same possession.
Yeah. Well, the whole scene where the dad hit or the guy hit the
Leon.
backboard and went flying off.
Oh,
What roof are you playing on?
I don't know. Been on film. There was David Allen Greer, David Wayans. Oh,
David
my
Allen
gosh.
Greer was hilarious.
He was doing some stand-up at Cobb's when I was there. He's hilarious, dude. He's a very good stand-up comedian, man. So Marlon Wayans, check him out if you're not busy at San Jose Improv. San Jose Improv tonight. First show, 7:30 on a Friday night.
It is very interesting when we talk about music in general. You're influenced by where you're from, right? And like what you got. Like my dad's a Deadhead, in part because the Dead originated here in the city. You know what I mean? I think I know there's people from other parts of the country that are huge fans, and I think like a lot of you always say you go straight to Jay-Z. For the longest time, I would not listen to Jay-Z because of Tupac. For a long time,
Nas, Jay-Z.
It took me a long time to get over.
Oh, it did. AZ. I wouldn't listen to AZ. And AZ has some hits. Foxy Brown has some hits.
The Firm. It's interesting when you ask someone from New York, they're going to list 5 New York rappers.
No doubt. They're staying local.
When they know in their heart of hearts, Snoop is as influential.
Oh.
Like if all 3 of those guys coming out at the exact same time, talking about Jay-Z and Nas, like you got to pick kind of one of them.
Yeah.
You know? I don't know. It's interesting.
They don't get a West Coast no love.
No, but that's okay. I'm not mad at that.
Yeah, they don't give us no love. Marlon Wayans blessing us here. Now let's go to Carl in Fremont. We got War Moon coming up at 9:20. War Moon! That's right. Through one of the best spirals in NFL history. I love me some War Moon.
By the way, is 40 going to text you later?
40's probably asleep, hopefully. Marlon May got me beat up. 40, I don't think it's a condom man. It's a beat.
That was funny.
Gucci beat. No, I'm not going to laugh at that.
But if you can't laugh at yourself.
I know. Fody knows it's all love.
It's like
Fody
being at
knows
the
it's all love.
Espos.
But Fody was, like Game 4 against Sacramento, Fody was sweating in the gatehouse. He was he was worn out. I was worn out. Carl in Fremont, what's happening?
Hey, what's up now?
What's up, baby?
I wanted to talk about this Bay Area sports team. Like I always say to anyone, when you put the Giants, A's, Warriors, 49ers, Sharks on the table, ain't nobody mad at us. We at the top of the game. As far as the Warriors, we don't have to worry. We got Steph Curry. Not saying that Steph Curry is the whole team because it takes a team to win, but we got the players, we got the coach. Now to these Niners, Trey Lance. He hasn't played. If he gets a chance to play, we don't know. Purdy got a chance to play. Purdy did what he was supposed to do. He played football. The Niners, we got this. My top 5 rappers, you say,
Go ahead, Carl.
You got Pac. Anything.
Mm-hmm.
You got Brad Jordan. Mind's playing tricks on me. You got E40.
Yep.
All the game.
Yep, I like that.
Now, when you talk about rappers, like the man said earlier today, he said you got metaphors, you got lyrics. So it's hard to put people in these choices.
Agreed.
You have to give Todd, my boy from the East, his due. 2 show.
Okay.
You got to have Jigga with his blueprint. So when you look at rap, you got to look at the whole concept of it. There's rappers, there's metaphors. You don't take Weezy or Biggie or none of them out. Nas, Drake, all of them doing their thing. But when you say the best rapper of all time, it has to be a rapper that's still doing it and been doing it.
Hey, and then there's storytellers. Easy. Easy was a great storyteller. Slick Rick, great storyteller.
Adventures of the Church Story.
Eminem, great storyteller.
Man, Carl, have you?
Did you get contact high, or what was going on over there?
When does that crack come into play for you?
I told you.
When Eric Crocker a couple of weeks ago tweeted out that 95.7 The Game, the average caller is smoking
Black and Miles. It's so true.
The 2 stations in this market could not be more different.
See, hey, listen, not a shot at Mark Willard. I think Mark Willard has found out, boy, it's different over here. The other station callers compared to 95.7 caller.
It's like High School Musical over there. Over here, it's like Sunset Park. I swear to God.
I mean, you actually got to take calls, too. That's another thing.
We've got 14 guests today. When we talk sports, it's because we're going to interview someone who's going to tell us their opinions on sports, and we're just going to play drops.
You're on fire today, man. You're on fire today.
Sunset Park, what time is it? It's time to get live. It's time to rip. My guy from Onyx killed it in that movie.
He did. It's like going to Galileo High School where it's hood as hell, or you're going to SI. It's like you're wearing button-ups. You're over there with the choir boys. Happy Days over there. Over here is a who's. We had a dude. Remember, we had a dude. He had a blunt in his head. We said, "Go ahead, inhale." He inhaled on the air. You would never get that anywhere else. I think sometimes Mark Willard gets a little culture like, boy, they different over here.
He's not the only one.
He's not the only one. He's not the only one. This may be the only station in America where callers come at the host. Oh, woo-wee. Oh my gosh!
Ooh wee!
Oh man, let's pray. Carl,
smoke weed every
Carl
day.
and Fremont got lost. I need to.
Hey, you know, I'll say one thing on hip hop real quick. We will never replicate another Nate Dogg. No. I don't care who you are. We all agree. No one is debating this. The greatest hook singer of all time, unequivocally, without a doubt, is Nate Dogg.
Do you?
There isn't even a number 2.
It's not close. Nate Dogg laced every hook. But just, if the homies can't have none. That opening, you want to talk about verses? The set a tone to a song?
Explosive?
How many times did you get to the end of Nate Dogg's part and say, I got to rewind it and go back?
Bro, if you play Regulators to this day,
oh my gosh,
a car full of 15-year-old white girls is all singing that song. That's how good that song is. It's 40 years old. You can't tell me Regulators ain't one of the all-time.
From Regulators to Warren Moon, that's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Take Full Service Banking.
You don't want to step to
compromises.
This.
When does that crack come into play for you?
We're BMO, the bank coming to California.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Steve, I think USA is playing. Hey, can you guys change the channel?
Keep this up. This is my dad's favorite rap song
I think
ever.
it's playing soon.
You know that?
Yeah, I know. I remember the drop top going down to L.A.
Yeah.
He loved it.
He loves this song.
It is a hard song. With who's the pimp? Bishop Don Juan? Bishop Don Juan? He had him in the video with Snoop. The big ass
this
rings.
beat does hit.
What's up with pimps with the big rings?
I don't get rings. I don't even wear my wedding ring, so
Yeah,
I'm probably the wrong person to be talking to.
Yeah, well, if I ever get one, that ain't gonna be the case for me. Better have that
You're
baby
gonna be
on.
like Sam Darnold, or not Sam Darnold, Sam Bradford. You're gonna wear the, or I don't know who was
No, Kirk Cousins.
No, who was the guy?
Kirk Cousins wears a wedding
Andy
ring.
Dalton wore the rubber one.
I think Kirk Cousins does too.
Or the rubber one every day. They're nice. If you work out, especially, because you don't feel it at all.
Even when you play sports.
Yeah, because it just you don't even notice it. You don't even feel it. They're very thin.
I don't like jewelry and all that stuff. Just me.
As I pop my chains. What a fun show. By the way, we forgot to do this. We got to remind everybody that on 9/11, it's going to be a lot of fun at TPC Harding. That's right, 9/11. As I pull up that read, where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at?
You got to freestyle a little flip.
Where you at? I don't want to butcher the names.
Are you a sausage guy?
September 11th. Join 95.7 The Game
He's
at
in
the
his bag.
Pettinelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Hardy Park. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society SF Bay Area. There will be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest, an auction with some great memorabilia, and a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Hardy Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Learn more at sfautismsociety.org. You know this is a Friday show because the boss man ain't in, and we're off the rails. We're off the rails. What do you, honestly, 888-957-9570. We're going to get War Moon out in a second. What the hell do you want us to break down for this preseason game?
Offensive line play.
It's all about the quarterback. How is Brock, Sam, and Trey going to look? That's all I care about. And wait. The nickel quarterback too.
I thought you wanted to maybe break down the platoon situation for the Giants today.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
They started, I think, 4 or 5 o'clock. They get to play the Braves.
Oh, my gosh.
This is a measuring stick series.
Oh, my gosh. Oh.
Let's break that down.
Are you sure you want to break down the Braves? I could break down Matt Olson, Acuna, Albies, Murphy. They got dudes at AAA raking.
Before we get to Warren Moon, Warriors schedule that you released. If you could win one game, and you know today, that's the game that you want in the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
I know how devalued the regular season is. But for you, Bonte Hill, knowing how much you love the Warriors.
Yes.
What's the one game that you want to win more than any other on that schedule? Not that it means anything toward their championship,
I need that Friday night game number 2 up in Sacramento. I need to win that game.
Oh, it's for you now.
One. Yeah, I need to win that game. We need that game. That's the one. War Moon. Dude, War Moon he could play all sports, man. War Moon, one of my favorite quarterbacks of all time. Threw for nearly 50,000 yards in the NFL. We all love that number 1. But he had to start off in the CFL for unfortunate reasons. After going to Washington, going to the Rose Bowl, he had to start off, and he won a lot of Grey Cups. He did. War Moon on the Morning Roast right now, 95.7 The Game, an NFL Hall of Famer, 5-time Grey Cup champion, undrafted in 1978 for who knows what, but then played for the Edmonton Eskimos, goes to the Houston Oilers, Vikings, Seahawks, and Chiefs, and he had a great NFL career. We're going to bring War Moon on. Good morning, Ward. Thanks for spending some time with us, man. One of my favorite quarterbacks of all time, man. Nobody threw a tighter spiral, in my opinion. How you doing today? Oh, we got Ward? Don't have Ward yet. We'll get him on. Damn, just blew that good intro, right? We just blew off if we could get him for greatest intro, man. War Moon. What do you remember about War Moon?
What don't I remember? I mean, he was ridiculous. Obviously, just the ability to throw the ball down the field with the Minnesota Vikings as an older man in his life. I loved that Viking team, especially because it was the advent of video games and Blitz, and just playing with Warren Moon was just one of those seminal things that you remember from your childhood. That team was ridiculous.
When the run and shoot team with the Houston Oilers, they going 4 wide, 3 wide out there. The Powder Blues in the Astrodome.
They're bringing those back this year?
They are bringing it. The Houston Texans got to do something to get those uniforms, man. They have to. Don't they?
Yeah.
Don't they? Come on. The Texans, come on. Let's go. As we talk quarterbacks here, 888-957-9570. And, another reason why we're bringing War Moon on, I'm going to float an idea about Trey Lance. And I don't want to send Trey Lance to the CFL. I want Trey Lance to thrive in the NFL. But if he can't play in the NFL, and he's not playing, why not go get reps up in Canada? But let's bring back War Moon, NFL Hall of Famer, 5-time Grey Cup champion, one of my favorite quarterbacks of all time, at Warren Moon 1 on Twitter. Warren, good morning, man. Thanks so much for joining us here at 95.7 The Game. Joe Shatsky, Butcher, Bonte Hill.
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys. How you doing this morning?
We're doing great. Football is on the horizon. We got preseason games. We know that, but we know it's coming. September 10th, week 1 of the season, obviously kicks off September 7th with the Lions and Kansas City Chiefs, but we're talking quarterbacks here. And yesterday, Warren, I floated that idea out. And I don't think it's going to happen, nor do I think it should happen. However, Trey Lance hasn't gotten a lot of reps. And a lot of people are coming down his road. The kid just hasn't played a lot of football. And I don't know if he makes the Niners roster or not. And what if he moves on and he goes to Arizona or one of these downtrodden franchises to where you're not set up for success? He possibly could be out the league. So I floated something saying, you know what? What if he went up to the CFL for a couple years, worked on his skills in the pocket, passed a little bit, and just got some playing time? I don't think it would be the worst thing in the world. Now, it's a crazy idea, but I'm just trying to be open-minded here because Trey Lance hasn't played a lot of football, Warren.
Well, I know what you're saying, but that goes back to that old adage of, if a quarterback isn't ready, you're not going to play him in this league. You're going to try and ship him off somewhere else. Trey Lance is a guy that hasn't played a lot of college football. All he needs to do is learn and play as much as he possibly can. Where that's going to happen, we don't know going forward because of the quarterback position at San Francisco. Brock Purdy has come in and kind of taken over that position for right now. But Trey Lance is going to be able to play in this league. You don't trade up to get a guy like this that has these type of athletic skills and the things that he does, show at certain times throughout practice. He definitely got the ability to play the position. He just needs a little bit more time. And there's some guys that can come into this league and play and perform at a high level very early, and there's some guys that need more development time. He just needs more development time, but that doesn't mean you need to ship him off to another league.
Yeah. When you watch Patrick Mahomes, it's pretty obvious the guy can do so many things on the field. I mean, it pops to everyone. And some people are looking at arm talent. Some people can see guys run. You can see the pocket presence, but I think it's much harder to assess for those that never played, especially at a high level like you did. What do you look at when you watch quarterbacks? Like what are you looking for? Are there skills? Is it like where the face mask is looking? Is it how the ball's delivered? What are you looking for when you're just evaluating any quarterback?
Well, there's a number of things you look at. You look at their feet, what type of footwork that they have, because that's a very important part of playing the position. You look at what type of athleticism they have as far as being able to move around and create things. You look at their throwing motion and their follow through, how accurate they are. And I think accuracy is probably one of the most important things you look at, especially nowadays. The way the passing game is involved in football today, you've got to be accurate throwing the football, and you got to throw at a high percentage in order to keep the chains moving. So those are some of the things you look at physically, but then it's hard for me to look inside somebody's brain. It's all hard for me to look in somebody's heart to know exactly what they're made of. And those things don't really come out until you actually see them play on the field with the decision-making that they make, how they come back from any type of adversity, and just how tough they are as a person.
I do want to ask this, Warren, because I'm not in the NFL locker room, and we didn't play in the NFL. You did. You played at the highest levels. Can a player get better by just watching? Because when Trey Lance hasn't played a lot of football, as you mentioned, since 2019. He just doesn't have the reps, and he needs the reps. And the Niners are going to win now most, so they're trying to play Brock Purdy because they feel like he gives us the best chance to win. Can the player get better by just being on the scout team or holding the clipboard?
I think you can. You'd much rather want to play in a game and go through game-type situations. Of course, that's going to make you better as a player, right. But it's also going to make you, sometimes maybe fail as well if you're not ready to play.
look at Aaron Rodgers right now. He's a 4-time MVP. He sat behind Brett Favre for 3 years.
No doubt.
Developing and watching and learning before he got a chance to get on the field. And I'm sure I can name a lot of other quarterbacks because that's the way the quarterback position used to be. It was a position where you drafted a guy, you let him sit behind the veteran and learn and watch, and then you gave him his opportunity when his opportunity arose. Now that doesn't happen anymore because guys are asked to play much earlier in their careers when they're drafted that high, and it's sometimes a detriment, but sometimes if you look at a Joe Burrow or somebody like that who comes in and plays right away and is successful, then you're saying it can't happen. Or Patrick Mahomes the same way, and he even sat a year before he played. So I think there is some value to that, sitting behind a veteran and learning, especially if you haven't played a lot of college football. You might need to at least learn and play as much as you possibly can during the preseason.
What frustrates you the most when you just hear other people talk about quarterbacks? Is it we're too quick to crown them? Is it we're too quick to bury them? Is it something that we misdiagnose in what to look for? What's the thing that frustrates you the most about how maybe the media and the country talks about quarterbacks?
Yeah, I think playing professional quarterback in the National Football League is the most difficult position to play in all of sports. Not just team sports, but in all of sports because of what you're asked to do and under the conditions you're asked to do it. So it really irks me when people make up their minds really quickly on a quarterback. If he has a little bit of success early, that he's going to be great, or if he doesn't have success early, that he's a bust. So those are the things that really bother me. They don't have patience with quarterbacks, a position that sometimes, takes a little bit more time than others, especially depending on that particular quarterback's makeup, as far as his personality, his confidence level, all those different things. They all play a part. Some guys mature faster than others. Some guys pick up offenses faster than others. All those different things go into it. So you have to give these guys a chance and some time before you make a decision on whether they can't play or not.
Yeah, no, I think that's really fair. What did you make of Brock Purdy?
I really like Brock, and I think one of the things that played in his favor is he played a lot of college football. He played a lot of games, and he was very successful in those games. I watched him play a ton in college, and I wondered why he went so low in the draft. But he did have a lot of experience, especially in big games against, big-time competition in the Big 12. So it didn't really surprise me that much when he came to San Francisco that, Shanahan was able to devise an offense that took advantage of what he did best. And with the experience that he had, the game and the situation wasn't too big for him. So I think that's one of the reasons why he had success so early is because he did have a lot of experience, and he didn't let the enormity of the NFL overwhelm him, kind of like what has happened with Trey Lance.
Warren, you touched on how quarterbacks, a lot of people are quick to judge a quarterback after 4 starts or 5 starts or 6 starts or 8 starts. It's a hard position. We agree it's the hardest position to play in North American sports. But it feels like it's ratcheted up for the black quarterback. And me being a brother, I love watching you play. I love watching Randall Cunningham. I love seeing Michael Vick get a shot, Donovan McNabb, so on and so forth. Has it gotten better for black quarterbacks in this league? Are we more receptive to having black quarterbacks and being more patient to them? What do you think about that, Warren, from sitting from afar?
That the African American quarterback is striving in the league right now. I think going in, might be 14 African American quarterbacks starting for their teams this year. 3 rookies that are coming in are going to all start. So there's no question that the position has changed from that aspect. I think the position has changed with the type of player that you're looking for at that position now. He's got to be a multi-talented type of guy. He can't just sit in the pocket and throw the ball. He's got to be able to move and create and do some of those things, and I think that plays well into the African-American quarterback as well. But I think that's for any quarterback. They all have to be able to move and do some things with their legs now because defenses are getting so much faster and so much stronger. You got to make some plays with your feet, on your own, and with your arm. So I'm really excited about where African American quarterbacks are right now, and it's something that I'm proud of because we went through a lot of tough times before we finally got to this point.
No, you went through some tough times being undrafted in 1978. We all wonder why. Of course, you're a 5-time Grey Cup champ. So, how did the CFL help you for the NFL? How did it help your game? What did the CFL do for you that had you so prepared by the time you got to Houston, Texas?
The big thing it did for me.
Put him on hold. Oh, man. See if we get Warren back on because I want to hear that answer. I do. Titus Spiral. What are the Titus Spirals? Him, Dan Marino. Oh, my God.
Who reminds you of Warren Moon in the modern day?
There it is. So go ahead, finish up that answer. Then we got another one for you, Warren, before we let you go.
Yeah, I think it just allowed me to play. It allowed me to play in situations, whether it was 2-minute drills, whether it was short yardage, whether it was closing out football games, third downs, whatever it might be. You just get a chance. The more you do those things, the better you get at them. So getting a chance to play was one of the things that it helped me with. And then it really helped me develop my drop back game. I was more of a rollout, play action type passer in college. I got to really improve on my drop back game up in Canada, which made me a much more versatile quarterback when I came to the NFL.
Who's the guy right now in the game who reminds you of yourself, or you're like, hey, yeah, that's who I envisioned myself to be in the modern game? Who's that guy?
Well, I'd love to say all the top quarterbacks in the league remind me of myself. Whether it's Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or you name it. But I think somebody that kind of fits my description is a guy that wasn't drafted very high. He's kind of risen up through the people didn't expect a whole lot from him. Dak Prescott, when he came out of college as a 4th-round draft pick, he wasn't the polished passer that he's become now. He's really worked hard at it, and that's something I did when I came into the league as well. I worked hard at being a much more accurate passer, and just learning, like I said, the drop back game a little bit more, and develop myself into a very good passer of the football and a very good decision maker.
Well, I'm watching all these 7-on-7, flag footballs and 2-hand touch leagues that are out there for all these kids. It is kind of crazy how developed these guys come into the game now. I'm looking at this kid at USC, Caleb, and it just feels like he's thrown so many passes compared to just a generation prior. It is kind of crazy for somebody like yourself who came up in the 70s to see how sophisticated football has become at this point. It's pretty wild, isn't it, for the quarterback position?
It really is. It's really evolved, and I like to say I had a little bit to do with that, with running in the run and shoot offense when I was in Houston for all those years, because if you look at what offenses are doing now in the NFL, they're spreading everything out. They're throwing the ball all over the lot. They're running a lot of the same type of route combinations we ran in the run and shoot. They're throwing a lot of back shoulder throws, all those different things we were doing back in 1990, where they thought it was all a gimmick at that time, but now everybody's doing these things. I think the biggest difference is you have these tight ends now who are more hybrid, that you can have a tight end on the field at all times, but he almost acts like a wide receiver, where we didn't have any tight ends on our roster. So that's the biggest difference. But as far as the way the ball is being thrown around, these kids are doing it now in junior high school in these 7-on-7 camps, and they're going year after year after year throwing the football. And by the time they get to college and by the time they get to the pros, like you said, they've had so many snaps and have seen so many different coverages that they're much more prepared to come into the pro game than they've ever been.
Man, what we do to watch you, John Elway, Dan Marino, Boomer, all those guys in the 80s and 90s play in today's game would have been a lot of fun. Warren, we thank you so much for the time.
Don't tell Phil Sims we said that.
Yeah, don't tell Phil we said that.
Phil already thinks he can still play in the NFL.
Phil thinks he's the best thing ever since sliced bread. We'll get Phil on soon.
Well, thanks a lot for having me on, guys, and you guys enjoy the football season. Hopefully I'll talk to you down the road.
You too.
Absolutely, Warren. Take care, man.
Thank
Warren
you for your
Moon,
time.
Hall of Famer, CFL Hall of Famer, 5-time Grey Cup champ, undrafted in 1978. Now, one thing you said about the CFL, I'm not saying ship Trey Lance to the CFL. I'm saying if it doesn't work out in San Francisco, this kid needs to play. And what the CFL did for Warren Moon, what did he say? Helped his pocket presence, helped develop him as a passer, made him a better player. Now, I get it. It's 30, 40 years ago and all that stuff, but it's still the same game. Same game.
He was better, and he was being humble about Dak.
He's so much better than Dak. It's not even close. Come on.
But I see what he's going at, because when I think of like leadership, calming presence, being mature beyond his years, he was a lot of those things.
No, he was. He's an offensive player of the year, 9-time Pro Bowler.
Way more barrel-chested. I think more elusive than Dak.
I thought he was.
And I thought his arm was better. But I see what he's going at.
No doubt.
I do think we just underrate Dak in general because there's a lot of people, because he's the Cowboy quarterback, that want to hate on him.
I'm wrong all the time, right? We got to drop him wrong all the time, blah, 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 blah. One thing that I was right about.
What's that?
I may have been high, may have been drunk. I fired off a tweet. It wasn't the A-ball. Trust me. One thing I fired off a tweet, 2015, 2014, I forget what it was. But I said, Dak's going to be a better quarterback than Jameis and Mariota. Because they were all in that same class. Just because I thought Dak had the physical attributes, even though they ran him into the ground at Mississippi State. I do have the receipt. It's out there.
Okay.
It's out there.
Yeah, I had the Josh Allen receipt, too.
There you go. See, I got the Dak receipt. Yeah. I got the Dak receipt. Jameis is a backup, and Mariota's on like his 4th or 5th team.
The thing about Dak, it's interesting, and this I mean this in a glowing way. He's what I envisioned Alex Smith to be. Because I think that he can do a little bit of the mobile stuff. I know he hurt his ankle and he hasn't been as mobile, but like in terms of just a leader, he's just a leader. He's a very good player, not a great player, but a very good player. If you were like trying, because you kind of knew early on, like Alex doesn't have the greatest arm. He's not the fastest guy, but I see a lot of similarities between Alex Smith and Dak Prescott. You can win a lot of games with both of those guys.
You could.
They'll never be the kind of guy that everyone's trading 2 and 3 first rounders for, but you can win a lot of games, and they're never as bad as everyone thinks they are.
Interesting text. Devin Smith. I kind of like this. Not the person, but the player. He reminds me of Deshaun Watson. War Moon, that is.
I think he had better throwing mechanics than
better throwing mechanics, but the way Watson can spin it,
I can see
he
that.
can spin it like Moon.
I can see that.
That spiral's tight, man. That spiral's tight. I kind of see that.
That's interesting.
I see that. We gave out tickets to Stephanie. She's going to opening day. Giants are in Atlanta. There's a great article by the Shea kid who won't come on the show unless he gets paid. Come on, John. Don't do that to us. Gabe Kapler's come under fire from fans, from the stands, and the social media. His Giants double towards the stretch right. He says it goes with the territory, but it hasn't gotten to him. Kapler feeling the heat, went back and forth with the reporter the other day. So we got the Giants in Atlanta. We got the Niners and Broncos tomorrow. 888-957-9570. What are you looking for tomorrow? Is it all quarterback? Is that it? All quarterback?
I want to see TDP. I want to see Ronnie Bell build on what he did.
Okay.
I want to see Deshaun Jameson return some more kicks.
What about the nickelback spot?
Well, I mean, are they even?
What about Drake Jackson? Is he going to play?
I have no idea.
What's going on with Drake Jackson?
Are you the coach?
I don't know. I'm not. I'm asking you. You're the coach.
I have no idea.
You got the coaching gear on.
I don't know. What
I'm wearing a jersey. I'm asking you.
Well, Chris Kasurek can coach up anybody. I just thought this was a lock. The Drake Jackson taking a huge step forward.
Seems like Cleveland Furrow's up on the depth chart over him.
It does.
And he's hurt.
I don't feel good about the D-line. I think the D-line right now, quietly, and the O-line are the biggest drop-off from year to year. And usually those things don't get a lot of talk.
By the way, Clowney just went to Baltimore to sign with the Ravens. Cool. I mean, I'm not big off him.
He's
but
a run stuffer,
as a
not
body.
a pass rusher.
I wouldn't be mad at that for the money he's going to make.
I would have liked him in the old era of Niners football,
right?
When they had Ahmed Brooks opposite him and Willis or Bowman running around. I not on this team because they need a pure edge rusher, not a run stuffer.
I need to see Drake Jackson, man. What's going on? He was so hyped up before training camp. Everybody, oh man, Drake Jackson.
He looked good.
He hasn't been on the field.
The other thing that people haven't accounted for, and I hate pontificating on these things, but if Trent Williams is just slightly worse than what he's been the last couple of years, I mean, he's 36, but if he's slightly worse, could this O-line just take a big drop off? Because they need him to be as good as can be.
I was a lot more concerned about the offensive line last year because I didn't know about Burford. I didn't know about Brindle. And I didn't know about Banks. This year, after seeing Banks for a season, and seeing Burford, and seeing Brindle, I think I feel a lot better about the line than a lot of people do right now.
Okay.
Last year, I was really freaking out about the offensive line. Remember, I was like, oh my God, what are they going to do my O-line? This year.
Week one, I think, we're going to have a real true test.
Well, week one's going to be tough.
TJ Watt?
Well, the TJ Watt.
Cam Hayward?
Yeah, no, they're a problem. They're a problem. And they're going to get to the quarterback. They're going to get the quarterback. They're going to get to the quarterback. They are. But you know what? I like this offensive line a lot better than a lot of people do. And really, are we worried about Colt McKivitz? Because last time I talked to Niner fans all football season, they couldn't wait to get Mike McGlinchey out of town. Well, he's out of town now. He's no longer in our lives.
Well, this is the reasonable opinion. This is it's like Brandon Belt. We lose our minds.
Right.
No one is saying that Mike McGlinchey's the worst ever. I'm just saying that they paid him too much money.
Right. But they
gave him a $10 million deal, and I would have tried to work that into a 2-year, $12 million deal or something along those lines.
Right.
Like he's a slightly above average right tackle.
Right.
Name a team that has 2 great tackles.
Yeah, not many.
That's what I'm saying.
Not many.
So you have one of the
Not
elites,
many.
and then you're going to have some drop off. That's to be expected.
Yeah, my bigger concerns on this team right now is nickelback and D-line depth. That's my biggest concerns right now.
I also want to see Jalen Graham and D. Winters play again.
Yeah,
I'm interested to see these linebackers run
I
around.
want to see him fly around too.
Yeah, and I want to see Brown take another step forward.
Because quietly, as much as I love Drake Greenlaw, he does get hurt.
He's not
does
big.
get hurt.
I mean, he's big.
He's big.
He's not tall.
He's not tall.
That's the way I would say
He does get hurt. So
because I'm not tall, and me and him were very close in size, and I'm talking height, and I'm like, that guy throws his body around like he's 6'4", and he is not near that. Fred Warner's, what do you think? Fred 6'3"?
6'3", maybe 6'4". He's huge. Huge.
He is humongous.
Huge. Drake Greenlaw showed us a lot of love.
Fred Warner is like a V. I mean,
how pumped were you when Drake Greenlaw came over and showed us some love?
I mean, it was probably my favorite part.
What about Fred Warner?
Then he
showed us
threw
some
his
love?
helmet on and
he stumped McCaffrey in the hole.
God.
And I'm like, yo, do this. Do the helmet thing. He goes, no, I can't. I'm going to get too fired up. And then
August 18th?
What's that?
Bosa, where is he?
Oh. Well, again, I'm going to worry week 1. If he's not here by week 1, I'll worry. Now, we're getting close to worrying about Bosa.
3 weeks away.
We're 3 weeks away. What's going on with Bosa? What is going on? All right, we got a special guest in the studio. Get my mans in here. Because, again, Good Morning Roast loves you. Despite those clowns on Twitter, what they say, despite what they try to do, we got the OG, triple OG.
Let's go with the UNLV.
He got the UNLV jacket on.
Let's go.
He's got the home. He's got Cuz in the building with the rice on.
Let's go.
We got Duke in the building with the UNLV jacket on. My man Duke, man.
Let's go. Let's go.
We got Duke in the building.
As Tay and Shasky hit the wrong corner in the scope, getting nasty.
Let's go. Let's go.
Duke, my man
Get
Duke.
close
Hey,
to that
first
mic.
of all, get close to that microphone. Go ahead, sit down if you want, man. I know you got a freestyle. You get the
Let's
mic up,
go.
mess around with it. What's your man's name, too? Duke and who else?
That's my boy G Live.
G Live?
G Live.
G
Now,
Live.
you
What's up,
guys are
G
all
Live?
you guys are all from my side of the
Come on,
city?
man.
Lakeview?
My boy G from Hunters Point.
Oh, okay.
Hunters
Part of the point.
Lakeview, man.
Okay.
Let's go.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Now, you guys are big supporters of the roast. You know my guys and Francis is out there. Sean Francis, of course, and you support the show.
Let's go.
You're a real Frisco legend. What high school? Tell us about you, Duke, growing up in the city.
I went to Lincoln and I went to Bow for a minute, and I went to Lincoln to play. I was cold on a hoop court for a minute, and running with the raw crowd, and ended up getting kicked out of Lincoln and went to Bow, and then had my son, and then the future ended up being bright for me because I ended up getting a longshoreman job. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And that kind of worked out for me, man. It was the blessing, man.
I'm getting Pat Fahey texting me right now tell Duke I said what up.
Yeah, man, that's my boy, the Fahey boys, man. Shout out to all my Longshore
Let's
family,
go.
man, that's representing me, man. I appreciate them, my wife and my kids,
Hell
man.
yeah.
My boy IOW Lou, man, from Hawaii, man. For all the people in Hawaii, man, y'all come on back strong, man. Maui is one of my favorite places to go, man. So y'all come on back. And they got a place in Maui called Paella, man. That's the hate of Maui, if you don't know. I just told you.
Let's go. All right, so we were talking 50 years of hip hop celebrated right now, and we were just going on. And my thing was, if I had one verse, it's just one verse to kind of encapsulate what I determined to be one of the great flows of all time. I'm going to go Biggie on the Notorious, Notorious Thugs with him and Bone Thugs and Harmony. I think that's one of the greatest flows of all time. Just one verse. What would be your one verse that you pick?
Oh, wow, you put me on.
I know, I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah, you are, man.
I mean, like when I think of like Tupac, I can't deny it. I'm a straight rider. I hear that, I instantly think 1990s Mission Street. I don't know why. I just close my eyes. That's what I think of.
Yeah, you know what I'm going to have to go with, man? On some serious, man, on some real talk, and I'm going to keep it with the Bay. I'm going to go with some Dusted and Disgusted, man.
Oh, I
like that.
Right on.
I'm gonna go dust it and discuss it because it's real, man, and then that's what it is in the Bay, man. Because we all know the Bay can get good and the Bay can get filthy too, man. So,
I love that. G-Life, what you got?
For sure. I'm not gonna stick with the Bay, but I love the Bay. But mine was Rakim. In the summertime, pockets bulging, something's happening, and I'm indulging.
The lyricist. I'm a boy.
That's about that.
So, Duke, you come on here. It takes a lot of courage to freestyle live on the radio. You come in and nail it every single time. And you get the roasters hyped in the YouTube chat on the Xfinity mobile text line and Twitch, of course, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. How do you come up with this stuff? You got to get the read, Jay. We got to stay paid, Duke.
You know what? Really, Tay and Shasky and my boy G-Live over there, man. Why I really do this is that, for one thing, that I love the Bay. You know what I mean? I love my homegrown Niners. I love the Giants. And then the roasters and everybody on Twitch and YouTube that support me, man. Y'all feed the fire, man. You know what I mean? So without y'all the ones that help make this go. My family, they always put in input. I always shoot it to them first, and they let me know whether you need to do a little something to this. All right, let me go back to the drawing board, dude.
Hey, if you don't have haters, you're not popping.
Hey, Shasky just said it too, and the haters too. Because I look at YouTube and I see the people that do this and say what they say, and for the most part, everybody is pretty cool and they like, man, they like what I'm doing, man. So I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing long as the fire's on the grill burning, man.
No, I'm feeling that UNLV jacket because the running
I wore this because my boy Ballhead couldn't be here, man.
Oh man!
So shout out to Lakeview and the Turf, man.
You trying to get Ballhead in the building?
Yes, sir. Yeah, he couldn't make it, man. So I wore the coat, man. You know what I mean? For the whole Bay, you know what we doing, man. From the scope to the O to V to San Jose.
Let's go.
You already know.
So Duke, we got you in studio. We had to have you at Duke. The roasters said we got to get Duke in studio. When we start doing this every Friday during the summer, during the dog days, we love getting the Tylers, the Alex and Atlantas, everybody who's come through. We had to get you in the studio. You were going to come through last week. Look, we didn't have Shasky. It wouldn't be right without Shasky.
I couldn't have did it without my boy Shasky anyway, man. I wouldn't have did that anyway, man. The reason why I do what I do too, and why I love y'all, because y'all the #1 sports talk show in the Bay and in the nation.
Let's
go. You know what I mean? So I'm proud to be affiliated with y'all, man.
You are part of us. You are part of the. You're part of the mafia.
The intro
in the
that you gave us, that we clipped, I'm not joking when I said, I teared up. Because it was from the heart, and the way you said it, because in my mind, I'm thinking, I love music, right? I'm like, when you hear something and it kind of encapsulates what we're trying to represent and put out there, and the way that you said it, Fillmore's finest, the pride of the it just hit. I got goosebumps thinking about it, man. Because you know, in the Irish community, the pride of the Irish community, it's the way you said it and the way you dropped it. It really hit my soul. I mean that. And I'm so happy that we incorporated it in our intro because you are the listeners and people like yourself. It's a community. It's not us. It's like bigger than that.
Right.
I mean that.
Yeah. And I appreciate that too, man. And y'all the ones that make it go too, because without y'all, it wouldn't be no show. You know what I mean?
Best show in the Bay.
You know what I mean? But with y'all being homegrown cats, though, you know what I mean? That's what I like, man. Y'all homegrown talent, man. You know what I mean?
No doubt.
And y'all ain't just regular talent. Y'all superior talent, man. You know what I mean?
I appreciate that. No, I'm saying that this morning. Guys like you, Duke, G-Live, the roasters on YouTube and Twitch, they keep me going in the morning because it's tough sometimes waking up at 4:35. I'm like, damn, man, it's early out here, man. And you know what? You guys, because I know y'all expected us to keep it lit. Y'all said, hey, y'all got to get me through the morning here. And I know this guy's going to bring fire. He's going to be on 3 cups of coffee by 5:30. I'm like, damn, what's in there? Double espresso?
Triple express press.
Triple, man. You tripping over the Giants? You tripping over this mediocre baseball team, man? I'm going to sleep at night, man.
We Giants, man. We all Giants.
And that's what I love about this show is that when we go out there, the people really rock with us, man.
Yeah.
Because we try to rock with you. We try to go see the people. I think growing up in this business, a lot of people get in this position and they forget how they got in this position. They forget it. They forget that people like you guys helped us get there. So that's basically our thank you to say, hey, we don't forget about you guys. You guys are part of this and we're taking you with us.
Right. And that's what I appreciate.
Truly appreciate it.
Go ahead, G-Live.
No, I was just saying truly appreciate it, man. And like I told Shasky, best show in the Bay, best show in the nation. And down Philly, down Dallas.
Let's
Oh
go.
yeah, forget Philly.
Let's
Forget
go.
Dallas. We got
Got them in
coming.
your back
We got
pocket.
them coming. All right,
You know
quarter, real quick, you got to drop something for us.
Man, y'all
dude.
ready for this,
and
man?
G-Lo.
Let's go.
Yeah, we
Do you
ready for
think-
this.
Y'all ready?
Do you
We
think
ready
do-
for this. You got a
do you
beat. You
think-
need a
You want a
beat.
beat or what?
Man, I'm at the freestyles. I don't need
Acapella,
no
let's
beat,
go.
man.
Acapella,
I'm gonna do it just
Acapella.
like we always do, man. Face the 49ers, Fatal Flaw, Mortal Kombat. Don't ask me. Ask your boy Dakota Prescott. Debo rolling hard on them 26 gold. When McCaffrey is the one with the 450 motor. Kittle serving you like the all-night market. On our way to Philly bullseye, number one is the target. My team is the Niners. We draped the red and gold. We smashed out, mobbed out. We come and take your soul. Roasters, I love y'all, man.
G-Lo, you got something for us? You got something,
That was
G-Lo?
hot.
You got something for us, G-Lo?
No, I ain't got nothing today for you, man. I ain't got nothing today for you. It's all good.
Peanut
It's all
butter
good.
ain't nothing without
It's
the
all good.
jelly.
No doubt
The way
about
you were
that.
getting in there was
Hey,
good.
Doobie Award. Did you get a Doobie Award last year?
Yes, sir. I'm about to take it again this year.
You already sealed it
You
up.
got the Jerry Rice jersey on.
Yes, sir.
Favorite Bay Area athlete of all time? Is it Jerry?
Wow, you gonna put me on the spot.
Because I love
again.
Jerry.
You know what, man? I'm gonna have to go hands down Jerry Rice, man. Why not? It got to be Jerry, man. He brought all these rings to the Bay, man, and we trying to get a sixth one, man. Like I say, Debo slicing through like some cold, sweet cheddar. 6 rings on a finger would sure look better.
Most definitely.
Duke, hey, that's
Most
the
definitely.
perfect cap off to the show, man.
Duke,
50
I
years
love
of
you,
hip
bro.
hop. Duke, G Live in the building. Let's get the fast
Love
one.
y'all, roasters.
Let's
So
go.
stay on the air.
go.
We got
Stay
somebody
on,
get your
stay
final
on.
thoughts.
Let's go. I should have worn a Niner jersey.
I know.
Yeah, you was tripping, homeboy.
I thought Marlon Wayans would come to the
You wanna
studio.
hit this?
Duke, what's your final thoughts, man, on the sporting scene
what
here?
do you
Your
got?
final thoughts.
Man, my final thoughts is, man, I appreciate all the roasters, man. Everybody showing support for the show, man. I appreciate you and Shasky, man, and I appreciate y'all bringing me in, man, and having my back and making me the voice of the show, man.
Freestyle King right here. Hey,
Freestyle King.
what about your daughter? She's playing hoops right now?
Yes, sir. She playing AAU basketball right now, fall basketball.
Let's
man,
go.
she won't stop, man. She just keep balling. So
Good for you.
I ain't mad at her. man.
OLM?
Daddy's little girl. I already know that.
No. Holy Angels.
Holy Angels. My bad.
Angels.
My bad.
Can I say one thing real quick
Yeah.
too, man? I want to say one quick shout out to Bonte and my boy Guru, man. Y'all look good with that.
That's
on
so
that slim slow.
Hey, man, I need to fit them suits for the basketball
You look
season,
good,
man.
brother.
I'm trying
Y'all
to,
look
man.
good, man.
Your boy is looking like 280 on TV.
Hey, that slim slow is working.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
G-Live, what you got?
Go Niners, man. Just go
I love
Niners
that.
all
Let's
the
go.
way. That's
I
my
love
final
that.
thoughts,
Hell
man. Dubs too. Let's do it,
go.
y'all.
Spadoni London, what y'all got
Spidone?
back there?
You guys say, man,
London. You
London's
see
out of his
London's crazy.
mind.
Yeah.
Oh, Sam, man, I love you, Sam, baby. Sam, man, you the guy,
All
man.
of you.
Love you, Sam. And my boy Spaghetti, man. I ain't gonna leave here giving a shout out to my guy Spaghetti, man.
Let's go.
Already, man.
All right, no, my final thought is think about Giants Braves
Oh
this
my
weekend.
God, of course
I
he's
think,
gonna go Giants.
I'm sorry, is this my final thought or your final thought? Anyway, my final thought, thinking of Giants Braves, this has got to be like what Vanderbilt fans feel like the night they play Alabama, before they play Alabama, right?
Damn.
Like, that's the vibe I'm getting right now.
Oh my God, London.
This is
I love that
unbelievable.
you're yourself.
Oh, man.
Oh God.
Hey, man.
But here's my final thoughts. On the
Now
real,
it's your final thought.
On the real, like, we're very blessed to do
Yep.
what we do. My family's a family of plumbers. We have very humble backgrounds, and to get to meet people like you that we touch every day, it means everything. I'm like legitimately tearing up. Thank you for loving us.
Yep.
It goes both ways, man. I mean that.
Yes, sir, and I know you do,
Thank
Shaq,
you,
and that's
guys.
why I do what I do, and I like that fire that you bring, and we already know everything that you bring from the heart, man. You
That's
know what
true.
I mean? So,
No
man,
doubt
we
about
love you
that.
for that, man.
People
I
may
ain't
hate
gonna tell
me.
you,
You may
Shaq.
disagree,
Hey, man.
but I'm gonna give you everything I got.
Hey,
Hey, man.
Shasky,
We love it,
the wrong
man.
corner in the
Love
stove
it.
getting nasty. 49ers back on the football ground. 13=7 playing out of his mind. This team that we got is on another level. Mobbed up, grab your boys and go get the shovel as we block and we lock to the championship. Squat out one time. We about to dip, y'all.
That's final thoughts.
There we
Right?
go.
That is my final
There we
thought.
go.
Brought to you by Xfinity Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Thanks to War Move. Thanks to Marlon Wayans. Thanks. Who else do we have? Benjamin Albright. Thanks to Duke and G Live for coming to the studio. And especially thank the roasters on YouTube and Twitch and the Xfinity mobile text line. What a freaking week. What a week, man. Niners and Broncos tomorrow. But Stu Guru and Styles up next. That's what the future is.
Hey, it's your boy Guru.
12:30. That ticket giveaway. Listen to each show for your chance to win a pair of tickets. We're going to play a sounder between 12 and 12:30. The fifth caller, you got to try to time it out. I don't know how you do that, but if you win, you get to go to any game, any home game you want. It could be the first game of the season with KD's return. It could be Jordan Poole's return. Any game you want. We got Guru's Gripes at 1:30 p.m.
You have one, too.
I got a gripe,
Look
too.
at it.
Fully loaded like a baked potato. Guru, what you got for me?
Are you doing that because our guy Duke just came in here and ripped the mic and left it on fire? You just gave us a bar quick and early.
Well, I'm trying. We in the green room. We were getting our mind right, listening to some Wayne.
Yeah, 50 years of hip hop.
50.
I want your top five, and John's gonna give his top five, and I'm gonna give mine. But our guy Duke just joined Bonte and Shasky, and he lit the thing on fire.
Yeah.
Alan Stiles, I'm going to tell you this. I've never been to jail, but I've seen prison movies. And today we're going to break you in. You're getting initiated because you're going to the cafeteria after the show on a payday Friday. And I'm going to show you with John how Steiny and Guru get down. And you got clearance.
I got clearance.
The wifey said
I got clearance. And you know what? I spent almost 2 hours. I don't know how y'all do it.
Look at you.
2 hours in traffic trying to get back after the show yesterday. Almost 2 hours. I made the wrong turn at the waist. So you know what I did today, Goo? I was on the ferry.
Let's go.
So no car.
Let's go. I call that the Ray Rattle. Look at you. I'm the boat.
The Ray Rattle. We got it popping. So a lot to talk about today. Like we said, don't miss that ticket giveaway between 12 and 12:30, 11 a.m. Tony Pauline, consulting editor, NFL draft analyst. Some big news on the Nick Bosa contract situation. It might be a little bit more complicated than you thought. But Goo, let's start here. Because it ain't about the practice. There weren't any joint practices with the Denver Broncos. Are people starting to turn on Kyle Shanahan? The national media has some things to say a little bit later. Kyle Shanahan was on Sirius FM radio.
That shocked me,
talking about the real deal comments. He quote unquote clarified the real deal comments. But Goo, are you excited for the preseason game? What are you excited to see? A lot of Sam Darnold, possibly some Purdy.
Yeah.
A Purdy possibility.
Can I just tell you on this Payday Friday, that's the part of the day, and I told Bonte on our little soda video before the show, Alan, that's irritating me. The fact, it's a preseason game. I mean, shouldn't people in the know want to know if Brock Purdy's going to be available? Like, what's the big secret? Right. Am I making something out of nothing? Yeah. I would just like to know tomorrow at 5:30 when I tune in to the Niner Bronco game, will Brock be available?
Maybe they're still trying to figure it out.
Now, what would go into, what are you doing? You're going to risk getting hit or not?
Right.
What's to figure out if you're a coach?
Especially when they say a couple series. So what are we talking about here? So look, maybe the news, maybe it'll come out today. Hey, I mean, I would assume it would have to come out today.
We'll ask JD when we see him, but you think we would know by the time we see him?
Yeah, and look, I get the gameplay when it's a regular season game. You don't want to show your hand.
Okay, right.
But this is preseason.
Right.
But I don't know, Goo. Maybe it's not Kyle Shanahan trying to manipulate the situation. Maybe he just doesn't know. I don't know. Maybe he just has no clue.
Okay, that could. All right, well, let's talk about rust. Do you think in a series or two, I don't, that him handing the ball off, maybe throwing a 15-yard out route, does that equate to Russ being, gone vamoose? Or no, realistically, it's going to take a game, maybe even, 2 games, Alan.
Yeah.
Okay. So I just don't want to risk him going out there at all, but I'm being selfish in the sense that I do want to know why we don't know as a mass if he's going to be under center at all tomorrow.
But
That's
I'll say this, Goo, and I'm going to take it to how you think mentally and your mentality when you are in the huddle and when you say hut, right? Omaha. I do think there is a difference between doing it in a joint practice and doing it even in a preseason game just by being on a real field, a real stadium. And then here's the kicker, with the possibility of really getting hit. Because like I've been saying,
what it's
those
about,
hits
Alan.
are not preseason. Those hits are regular season. There's only one miles per hour, right? One level where you go when we're talking about playing football, and that's pedal to the metal, 100 miles per hour. So I would say that will it take away all the rest? Probably not, but it would make you feel, okay, Brock has been back in a situation. And look, a little bit of flashback in terms of the last time I was on the field, somebody hit my arm, and
his name was Reddick, not JJ. Yeah.
Exactly, and he went T for Temple U as well. Shout out to the Owl.
That I didn't know.
So
thanks.
You get back in the huddle. You have the ability to say, all right, I either took, hopefully you don't take a hit, but I could have got hit. So even if it's a couple series, just to say I've been in the huddle since the injury with the possibility of being hit, I think it's enough. Is it going to remove all the rest? Probably not.
No doubt.
There's no way. But, hey, I got in there.
Yeah, and I'm a man of the people, if you didn't know that, Alan. And Ted Biasi on First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat says, come on, it's preseason. Come on, guys. I'm only doing that from a fan standpoint. The fans that, now some will say, okay, is Brock Purdy playing or not? I don't care. I'm still going to the game to get my football on.
Yeah.
I get that, but I guess, Alan, I don't know if, and again, I'm no coach. I'm no general manager. I don't front like I am. I just don't understand what rust Brock Purdy would be getting to even step out on the field, because you talked about the joint practices they had with the Raiders. You talk about practice. He's got the pads on. Just hold him out until week 1, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and I don't think it'll affect the rust too much, but I do think just mentally being in a huddle, being in a real huddle, being on a real field when you can really get hit, it can't, well, I was going to say it can't hurt. Technically, it could. Yeah. Hopefully, it doesn't. But I think that you call some very quick throws, right? Just get him in, get him out. Okay, we've covered that. Okay. That's all. But will it change how he feels in week 1? Maybe not physically, but just mentally, hey, I've done this since.
Okay.
The first time, you don't want the first snap he takes since injury to be in Pittsburgh. I don't think.
All right. Wow.
For whatever it's worth. Whatever it's worth.
No, and I feel you on that. We can agree to disagree, but I will tell you this. I kind of hope he doesn't play from another selfish standpoint of, I hope we don't see Allen. We probably will, but no shade at the young man. I do want to see a half a Trey and a half a Darnold. And my question to you and the fans is, what's at stake? Do you think after this game Saturday, when I see you again, because we rock 3 days next week.
That's right.
When I see you again on Monday, do you think before we get out of here at 2 p.m., Allen, we could possibly have a depth chart to where Kyle says, this is quarterback, this is my backup, this is my 3, or if this is not anything in regard to Purdy playing this weekend, will he keep it close to the vest? Kyle, I'm not going to say likes this, but I'm going Tupac since we had our guy Duke in here, top 50, top 5 rappers. All eyes on me when Kyle knows that he has something everybody's clamoring for, and that's just the answer to who's going to be the backup. Do you think that could be decided after Saturday's game?
I don't think so.
Why?
Because there's no reason for it to be decided. No reason to. How much have things shifted within these last couple weeks? It went from Trey possibly getting cut to Trey on the rise to
we
Trey
still don't know if that's
again.
not the case.
Right, to Trey getting cut again. That's kind of where we are now, or at least a lot of people have been talking about it, whether you agree with it or not. So things continue to move and shake. We don't know. We have to see what Sam Darnold does. I mean, he played in that second half. We're going to get the opportunity to see everything switched. And I know people didn't want to hear about the preseason plays and things like that. But I am interested to see the types of play calls that get called with Sam Darnold. I'm interested to see how the offensive line looks. If they're getting bull rushed just like Trey was, and Sam Darnold's able to stay composed and get the ball out, all right, now let's have a conversation. Sam Darnold's able to do things when the play breaks down, and Trey sometimes looked like a deer in headlights. So I do think it matters, but I don't find Kyle Shanahan, we just talked about, he's waiting to say if Purdy's playing.
Right.
So why would he preemptively say, hey, we're going to go Sam Darnold number 2, when ultimately, we are talking about the backup. And in that way, we've been talking about LaShawn McCoy, how he said, I don't want to talk about Trey Lance no more. It is getting to that point to where I am interested in who the second quarterback's going to be, but
I'm hella interested.
But I don't want to talk about reps. I just want to see on the field what happens, but I don't want to talk about practice no more. I don't want to talk about practice reps anymore, because we know ultimately and it's interesting, how preseason doesn't seem to matter for the QB1s, right?
Right. I get that.
That doesn't matter, but listen to what happened to Trey after that first preseason game. So it is a bit confusing in terms of what people actually care about. If Trey's been playing well in practice or better than last year, but stunk it up during the preseason game, and now all of a sudden preseason games matter, but preseason games also don't matter. That's why Brock Purdy doesn't have to play in the preseason game. But we also want to pay attention to what Sam Darnold does to see if he plays good in the preseason game. It is a bit confusing.
Not really. Because at the end of the day, I know we talked bed bugs yesterday. Allow me to put a rat on the table early, Alan.
Yeah.
Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. I don't think Sam Darnold's playing for a damn thing in preseason. I think they got footage. They got enough games to know if this dude's capable of, if we got to run you out there, can you handle this? Because going Top Gun, you've flown the plane before. Yeah, you had some crashes and burns, but now you didn't fly this type of aircraft, which is the Niner offense and Kyle. So what if I told you, I don't think Darnold, unlike Trey Lance, that's really what this is all about. We just are enamored, rightfully so, because we haven't seen a lot. And for the people in the back that say, because you were talking to Duke and his guy out there, and the conversation went about how the compare and contrast of the play calling last year for Purdy and Lance. But then we got people crying about Kyle letting Lance cook in Vegas. 9 of the first 10 were throws. I loved. I'm like, he didn't hear. I was like, Kyle, that's what I'm talking about. But now you got Trey stands there. Oh, he had him throw too much. That wasn't realistic. Well, what do you want? I loved all the plays because it told me what was going upstairs in regard to the mental reps for Trey, and that it was the Wi-Fi was slow. So will the Wi-Fi be faster? But at the end of the day, I say all this, Alan, I think they know what they got in Darnold. That's I go Mark Willard here because he said this to me and I ain't forgot it. Why would he and his agent Darnold sign here unless not they had a wink? They just knew I'm just talented. I'm more talented than this kid, even if I fall on my face in preseason. So now I think it's about tomorrow again and the week after. Trey, can he get third? Can he remain on the team?
Yeah.
Hopefully I'm wrong, but I'm a Trey Purdy. Help me out. Trey Lance. I'm a supporter.
I don't know, you know.
So I'm rooting for the kid, but it looks bleak.
Well, I hear what you're saying, right? And I'm not even really going to touch on the Trey. I've talked ad nauseum about the Trey calls last year compared to the bottom line. We can just move forward. It is what it is. Wherever your stance is in terms of whether you like the play calls or the reasoning you think those plays were called, it doesn't really matter. We're in 2023. We can move forward now. I will say this, though. I wouldn't say that Sam Darnold deciding to sign was truly an indictment on Trey Lance by itself, as much as it might have just been these dudes had to run out Josh Johnson. No disrespect, Oakland, but these dudes had to run out.
That's his gamer tag.
These dudes had to run out Josh Johnson last year. They went through what? 1, 2, 4 quarterbacks. So this is
that had to hurt.
This is a good business move for me. On top of the fact that Trey is unproven. It's not even just Trey, right? We keep on it. Like we said, we're gonna get to Kyle Shanahan's remarks about Purdy being the real deal. We'll get to those after the break. It's not even about Trey. You have Trey, who's unproven, and you have Brock, who looked nice, but he only played in 8 games. Right. So if I'm Sam Darnold looking around the league,
but he played fantastic in those 8 games.
He did play fantastic. But if I'm Sam Darnold and I'm looking around the league, so you're going to pay me this, and those are my 2 options. Those are the 2 that I have to beat out. So I do think it has something to do with Trey, but I also wouldn't say that he thinks QB1 is completely locked up. He's saying, and I didn't even bring up the fact that he's coming off an injury. So I think Sam Darnold was just thinking, I'm coming with these weapons, and Brock's coming off an injury, and that's why they signed Brock. Kyle Shanahan had said that's why they signed Sam Darnold. So I do think part of it is, I don't think Sam Darnold was necessarily saying, great, I get to chill at number 2 and beat out Trey. I think he might have been thinking that's part of it, but also it's these guys just went through how many quarterbacks? I could easily be QB1 if things go south like they did last season.
And that's why I know on any given Sunday, Alan, the next play could be your last. But I feel like the number 2 quarterback position for this San Francisco Niner team, I would tell the number 2, you're really 1.5.
Yeah.
We're hoping the guru math could be off, but things happen here. Quarterbacks get hurt. And what you just touched on, the icing on the cake in regard to Brock Purdy is he's not just playing football and his talent, it's about health.
Yeah.
The Red Cross sign, how are you going to hold up? And I know he's cleared all the checks, but nothing's going to start, shout out Dr. Pandya, until he gets hit and is throwing maybe 25 to 30 times and see if he's all the way back.
Exactly. And that would be my argument. And so you could be on either side of the fence in terms of Brock being injured and reasons not to play in preseason and the reasons to play in preseason. The reason not to play is obviously he's coming back from injury.
Right, why risk it?
Why risk it?
Okay.
The reason to play him would be he's coming back from injury. Get him out there. Like I said, if you're willing to give up the first half or however long it takes of the game against the Steelers, then that's fine. And it sounds like you're willing to give that up.
Yeah. With Brock Purdy, because if he were to get in, I'm scared money don't win. But wouldn't it, I could understand it as an organization if he got hurt in a game that meant something.
Yeah.
And I know you can't live your life scared, but Alan, that's just where I'm at. I don't, and I appreciate you looking at it from both sides. Like, Goo, what if he did in the small amount of time that he would play in this game come Saturday? What if he did get the rust off? We don't know how long it takes to get the rust off.
Yeah.
But what we do know, Alan, is they're not going to drop him back and have him be a sitting, a lame duck target, 10 dropbacks.
Right.
Because then you could get hit.
But I want to see, look, and I know there's some Raider fans listening, and I know it's a different injury, but we saw it with Jimmy Garoppolo was not the same after injury. Derek Carr, I'll never forget, what was that, 2016 that year?
It broke my heart,
Broke that foot and broke his
Missed the
spirit,
Texan
and he was
game.
never the same after that. So I want to see who Brock Purdy is after injury. We talk about Sam Darnold seeing ghosts. We just want to see it. And look, here's the thing, Goo. If you are willing to, you could easily win that game. I think the Niners are better than the Steelers, even with a rusty Brock Purdy. So I still think you can win that game. And Kyle Shanahan probably feels the same way. And if you barely see Brock Purdy or don't see him at all in the preseason, then we know he feels that way. But the other thing we would know is, it is a long season, right?
Especially for this team, supposedly.
Right. The Cowboys, we know that they have some high expectations.
Eagles.
A lot of people think that the Eagles are going to regress a little bit. So maybe Kyle feels it's a long season. If something, I care more about the rest of the season and the full slate of games versus Brock Purdy being A1 Krispy Kreme ready to go against the Steelers.
You know
and
what?
I'm willing to give that L. I'm willing to give it an L.
With you.
Now, you give up that L, you better, if we like to look at the schedule here, you better make sure you don't drop because you've been starting slow. And I know Bonte.
3 and 5s
I know
in
Bonte don't want to go back to Philly. I know Shaqty don't want to go back to Philly.
I advise
know
him not to
Niner
go
fans
back.
don't want to go back to Philly.
Don't go back.
So and that's not saying you're giving up games. I'm just saying if you are willing to get the rust off, first game, second game, that's cool. And maybe you still win. But I'm just saying there is a difference between that and possibly getting. Now, some of that maybe Kyle feels is unavoidable. And look, he's going to be rested either way, so I'm not throwing him out there in the preseason.
Okay, and it goes to our conversation. If you remember, Alan, yesterday, I'm not Perry Mason, but is Brock rushing himself to get back so nobody else will take it?
Yeah.
And hey, that's just a thought, but it's a natural thought. But what part of that is in play? Because we've seen this Niner team play the last 2 NFC Championship games, Allen, on the road, as you just mentioned. And I know we know what happened last year in regard to the injury, so we got robbed of the game, but neither here nor there, it was on the road. So do you really have with the expectations the Niners have, if you want that NFC Championship game, you want that home game, you don't have games to trick off or play with.
Yeah.
But I don't believe Brock himself would go out there if he didn't think he was 100. And that's why you got doctors. So I don't think they're in
that's
on
what
it
I'm
like,
saying.
hey, he's at 72%, but for Allen and Guru show, just tell him he's at 9. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't think they're doing that.
No, you can't do that when it comes to the doctors. If Brock said, am I ready? Am I ready? They would say, no, you're not. Okay. I mean, we even taking it to basketball when Seth is, hey, I feel like I'm ready to go, but the doctor, but the trainer.
Gotcha.
So Brock can't speed that up, right? He probably just got after it in his PT. You know what I mean? He's a young man, and he figured out a way, hey, I'm going to get back as quick as I can because of all the things you just said. And here's the other part of it, Goo. When you look at the Steelers and their expectations, and they got Pickens and some boys that can really ball, it's a maybe with
Tomlin.
And
who I
Tomlin.
used to hate on Omar.
And
Epps.
Tomlin.
Yeah.
And maybe
he looks just like
he does a little bit. It's the eyes. That's basically the main thing. But the thing about it is, how worried are you? It might be different. You might be looking at the first game differently if you had the Chiefs. You got Kenny Two Gloves.
Yeah.
How worried are you about Kenny Two Gloves? Because if I'm Kyle Shanahan, I might feel that, look, 70% Brock with this team and this defense, we can beat the Steelers. So I'm not going to risk it during the preseason because I don't think we need 100% Brock to beat the Steelers.
You know what? That's interesting. And when you say not 100% Brock, you know what I thought about? Sam Darnold. Like, we'll never know, or maybe we already do, the fact that he has a jersey and Sam Darnold's a 49er, but we'll never know what's in the back of Kyle's mind in this regard, Alan. Brock gets hurt or needs to miss 2 or 3 games. I don't know why. Guys, just help me out, but I'm starting to see it clearly now. The rain is gone. I think Kyle would feel comfortable devising a game plan with Sam Darnold as his quarterback with this weaponry around and his experience. That's just, I'm starting to buy into that more and more to where that's why I'm like, this ain't no tryout for Darnold. They know what he can do.
Right.
And it's about that. So 70%, I just, like you said, it's not a race, it's a marathon.
Yeah, okay. And if you're willing to give up that, not give up, but understand they're at a disadvantage.
Because Pittsburgh's got some defensive players.
It's also the first game of the season, so everybody's a bit rusty, right? It's not as if Brock is coming back and everybody's been playing. They've been playing preseason, but again, most of the starters don't really play preseason that much anyway. I think the scary thing for Trey is the fact that you do have all that tape, good and bad, with Sam Darnold, and you just don't know with Trey. So, like you said, Kyle Shanahan can go back and say, all right, well, okay, well, this looked pretty good. And we know what you have with Sam Darnold, which is a good thing and a bad thing. We still don't know. And when you're talking about a backup QB, you kind of want to know. Yeah. Because you're already down your first guy.
Well, who's the most experienced QB out of the 3? That's not even a question, right?
Sam Darnold.
No doubt about it.
So
who had the most promise coming out of college?
Sam Darnold.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
So I do believe, you are a product. I believe this and firmly now in our country. You are a product, Alan, of your environment.
Yeah.
And he was in some bad places. Sam Darnold.
Well, he's in a good spot now, so we'll see what he does. This is his time to shine against the Broncos. September 11th, join 95.7 The Game at the Pettinelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Harding Park. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society SF Bay Area. There will be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest, an auction with some great memorabilia, and a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Harding Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Learn more at sfautismsociety.org. And don't forget, between 12 and 12:30, we are giving away tickets to any home Warriors game you want. So be sure to be tuned in at that time and be ready to listen to that sounder. When we get back, we're going to hear from Kyle Shanahan on Sirius XM Radio about why he said what he said about Brock and what he meant about Brock being the real deal. It's Steiny and Goose Styles in for Steiny.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to drive the East Bay. Take the
who the F cares?
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
We are back. Steiny and Guru, Payday Friday, Styles in for Steiny. Football season is back, and it's here. And what better way to kick it off than with 95.7 The Game's Red and Gold Summit? Join all your favorite 95.7 The Game hosts at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon to welcome in the football year on Tuesday, August 29th. Willett and Dibbs will start it off at 2 p.m. Then the summit will go from 4 to 6. All the hosts will debate and answer the most burning questions surrounding the red and gold during a live show right in front of you, our loyal listeners. Again, that's Tuesday, August 29th at Fieldwork Brewing Company, Tap Room and Beer Garden in San Ramon, now featuring the Lynx Top Golf Simulators. And don't forget, between 12 and 12:30, giving away Warriors tickets to any home game. You call in and you tell us, this is where I'm going.
You can go to Phoenix, Kevin Durant.
You can go to Phoenix. You can go to Jordan Poole's homecoming, see that NBA 2K matchup between him and Draymond Green. You can see it all. So, Guru, before the break, and real quick, I told you about the Little League. I told you my mom from Panama. Panama winning right now, beating Venezuela.
You got Panama ties?
Yeah, my mom is from Panama. My great-grandma went over from Barbados, right? So they set up shop in Panama. Then my mom and all of her siblings were born in Panama. We comes on over, goes to Norfolk State University, and her job brought her out to Cali. So that's what it is.
I did not know your partner day. I did not know that. You didn't play in the Little League World Series, did you?
I did not.
Okay.
I did not play in the Little League World Series, but I wish I did. And maybe one day we'll get there.
I was the number one pitcher for Union City White Sox.
Okay.
We lost in the TOC. My dream was, had we gone on, I would have got the ball first.
Well, the TOCs, those are no joke.
Yeah.
Because I played with
District 45.
I played with two dudes, right? Chris Mazza, who he played in the bigs for a good bit, and we had Mike Miller, who played in the bigs for a hot second, on the same team.
Wow.
And we got smacked in the Tournament of Champions. Those things are no joke. I'm sure Shasky can tell us. And I was on with Dibbs last week. His brother coaches the 12U team. So it's really real in the field out here when you get to TOCs. All right, but it's also real with what Kyle Shanahan said in terms of calling Brock Purdy the real deal. So a lot of people had questions to say about what that meant. So Kyle Shanahan went on Sirius NFL radio, and he's talking about what he meant by that, and he clarifies his comments. Let's hear what he had to say.
That he's the real deal, and what I mean by the real deal is a legit guy. You don't have questions about him. You don't know that until he plays in games. And we got to play with him for 7 games last year, and they're real games. You watch the tape, you can't take anything away from him. He was just important as Christian was, as Debo was, as all these guys are. And when you watch some of the plays he made, just getting the ball to guys so consistently, you watch some of the plays he made when nothing was there and you didn't think there was a play, and he'd come find a way to make one. And the fact that he never lost a game. When you have that much tape, when people ask me those questions, I don't get what they're so surprised about. He put it on tape. Now you got to go out and do it again. You got to get healthy, which I think he has. Things do get harder the more you play. But he played a while. It's not just me who says that and thinks that. It's every player on our team. So that's not what we're worried about. We're trying to put the best guys out there. I always say, like most people do, you never stay the same. And Brock played real well in those 7 games, and we expect him to play better this year.
Help me out. Did you, on a personal level, did you have a problem with the original statement where he was giving his starting quarterback love? Did you feel like he needed to expand or scratch your head as to why the ball coach would give kudos like he did?
No, I think that's what it should be. I think that's...
So the guy was just asking him to clarify?
Yeah,
because people are acting like Kyle said something, I love one kid more than my other kid.
Right, but, and this is what we talked about earlier in the week, giving the keys to the franchise, it's not all created equal. And I felt that, and it shouldn't be when you did what Brock did. And I felt like the way they gave the keys to Trey was almost as if we don't really have a choice. And we're also going to bring back Jimmy just in case because we're not really sure.
Your boy got in the driveway to go to work. Trey Lance did. Yeah. And I'm here again. I'm not defending Brock. Brock didn't he wasn't handed anything. He earned. They needed him by necessity. He was their last option. Yeah. And he went and hit a grand slam, Allen.
He did.
So he was given nothing.
Exactly. So and I'm fine. That's why I was fine with the real deal comments. But I will say that Kyle Shanahan could also be a politician. And we had Mike Dunleavy Jr. on here yesterday, and all these guys, and he was great. All these guys, make sure you listen to the interview. It's on YouTube and Odyssey app. All these guys, the way that they talk, they say things without saying it, but they're also telling you how they really feel.
Hello?
Because to me, I'm not taking a step back from what Kyle Shanahan said, but I am thinking that he was also covering his base, because if Brock does stink up the joint, he can say, hey, we said he was a real deal. He had a good run. We never said he was a franchise guy for the next 2-3 years. We never said that we weren't ever going to bring in another QB. We said he came in, he played well, he was a real deal, and he can do the job. That's it. So Kyle is not walking them back, but clarifying to say, we're not hitching our wagon to Brock Purdy for the next decade. Yeah. We're hitching our wagon to Brock Purdy today for this season.
It's game by game, Alan. That's what I don't care what coach gets, in front of a microphone and says Alan Styles is going to be here 20 years. The reality is it can change in any millisecond.
Right.
And you're right. That was politician speak, but it's not a bad character trait. It's what everybody does in the world, our new world. You got to be kind of PC. So right now, I go back to Garoppolo when he came in for those 5 games.
Yeah.
And of course, they had chopped liver at the quarterback position. Kyle did. See, they were bums. And here comes Jimmy. And those 5 games, it was Jimmy mania. It was Garoppolo mania. Then we kind of found out, he's okay. Then he started getting, he's okay. But now you're the weak link, even though it wasn't his fault, Jimmy, that we didn't win the Super Bowl in 19. Now here we are. Everybody's excited. Now, Willard did point out that, and I want to ask you this because he says something that stuck with me. Do you feel like Brock Purdy mania, somebody's pulled the outlet out the socket and it's quiet on the set?
Yeah.
Because I feel like it's more divisive with Trey Lance because it's not personal. We're fixated on what Kyle the genius every other place saw in this kid, and now it's not manifesting. So I think that's why the volume is louder with Trey Lance than it is Brock Purdy, because it's like, okay, we know Brock is the new. He's kind of Elliot Ness again, untouchable right now. He earned that. But over here, do you think fans want to crucify Kyle because it's been almost 4 years with Trey Lance and nothing seems to be getting better? What do you think it is?
No, and it's a good point. And real quick, just quick switch gears, just like Fast and the Furious. Real quick, when we talking about the Warriors ticket giveaway, we're going to play a sounder. We're going to play a sounder, and it's going to be the Cash Me Outside. Which is it?
Cash Me Out one time.
There you go. That. And that's our Kevin. Is that Kevin Dana?
Yes, it is.
That's my guy, Kevin Dana.
Oh, we got to get into your play-by-play.
Oh, yeah, no, I had it going, too, like the N1 mixtape. So be sure you listen to that between 12 and 12:30. Had to get that out one time. But, Goo, to answer your question, and it's a fully loaded question. Yeah. To answer your question, let's start here. People are even if your guy is balling out, who's the most popular player on the team? The backup quarterback.
The fans' best friend.
Especially when some people feel, and this is not Alan Styles speaking, this is me taking what I've been seeing.
Artificial AI.
This is AI.
Okay.
This is me speaking about what I've seen on social media. People feel that maybe Trey hasn't gotten, I don't know, I hate the word fair because life isn't fair. We know that, but Trey hasn't gotten the fairest of shakes, right? So Bomani, who was on the Morning Roast a couple days ago, he ripped a crazy thread. This
dude's had like 50 jobs. I love Bomani.
We love Bo.
Yeah, he's got more lives than a cat.
And he's basically just destroying the situation about Kyle and saying that even if they hit on Brock Purdy, we can't excuse how they botched the Trey Lance situation. And I've seen Bomani talk about it, and the national media even starting to turn around to say, look, Trey Lance, whether he doesn't work or not, sure, that's on him. But let's not give Kyle a pass and this organization for how things went down. And we saw, so Bomani, he loves to quote tweet people, and people were coming at him with the David Carrs and all these guys that got opportunities. Okay. And this happens all the time. You had Colin Cowherd
75%.
This happens 75% of the time. So you can fall on either side of the fence that you want. Ultimately, some people are going to feel that Trey got enough. Willard said he thinks that he got enough runway. I personally don't think he did, right? But the bottom line is you got to get it done. And when you don't get it done, that's what it comes down to. What I'll say about Brock Purdy is this. Brock Purdy and what he's done so far, Brock, when you're the golden boy, it does just bug people to a certain extent. And again, not me. This isn't Alan speaking. This is just from what I've seen.
AI.
Some people feel that for what the narrative for Trey and the narrative for Brock has just been different. Like we said, when Brock throws a pick, there's an explanation, right? And JD, when we talked about this in the crossover, even said, well, it depends on who you follow. I follow all the same people, right? And I think what it is when you're hearing it from the Brock side of things, those are the more guys that have been in the game, the guys that you're used to. The Trey piece of this are the newer journalists, are the newer pieces. So really, you can pick.
Everybody has an agenda, Alan.
Everybody has an agenda.
Well, I don't like that.
But I'm just saying that's part of the reason the excitement has waned a bit for, or maybe just seems like it's not necessarily there because it's and I think that Kyle Shanahan going out and saying what he said today might actually help the situation because Kyle's saying, hey, we're not saying Brock is walking on water. But
saying if you did, who do you? That's
because he hasn't done enough for that, Goo.
No,
in my opinion.
Okay, but he's done enough to be prompt to be.
Yeah, he can walk on water this season. That's what Kyle Shanahan is clarifying. He's walking on water this season. But all we're talking about is this season, and I like that Kyle Shanahan went that route. He didn't backtrack anything. He's just saying, "Hey, if we're not holding up the Lombardi, if we don't have number 6, we will reevaluate that situation when needed." So that's what I think is going on there, and I just think that people feel that Brock Purdy is a souped up version of Jimmy Garoppolo, which is really cool, but you're always going to wonder, what if Trey hit? What if Trey figured it out? And ultimately, there's probably just not going to be enough time. Goo, I know we talk Warriors, the two timelines. Yeah. They're just two different timelines.
And we saw...
maybe it would have worked out if Trey didn't get hurt last season. We'll never know.
Okay, you know what? I'm not mad at anything you said, but I will stand on this. I'm not blaming Trey Lance, but that starting job in the first year he was drafted was available. Mm-hmm. Okay, so nobody knows what metric, what mind game, what conversation Kyle had, what physical test maybe Trey had to show that he comprehended the offense and he could be trusted. But I firmly now believe when people say, oh, Guru, the test didn't start because he's year one, he's still a baby, I think maybe there might have been, okay, this kid ain't ready like I thought I could have him ready year one. Okay, nobody else is going to the refrigerator or going to bed thinking, okay, Trey is behind the 8 ball or a missed opportunity per se. I sure wasn't saying it, but now that I'm watching everything play out, Styles, I just feel like I'll stand on that. That's one. 2, I, as a black man, thought and felt that the energy was weird for Trey Lance. I didn't say in the media and how he was being treated by the team with the actual play calling, running up the middle, not being able to step back and just let it fly and try to be all you can be. Mm-hmm. So I thought that was strange. So now I don't have an agenda anytime I crack a microphone. I can admit when I was wrong, and I'm telling you guys right now, it's not an apology. I was wrong. 1, for bringing up race with whomever, the weird energy, which I deemed it, because I stepped back and said, hey, I don't care what the reasons were. Kyle Shanahan did his part. He gave Trey Lance the keys last year in Chicago. Regardless if I don't like the play calling or not, I don't believe he was trying to get his prize rookie hurt. His prize rookie got hurt. What happened then? Jimmy takes over. Jimmy gets hurt. But we cannot come down Kyle's road for what he did, and he stood on it and gave Trey the keys. Trey gets hurt. Jimmy gets hurt. Mr. Irrelevant is on the scene, and he hit it out the park. And right now, Trey's got to wait because I will no longer say what I thought it was. Oh, this kid's being blackballed. He's not getting the opportunity. He got the opportunity. I know it was last calendar year. And guess when the next opportunity was? A calendar year after, last Sunday in Vegas, and he did not look like he had grown inside the helmet, between the ears, and physically. So now I've called off the dogs. I'm saying, man, kid, you got some chances. Styles may say it's small, minute, but you got some chances. So now, right now, prom king is the guy named Brock Purdy, and you got to sit and wait. And fans, you got to congratulate, because you cannot hate on the parade right now, and we want to see more, which is Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
That's just being real.
No, I hear you. I
know that was long-winded,
No,
but come
sometimes
on,
you
man.
got it's a payday Friday.
Look
Get
at
your
ya.
money in.
You
Get
be
your
a
money
job.
in. This is what you get paid to do. Look, we will never
stand
know.
on that, Alan.
You can stand on it. Say it with your chest.
I appreciate it.
The only thing we'll never know, and I really want to move forward, but it's all connected here. It's just never going to sit well with me, the play calling from last season, only because they knew they had Jimmy G waiting in the wings. I just wished in an alternate, I'm going Marvel Avengers here, Goo. I just wish there was an alternate universe where they don't sign Jimmy and we just see if Kyle does the same type of play calling without knowing that a guy who just took you to the NFC Championship was sitting on the bench. We'll never know.
Okay.
But that's the only thing. I do not know that they would have run Trey as much as they ran him.
I didn't like it at all.
If they didn't have Jimmy, if they had CJ Beathard, right? And look, that's why that's an organization being smart. I get all that. But we'll never know. We'll never know. But in terms of Brock Purdy, one thing I want to say is this about Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy is undersized. Brock Purdy has been doubted really all of his life, right? In terms of he was the last pick. And what happens is people build you up to be able to tear you down.
Well, America
in general. And we've sat here. We've sat here and we've talked about Brock, and Brock was the talk of the town, but then we talked about Brock too much, right? So now what are people saying? People get you know what? I don't know what to do with Brock, right? Because now Brock, it seems like you're saying Brock is this, Brock is that. We don't know. And I've said myself that we don't know.
I'm still watching
But what I do know is this. Don't ever underestimate somebody who has been underestimated their whole life. You watch that Steph Curry underrated film, great doc. Got to make sure you watch it. And Brock is hearing, okay, so y'all don't think I did enough? So I don't think we've talked enough about Brock's mentality. So we have, as a Niner media, some of us in the media and some of us haven't, have given Brock more bulletin board material. And I think that's good. You don't want to sit here and let Brock walk on a red carpet and walk on roses. Brock's going to come out there and say, oh, y'all don't think I did enough? Oh, now I'm undersized and I had my UCL injury. So we should start to transition this into what Brock can do and what Brock can maybe feel about his ability to show y'all what he can really do. Because he's motivated. He's still motivated.
No, man.
That's how he got here.
Right. If something out of Rudy, and I know those are movies, and Rocky, exactly. Alan, and I would tell Brock Purdy, kid, do the same thing you did. But you're right. All the stuff that you talked about. So let's just take the elbow injury away. There's not a walking soul that would say they don't want to hit the plus button on the calculator and see more from Brock, because we all understand. But Alan,
I'm talking Brock's mindset, not
I'm
how
in the camp of, okay, 2 playoff games to me is equivalent of 3 regular season games.
Yeah.
Just the fact that if I throw a pick, if I do this, the finality of the season, I could be the reason. He passed those tests, but I do get, and I won't fight, that it's relatively a small sample size, but outside of, 5 or 6 more games, nobody can argue that it's looking good for Brock. And guess what? You don't got a new play caller. It's still the same dude, Kyle. He knows what you like to do. You got the weaponry. So I just find it highly unlikely that Cinderella, who is Brock, is going to ever have to return the shoes.
I don't think so either.
And that's what we're
The question is,
unless you get hurt.
Right. The question is, can you win the big one? That's what this comes down to. Brock is never going to look bad. He
got you to the big one, though.
No,
NFC Championship.
He got you the NFC Championship.
Yeah.
Are you going to win the big one? That's it. Because Brock is never going to look bad. Right? Like we said, that's the thing about Brock. His basement, his floor is high. Right? His ceiling might not be as high as others. Think about a Moses Moody type, but his floor is always going to be decent. So that's what you have with Brock. The question is, Are you going to win the big one? And Goo, you got me thinking here because a lot of people have a lot of things to say about Patrick Mahomes and how
he's incredible. He's Steph Curry in football.
Kyle Shanahan missed on Patrick Mahomes.
Oh my God.
But Kyle Shanahan wasn't the only person that missed on Patrick Mahomes, right? Patrick Mahomes, he dropped, right, in the draft. So people act like you missed here, and I get why you say that because now you have the future GOAT, depending on who you talk to.
But do you feel better that others missed when all we care about is what pops off in this city?
Hold on with me. Hold on. So then you have, I was getting into it on X when I was on the ferry with somebody talking about
thinking drugs.
I know.
Twitter. You can say Twitter.
Let's just say Twitter. I don't want to get in trouble on Payday Friday.
Yeah.
So basically the conversation was sitting Trey that first year. And my argument is, I don't think Mahomes would not be Mahomes if he didn't sit.
Wow.
What are we talking about? Do we really think he improved? He would have been that different if he didn't sit behind Alex Smith?
But it definitely helped.
I'm sure it helped.
Aaron Rodgers online too.
I'm sure it helped. Same with Aaron Rodgers, and he waited more than 1 year. So when you look at Patrick Mahomes, and you're thinking, if you're Kyle Shanahan and you miss Patrick Mahomes, right? Now you have a guy and Trey Lance, who I don't think the comps, like I said, I watched the highlight tape. That was not a Patrick Mahomes highlight tape from Texas Tech. Trey looked like a completely different player. But maybe in Kyle's mind, he was thinking, you sit that 1 year, Jimmy is comparable to Alex Smith.
On his way out.
Maybe they win the big one. We probably don't. We haven't so far. And now we have Trey come in, and he takes the league by storm. The problem is, from even what we heard, we knew that Mahomes was a project. But again, he played in the Big 12, and we know the Big 12 is passer-friendly, but you did see him do it at a certain level, right? And we knew that Andy Reid, similar offensive guru, we knew that it was a bit of a gamble, but you think that they could figure it out. I think that Kyle Shanahan looked at that as the model. Not that he thought that Trey Lance could be Patrick Mahomes, but I don't think he believed that he needed to be. He just needed to be a version better than Jimmy Garoppolo, maybe a lesser, maybe call it a Walmart brand or a diet brand of Patrick Mahomes, something like that, and we could get it done. And I believe as the season progressed and they realized, okay, I call it the hitchy woo woo.
Okay.
You have to hitch with the arm.
Oh yeah, oh my God. The baseball wind up.
And Kyle is starting to think, I think this evaluation, whether it be because of the pandemic or whatever, this is not exactly what I thought this was going to look like. Then you get to the next year.
Shame on you, though.
We got to give him the keys now. So now we got to run the power I, and now we got to make him a fullback. Wow. But before that, let's bring Jimmy G. I think that in Kyle's mind, that is how, in a perfect world, things were going to shape up. Some lesser version of a really good football player. And I ultimately think they just, I can't even say they whiffed because of the injury, but I do hear we had JD on. It wasn't looking like we were hearing Mahomes was a Ferrari in practice. We never heard that about Trey.
No doubt about it. Hey, and I hear every word you just said. I'll say this about Kyle. When I call him a genius or the boy genius, it's the play calling. We have yet to see Allen, and you could say, hey, he wasn't the only one that missed. But when I talk Jedi, I think Kyle has the uncanny ability to know that's it right there. Allen can be this. I can make him that.
Well, yes, maybe I can make
Kyle
him that.
Kyle was Dr. Dre, and for whatever reason, Trey Lance has not been Snoop Dogg, Eminem, or 50 yet. No. It ain't he ain't doing his part. So that's why Andy Reid, I just feel so bad that I called him a choke in Philly, but I didn't have the Kansas City part yet. I didn't know that was coming.
Yeah.
So we'll see, and hopefully Niner fans want to see Kyle win here and not have to go to his version of Kansas City and do it somewhere else. But could you imagine the Jedi that Kyle would have if he had looked at Mahomes and said, I could make this dude a star in a Niner uniform?
And I think that's a good point, Goo, because the question is, did Kyle try to be the smartest person in the room?
I think that's what he likes to do.
TC, we see you in Sacktown. Steve, we see you in Santa Cruz. I was just there on Monday. We'll get to you right after the break, I promise. Don't forget, between 12 and 12:30, we got the Warriors giveaway for your tickets. Do not miss that. And all that sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is...
Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We are back. Steiny and Guru Styles in for Steiny, and we are joined by Tony Pauline, consulting editor and NFL draft analyst at sportskeeda.com. Tony, thank you for joining us on this Payday Friday. I hope it's a Payday Friday for you as well.
Tony.
Thanks for having me. I'm actually in Columbus, Ohio, dropping my daughter off at the Ohio State University. So it's always football season. Got to see the stadium, maybe catch a little practice. Football's nonstop.
Hey, Tony, I just dropped my daughter off at college, North Carolina. I got to tell you, I teared up. Is this your first time? Did you tear up, or were you like, you know what, I'll see you soon?
No, this is her junior year. Yeah.
Okay.
But to tell you the truth, yeah, the freshman year driving away was, especially since she's our only one, it was a little bit difficult. It was tough for my wife.
No
it was difficult
doubt.
for me though.
Well, Tony, you wrote a really good piece on the Nick Bosa contract situation, sportskeeda.com. Can you break it down for us and let the good people know, Niner fans, and let them know why this contract situation might be a bit more complicated than we all think?
Well, the fact is this is revenues in the NFL are growing, the salary cap is growing, and contracts are growing, and the players are going to want their piece of the pie. And the really good players are going to want those contracts to keep escalating and escalating and escalating. That's what Nick Bosa wants. I mean, he is a terrific pass rusher. He is sort of the quarterback of the defense in the sense that, you look at some of these quarterback contracts and they're NBA style. And, what better way to kind of slow down the quarterbacks than with a terrific pass rushing defensive end, and that's what Nick Bosa is. So you got to understand that these contracts are going to continually grow as the NFL keeps bringing in revenue and the salary cap continues to grow. So Bosa is going to want his piece of the pie. He's going to want his financial security, and it's the same thing with Chris Jones. Now the other interesting. As I said in the article, from what I've heard, there hasn't been a lot of contact between Bosa's people and the Niners. There hasn't been a lot of contact between Chris Jones' people and the Chiefs, which leads people to believe that it's going to be an extensive and potentially long holdout that could go into the first week of the season, second week of the season. I don't know if that's going to happen. I'll get to that in a second. And there's one intangible, and this is just speculation that people need to keep an eye on that has been thrown out to me by a number of people in the league. Bosa's agent, who I've known for years, also happened to be Aaron Donald's agent at one point in time. He wasn't Aaron Donald's agent when Donald signed that huge 3-year contract for $95 million. So I'm sure Bosa's agent wants to make a statement now and get as close, if not exceed, the money that Aaron Donald got, what was barely a year or so ago, and say, listen, this is the way the NFL's going with these contracts. I'm going to get what I can from my guy, and if it exceeds or comes close to what Aaron Donald has, good for Nick Bosa and his representation.
Yeah, that's interesting, Tony, because, my dad had an old saying, son, worry about what's going on in your house, your own backyard. So in a crazy way, do you think if Chris Jones, that situation, wasn't what it is, that Bosa may be signed? Like, are both parties, you think, looking out the window just to see, who's going to go first in a crazy way?
No, I mean, they're different types of players, and I think that, if the Niners come up and give Nick Bosa the number he wants or comes close to the number that he wants, I think he'll be signed. It's just a matter of when that happens, if that happens. Just go back a couple of weeks ago. After the Giants didn't come to a contract negotiation with Saquon Barkley, I had written a piece that there were expectations that Barkley could hold out. And Barkley himself said, it was something that he was considering. And then lo and behold, literally within 48 hours, he and the Giants, came to an agreement, and Barkley never held out. He showed up for Veterans Camp. That can absolutely happen with Bosa, but I'm sure that Bosa is going to want it. I know he wants a significant number. It's just a matter of, will the Niners step up to the plate? And I don't think it has anything to do with Chris Jones.
Okay.
I think in a perfect world for Moses, if Chris Jones gets a massive contract, a 3-year, $90 million deal, Moses and his team are going to be doing backflips because they're going to want even more money.
Talking to Tony Pauline, consulting editor and NFL draft analyst at sportskeeda.com. Tony, let's just ask a question like this. What's the worst case scenario for this Nick Bosa and Niners situation?
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario is I think he misses week 1.
Wow.
From what people have told me, I don't think it comes to that. I think that is a possibility, but I think, once you get into the regular season, the Niners obviously are going to be contenders to go to the Super Bowl this year, as long as the quarterback, even if the quarterback doesn't stay healthy, Brock Purdy, you still got Sam Darnold there, and you got a phenomenal coach, a phenomenal quarterback coach, who I think, can spin gold out of anything at the position. So they're going to be contenders for the NFC title, and they want to go to the Super Bowl. So, I think that is a possibility week 1. I don't think it goes any further than that if it gets to that.
Your specialty also is NFL draft analyst. So if you don't mind, I want to ask you, because all we're talking about, Tony, in this market is the quarterback position and Lance, Purdy, but are you shocked or curious as to why or what Kyle may have seen? It's bleak for me, Tony, in regard to Trey Lance, because I'm not seeing a lot and I'm a bit disappointed. But when you look at what was available for Kyle and the rest of the coaches and GMs, what he could have saw and why it's not happening in year 3.
Well, I mean, a lot of it obviously has to do with injuries. And, as they said at the time, they made that big move up because they were afraid the Patriots were going to make the big move up and get one of the quarterbacks. I think the thing is it's no coincidence that the Andy Reid quarterbacks, the Doug Peterson quarterbacks, the Kyle Shanahan quarterbacks find ways to succeed, whether it's Brock Purdy, whether it's Garoppolo. I mean, these guys just know they have it when it comes to coaching quarterbacks, and we can go, with a few other. And then you have situations, say, like the New York Jets, who can't develop their own quarterback. They got to go out in the free market, pay a gazillion dollars, for a 40-year-old quarterback and hope that he's got something left in the tank. That's the guy they wanted. It's been, obviously, you got to be disappointed in Lance. I think a lot of it is injuries. He hasn't been able to stay in the field. But while you're disappointed, I think with that coach that you have there, like I said, he'll be able to spin gold out of anything at that position. And listen, I'm in the New York area, so we know what Jet fans know what's going to happen. There's a lot of excitement here with Aaron Rodgers, but we can see Sam Darnold stepping on the field, in week 3 and going 14-0 for the San Francisco 49ers, and finally realizing, the potential that everyone thought he had after he was selected in 2018.
Talking to Tony Pauline, consulting editor and NFL draft analyst at sportskeeda.com. Tony, let's talk about Brock Purdy as a draft analyst. What did you see from Brock? I know he was Mr. Irrelevant, but hey, he still got drafted and now has been very successful in the NFL so far. What did you see from Brock Purdy coming out of the draft, coming out of college?
Yeah, I think that anybody who says, I expected this from Brock Purdy that does the draft, as extensively as I do, is lying. I mean, because he was a good game manager at Iowa State, and he went to the Shrine Bowl, and he had 3 good days of practice. Did anyone think that he was going to step in and just carry the team the way carry the offense, not the team, the way he did, and lead them to the NFC title game? No one imagined that. And again, I think what happens is, you talk about Trey Lance versus Brock Purdy. So much of it comes down to the coach and the ability to develop a player at the position. So it has been Trey Lance for a couple of reasons, primarily injuries. In steps Brock Purdy when Garoppolo gets injured, and Brock Purdy carries the team. Again, that's the coach. Did anyone think that Brock Purdy was going to be a legitimate number 1 NFL quarterback? No. I mean, he looked like a very good backup that was more of a game manager than a team leader.
Well, Tony, just a real quick follow-up. But with that being said, and it's so tough to do this, put players on different teams, how can you evaluate Brock with having Kyle Shanahan and all the weapons, I mean, would you call him a franchise QB with an asterisk? What would you say to that?
I'd say he has played beyond expectations. I'd say the future looks bright, but I say let's give it a couple of years. I mean, it's he played barely a half season last year, and he played very well. You hope that is the shape of things to come. But I think, listen, I go back a long way, and I remember Bill Parcells talking about how it takes 3 years to really decide whether a player, after he's drafted, whether he deserves to be in the NFL. And now people want a definite answer. Some 3 months, sometimes 3 weeks into the rookie season. Everything is pointed north to Brock Purdy. We'll see what happens this year with the elbow. Is he able to stay healthy? If he builds on this, good for him, good for the Niners. I mean, you can't. I'm not going to roll the dice. I'm going to say, let's just hope for more good things for him.
Hey, Tony, before we get you out of here, I love my partner, but the fact that he asked you that question, isn't that a little haterade? Isn't like what? Enjoy the ride. Why do you got to ask Tony? What if he's somewhere else? Because he's not. It's like Phil Jackson. What if he wasn't coaching the Lakers or Bulls? Right? Shouldn't we not even look at it to that degree? What if he wasn't in Kyle's system?
Yes and no, because again, I'm from New York, and people say, the Jets drafted Sam Darnold, they drafted Zach Wilson, they missed on Brock Purdy. And my answer to that is Brock Purdy would have done no better with the New York Jets and the New York Jets organization than Zach Wilson has done, than Sam Darnold did, because the Jets just can't develop quarterbacks. So, yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, enjoy it while it's there. But I think really you have to be happy that you have a coach there that knows how to develop quarterbacks when so many other franchises just come up empty at that position.
Tony, Pauline, thank you so much for the time. That was great stuff, Tony. The Ohio State hanging out with the Buckeyes. I hope they have a good season. Thanks again for the time.
Thanks for having me.
That was Tony Pauline, consulting editor and draft analyst, NFL draft analyst at sportskeeda.com. Great stuff there, Guru.
Yeah, and you know what?
And, I don't besides you coming down my road.
No, I love it. He agreed with you, really. I don't want to get all melancholy, but don't you love our job when we can actually talk to people that we don't know for most of the time, but you can feel their personality oozing, like his daughter, dropping her out to, he was a real one. Yeah, good job, John. No, he was a real one.
That was great. And I think that last question that you did ask that kind of flipped back on you. I think it's,
I was like, darn it. Yeah.
I think it's really, really something that in New York, people were saying that they missed on Brock Purdy.
Man.
Because now for Tony
to say. That's a fan base scorn.
That's for Tony to say, I think you need to pump the brakes there. That's one thing. But that just tells me that fans don't pay attention, or certain fans, right, maybe don't pay attention to, well, that guy has Kyle Shanahan, or that guy has Debo and Christian McCaffrey. It's just, can you get it done or not? And that makes more sense when you look at Trey Lance. And Tony Pauline talked a lot about Trey Lance's injuries being the reason he isn't where he should be right now. But ultimately, as a fan, did you get it done or not?
No doubt about it. And let's just talk about the Jets, because they are scoring right now. So they bring in Zach Wilson, and it's Zach Wilson or bust. And unfortunately, it didn't work out. But the reason I brought that question up to Tony is, you are so right. At some point in Kyle's life, he's going to have to tell the masses, it can be as simple as this: I messed up. Our projections for Trey, it didn't work out. But yet, I just want to tell you, when you have that conversation, the noise you're going to hear in the other room is that if this keeps going, Brock Purdy is going to be the celebration, which is the success of Mr. Irrelevant. And I couldn't believe, who did we have on the other day in this studio that was like, you don't get credit for Brock Purdy. Yes, you do. It was callers. Yes, you do. So, Alan, on the Jets don't have, they wish they had a Brock Purdy. Well, they got Aaron Rodgers. Hopefully he works out that O-line. But right now, Kyle, I believe, I'm going too short, the great rapper, is not tripping, because right now we're still winning, and we're winning with something that could be the next Jeff Garcia or Montana or Young. I'm getting carried away, but he could get us the next Lombardi.
But I think Tony was more so talking about the future, because how could we say
he's not a believer yet of Brock?
We just need more time, but he says it's probably going to work out. But how could we say that Kyle Shanahan has developed Brock in the same year he was drafted. Brock only been there a couple months.
Well, my thing to all the people listening to this show and you, he's a Niner. I'm the coach. He was ready. Why would you do so much math to where it wouldn't? I couldn't get credit.
No, you can get credit for the roster and putting him in a good spot,
even drafting him,
and drafting him.
Go ahead.
But develop. Brock is exactly who he was out of Iowa State. How is he any different from draft day to when he started?
So he goes to the defensive coordinator, the former one, Sala. What's our guy in Houston? D'Amico Ryans.
D'Amico Ryans, yeah.
Okay, they were the defensive coordinator of a unit that had top-tier talent.
Yeah.
My thing to you is, why that energy on?
It's not.
Okay, anybody can coach Bosa. Anybody can coach.
No, but I'm only talking
it comes
about
with the territory
but
for me.
I'm only talking about Brock Purdy.
But Kyle had him. I guess when you say, you brought him up. Well, I don't care about all that. It's about, are you ready? Can you go out there and extend my game plan? Because you hear coaches are, or quarterbacks. The quarterbacks are the extended coach on the field, extension of the coach.
I know that, but I'm saying but if we're talking about in game, and decisions in game,
or just ready,
I'm giving that to Kyle. But the fact that, but Brock Purdy was the same guy. I guess the question is your definition of develop. That's really the question. If it's playing the game and knowing your quarterback's
I use
strengths,
that word loosely because I'm giving it to Kyle.
Right.
You had him ready, that's develop, damn it.
Sure. That's fine.
how I look at it.
If that's how you look at it, that's how you look at it. That's fine. Because we didn't see Brock running any power eye sets, okay? Because that's not what he's going to do. I'm just saying that in terms of quarterback development, in terms of he was this guy when he got drafted and now he's this guy. You can't do that in a couple months. But having him ready and making sure, hey, he has that confidence that when he goes in, a lot of that is on Brock. So just you ain't got to get ready if you stay ready. But some of that is also Kyle Shanahan. When Brock does get in, this is what I know his strengths to be, and this is what I'm going to help him do. Which then comes back to Trey and the power I formation and all the draws. Kyle didn't feel like his strengths, which we've seen a little bit in the preseason, due to injury, whatever, hasn't been that.
And is Kyle telling us something now? Here I go back. Lori Matthews from Arizona on the YouTube chat. Brock had college experience and was more ready to go to begin with. You're right, young lady, but at the end of the day, he was the last pick in the draft. I guess his tape, it didn't jump out, right? Brock's mannerisms didn't jump out to where people were lobbying to
here's the
waste
question.
number one picks to get him like they did Lance.
No, and I get you on that. So again, Derek
Chris
Lewis
M,
on the YouTube
coaching?
chat. So if any other coach had Purdy, would it be the same results? Come on, you're giving Kyle zero credit. He's
talking to you.
He is.
Because Mike McCarthy would not have Brock Purdy if he had to I don't believe he could do that.
But here's my problem. Okay, Tony Pauline said that, hey, if you had Brock in New York, then he would have ended up just like Zach Wilson or whatever.
I believe that, Alan.
But what if New York had the Niners roster? I just don't know. I'm not giving Kyle zero credit, but I'm not giving him more than I love my pie charts.
Yeah.
I can't give Kyle more than about 30%, 30%. If Kyle had a trash roster and would Brock Purdy have looked like this? I don't believe he would have.
Right. But I guess it's the inception of this conversation. Why are we talking about it like that? Because that's why I told Tony it sounds like haterade in regard to the energy.
What flavor?
Orange.
Okay, I do like orange.
Why are you going there? Why not enjoy what is facts? And what do we know?
Because
Brock Purdy
when it's
was
time
mystery relevant.
Because Tony is a draft analyst.
But again, I'm just telling you, enjoy the ride. That is the Brock Purdy show.
I am enjoying the ride, but I want to. If I have a draft analyst, we've had draft analysts on. I want to see what he thinks.
No, and I asked him as much, but it sounds like you're saying, "Hey, Alan, I'm not telling you you're wrong, but can you just help me clarify?" It sounds like you're giving Brock Purdy his own credit for him being ready to be.
I am giving Brock Purdy credit.
Master this offense, and not have lemon
Brock
booty,
Purdy gets
not
way
need
more
a
credit
diaper,
than Kyle Shanahan.
Not be overcome by the moment. You don't give Kyle any credit for that?
I'm giving Brock Purdy way more credit than Kyle. How can you not?
No, I got you, but
how many guys would have folded in that situation? Oh, I'm the third guy. I'm barely here. Brock Purdy, Right. He would be Sudfeld, right? Brock Purdy earned his way. Kyle helped.
Okay,
Kyle put him in good situations.
I guess that's all I wanted to hear.
Okay, but I said, I'll give him 30%.
Okay, right.
That's fair. Right. 30%, that's a nice cut. You an agent.
Yeah, but when it's all said and done, all Kyle, if he heard how much credit he was getting from you, me, or anybody, he wouldn't give a damn.
Of course
all he wants is the W.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And it's not about, Kyle built. I'm not talking about building the roster. I'm talking specifically about people have questions based on how Trey has panned out about Kyle's ability to develop quarterbacks. And Brock Purdy doing what he did, again, small sample size. We got to see what he does this coming year. Right. Brock Purdy going off last year doesn't make me feel, Kyle must be a good quarterback evaluator because of what Brock. That's all I'm saying.
I got you. And I got it now. Let me my Phil Jackson comp. I know it's hoop, but what if I say, hey, Phil, could you do what you did with the Bulls, Jordan, and Kobe and Shaq with the Sacramento Kings?
And I hate doing that.
Okay, but you just did it.
No, I know, and I do hate doing that. Yeah. But I'm also saying.
What would your answer be quick on Phil? Would you be like, whoever posed that question, I kind of get it.
No, I do get the question. Okay. But we'll never know. We'll never know. But specifically.
That doesn't change your view on him being the great coach that he is, though.
Exactly. Okay. The conversation and the question is, Brock Purdy, when you look at Brock Purdy and his evaluation going to this team, sometimes things work out. We talk about Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson, what did he go in the 4th round?
I didn't think he was going to be this good.
With the lower you go, you typically go to a better team because they're picking later.
Gotcha.
Right? So you have Russell Wilson who went to a decent team. A lot of these top picks, you got to break it down and build it back up because the teams aren't very good.
I understand
so
all that.
You had Brock Purdy, a guy who had 4 years experience at a D1, a high-level D1.
Short in stature, though. Let's be honest. That didn't
he's
help
not
him.
Kyler Murray, but he's not also – he's like a Drew Brees area, right? So
he's the last pick of the draft.
He's the last pick of the draft.
That says something of what people thought.
Right.
Foresaw. You know?
Yes. Brock is getting most of my credit. But yes, I'm going to give Kyle Shanahan credit for putting him in a good situation. But Brock is throwing the rock.
No doubt about it.
You can't throw it for him.
Hey, what about this one real quick from the 510? Guru, you're wrong about the credit pie. Kyle wants to be the star. I believe that. We talked about it yesterday. And he wants all the credit.
Yeah. I mean,
if that's real, you do that with a lesser talent.
That's what he's been doing, though. And that's why Trey was random. Trey was random. All right, we got to get to a break. Let's see here.
Somebody wants the top 5 rappers. We'll get to that before we get out of here.
Whenever you want to get to it, we can get to it because I know people are going to be upset with me, but it's okay. September 11th, join 95.7 The Game at the Pettinelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Harding Park. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society SF Bay area. There will be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest, an auction with some great memorabilia, and a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Harding Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Learn more at sfautismsociety.org. And that's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We will get that Kyle Shanahan sound after the break.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why.
the F do you got to lose?
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
It's Take It Away Styles for today and up through next Wednesday or this coming Wednesday.
I wonder what Steiny's doing and Evan now. Both of them out there.
I see Evan on the gram flexing.
I missed
in Italy.
it.
He's doing. I threw him a little fire.
I told him to do that.
I threw him a little fire emoji.
Nice scenery.
He's having a great time. He's having a great time.
Fall in love, kid. Should have been on The Sopranos, Steiny.
And somebody else will be having a good time because the Warriors giveaway, we are around 30 minutes away from the possibility of it starting. It's between 12 and 12:30. You're going to want to get in line. You're going to want to get your calls in. Spadoni, give me the sounder one more time.
Cash me out one time.
When you hear that, call in and you will have a chance to win a pair of tickets to any Warriors home game. Anyone. You want to see the Lake Show in LeBron? You can see the Lake Show in LeBron. You want to see the opening night with KD and Bradley Beal and the crew and Devin Booker? Clay ain't going to be throwing up the 4, but you can still see them.
Man,
allegedly, he's not throwing up the 4. Jordan Poole's return, so be sure between 12 and 12:30, we're going to play that sounder. Call in, and you have a chance to win those tickets. So, Goo, I got to get to something
Before
real
you
quick.
do, I got to read something, too.
Oh, do it.
And take your time. You go slow. The 925. So it's a payday Friday. You and I getting down.
Yeah.
Going to have lunch at the cafeteria.
That's right.
I mean, it's love in the air, right? And I can't wait. 925. Styles, go to the golf event, play in a wheelchair. I bet you could still outdrive Guru. What? Like, who would type that? What was your goal? Okay, you can outdrive me.
To get the reaction you're getting right now.
Real quick, are you a good golfer?
I'm okay.
All right.
I'm okay. I have my days.
Yeah.
But I'm starting from...
Because the streets are saying you won't critique your game like you and Evan got into that, how strong your arm was. I
am not Tiger Woods.
Andy Van's like in the outfield.
No, okay. When I golf with my normal crew,
okay,
with the crew, I'm normally on the lower end.
Okay.
I'm normally on the lower end, but I'm not the worst. Okay,
all right.
I'm not the best.
You got
not
your own
really
clubs?
in the middle. I got my own clubs.
Okay, yeah, so
I'm
you're
lefty,
in the game.
You know, I got to have my lefty
Look
clubs.
at you.
So I'm not the worst, but it could be a rough day for me. Shout out Karika or Korika, however you want to say it.
Karika.
So, it depends. Depends
No,
who
it
you
doesn't.
talk to.
What that means?
It depends on what you talk to.
John, what does he speak of?
That is. I mean, Alan, that is both our home courses.
No, John.
But it is Karika.
When you call the
boy.
voicemail, they say Karika. I know that, but people will still try to correct me. That's all I'm saying. So, Goo, I had one more. And don't forget, by the way, Goo's gripes 1:30 p.m. Goo got some gripes, so you don't want to miss that. But Goo, somebody's got a gripe with me. I don't know if it's the same person on the YouTube chat and on the Xfinity mobile text line. But there is somebody saying 408, Purdy gets the credit for being Purdy, but Shanahan gets the credit because Trey isn't good. All I got to say is if you don't understand how those are two completely different situations, I don't know what to tell you. That's all I got. I'm not even going to try to explain it to you. But isn't it obvious those are two different situations or no?
Well, they're two different situations, but yet they're the same answer for me.
Okay.
And it just, again, comes with the territory of who is your superior. Who you know.
Yeah.
You guys might tell me Gabe Kapler does nothing, but he does something because he has a moniker of manager.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that means something. So in both those instances that you just brought up, yeah, they're different, Alan, but okay, I'm good. And I said as much. So both of us have. Okay, if Trey doesn't pan out, that's on Kyle.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry. I know you talk about seasoning and the 4 years of college for Brock. I get it. But Kyle, this is the NFL. Kyle's his coach. He gets credit, I believe, some for that run that Brock Purdy's currently on.
He should get credit for Brock. I'm just giving more credit to Brock. That's it. And when it comes to blame, and when you decide to draft a project at number 3, that is a completely different situation than drafting somebody who has 4 years of reps at Iowa State.
You know, the word project has different meanings. I thought of good times because they lived in the projects. But I'm just telling you, Alan, a team that's ready to win a Super Bowl, you've heard this a million times.
Yeah.
Take a drink. What in the hell made Kyle do that?
I don't know.
When you could have used those picks to enhance what you already had and it's working with an average quarterback. It'll just wake me up when you get the answer, man.
And that's why I think think they have been going so hard. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have saying, hey, don't look over there. Don't look at that dumpster fire over there. Look at this. Look at my room. You know what your parents would say?
I hated
you know what your parents would say? Hey, you clean your room, but you only clean part of the room.
I threw it all
or you
under
made
the
the bed. No, Mom,
Yeah.
I made the bed though, and I took out the trash.
Yeah.
That's what Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are doing. Don't look at my room. I
Yeah.
still got a vacuum. I still got some dirty socks on the floor. But I made my bed. I took out the trash. Can I still go out with my friends? That's
There
what
you
Kyle
go.
Shanahan and John Lynch are doing right now.
Good call.
888-957-9570. We want to talk about Nick Bosa, but before we do, let's get to Dave in South City, who wants to talk about Trey and Brock. What's up, Dave? You're on with Steiny and Guru.
Dave,
we got you.
He's hearing
lost Dave.
ghosts. He's hearing ghosts.
All right, he's hearing ghosts. Sam Darnold was
Man,
seeing
what did
ghosts.
he mean by that? I'm seeing
I
ghosts.
think he thought somebody was.
That is the tap out of all tap out.
He thought somebody was coming, and
It's
nobody
not
was coming.
Halloween. We're trying to win a game.
Seeing ghosts.
Oh my God.
Big Casper fan.
Big
Cas. Shout out Casper.
Oh my God.
Friendly
Mount
ghost.
Rushmore.
So we had Tony Pauline on last segment, consulting editor and NFL draft analyst at sportskeeda.com. And Tony, what did you feel about it, Goo? He was talking
I liked
about
him, yeah.
Nick Bosa and how it's a little bit more complicated. So now we're talking about, he said, worst case scenario would be Bosa missing week 1. So
that would be a night. Again, here I am,
Yeah.
Denzel on Remember the Titans. But Evan.
Oh, you did good yesterday.
No, I've been 2 days in a row.
You
I've been
did good.
Listen, I was thinking about my guy, yeah. But look, this is not what you draw up on the board, right? Okay, if you want to look at it from a Nick Bosa standpoint, okay, you didn't have to show up and put pads on.
Mm-hmm.
But don't you think just from a team standpoint, and you saw this boat coming or this U-Haul truck full of Benjamins, I'm no attorney, and from what I know, you didn't study law at Temple.
No.
I understand there's more stuff to it, but this was easy.
Mm-hmm.
This should have been easy. After tomorrow, there's 7 days left before the last preseason game. And are you going to risk the season being hijacked of not where's Hoffa, where's Bosa?
Yeah.
I just make it make sense.
No, I agree.
Oh, Guru, it's financial. You sit down, get in your lane. You don't know numbers. But come on.
Yeah. Well, very similar to what the Niners and Warriors have a lot of similarities if you think about it. A lot of Spider-Man memes.
Not chips. No shade at the Niners.
Not chips,
They
but
used
just
to go. They used to win.
And that's why Niner fans are a little itchy.
I
A little itchy
understand.
because of what's been going on. Because if you look at the two situations, you have the Warriors who tried the 2 timeline thing. The Niners tried the 2 timeline thing. It didn't work out for either. You still got Kuminga on the Warriors, but you get what I'm saying. No Poole, no Wiseman. Then you have the contract situation because you drafted so well. So the Warriors, we got to pay everybody.
Yeah.
Things are getting tight. The Niners, we got to pay everybody. Things are getting
now
tight.
that's starting to start for them.
It's starting up, right? So Bosa, this is the first situation or one of the, not even because you had Debo last year,
Yeah.
right? And we know it's part of the game.
But that was a no-brainer. But now you got the ramifications from Debo and Allen. It's so amazing. We talk about, the window stays open forever. I know Kyle's a good coach, but you do wonder because now you signed Debo. We'll find out how that's going to impact Ayuk.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When he's up. So if this is what it's going to be with arguably, this is not even your best player, it's just a head scratcher. It really, truly is. And don't let him come up lame in week 1 in the cold in Pittsburgh with a soft, my hammy. Then it's going to be gimpy. He's out there, but he ain't out there. These movies happen more often than you think.
Yeah. So worst case scenario, you don't have Nick Bosa week 1. That's from Tony Pauline, who we spoke with. So now you're talking about if Brock Purdy, and I shouldn't even say if, because you know what? You were right earlier in terms of the rust. Okay. Brock Purdy is going to be rusty, whether he plays
no doubt
2
about
series in the preseason.
Everybody is. You said the new preseason in the NFL is week 1 through 4.
Exactly. Everybody's going to be rusty. Right. So does that make you worry any more about a team like the Steelers who find ways to win games that maybe they shouldn't? You got Tomlin. There's a reason he's had that winning record for so many years. So are you worried about that? Let's head out to Dave in South City, who wants to talk, of course, Trey and Brock. What's up, Dave? You're on Steiny and Guru.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'm loving Styles and Goo.
Awesome combo.
Thank you.
Hey, so the thing I just wanted to bring up two points about having multiple quarterbacks and then about Trey's rookie season. So throughout Niner history here, from the glory days with Montana and Young forward, we've needed multiple quarterbacks. I mean, quarterbacks get hurt. We have no better example of that than last year. And throughout those Montana and Young years, before Young took over as the starter, I mean, there were so many times where we needed both of them to complete the season and to get us into the playoffs and to go on to, the gloriousness of those days. So we got to keep Trey. He's got to have the time to develop now. Somehow they got to figure out a way to keep him. So the second point that I wanted to bring up is just thinking about Trey's rookie season. And I always thought this was something that kind of, towards the end of the season, that always was kind of weird with me. And I wonder why Shanahan made the decision that he did. So remember now, back to that year, 2021, Jimmy hurt his thumb in the game against Tennessee, the 16th game, the third to the last game of the regular season. And then Trey started the next game at home against Houston, and they dispatched him 23-7. Lance had 249 yards passing, and it was a good outing by Trey. Then the next week, they went back down to L.A. to play the Rams, and Shanahan put Garoppolo back in, and they won that game in overtime, and they went into the playoffs. Jimmy had the first two playoff games, one against Dallas, one against Green Bay, where he could not throw a touchdown pass in either game. So clearly that thumb was still bothering him. And then we lost the championship game, as we all know. So I was just so jacked at the time when Trey got that start late in the year. I thought, well, now, okay, here we go. We're finally going to be able to go in to the postseason without Jimmy as our quarterback, because that Super Bowl just left such a bad taste in my mouth. I was done with Jimmy at that point. But then Shanahan made the choice to put Jimmy back in to that L.A. game. And I mean, why would you? I always wondered, why did he do that? Because you want your player to be in top physical shape, and Jimmy clearly was not. He even admitted after the first playoff game that he couldn't squeeze the ball like he usually does because that thumb was bothering him. So why wouldn't Shanahan leave Lance in for that L.A. game, and if they win, and then into the playoffs and see what happens? You've always got Jimmy there in the wings that he can come back in if he has to, but why not keep Lance in, see what happens, see where we can go then? And, I mean, who knows? The hindsight is 20/20, right? But even at the time, that always bothered me. Why did Shanahan make that move? And I wish he would have kept Lance in so we could have really seen what he was like then,
good points. No, he made...
Yeah, good
Styles,
stuff,
I know
Dave.
you feeling it. He was a guest. You got to jump in there. No, he had good points, gave us love.
Oh, you put it on me?
That was a podcast. you got to jump in there.
Oh, you put it on me.
Styles gooing, boy. No, he had some points, but you got to jump in there,
Dave,
baby.
Dave been giving us love, so I'm going to give Dave his run when he calls. I'm going to give Dave his run anytime he calls in.
He got an album worth of run.
That was the Jimmy when he said it bleeping hurt situation.
Our boys started Paragas and ended up and got to more. We love the people. That's how
you just keep. What else you got, good?
No, that's it. That's just boy. Yeah. I'm like, Alan, get in there and get him.
You should have. You should have given me the eyes.
I did. I was asleep. But no, he was good. He had some points. But nobody will argue. You asked what I have. The play calls and the play sheets look different for the Lance portfolio and the Purdy portfolio. I'm not mad at Kyle anymore, but I think, Alan, that's speaking volumes. He's telling us, I don't feel comfortable letting this dude drop back. All last Saturday he did, and people got mad. So I don't know what it is. He let Trey try to cook last week. I hope we see that again. I don't get anything from Trey handing the rock off. Now, what I will say is I believe Trey Lance is way better under center when he can do that play action pass, because I didn't give him his kudos for a couple he hit in the last game, Alan.
Right.
But you got to run the offense. It ain't, we got Allen out there, so we got to limit ourselves. I heard that, when Jimmy was under center, they were running half the playbook. It was condensed because Jimmy couldn't do some stuff.
Right. And I do think that was part of it because I was trying to think off the top of my head. Did Trey have any, not that he would have had time because of that offensive line, but did Trey have any situations where he just got to bomb it, right? Going back to what he does well. And I think that it was more about Kyle Shanahan saying, hey, I know what you do well. I want to see if you're able to do other things well. And unfortunately, Trey, again, how much blame you want to put on Trey versus O-line depends on who you talk to. But it didn't look great, even though the stat line looked great. Let's go to Trucker23 in Oregon on why the Niners drafted Trey at that spot. What's up, Trucker23? You're on Steiny and Goo.
We got to hear the horn, man.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
You in the rig now? Are you in the ig?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Can I hear the horn? Can we hear the horn?
Yeah. 95.7 the game.
There it is. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, so everybody's bashing Kyle there for moving up and picking up Trey Lance there. However, you have to remember back in that situation where we were dealing with Jimmy, who was always hurt, and then he couldn't even open up the playbook, and he saw Trey Lance, who could, on his scouting thing, what he could do well was run. He could run people over on the running game, and he can also throw deep down the field. And I'm sure that Kyle was like, well, we just teach him how to pitch off all those dump offs and all the little easy ones, and we've got a really good quarterback. And I'm sure they saw the skill set there. Obviously, that didn't work out. He doesn't see the defense well. He's not really good at calling what the defense is and seeing what he needs to do early. So I'm sure that's one of the biggest downfalls there that we ended up picking up. But on the other hand, they did for him, and he did not do.
Trucker.
Yeah, we lost him.
Might be going through a tunnel or something. Yeah, I mean.
He said lay off his guy.
Like I said, North Dakota, watch the highlights.
Yeah.
It was, again, looked like Trey was moving. It takes him a while to move. He's not a quick runner, okay? And then you had the deep ball. There's a difference between, and I really want to watch Justin Fields, not just because I wanted the Niners to take Justin Fields, but I do.
God, I'm gonna draft him in my fantasy league.
Well, now I'm gonna take him from you because that's what I do.
I'm in 5 leagues, so I'll find him in one. But go ahead.
But I am curious because I don't even know if they're a real comp, but I know that there are questions about, there are two guys that there are questions about how they throw the football. So Justin Fields goes out in the preseason. They went and they got DJ Moore, and they went and they got some dudes, right?
No doubt.
And the first play is Justin Fields screen to DJ Moore. He takes it to the hizzy, takes it to the house, right?
It.
And everybody's saying, well, Justin Fields, he just dumped it out, which he did. But now that's just another element of the offense. Man. So I don't know if Justin Fields, right, if because of his electricity as a runner, maybe Kyle would have been able to do some things. Again, we'll never know. But if we believe Kyle Shanahan to be a offensive genius, it's not, and we talked earlier this week about it being a system. Kyle, what we didn't get to see because of Trey's injury was Kyle molding that system to Trey. Eventually, we never got there. If he could, we never got there.
Yeah.
We never got there because he really didn't have to mold anything for Purdy because Purdy is from the same tree, I would say, as a Jimmy Garoppolo, right? Or a Kirk Cousins. So those guys, they're the point guards. They know how to hit the passes. They can do some things. I think Brock Purdy will be better than Jimmy Garoppolo, but same area. So we never got to see Kyle evolve his offense to fit Trey the same way we're seeing Chicago mold it. So as much as I've said, well, Kyle has this firm offense, you got to be able to fit it or not, I think Kyle just wanted to be able to say, I need to see what you can do, and then from there, I can mold it, and he never really got to see that
unfortunately,
because
he got
of
hurt.
the injuries.
No doubt about it.
You know, that's been what's tough about it. But hey, Brock Purdy, he's got chip on his shoulder as well.
Do you agree with, I know I asked you this earlier, but again, for the people that didn't hear, with Willard's point that it's kind of quiet on the set in regard, do you think the excitement for Brock Purdy has waned? I just think it's been drowned out by the people like myself that were saying, hey, something's not right here with Trey Lance. It's not fair. But now I'm past that. So now I am, and I always have been, Alan, before you answer, excited to see the next chapter of Brock Purdy. Forget his elbow. I just want to see if this guy can keep the league guessing, or a coordinator's going to figure him out.
Right. Could it be a sophomore slump, or could it be
we see it all the time,
or the sophomore superstar?
No
we
doubt.
don't know. I think that people will be, if there's less excitement, Goo, it will all disappear. Winning solves everything. Right. And they go out there and they beat Tomlin and the Steelers and Kenny Two Gloves.
Not going to be an easy game.
Nobody's going to.
We don't even know if Bosa's playing.
Nobody's going to be talking about Trey Lance. Everybody's going to be on their LaShawn McCoy. I don't want to hear it. Nobody's going to be talking about Sam Darnold. Everybody's going to be back on the Brock Purdy train. It's just, to me, Goo, you know how there are fights in practice, in training camp, you start fighting your own team, Travis Kelce, whoever it is. I think that's a version of what's happening to the Niner fan base. They're a little bit bored.
Okay.
And Trey is waiting in the wings, and you're just a little bit bored. And let's just start CNN and Fox. Let's just start fighting each other because we have how much time until, and there are a couple people in the middle just feeling like, why are we even talking about this? Because there's nothing else to talk about.
But we can, and we haven't, and we should give it some love because we got 3 more days next week.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just talk about the state of Niner fan.
Yeah.
And I guess it's dependent also, too, on how old you are. But my boy, 49er Frankie, he's like Shasky and Bonte, a diehard 49er fan. I've grown up with them.
Yeah.
Who cares? But at the end of the day, he had a saying as we were growing up. When we go, the Niners, to the bowl, we win.
Yeah.
And you know what, Alan? When they lost to the Ravens, they didn't win. They lost to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Joe Montana rolling over in his game. I'm going Bubba Dub on you. Joe's still with us. But, I mean, you're saying it's downtime and bored. I'm just thinking Niner fans, the real ones, where we know in life, especially now, tomorrow's not promised just on some other real life stuff, not just sports. They don't got time to wait. And I think that's why we're hearing, if you want to use vitriol, anger, and Niner fans, to me, Alan, tell me if I'm wrong, got their pitchforks out. Is bigger than the quarterback. It's like, when are we going to hoist up that next one?
No, it's a great point.
We coming in second place every damn. I mean, gosh.
Yeah.
6 minutes, Doggy Fresh, and you win a Super Bowl. You had that against the Chiefs. You lose to the Rams. You had a lead in the fourth.
And then the Rams got one.
I didn't even.
That didn't help. That didn't help. The Rams got one.
And then you go to Philly, and what was that?
Yeah. No, it's a great point. Maybe it is a little bit of, look, we've been through this before with Jimmy Jesus, and we didn't get number 6. Now Kyle out here talking about, you went and got Trey Lance. You ruined that whole thing. Didn't work out. Now you got Brock Purdy and trying to tell us it's the real deal. Maybe he is Kyle. Maybe he is John. Maybe he is Jed. But I'm going to sit back and I'm going to believe it when I see it, because it's been too many times where I've gotten my hopes up and the Niners have not been able to get the job done. Maybe that's part of it too.
Yeah, I know we're up against it, Alan. Salah, I don't know what you think if you've been watching Hard Knocks. He got no old
I got to catch up.
Okay, and D'Amico Ryans,
right?
Both successful black head defensive coordinators, have jobs now in the minorities in the NFL. What if Wilkes, and we haven't talked about this, does not have, because they lost some depth on the line.
Yeah.
Well, nobody can argue that, but you got Hargrave. But it takes a village. What if you don't have Bosa, or he doesn't have Bosa's expertise week 1 in Pittsburgh?
They got to get it signed.
Because you're talking about, you got me thinking about this NFC Championship game. A whole lot has to go right.
Yeah.
But it needs to be held here.
Yeah.
And how you do that is having the best record. So you can't trick off games.
No, you can't. And that's why week 1 is just as important as the last week of the season. And all that's sponsored by AC Transit. When we come back, it's 12 o'clock. We're getting ready for the Sounder. We're getting ready for your chance to win those Warriors tickets any home game you want. That's all coming back when we return. Steiny and Guru, Styles in for Steiny.
Get in where you fit in. and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We are back, Steiny and Guru Styles in for Steiny, and it is during this segment that we are playing the sounder, giving you an opportunity to win 2 tickets to any Warriors home game, the home game of your choice. That's right, Jordan Poole's return, opening night, Laker game, Clipper game. You want to see Kawhi and Paul George, any game, any home game that you want. What game would you go to?
Kevin Durant. I cannot wait to see what Ritter and the Warriors do for KD. It is going to be seriously.
Yeah.
And had they done it right away, you said some kind of lightweight fascinating yesterday. You're like, hey, had we seen them right after, I probably would have still been bitter. But dude, he deserves it. I can't wait.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. Let's go out to Robin in SF.
Our girl.
49er skill and talent doesn't always translate to NFL. What's up, Robin? You're on Steiny and Goo.
Hey, you two. I like you two together. No shade this time. I like you two together.
That's our guy. Thank you, Robin.
What's on the day?
Yeah. You tell us what's going on with your team. Yeah.
That's what I call him that, Alan. Hey, listen, guys. I just want to say this. I don't have anything, phenomenal to say, but the last guy called in, said, he got some good points why Kyle drafted Trey, but skill set and talent doesn't always equate over. You know what? This is a speculation, but I think it's good speculation on my part. Cal, I wouldn't say blew the pick in terms of, this guy being a bust, but he might have blew the pick because he was too hasty. Okay, he saw around him, I don't know what it was, he saw around him all these mobile quarterbacks, all these different quarterbacks running and winning, and you know what I'm saying? And I think that's what he saw in Trey, and that's why he took Trey and wanted to get rid of Jimmy. Plus, I don't think him and Jimmy, I'd never bought it before, but I don't think it was so much about Jimmy, football player. I don't think he liked Jimmy. Jimmy was limited in a lot of things, but Jimmy actually saved Kyle Shanahan behind that season, okay? I don't care what nobody says, because this boy is a project. It is not rocket science. His footwork is terrible, and he can't read defenses, and you need to be able to have all that ability to be in Kyle Shanahan's system, which is not on the center anymore. It's more of a shotgun. So you know what? He just better pray that Purdy saves his ass. Because let's face it, in the quarterback position, Kyle Shanahan has freaking blown it. Nobody but Kyle Shanahan, he thinks that his offense is the best offense as opposed to adjusting to the type of quarterback he has. That's all I got to say, you guys.
Have a good weekend, young lady.
Thanks for the call, Robin.
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, she always does. And that's always that's been the weird thing about this, because we think he has a system because of what we've seen with Jimmy, and Jimmy was a specific type of quarterback. But we saw him with RG3 back in the day, but then we saw him with Kirk Cousins. And then
who they drafted in the, how weird is that? His daddy was in charge.
Right.
But he was offensive coordinator. Got RG3 Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, then you saw him with Matt Ryan. So it does seem like Kyle Shanahan does more so like the quick hitter type of offense, even though I think somebody would argue that the Falcons weren't necessarily that, because you had Julio Jones and you had some dudes. So
what a beast.
But at the same time, maybe Kyle just feels more comfortable lately. Who knows?
Do you have Trey fatigue? Because we've been hitting it hard all week.
Every time we try to get off it, it comes back.
Well, it's going to come back tomorrow and Monday. I'm excited because we'll have another something else to react to where he actually it involved him playing. But Alan, I just, this team is so ready-made that I think about Kyle and the, do I dare say, blown opportunities, the 19 Super Bowl, the 10-point lead against the Rams. Like, Alan, just think about what he's done without a quote-unquote Joe Montana under center. That's a compliment. But I'm sorry, and I know Steiny comes down my road for this. This the big boy leads. At the end of the day, there's a table for champions. Not you were good and you're good at this or that. And I'm just wondering when, especially now that the money, the chicken is starting to become an issue because it comes with the territory. Now, with that, we talked about what Brock Purdy represents and Trey Lance. They're still on those rookie deals.
Right. Right.
So if Brock, I mean, they're winning in that sense, but will that equate
you
to
got to
him
get
finally
one?
getting it?
And I'm glad you said that
Exactly.
because it does get to a point where it's, well, imagine this, imagine that. I want to take that from Kyle. Because he's had opportunities to get guys, and he tried.
Brock Purdy.
You decided to go with a rookie QB. You didn't have to do that either. You did not have to grab a rookie quarterback and try to start from the ground up.
Some
you didn't
say
have
you didn't have to
that.
grab a quarterback at all.
You didn't have to grab a quarterback
Jimmy
at
was
all.
the injury. The wink is Jimmy always will break your heart getting injured. You know.
So I'm not going to continue when Kyle. To your point, when it's all said and done. And people are having conversations about Kyle Shanahan. The question is going to be, did you win it or not? It's not going to be, well, he never had this. Did you win it or not? Because he's had opportunities. And there's one thing as a head coach, one thing as an offensive coordinator.
But that 28-3, as much as I thought that was unfair early on, if we have we'll be at the cafeteria, some soda pops.
Yeah.
If you want to put that at his ledger, some of the pie blame, there is some there because he was the maestro of maybe I won't have my quarterback drop back because he could fumble when all it was you're not even playing you're playing the clock now.
Yeah,
but you allowed that to happen. Wasn't all your fault, but I am starting to think the Super Bowl, I don't think I told you this one, but I've used it like 900 times. But, dude, you talk about hearing a phrase from an athlete and it's sticking with you.
Yeah.
The Honey Badger said every time in that Super Bowl that the Niners passed the ball and Chris Jones was just causing havoc and the Niners were doing nothing, Jimmy was getting hit on the side of the face, looking like, where's the flag? He said he wanted to send Kyle a gift basket.
Wow.
Because they could not stop the Niners on the ground. And when you watch that fourth quarter, they were gashing. They were at the Chiefs 40 within a
millisecond.
What was I? Oh, boy.
A megasecond.
Hey, a millisecond, yeah. So those things I don't forget. That. But you know what I mean? Those things count. The 28-3.
Yeah,
if
those
this
things
ship
count.
goes down the road, down the sea further, and there's no bling bling, I think it's fair we bring up certain times.
You have to, and I think Kyle gets a lot of blame for what happened with the Falcons. So we've had conversations about how often something like this happens, and with Kyle Shanahan now, assuming that you found your guy with Brock Purdy, it didn't work out with Trey or it hasn't worked out with Trey. The conversation is, so Colin Cowherd spoke about the situation and how this isn't that random, right? This isn't that unique.
Okay.
People miss all the time.
Yeah.
And this is what he had to say about Kyle Shanahan and missing on Trey Lance.
Here's the thing. As I look at it, there's no reason to be mean-spirited or cruel. And here's the truth. Trey Lance is what happens to 75% of quarterbacks drafted all throughout the draft. He's not a franchise quarterback, at least in his first chance. And he's 50% of what happens to first-round quarterbacks. You find out very early, first couple of years, he's not your franchise quarterback. So he's right on average. It's not a disaster. He's big, smart, moves well, athletic, kind of a power arm. I'd roll the dice. I'd give a 5 or a 6-round pick for him, put him on my team if I had an older quarterback, see if my guys could figure him out. He's coachable, I've been told. But he is basically the league average, right? And so the league average is if you're drafted anywhere in the draft, 75% chance you will not be a franchise quarterback. Maybe a little higher than that. And 50% in the first round, you won't be the guy. On the planet, at any given time, there are 6 great quarterbacks, 32 teams, 6. And then another 6, as a GM, you'd take a phone call on Kirk Cousins, Dak, maybe, that kind of class, Derek Carr. Somebody in the building likes him, some don't. Raise hands, it's close. You'd move him if you have to. And then it's a lot of stuff. And right now, Trey Lance, young kid, a lot of stuff.
Wow, 75%, huh?
Those numbers feel right to me. Again, if you take something out of context, I don't know if you're letting Kyle Shanahan off the hook, but it's not wrong. It's not wrong in that it is really, basically, it's just a long-winded way of saying a lot of guys don't work out.
But the guys that I will say this, the part of this, Alan, that is just, we talked about it since Monday, and I'm not mad.
Yeah.
It's just the jigsaw, the puzzling part of those guys you just mentioned had their day on Saturdays. Sam Darnold. So you kind of understood when those names were announced that's Zach Wilson to a degree. He was there was some Heisman talk. I know Dibbs and I were big on him, at BYU. But this guy, if he doesn't pan out, will always boil and break down to what and when the hell did you see what you thought could translate?
Yeah.
That is a motion picture for me. That's a docuseries, man, of coach. Unless you just said, I'm rolling the dice to get up there and take a few. But even if we look at that, which I really get goosebumps when I'm like, who was this guy? If Trey wasn't his guy, I just don't feel like Trey has been treated like it was Kyle's guy with the play calling last year.
Right, and
which led him to the broken ankle.
That goes back to the Jimmy G thing. Real quick, Xfinity Mobile text line from the 559. Why don't you play the Kurt Warner interview supporting Trey? Why only play the negative interviews? Well, we did play Kurt Warner.
Play it again.
And we can play it again if we got it, but we did play the Kurt Warner, and you can listen to that segment on the Odyssey app. But we
Look
did play
at my
the Kurt
guy.
Warner. Let's go, Joe. You can play it too, Spadoni.
When I watched the tape, I actually didn't think it was nearly as bad as people were talking about. There were some missed throws. There were some times, that I want to see him just process a little bit faster with the information. But overall, I actually didn't think it was bad. I thought it was progress from what I saw a year ago. And I think we always have to remember, I know he was drafted high, but he hasn't played a lot of football, and he hasn't had a lot of experience. And so, speeding up the game and understanding what they're doing, it takes time, and that's just the nature of it. And I know maybe unfair to him because he was drafted so high after not playing a lot of football, so the expectations are really high. But I thought there was progress there from what I saw a year ago, and that's kind of what you want to expect from a young quarterback.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
So, Kurt is not just saying that. So Again, Mr. Warner, we'll find out if this is the place for young Trey Lance to get his reps and finally grow.
Yeah.
But put the rat on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. He was not brought in to be a project. He was brought in to be the next Montana, Young,
but
Garcia,
he was brought in.
Cap.
He was brought in knowing that he was a project. They didn't know how long, the science fair, Goo. I know you had the kids. You take your kids to the science fair.
I thought you were talking about mine. I'm like, who you been talking to?
You got ready to go to the science fair. They didn't know how long. Hey, Dad, you got to help me make this project. It's due in the morning. Well, why didn't you tell us sooner, sweetie? I would have taken care of it. They didn't know how long the project was going to take.
Okay, but they did in a sense that he started his second year, Alan. He wasn't ready the first year.
They didn't know what was going to happen.
But what was going to, but still he was in the driver's seat. He was Captain James T. Kirk.
Mm-hmm.
So
I am the captain now.
Yeah, look at you. To me, it don't matter what candles you got to light and what Bibles you got to open or read versus he was ready to go. So they drafted him knowing we're going to have this presser. Bye-bye, Jimmy. It's been great. See ya.
Yeah.
And it was going to be Trey Lance's time.
Yeah.
And the plane didn't take off.
Right. He was given on its face. He was given an opportunity, and that's just what it is. And ultimately, like I said, this Trey talk, if you're a Niner fan, you don't want the Trey talk because once the season starts, because that would mean that something happened to Brock Purdy. We're not going to talk about – the only reason you would talk about Trey – once they kick off in Pittsburgh in a couple weeks would be because something has gone terribly wrong with Brock Purdy, which I just can't see happening based on what we've seen from Brock Purdy.
What if he threw an out route or a bomb and something happened with the I'm hoping
besides injury.
Yeah, and then he's calling to come out, man. That's his moneymaker, man.
Barring injury. And that's what makes, and that great job, Goo, that you just let us there. We're not even trying to, and that's what makes this backup QB conversation. That's what makes it important.
QB 1.5.
Because one, the history of the Niners with QBs, and two, Brock Purdy specifically.
Bam.
And let's not forget, Brock Purdy, his ribs got injured. So Brock Purdy was banged up last season before the UCL. And now,
but he played that game in Seattle on that Thursday night.
He did.
Do you? And I'm just asking, do you say that with a negative connotation, like, oh, he's injury prone? No, because we didn't lightweight hardly even knew.
I'm just saying there is a chance. Okay. The reason you talk about backup QBs more probably in San Francisco or Santa Clara,
all right, I got you're nursing something,
is because of what we've seen happen in San Francisco / Santa Clara. But to that point, and Sam Darnold, what do you think we'll see from Sam Darnold? And do you think that if he shows up and shows out, is it a done deal
I
for
think
Trey?
it's already a done deal.
Number three.
Okay,
Number three.
I don't think Trey Lance will not be on this roster. That's just me right now. Mm-hmm. And to your question, I brought it up yesterday, and I feel it more today. I just think when Darnold signed as John Hancock, he was essentially given the backup quarterback position. Now, I'm not saying he has a license or a scholarship to be a failure and turn the ball over, which he didn't against Vegas, but he looked like the seasoned vet that he was in the sense that I know to get rid of the ball. I'm not going to light it up, but I believe Kyle Shanahan can win a big game with Sam Darnold in this offense with this weaponry, especially after, again, tell me if I'm wrong, a less talented. Now, he didn't fail more than Sam Darnold on the NFL level, but a more talented Brock Purdy. So I think your boy's just waiting in the wings, not hoping anybody gets hurt. But if he gets the reins, I'm talking about Darnold, he may just take that bad boy all the way.
Is that what we're doing? Really? Is that what we're doing?
Now, clarify what we're doing.
We're believing in Sam Darnold now?
If you can now hold on. What was he supposed to be coming out of college? I'll wait.
I don't remember. Goo is a long time ago.
He's got a gun. He's got an arm. He can make throws. Is he Tony Turnover? Yeah, but you were a product of your environment. And umpteen people have said, Goo, he's already had the luxury that you talk about of playing with McCaffrey. But just because you got a stud running back and maybe he wasn't through his football puberty, I'm talking about Darnold, and you got stupid coaches, that don't mean you're going to pop. The NFL, you need more than one guy. But now, here he is. I'm just telling you, don't let him see the field with these play calls and designs and him having his best day. This is Sam Darnold is in heaven.
Yeah. Look, Kyle.
That's all.
Kyle Shanahan is in heaven. If he pulls this off.
Cash me out one time.
There it is.
That scared me. Yeah.
There it is.
Baby.
Goose should have saw Goose's face. All right, here it is. It's
That was
time
Mia.
for the Warriors schedule release ticket giveaway. Like we said, line them up right now.
Cash me out one time.
The fifth caller. We are picking through trying to find the fifth caller. And if you are the fifth caller, you will have an opportunity, or you will win tickets to the home game of your choice. We are sifting through it right now as John is figuring out who the fifth caller is. Going to be very excited. I'm curious, Goo. I don't know. I might go to a Laker game. That might be where I want to go.
I wonder where Anthony Davis' wallet will be at. He got paid. Did you agree with that?
I would say so.
The money in the NBA is incredible.
Right.
I'm not Dylan Brooks, were you a fan, or did you let he's public enemy number one tell you that he brings nothing to an NBA team? Because to me, I always said, I told Steiny, I can see Brooks as a Warrior. He got way more money than he's worth. I don't hate the players, hate the game. And then Bonte twin, Fred VanVleet, oh my God, he got all that money to basically lose. I know they're going to try to win. The money is flowing in the league.
I don't know, the Fred VanVleet thing, both of them are a bit confusing to me.
Okay.
I know you wanted vets, but you have Dylan Brooks, who I don't know where his maturity is in terms of vet. I know Fred VanVleet, very mature. Yeah. Another guy came from the G League, undrafted. I get it, and all that good stuff. But at the same time, you can't really put that on him.
Oh yeah,
right?
no doubt about it.
Put that on him. And
look at Jaylen Brown.
Yeah,
from Cal. I love you, but if you talk about somebody's star taking a hit, I don't want this to be the reason. Real quick here on Jaylen Brown, dude, you were kind of lightweight exposed along with Tatum.
Yeah,
you guys are great, and you still got the Bizag.
Yeah, you still got the big back
wait
too.
For Tatum to get a deal.
Yeah, all right, Goo. We got our winner, Timothy from Brentwood, the fifth caller. Timothy, how you feeling? You have won tickets to the home game of your choice.
I'm feeling great now.
There you go, Timothy. Well, we're excited that we could hook you up on this Payday Friday. What game do you think you're going to be going to? Did you already have this in your mind? Are you thinking about it right now? Do you know what game you want to go to?
Well, I have to go with the Lakers game, the game against the Lakers in January. I think it's the Saturday game, the 27th.
Okay.
Yeah, ABC
All right.
probably. Yeah.
There you go. Hold the line, Timothy.
There's too many Hall of Famers on the floor for that game to say no to that.
There you go.
Wow.
See, we didn't know what people would choose to know the Lakers. It's always a big one.
AK-47. Yeah, he's in
coming
the Hall
back.
of Fame.
Timothy, thank you, man. I'm happy for you.
Thank you, guys.
Congrats.
Station's happy for you. Stay on the line, and we're going to get your information and get you hooked up.
Thank you much. Enjoy the show.
Thank you.
Wow, look
Thank
at
you.
it. It just came up.
Shout out B-Wood, Brentwood.
Yeah.
You ever been out there?
I had a friend lived 49er Frankie on Vasco Road, so I'd go through there to get to his locale.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I've been out there too.
I played some hoops at the 24-hour fitness.
You know, so Goo, I'm getting roasted now. People are saying you never said what number, 888-957-9570, and it's people texting.
What? So you didn't hear. I got you. But don't he get you now? You did right.
All right.
John will tell us.
All right. Thanks, John. We'll talk after the break.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all righty. So good for Timothy. How you feeling, Goo, about the Warriors? What do you think is going to happen this season?
You coaching? I thought I didn't know what I thought about the Dunleavy Jr. move, but when it was all said and done, because I know this is not on the court, but it is.
Yeah.
He's been here for 5 years. He's had a relationship with Bob Myers. He knows what's happening. He knows what happened.
Mm-hmm.
And this move is kind of genius because they stayed in-house with the guy that not knows where the bodies are buried, Allen,
right?
But he knows what's up. Now, I don't know his relationship with Draymond. Maybe we should have asked, but we'll get an opportunity, I'm sure, one of us here at the station will next time we talk to him. But, Allen, I'm just not confident in saying they're going to get that ring, that fifth. Like, I need to see how this Chris Paul thing's going to work.
Yeah, I hear you. We'll
not just starting at finishing too.
Yeah, well, I hear you. We'll get into some more Warriors talk after the break. September 11th, join 95.7 The Game at the Pettinelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Harding Park. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society SF Bay Area. There will be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest, an auction with some great memorabilia, and a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Harding Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Learn more at sfautismsociety.org. And all that has been brought to you by AC Transit.
America's favorite car show is back for its 40th anniversary season and the Bay Area's biggest hot rodding party of the summer. Cruise on out for the Good Guys 36th West Coast Nationals, August 25th through the 27th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Check out over 3,500 hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks, a tire smoking burnout competition, pinstripers, brush bash, and so much more. It's all happening August 25th through the 27th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Hang with the Good Guys, where real car people come to play. Get details at good-guys.com.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
mad that you heard. He said double Hesse. Okay, wow, I ain't mad. You sound like you got a plan.
Speaking of the lefty, real quick, we haven't touched on James Harden and that situation.
The biggest turn. What's up with this? Steiny had a bit before he left. The guys I'm rooting for or that I try to stick up for, I'm taking L's.
Yeah.
Poole got traded. Lance trying to hang on.
Yeah. I know one of those sources.
And James Harden, some are actually defending him, saying Morey must have had or whispered and said, I'm going to give you this bag or I'm going to give you this money. I'm just looking at the totality of everything up until this point, James, when you were a joke and you got pregnant, or you looked like you were, that dude had your back. So to do that in China, I just thought that was weak as hell.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And Morey physically can't fight you. Not that I'm advocating violence. Right. So it ain't like you got to see me again, James.
Yeah.
And that ain't like, never pay me. So what's he want to go to the Clippers now?
Well, he said he's even thinking about playing in China.
Now that's a joke.
No, I'm serious.
Stop it.
But
you don't believe that?
I don't believe
okay.
that. But I would not put anything past. I would not put anything past James Harden. Real quick, some Giants news. Gabe Kapler having a tough week. Gabe Kapler suspended for tonight's game for returning to the dugout following his ejection from Tuesday's game. That is per John Heyman. So.
Didn't the ejection? I know managers do this on purpose.
Yeah.
But didn't it look like he was trying too hard to get thrown out?
Come on.
And now you don't like that tape?
I don't like that. Because
what don't you like about it?
Because I like Gabe Kapler.
I do too.
I think he gets a bad rap. And if he doesn't get thrown out, he doesn't care enough. He's a robot. And if he gets thrown out,
so you're going to defend what JD and Willard and all of us talked about yesterday. He did that reporter wrong. Just because y'all scrapping and going through it, you want to break that. You trying to come on? That was weak sauce. Admit that.
Yeah.
Or are you blinded by it? I'm rooting for Kapler.
I'm rooting for it too. He popped off when he shouldn't have.
Okay,
but he was just tired of answering the same questions. He was tired of answering.
What same question? It was the night before something different happened. Yeah. So this dude's been in the major leagues for 2 days, and you feel like you got to have his back? Or if you don't have his back, it's like, come on, Alan, that's
He's frustrated.
all.
He's frustrated.
No doubt about it, but don't take it out on innocent people.
And my thing is, okay, here's what I would throw back at you. You watched that, right? You watched what happened.
Yeah.
Are we changing the line a little bit because it's Gabe Kapler? Because he didn't raise his voice. He didn't.
No, Gabe's been phenomenal, man.
But
I've been on that train.
We're treating it like, that was a Gabe Kapler type blow up. Really?
Oh, no, I'm just talking about the thing with the reporter.
No, I know.
Because that's where that's what got him fired in Philly.
No,
they were calling him on his stuff like he was doing more. There were more examples of that.
Yeah.
They had a top-notch team, and they were hovering around 400. But forget the games on the field, the diamond. He was losing with that was out of my Philadelphia playbook that got me fired. Yeah. So that's what I would tell Gabe. Hold on now. Bobby Valentino, great R&B artist. Yeah. Slow down.
I just want to get to know you.
Yeah, look at my guy. I felt like Wade and LeBron when he threw the alley-oop to him. Wow. Steiny wouldn't have got that.
No, I don't think. Well, you never know. Steiny might have some Bobby V.
He know Rick James. Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's not as if when you talk about blow-ups, right, Gabe Kapler just said, we know what, hey.
I'm trying to get run.
Right, right. Hey, and he's just to the point now, and this is what happens when you do the whole platoon thing. People are going to say, okay, well, it only is a question when it works. All those pinch hits a couple of years ago when they won 107 games, nobody questioned because they had the most pinch hit home runs in the league, right?
It's incredible.
Which was just
rough.
Just random, right? So you understand that, but at the same time, hey, Cap, you can't talk to people like that, but I'm not going to treat it as if he cussed this dude
all right, you're right. And I hope the blow-up, I get what he was doing. I'm not judging that. Mm-hmm. It was just more so with the poor reporter.
All right,
it was a consideration.
Dude, they get swept. No, it's going to be, 90, 95 degrees in hot Atlanta, so the ball's going to be traveling. But before you grab the call, honestly, I know we talked about it in the crossover and guys are coming down to earth, but it is really strange that this offense altogether is just, Pops and myself, Norm, that's what we call my dad, that's the name. The Giants scoring in the first, That was expected. You make an error, the Giants are going to make you pay for it. Late in theatrics, somebody's going to pop a homer, whether it's Flores, Wade Jr., not so much. Everything is just, and you ran through the youngsters.
Yeah.
Luciano, I mean, Schmidt. Where's it? Chasey Schmidt. I think Willow's kids.
But Schmidt he'd been balling in AAA. I know it's not.
Yeah.
No, I'm just
come
saying.
on. While the big club is hemorrhaging,
let me finish.
You want to tell me about what's going on in Sac?
I'm just saying you got to get his confidence right. If he was in AAA struggling, that would be even worse. You're going to have to come back up at some point. You let me finish, Koo.
No, I did. I let you finish.
Sometimes.
I let you finish.
Sometimes you just got to get the confidence right. That's all I'm saying. But look, with me, the Giants.
Because that confidence, just from Tracy Smith, it's low as can be.
I am unfazed by the Giants because I did not have high expectations
and you know
for
what?
the Giants.
Man, all right.
When I look at that lineup and I look at Lamont
you still
Wade,
can't
late night
ignore
Lamont.
the signs of. It is kind of weird that the offense is impotent right now.
Well, what is Gabe supposed to do?
Yeah, no, and I'm not.
He's trying to switch it around. He's
you.
bringing up guys. They're all swinging wet newspapers right now.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Let's go to the boss in Vallejo, the Valley Joe.
Boss.
Wants to talk. Trey says, Trey didn't get a fair shot at all.
Boss.
What's up, boss? You're on Steiny and Goo.
What's going on, guys? Man, you guys have done a great job. How you doing, Goo? How you doing, Alan? I feel like I can call you Styles now, man.
No, you
guys
definitely
doing a great
can.
job.
You definitely can.
Steiny better get back, man. The players can lose a job because of injury, lose a job because of vacation.
What's up with your boss?
Nothing much, man. I heard you guys saying earlier that Willard said that Trey has got a shot, that he already got his shot this year, and I don't believe that. Like, Chase Daniel got a shot. Blaine Gabbert has got a shot. You know what I mean? Baker Mayfield has got.
Oh, we lost him.
Oh, boss. Probably with E40.
Boss, call back. It was Tech.
And I was going to jump in on boss like I've been doing you.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going.
That's on me, boss. Give us a call back.
He don't get no shot this year.
No,
the shot
no.
is trying to be the backup.
Because
of what happened with Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
We thought it might be even Steven again, but why would anybody do that when this kid, talking about Purdy, has not lost a football game in the regular season? And the only game that he lost that he started was the one he got knocked out in the first quarter. So to all the people, and I'm talking to myself, that boat has left the dog.
No. Yeah. In terms of this year,
oh my God,
this season,
but that's what Boss kind of sounded
right,
like.
He's not gonna get a shot.
Yeah.
I think it was more about
in general
our conversation with Willard in terms of did Trey get enough of a shot,
Okay.
and we'll get Boss back to clarify because that just depends on who you talk to.
All right.
Right? Somebody could say he did because he literally was given the keys and he got injured and Brock balled out. Some people will say, well, if you look at some of these other quarterbacks, they did get more time, right? Willard and I went back and forth about Anthony Richardson. If Anthony Richardson gets injured this season and somebody, hopefully he doesn't, God forbid.
They're an okay team, but no Super Bowl aspirations.
And let's say whoever the backup is comes in and wins 6 games in a row, would Anthony Richardson start next season?
But that's
my answer would be yes. Willard said he wasn't sure.
But it's totally different, though. Like you said that was
right. But it comes back to the idea of taking a project. They're both projects.
Yeah.
So they're both projects, and that just kind of is what it is in terms of. And nobody is going. I'm to the point now, Goo, and we've used I won't take Willis shine, but Fox, CNN. I think it was a really good comparison. Yeah. It's to the point now where, and again, we're just getting ready for the season to start.
Because I'm not that.
No.
Yeah.
But nobody is going to convince somebody of something else. No. Can we just be clear about that? No, anybody that feels that Trey didn't get a good shot isn't going to talk to somebody and be convinced, hey, he did, right? It's probably not likely, not at this stage of the game. And vice versa. People that think that Trey did get a good shot, there's nothing I can say, you can say. If we were in that camp, there's nothing anybody can say that can convince them. So we can talk to we're blue in the face. People are going to feel how they feel about these situations.
No doubt about it. And the only one person that controls all of it is Kyle Shanahan.
Yes.
And right now, to Boss's point, who in their right mind, with Purdy's success last year and that resume and the way that the season ended, but where Purdy got them to as far as a quarterback, who would change? So that's why you keep saying that Richardson comp, to his credit, he's so young and in embryo stages of his career that of course he's going to supplant whoever were to come in for him. But the thing about Trey is it's been some years, and they, last year a game and a half, Allen, that wasn't the best. And again, he was running the plays, so we could say Kyle had something to do with that. But this is totally different. This is about, boy, you better ball out tomorrow, because we do know we're going to see Trey Lance tomorrow. I'm excited again, but we'll see, man.
Yeah.
How do you think he's feeling right now, just on the personal level, Trey?
Well, I would really hope, and I'm not even joking.
Get me
about
out of
this.
here.
I know. I would really hope he has some type of sports psychologist to just. I think everybody should have one, I hope that he has one as well. To just kind of work through things and just keep his mind right. You know what I mean? It's not any type of ho-hum.
Because you're only 2-2 as a starter.
Right, but just somebody to keep his mind right the same way. I hope Brock Purdy has one too.
Right.
Just to keep their mind right, keep them positive, and
would
keep
James
them feeling,
Wiseman have that same sports?
I would guess that James Wiseman probably did.
Yeah,
I think
no
a lot
doubt.
of athletes do these days.
I ain't mad at you.
So I would hope, you just working things out and trying to stay positive. I would just lean more so on Trey, because this has been a rough week.
Would you want to, I'm putting it right on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Honestly, if you're Trey Lance with what's going on, would you want to be somewhere else? Not cause a stink or ruckus, but do you think deep down?
Yes.
Wow.
I would.
Because you think he should be, they should be trying to build it around him to finally see if we hit. If that pick hit.
If it was just Brock, I might feel, okay, well, Brock's coming back from injury,
Okay, I got
we just can figure it out.
But
having Sam Darnold, and I don't know if pedigree is even the right word for Sam Darnold, because there's not that much that he's done in the NFL.
Experience,
but
he's
got that
more
arm talent.
Yeah.
Don't let people talk about his
that
arm
he does
talent.
have his arm, yeah.
So I specifically in that system that he's currently in, if I'm Trey, I would probably be looking around saying there's a couple different places that I might get more of a shot. That's not to say that's not Trey saying I didn't get a shot last year. That's just Trey saying at this point in time.
Yeah, I can read the handwriting on the wall.
Exactly. 888-957-9570. Let's go out to Leroy in Oakland.
Our guy
wants to talk 49ers. Uh-oh, Shanahan failed Trey. What's up, Leroy? You're on Steiny and Goo.
Goo.
Leroy, what's up?
Hey, happy Friday, you guys, man. Y'all killing it, man. And, hey, if I was Trey Lance, I'd be okay. Because, to me, people talk about Trey Lance failing and whatever. All right, but look at this. How about Kyle Shanahan failed Trey Lance? And I'll tell you how. When you're a young quarterback and your quarterback and your coach loses confidence in you so fast, that weighs heavy on a young quarterback when you know the coach don't got no confidence in me for whatever reason. We don't know what the reason Kyle Shanahan lost confidence in Trey, but Trey knew that early on. And I think it just messed with his psyche like it would any young quarterback. And I'm just like, I'm looking at Jed York, I'm looking at Lynch. They were set on Mac Jones. Leroy. They thought they were taking Mac Jones. And Kyle Shanahan called him, hey, man, you got to take a look at this guy, Trey Lance. You got to. So he sent them over and rushed them over a little tape, and they looked at it real quick and said, well, all right, we'll go with you. So all this lay right at Kyle
Leroy,
Shanahan's
let me ask you this,
doorstep.
Lee. Let me ask you this before you hang up. Because I was almost on your side of the street, but just like I've been telling Styles, Kyle gave the keys to Trey Lance last season. He got hurt. And Brock Purdy didn't go 3-4. He went undefeated and won 2 playoff games. So I'm asking you, Lee, where is the unfair part of it when Brock was basically excellent? What beef does Trey really have? Did you expect him to come in this year and say, okay, the star position's up for grabs?
The unfair part about it was you answered it a long time ago when I asked you and Steiny. I said, I never believed in a player losing his spot to an injury. And you guys said, hey, it happens all the time. And so I was like, all right, well, hey, if it happens all the time, it happens. So there's no unfairness then. He got injured. Brock Purdy came in and took advantage of it. and there it is. And that's why I say Trey shouldn't feel bad. Just look at it as, some circumstances happen, move on. I think he could be a good quarterback if he's developed right.
Wow.
Yeah, I just don't think that's going at this moment in time. It's not going to be in San Francisco.
Okay. And I know Tony Romo is not Trey Lance, but I'll never forget he was hurt. Dak Prescott played his first preseason game in the old Coliseum against the Rams when they'd moved back. And when I tell you Dak was phenomenal, and I was like, oh, where's this train headed? It was his job. Mm-hmm. So I'm not saying Purdy's Dak, but Purdy only took the field because Trey Lance got hurt.
Yeah.
And it sounds like Leroy wanted we're coming back to OTAs. The position's up for good. Okay, no. So you understand that.
You cannot do that. There's no way you can do that.
It's Wally Pipp, Alex Smith, and Cap.
Yep. Let's go to Polo in San Jose.
I hate Cap don't get enough love.
Which Cap?
Kaepernick. I keep watching that Super Bowl against the Ravens. Dude was a star.
It was crazy.
And then they caught up to him. What happened?
I hear you. Let's go to Polo in San Jose wants to talk about the Niners in win now mode. What's up, Polo? You're on Steiny and Goo.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey.
What you got for us?
Hey, I just want to talk about Trey and how I feel like he's probably feeling right now. I feel like everybody talks about Trey and they say he's a really stand-up guy. He's a real professional. So, I feel like with that being said, I feel like he understands that it's part of the league that it's possible you could lose your job due to an injury, whether you're proven or not. So, given what we've seen from Trey and how he kind of talks to the media and, what of a stand-up guy he is, I do feel like he's realistic in what he thinks about in his future. Because I think what the move that kind of really pushed the narrative that they're trying to win now to was when they traded for McCaffrey in the midseason. Because I feel like that trade kind of said, let's do it now, okay? Instead of trying to wait for this project. I'm not saying that move was made to push Trey out, but it was a step in that direction, definitely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, the McCaffrey thing is interesting.
Well, Mitchell kept you couldn't rely on him. He got hurt again.
Yeah,
he missed on Trey Sermon. So I get seeing this dude for much of nothing, and he's changed everything.
Right. Well, let's just keep rolling through the calls because they're stacking up here. Oh, we got Boss back. We got Boss. What's up, Boss? What were you saying? Let's keep it rolling.
I was just trying to break down the timeline of, when Trey was in that Cardinals game, they were saying if he didn't get hurt, he was going to continue playing over Jimmy. But he got hurt, fast forward that, or whatever, to the next year. They're saying, okay, well, Jimmy's gone. We're going to give Trey a chance. So he plays in the game. His first game, he plays bad. Even Justin played bad in that game. And if people don't remember, in that Seattle game, he was playing good. He was moving the ball. They were driving the ball down to the goal line. I think they were up 7-0, 14-0 at that point. So he was showing himself, then he gets hurt. Then you fast forward to where we're at now, and everybody's saying he's had his shot. He hasn't had his shot. Now, we see what Purdy's doing, and I'm like, okay, well, I understand that. But to say his shot is done, we're talking about a team that just went through 4 quarterbacks in the playoff game, and you think his shot is done? Not by any chance or any stretch.
How about this? We won't say it's done, but right now the reality is it hinges on Brock Purdy giving up the reins. That means if he gets hurt or he regresses, he's not in control, Trey, of his shot.
Right.
Thanks for the call, Boss. Well,
you know what I mean?
No, I guess, yeah, and we're up against it. Okay. I guess the question is, ultimately, when you talk about shot, Trey, in terms of getting enough time, and Bomani talked about it on his thread, to become an NFL quarterback, I know them's the breaks. That's why I keep saying I just don't know about with the Niners.
But if you're third string, it's a win for Trey Lance for me, Styles, because you'll still be technically getting your shot.
Yeah.
Because they'll still be grooming you.
No, I hear you. All right, we got to get to a break, and all of that sponsored by AC Transit. When we get back, we see you, David. We see you out of town. I can't see the end of that. In San Jose, more Purdy talk, more Trey talk. 95.7 The Game. Steiny and Goose, Styles in for Steiny.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to drive the East. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We are back, 1 o'clock hour, Steiny and Guru Styles in for Steiny. That's always a banger. That's always a banger, especially when it's a Payday Friday. And the Payday Friday can get even better for you. One more chance, Willard and Dibbs, Warriors schedule release, ticket giveaway, 95.7 The Game, celebrating the Warriors schedule release, giving you a chance. To go to any home game that you want to go to. The return of Jordan Poole. You can go to that game. You can go to a Laker game just like Timothy and Brentwood did. You can go to the opening game to start the season with Kevin Durant. That's 888-957-9570. Guru, real quick, before we get to, we're going to do our rappers, and then we got Guru's Gripes 130. Let's go to David, who's been waiting so patiently during the break, and El Cerrito, talking about why is Zach Wilson happy, but Trey Lance is upset. What's up, David? You're on Steiny and Goo.
That's it. It's like I watched Zach Wilson. Again, I'm a Jets fan, so I watched Zach Wilson on Hard Knocks, and dude's all smiles. And he played, and he's got the same contract, and he's sitting behind a legend, and they're trying to go to the playoffs. Like the situations are relatively similar in that, Zach had a longer leash and more of an opportunity, but like he doesn't seem bothered by the situation. He was pretty.
Well, first of all, David, are you saying that? Are you saying why are we wondering if Trey Lance is upset? Because we don't know if Trey Lance is upset or not. Just to make that clear.
Okay, yeah. Well, I guess it's more of like why is everyone else so upset in a sense? Because other than the fact that like a lot of picks were wasted, but my perspective, not being a real Niners fan, is that this team is poised, barring injury, to go to, at the very least, probably an NFC title game. And again...
Yeah. So you're a Jets fan?
Yeah. I'm a Jets fan, but, I still live out here. So
okay, so who is the third-string quarterback for the Jets?
Who's the third-string quarterback for the Jets?
Yes.
Once Mike White was gone, I didn't even pay attention to that guy.
That would be the only thing. Thanks, David. Shout out El Cerrito. That would be the only thing if there was something. And like we said, we're talking about Trey. Trey could be happy. We don't know. We're just speculating. That's what we do.
But if he's a winner, he's not.
Trey is over here trying to be QB3.
Yeah.
Behind Sam Darnold.
So we think exactly. It could be two.
The Jets, after seeing Zach Wilson with more starts than Trey Lance, brought in or did not bring in a vet. So if Aaron Rodgers goes down, you're stuck with Zach Wilson. So that's why Zach Wilson is all those smiles, and he's sitting behind a legend. And all those people that love for you to sit behind legends, Zach Wilson's getting to do that as this QB2. He's not fighting for his life for a roster spot as QB3 and fighting Sam Darnold or another veteran QB, whoever they brought in who he didn't even know. So that would be the difference. But again, nobody is saying Trey Lance is upset. We're just saying that it was a rough week for Trey Lance.
No doubt.
That's all we're saying.
And I hope, Allen, he's not throwing a hissy fit, but as any great competitor, we talked about it with Chris Paul and Pride, I hope if he ends up being number 3, maybe not on the roster, he would be hella upset.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, you should be if you got that dog in you.
Zach Wilson looks like a teenager. He was empowered with the keys, and then he act like a little brat because he'll tell you that. So to me, that's why he's smiling now, because he was Kendrick Lamar.
Right.
He was humbled, and he knows this is a game of men. I got to be real, and maybe I ain't ready enough or man enough yet to lead these cats. I said the wrong stuff after the game, and it seemed like I was singling out the D or not taking ownership. So to me, our boy El Cerrito, that's why Zach is smiling now, because he knows, you know what? I might not be ready to be Captain James T. Kirk. I'll sit behind Aaron Rodgers, and I see that on Hard Knocks. Like, he's like learning the ropes from Aaron Rodgers, who is not doing what Brett did to him. And, I ain't going to give
Aaron's
you nothing.
in a great mood now.
No
Everybody's
doubt.
in a great mood.
And you can see just Zach Wilson's laughing but the difference too, Alan, real quick, Zach's in year 2, which was year 1 to where you were supposed to be the man.
I don't understand. Somehow Zach got a full-on rebrand after throwing teammates under the bus and stinking up the joint.
Yeah.
Somehow
they had his back, though.
There hasn't been any conversation about Zach Wilson.
But I think even the OGs knew he needed to get that lesson. He got it, act like he learned it, and we haven't heard anything from him. And I bet even if he wants to pop off in a Jet meeting, he won't do it because he knows, one, I ain't that guy yet, and I did because it looked like he was way immature.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of the parallels because
Zach Wilson with the beautiful mother, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Overall, yeah, right.
So Zach Wilson in New York, let's say Aaron Rodgers goes down.
Yeah.
Right?
He's coming.
You're back to Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
Okay.
A different Zach, though.
If you're
You hope, Alan, that's because he's number 2. So you hope that the drama, I mean, his arm is not going to get better. He is who he is as he becomes more of a man and more mature physically. But it's the mental, Alan, and that's why they didn't give up on him. So he's 2, which could be 1 week 2 when they play the Cowboys if something were to happen to old man Rodgers. So, yeah, it ain't on you right now, but it could be on you just like it could be on Trey Lance in a millisecond.
And I'm curious if Jets fans, and look, I know Hard Knocks makes everybody look better.
Yeah.
People love documentaries. People love that stuff. Kirk Cousins got a rebrand after the quarterback came out. So, to me, it's similar, and I know Brock Purdy went down, so you had to bring in Sam Darnold. And that's what it is, Goo. It's just a situation where everybody is going to get some of the blame, including Trey Lance, including Kyle Shanahan, including the Niners org, and including just timing. And it's just been a series of unfortunate events for Trey Lance.
Right, gotcha.
And look, the thing is, if he had balled out last Sunday, we would have felt good. It wouldn't have really changed anything, but we would feel better about the situation. He didn't. He'll get another opportunity in the third, fourth quarter. We hope. We feel like he will. And we'll just see what happens. But like I said, I just want to get to regular season. I want to talk about the guys on the field.
And it's interesting you say that, and tell me what you give me for this. Alan, it's what I said with Darnold. They don't need to see what he's going to do in preseason. They got enough tape on him to know if it can equate if he were to have to, run out there in an emergency situation just like Brock Purdy can. So that's why I keep looking at everything through those lenses. Is there really anything at stake for Trey come tomorrow or even next week? Because I'm starting to wonder, Alan, do they have their mind made up already? Are the politics of the game, which I think are in Trey's favor, to remain on the roster and be quarterback 3? Now, I could be totally wrong and 2 could still be in at play, but as long as he's still on this roster, I wonder if that answer doesn't have anything to do with what they see against the Broncos.
So you think after, assuming Sam Darnold plays decent, right, it'll come out pretty soon, whenever Sam Darnold is QB2. Because at some point, you can't go with the, I don't know, I know you saw the roster.
Yeah.
You can't keep the or forever.
I hated every
You can't
part
keep
of
the
it.
or
I felt like
forever.
he was the only one to do that. But yeah, that's what or if you are correct and the callers are, maybe we see Darnold not have the best game, Trey ball out, and then Trey's the backup. Because then he would be on the Zach Wilson plan in New York where, you guys, Jet fans are all happy, euphoria with Rodgers, but we are going to see a more mature Zach Wilson. That may not be good enough when it happens, but that's what Trey's playing for.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. Let's go out to Rob and San Bruno.
Our guy.
This is the best thing for Lance.
Wow.
What's up, Rob? You're on Siney and Goo.
What's going first
Talk
of all?
to us.
What's up, fellas? Look, if I'm a Jets fan, I'm not. If I'm Zach Wilson, I'm not mad because Aaron Rodgers is a Hall of Famer. He's been doing it. He's proven. If I'm Trey Lance, I'm mad because you got this noodle arm dude. We know that, in my opinion, he's not better than Trey. I just don't see it.
Wow.
But that's just me. I just don't see it. I believe, me personally, I just believe this isn't about the quarterbacks. This is about Kyle Shanahan. At the end of the day, he's trying to plug and play a quarterback. Kyle thinks he's bigger than the quarterback. That's the problem. So if Kyle thinks he's bigger than the quarterback, go out there and scheme us up a Super Bowl. So I feel like this is the best thing for Trey because this is going to humble Kyle. This is going to humble him. You can't your scheme you've been using doesn't work when it's winning time. Let's go back to 2019. More turnovers than points in the fourth quarter. 2021, more turnovers than points in the fourth quarter. So at the end of the day, last year, you got Trey hurt. Then Jimmy got hurt. Then Purdy got hurt. That's on Kyle Shanahan. I don't care what nobody say. That's on Kyle Shanahan. More turnovers in the fourth quarter last year playoffs against Eagles than touchdowns. So at the end, this may work out well for Trey. Let Kyle get humbled. I don't think Purdy's that guy. That's me. I just think he's average.
Yeah. I appreciate the phone call. But Rob is my brother. He's come out to the Steiny and Guru functions. We've met him, taking pictures. Robin, too.
Shout out Vegas.
Why is he not giving Brock any love for the third? Remember, I know you're going to follow me, with Jimmy at times. Remember the Niners were having some problems in the red zone? That just, when Brock took over, that just evaporated, was gone, vamoose. Why can't people and we know he's Team Trey, but to say he's noodle-armed and act like he didn't go undefeated, that's where I would buy Rob a drink. Like, come on, man. Give the man a break. Give him something, Alan.
No, I hear you. And, people want to see Trey. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to happen, barring injury, and nobody hopes for injury. This is Brock Purdy's team again, and we can play that real deal. Yeah. Maybe we'll run back that real deal point when we get a chance, because Kyle Shanahan, again, he's saying, guys, this is for this year. Not that he walked back the comments, but it's not the same way of Purdy's our franchise guy for the next 5 to 10 years. Kyle Shanahan says, we were talking about him walking on water. He's walking on water right now.
And that's all we agreed on yesterday.
That's all that matters. We got the sound, John. Let's hear
that. He's the real deal. And what I mean by the real deal is a legit guy. You don't have questions about him. You don't know that until he plays in games. And we got to play with him for 7 games last year. And they're real games. You watch the tape. You can't take anything away from him. He was just important as Christian was, as Debo was, as all these guys are. And when you watch some of the plays he made, just getting the ball to guys so consistently, you watch some of the plays he made when nothing was there and you didn't think there was a play, and he'd come find a way to make one. And the fact that he never lost a game. When you have that much tape, when people ask me those questions, I don't get what they're so surprised about. He put it on tape. Now you got to go out and do it again. You got to get healthy, which I think he has. Things do get harder the more you play. But he played a while. It's not just me who says that and thinks that. It's every player on our team. So that's not what we're worried about. We're trying to put the best guys out there. I always say, like most people do, you never stay the same. And Brock played real well in those 7 games, and we expect him to play better this year.
Brock played, and then come on. But that's it. I got it down. He dude's a genius, but that's how it's said. It's like, where's the air?
Friday goo is something else. Payday Friday.
No, that was
goo.
an insult. What do you mean Friday? I feel like I've been lightweight goo today.
I like Friday goo. We in a good mood.
Yeah, I was just because the streets are talking. You don't know I'm gonna pitch you against Willard because the streets told me you think you got a Bochy impression. They could go against Willard. Did the streets give me wrong intel?
The streets gave me wrong intel.
Okay.
All right.
I have no sources.
I don't even have a Bochy impression.
Okay. Now I feel Kapler.
I don't have that either.
Then the streets lied.
The streets lied.
Yeah, shame on me I thought I had you.
No, you thought, and you were going to try to get me too. Yeah. In about 30 minutes, you were trying to get me.
Well, we're both about to let off some steam on our gripes here coming up at 1:30, but it's the 50th anniversary of hip hop. It's incredible, Alan. I can remember 2013, early 14. I did my top 10 rappers of all time. Thought I needed security just to travel around the Bay, but it wasn't nothing against the Bay because I got my own list.
Right.
But could I ask you, and I want John, your top 5 rapper? Could you give me the 5th person on that list? Your top 5, because you were struggling
I don't have
in the green room. Like you were going to have to go tell 50. You didn't make it 50. I'm like, Alan, it's the top 5. Nobody cares. Somebody get left off.
All right.
Here we go.
Keep in mind, too, it's top 5 of our favorite rappers.
This is
not greatest. Yeah.
This is not greatest
or
or
greatest is still subjective. So it's, the greatest, John, is who's your greatest?
So we going all right now? You give me number 5.
Number 5.
You want
number 5.
Yeah, dude. Do
number
that
5?
for me, too. Yeah, we'll both do 5. Yeah,
right
you do
now.
5. Yep.
I didn't
number
even put
5.
That's a 5 time.
Number 5.
Just say the name.
I gotta go Drizzy.
Okay, Drake, I'm not mad at it. Why did you say it kind of?
Because I know I'm going to get judged.
No, please. Mr. Fab told us on this radio station, Drake is honest. Don't be ashamed. That's a little too low for Drizzy for me, but can I give you my number 5?
Sure.
Number
Mr. And everybody's in their prime. Lil Wayne. Wheezy.
That's too low for me.
John was playing a song. What was it, John, in the break?
President Carter.
I'm playing that on the way home. I forgot about it, but Wayne in his prime would give you metaphors and similes till your head would explode. So number 5 for me is Lil Wayne.
Okay.
Can we do number 4, John?
Number 4.
Number 4, I got just Eminem.
Okay. He didn't make mine.
Okay.
Mechanically, that dude's great. I guess I'm mad at him that his career, I feel like Allen was short-lived, but I ain't mad at Eminem. He didn't make my top 5. And does M really got an album? Slim Shady, does he really got that one, like 50s
I don't know. Like,
in
maybe
the
it's
club?
just a timing
no,
thing.
but he can rap.
When 8 Mile
I mean, Slim Shady LP is pretty iconic.
Yeah, but after that, it's kind of, come on.
Marshall Mathers?
Yeah.
If it's not for you, it's not. Did you see 8 Mile?
Yes, you're right. Oh, it's one of the greatest films ever.
8 Mile. I mean, he was, and I
Kim
know it's a movie.
Basinger was in that one. Yeah.
So who's your number 4?
Okay, Kanye West.
Okay.
Before he was Ye, before he knew the Kardashians, we could put producer. Dude is a musical genius. I just hate what's going on now. We're not. Donda was actually a great album too. I don't know if you heard it, but Kanye West. On your best day, you were number 4 on the Goose list. Number 3 for you. Hold on, we got to hear it, John.
Well, I mean, you guys kind of left me out a little bit. I'm going to hop in here real quick.
Looking into the room, and I was looking.
This is why I'm in chair 2, John. Come on.
So number 5 for me, I'm going De La Soul.
Ooh, wow, man.
Number 4, Bay Area legend. I'm going Ray Love.
Ray, I just seen him on. He was on the picture. Oh, with
no Tupac without Ray Love.
Okay.
Wow, that's pretty high for Ray Love. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we're at number 3. Can you give us a number 3?
Number 3.
Number 3, I'm going Kanye before he lost it.
Okay.
I got to go.
So you
Kanye
understand his brilliance.
Yeah, I'm going
Can
Kanye
anybody
3.
deny it? You got your own Netflix special.
Yeah, I got to go Kanye 3.
John? Go ahead, John. Number 3.
I'm going Anderson .Paak.
John's just trolling.
John, and I like Pac.
Hey, we're not. Hey, like we said before, this isn't greatest. This is my favorite. It's my list.
Oh, you know what? That's different. Okay. I thought I understood that, but it's his list.
You're going to have to come down.
Okay. 3 for me is Drake. Dreezy. Is Drake.
Okay.
Yep. Drake is he incredible, man? I'm going home.
Playing tonight at the Chase Center.
I had a buddy tell me, Goo, you're going to be sick. He said he had not only tickets, backstage passes, but he don't like Drake like that. He said no. He's my buddy.
Well, I don't know what he's doing with his nails. He's painting his nails. So is your boy in Houston on the Rockets, Green. What are we doing?
That's what the kids do.
Okay, who's your? We know it. Number 2.
Number 2.
My 2 is Tupac.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Why didn't he? Okay, I think we're on the same page. He's a beast, but I think you got him a little low. How about that? Number 2 for you, John.
I'm going Lil Wayne.
Wow.
Lil Wayne for my number 2.
President Carter. My number 2 is one of the best to ever do it, and it is Close Y'all. It's Beyonce's husband, who has some of the most lyrically, I want to rhyme like Talib. Jay-Z Jigga. He is special.
I hear you.
He is incredible.
I hear you.
Okay. Number 1, John.
Number 1.
My number 1.
It's Wheezy.
He got
Lil
1,
Wayne.
2, and 3. He was
Our
1 on your list, 2 on
rappers,
John.
for what it
Yeah,
represents.
no doubt.
I'm driving down to L.A. for baseball tournaments.
about
Put
it.
on that Carter 3.
Yeah.
It's slapping. I'm going Mr. Carter. Hey, Mr.
John,
Carter.
who you got?
All right, this is a little unknown artist here, but he's a huge up-and-comer.
Here we go.
I'm going with Calvin Black. Calvin Black. For those of you
he's
out there
raw.
that do not know who Calvin Black is, go look at Spotify, Apple Music, anywhere you get your music. Calvin Black. He's on to
raw.
something. He's coming up, guys.
And he ain't just rapping about my pinky ring and
Yeah.
what my car. He got some stuff. Number 1 for me, you already took it, is Tupac.
I hear you.
He was a street messiah, a street poet, and a lyrical messiah, a lyric messiah. He rapped about that Machiavelli album. No other rapper has bars.
Yeah.
Nobody was in a zone like that. And that's why Pac to me is just incredible.
Gotta make a change.
Mama.
Gotta make a
and
change.
then I can shoot him up, bang, bang. But Dear Mama.
Yeah. Gotta
Dear
make
Mama.
a change.
Yeah, that was great.
No,
I
I
don't know
hear
the
you.
boss
I
like
hear you.
that.
And that's the
He's
thing.
out
This-
here.
I don't do. It's all based on your opinion.
Gucci Man is not the best rapper ever for 650.
Gucci it's Wheezy Baby for me.
Yeah.
You know, the alliteration. And when you hear people rap now, and I'm not trying to give Wheezy too much credit, but the way he raps and just the similes and everything that he said, the metaphors. So for me, it's got to be Lil Wayne, but that's just what he feels to me. And I see people
we got a lot in common, though. We had just kind of out of order, but the heavy hitters, you and I.
But you talk about Notorious B.I.G. So Tyler the Creator
Big didn't make mine.
So Tyler the Creator, it was a while ago. He got caught up, and not really caught up, but he was saying how these young guys feel a need to say these rappers that they never really listened to or never really appreciated.
Oh, I don't like that.
Well, no, I do like it.
But
because I do
peer
feel
pressure,
like
right.
you're a millennial or younger, and unless you really fired up Biggie and you out here saying my favorite rapper is Rakim, because you feel like you need to say it. That was really his point. So for me, I'm saying true to who I am. That's why Biggie didn't make my list, or Jay-Z didn't make my list, because for me, I like Jay-Z, but in
I
terms
thought you
of
had him 3.
I don't have Hove. I should have left you to believe I did.
Now I'm judging you.
Again, it's your favorite. It's not. It's. I mean, if this was greatest of all time, my list would be completely different.
But shouldn't the greatest of all time be your favorite?
No.
Wow.
It's between Hove and Eminem for me.
I mean, we all left out J. Cole as well.
Oh my God.
J. Cole's on. I have it written down.
J. Cole is incredible. He's
outside looking in. J. Cole.
Yeah. Fringe.
The
he can get there.
Yeah.
Nobody said Kendrick either.
Oh, now we got to do maybe Monday part 2, top 10,
Kendrick,
the other 5.
Outside the lines.
Yep.
Well, there you go. That was
Speaking of outside the lines, did you go to what was the party on the hill Evan went to where all the rappers were at?
Which
one? And the kids last
Outside
weekend?
Lands.
Outside Lands.
Outside the Lands. Outside the lines.
Did you go?
No, I didn't go this year.
You got
They're fighting.
I got the boot. I'm over here
I forgot.
in the grass with the boot.
Yeah.
I'm not really trying to do all
with
that.
the size 12s.
Okay. See,
man.
John, he's doing it again, man.
No, because you reacted so weirdly. That's
John,
a word.
it's not weirdly.
Yeah. What size you wear?
Is he talking about the shoe size again?
Yeah, no. I just want to know what size.
What do you mean?
11.5?
It depends on the shoe.
Okay, I got you. And there's no wrong answer. But the way you're looking at me.
No, because you keep bringing it up.
Yeah.
You keep bringing it up, Goo.
We didn't. No female rappers we didn't mention. Nicki Minaj would be my number one.
I like Nicki.
Right.
I like Nicki.
You familiar with Marvelous Out of Sack? Sivo.
Yeah.
Missy Elliott.
Missy Elliott. I like, look, everybody saying the
Andre
obvious
3000.
one.
Oh, my God.
The obvious one is E40.
Oh, well, that's my Bay Area list.
Right.
We could do a Bay Monday. We'll do Bay Area.
Nobody said Mac Dre either.
Yeah.
I feel like the holy trinity of Mac Dre, Too Short, and E40. Yeah, it's tough to put them all
from
in
the
there.
Delinquents line 1.
So there's a lot of rappers out there. There's a lot of rappers out there, but we had to get the list. Goo, you happy now?
Yeah.
Because now you want to talk about, you had a most exciting list, right, for most exciting athletes, and then you also had...
This is incredible. I love you for reminding me.
But then you also had...
my top 5 infield.
Well, no, I wasn't talking about the top. You have that. You got all the lists on a Friday. You had that, and then you had team more likely to win the next championship.
I need your answer before we get out of here because I know we're up against it. But I could ask you now. Donnie and I, we've discussed it ad nauseum, man. But if you had to pick a Bay Area team to hoist up their trophy in their league first, who you going with?
I will answer it when we get back. September 11th, join 95.7 The Game at the Pettinelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Harding Park. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society SF Bay Area. There will be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest, an auction with some great memorabilia, and a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Harding Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Learn more at sfautismsociety.org. And that's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Watch parties aren't what they used to be.
Welcome to today's matinee.
Ever since we got Xfinity, my little sister and her friends can easily stream all their favorite stuff.
We'll start with 2 episodes of Top Chef, then Chopped.
When I was a kid, we'd worry about buffering. Now they just worry about what's on the charcuterie board.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You like that one, Goo?
That was nice. Is that Mr. Black? Calvin?
I don't think
John?
so.
That is Anderson .Paak.
Oh.
I don't think so. Shout out.
There's only one Pac.
All right.
I know, but
They're spelled
Anderson's
different.
good. Yeah, I know.
They're spelled different. Steiny and Goo. Styles in for Steiny.
A week almost over, buddy.
I know. We got 3 more days after this. It's been going great so far. Been having a great time with you, Goo. And somebody else is going to be having a great time. Willard and Dibs, one more chance. The Warriors schedule release ticket giveaway. Your opportunity to win 2 tickets and choose the home game that you want to go to. Choose the home game you want to go to. You can go to the home opener. You can go see KD. You can go see Jordan Poole. Anything you want. The Lakers game. So be sure, 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs, you got one more chance to get it done. And it is time, Guru. This is my first time doing it with you. Guru's Gripes. I really am
Do you
very
want
excited.
the Dre intro or the Curry intro? There's
Dre.
2. Okay.
It's time for Guru's
Well, there you
Gripes.
go.
There you
Fire
go.
away, Guru.
I will. We got a short segment here,
I'm
Styles.
as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore.
You're starting to piss me off.
It makes me so mad. Oh, please don't make me angry.
So, Alan, I'm from the Union, lovely Union City, went to James Logan High. I'm no punk. I'm a father. I'm a husband.
Yeah.
And you got to keep your head on a swivel in the Bay Area. Okay. And there are some times where when you're at a gas station, you might be in the hood, you want to get gas and keep going.
Yeah.
To the people that are in control of the damn pumps at the gas station, I don't want to fill out a job application when I get my gas. Yeah. When I put my card in and put my code, pump, do you want to come back to the party we're having tomorrow? No. Do you want a car wash? No. Do you want a receipt? No. I want to get some gas and get up out of here because you know what I'm saying? You got to keep your head on a swivel. The amount of questions that people continue to ask when all you want to do is get some damn gas. This morning I'm trying to get in and out. Shout out Animal Style. And I go, waving the right hand. It ain't work. Oh, ask me another question. Asking me 10 questions. Let me get the gas and get up out of here.
Yeah. Wow.
Come on, man. Damn. Just take the code and let me get the gas.
Take the code.
People just
you
need
want the
info.
rewards. You want all these things.
Good Lord. Hey, Goo, why you watching the game? No. Let me get in my vessel and get up out of here.
Wow. You got to get in
out here.
Wow.
Yeah. Little baby gripe, but
dude.
No,
I hear you on that. I hear you on that because you don't have
a whole conversation with the team. And I'm like, it ain't working. Another question. Do you got heart disease? Do you got this or that? Come on,
high
man.
blood pressure.
Hey,
you about to give me high blood pressure.
Yeah, I'm trying to get back in. It's wicked out here, man.
Wow. That's rough.
Now you have one.
I have one. It's a bit different. And I've been talking about it. I talked about it on Twitter, but I wanted to bring this up because I want to get your take. So, first date out with the missus since having the baby. We go out.
Yeah.
We go out in Oakland. Okay, it's a place that we've been very excited about going. We know it's a little pricey, but we're cool with that.
Look at my boy.
We're cool. So I got the card ready. It's all good. So we had ordered food already. We had already ordered our food, but we had ordered a mussels dish. You get the mussels dish. They got the sauce, right? It's like butter, garlic sauce that comes with it, and there are a couple pieces of bread. You get the couple pieces of bread. Okay, it's cool. We finished the mussels. There's this pool of sauce. Of sauce still hanging out. But we got ribeye. We got a bunch more food coming. So it was just sitting there. Not our waitress, but the bus person comes to grab the bowl of sauce.
Okay, that was just lingering.
It was just lingering. And she goes, "Oh, do you guys want more bread?" I say, Sure, we'll have more bread. Oh, yeah, that's cool. Normally they just take it away, whatever. Yeah. I thought something was up because she went and she said something to the waitress. And I just like, okay,
Larry David, what do we got?
Whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
So something gets said, and fast forward, I get the bill, and it was a big bill. I'm not tripping off the money. Dude, they charged me for the quote-unquote extra bread. After she offered. She offered the bread.
I hope this is your gripe. What did you then do?
I didn't do anything.
Oh, Alan.
So I put it on my Instagram. I put it on my Twitter. And I said, is this fair? No, is this fair or foul? Because I wanted to make sure. So you know what I did? I hopped on Yelp and I said, you know what? It was a bit weird.
Than me.
It was a bit weird, okay? It was a bit weird that not even my waitress, because my waitress, she probably knew they got a bunch of food coming. They don't need no extra bread, especially to get charged.
So I would have went back to my waitress to be like, hey, and just chop it up with her. And that probably should give me that, honey, and took that off.
That's what I'm saying. And that's what I kind of felt. I'm not trying to put it was the. So here's the thing. At first, I thought maybe the waitress should have been like, hey, they just spent some buku money. All right. They don't deserve to pay for this bread. But now I'm thinking that so I put it on my social media and somebody says,
I didn't like that.
No, hold on.
Yeah.
Somebody says that the bus person might have been getting some weird kickback from the upsell. So the bus person goes and tells the waitress that we asked for the bread. And the waitress is like, well, they asked for it, but we didn't ask.
Now you're going conspiracy theory.
Well, that's what people said back to me.
Yeah, but
over some bread, Goo.
Just have a conversation.
It's such an insignificant amount of money.
Yeah.
I'm big baller. It's the principle. It's not the cash.
Stuck in your craw, though, for you the next day.
It's a principle.
Yeah, my boy wanted some more bread.
And 510, if anyone text on his bread, y'all take that L and keep it moving, LOL. Was it you, 510? Was it you with the bread?
You tried to play me. That's hilarious.
You tried to play me, Goo.
The price of bread.
No, they tried to play me.
But are you one of those, like, I live for the... Let's get in the verbal gymnastics. I'm not rude, but everybody has a boss. I'm like, you coaching? I'm like, give me your boss. Yeah. That's me.
But I'm not trying to do all that over a little bread charge. Okay. It's just the principle.
But you put it on your IG.
Because I don't even know. I didn't
like that.
Why?
You snitching.
I didn't even say the place on the IG.
Man up and have a conversation.
Goo, what's worse? I wanted to make sure, in case this happens again, me going to my folks saying, "Hey, was this fair or foul?" Now, next time I'll say something. I don't want to hop up and it's over a couple dollars, and I make a stink over it.
But had you talked to your waitress, you would have closure of, was this a sting? Was he trying to upsell
then she's
me?
over here. You spent this much, and you mad about some bread?
If she would have saw your IG, she'd have been like, did he really do that?
I didn't tag. I don't know who they are.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't know who they are.
The people know where you ate, right?
Yes.
That's the snitching part.
Well, at least you'll know. Good,
John, help us out real quick.
No, John, is it fair or foul?
Just have a conversation.
I'm mixed reviews on this because I can see a little bit of the snitch card coming in, but he didn't say the business. So I feel like that's just...
I did on Twitter.
Oh, yeah, well, that's a snitch.
But they charging.
Mark.
But they charging. Now, John, we both on the island. When you go out there, John will know that when they come up to you, hey, sir, would you like some more bread? John's going to be like,
I guess real quick, what I'm telling you is you still, I know it was minute, everything, the money, but you still don't have closure. Had you spoke to that waitress, you would have closure.
I would say, hey,
you know what? This is what went down. You still are always going to be like, there's got to be part two for me to get clarity.
I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back with the new confidence, and I'm saying, hey.
They might not let you in if they see your post on Twitter.
I'm going to get the muscles itch again. And I'm going to say, hey, that bread looking a little lonely. But this time, Goo, I'm going to be ready this time.
You had a good dinner, though?
It was a great dinner.
All right.
And then all of a sudden, I just said, wait, hold on. That's extra bread.
How much we talking about for the bread?
I'm not.
Under 20?
It was under 20.
Okay, right.
It's the principle. Okay, that's what I've been saying. It's the principle. All right, we got to get to a break. When we get back, the crossover, we'll see what Willard and JD got to say about this bread. And we're talking Brock. We're talking Trey. Sam Darnold, who will be the starter when the Niners take on the Broncos. And that's all sponsored by Cars.com.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Mom, Dad, you should shop Amazon for back to school and save some money. See, I'm currently obsessed with superheroes and need all the superhero stuff. Superhero lunchbox, superhero backpack. But next year, it'll be something else. Maybe dinosaurs? I don't know. I'm not a fortune teller. But I can tell you not to spend a fortune and shop low prices for school on Amazon. Okay, good chat. Amazon. Spend less, smile more.
The best time to get a great deal on a Ram truck is now, during the Ram Make This the Summer event. Visit Ram.com or visit your local Ram dealer to find the perfect Ram truck for you. Hurry in and make this the summer you drive a Ram. And right now, during the Ram Make This the Summer event, get 10% below MSRP on the purchase of 2023 Ram 1500 Laramie, Longhorn, and Limited models. Not compatible with lease offers or with any other consumer incentive offers. Residency restrictions apply. Take retail delivery by 9/5.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank has approached banking with a simple idea in mind. Growth comes one customer at a time. You see, while some institutions might be on the lookout for the next big thing, we like to think that's what you'll be. And when you achieve great things, it leads to success throughout the community. It also allows us to continue our tradition of giving back to the region. It's a strategy that's proven successful for nearly 60 years, and we expect to continue success for years to come. Fremont Bank, putting the community in community banking.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
O'Reilly. Protect your engine with Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec is designed for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99, plus 2 times O Rewards points. Limits apply. Choose Syntec exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Complete your dream outdoor kitchen with a grill from Heston. And now receive a free Aspire under-counter refrigerator valued at over $1,500 with qualifying purchase at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Parents, are you tired of helping put your kids' shoes on? They're squirming, watching cartoons, anything but helping. Luckily, it's Skechers to the rescue. Introducing new hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Footwear you can just get your kids to step into and their shoes are on. You don't need to bend over. You don't need to sit on the floor and try to wrangle them on. And they're available in all types of Skechers styles with and without laces, and most are machine washable. Find Skechers slip-ins for kids or mom and dad at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish shoes are sold.
KFC's new chicken nuggets. Hand-breaded, original recipe, 100% white meat chicken nuggets. The perfect back-to-school dinner option for...
Are those chicken nuggets?
Yeah, I was thinking we could...
Chicken nuggets! Chicken nuggets! Chicken nuggets! Chicken nuggets!
What is happening?
It's dinner time. Order KFC original recipe chicken nuggets, 10 pieces for just $5. You've never had nuggets like these. That's finger-licking good. Prices and participation may vary. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant Cash Offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Woohoo! Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
Something big is visiting the Bay. Something heavier than 11 cable cars. 1,000,000 times older than the Golden Gate Bridge. Something that ate the daily equivalent of 500 Mission-style veggie burritos. See the world's largest dinosaurs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. With life-size models and more. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
I do have a favorite child.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
I should have just said the baby was cute.
It's the actually really seriously best sale of the year for real at Mattress Firm. Get a king bed for a queen price. Save up to $700 on Sealy and get a free adjustable base, plus fast free delivery. The right mattress matters. We'll find yours. Restrictions apply. See store or mattressfirm.com for details.
We are back. We are back. Help me out, John.
This is Calvin Black.
Calvin Black.
A buddy of
I knew
his.
the
It's
last
his friend.
name.
Yeah,
this
he's
is
pretty
John's
good.
number one on his favorite rapper list. Goo,
Well, it should be.
don't say that.
Yeah. No, I was playing.
Steiny and Goo, Styles in for Steiny, hanging out with Willard and Dibs, JD in for Dibs.
We got to get to this.
I know you want to.
Can I set it up?
Have to.
Can I set it up?
Sure.
So we just had a gripe session, JD and Willard, and I did my gripe about gas station asking you 100 questions. He did his about something that happened at dinner last night. And I said, oh, my gosh, I'll let you set it up. But at the end, he did not talk to the server to get clarity and then went on IG and put the place on blast. And to me, that's
And
millennial
Yelp.
stuff. You should have just talked to be a grown up, talk to the person that's there, but don't go snitching. Because that's what he did.
No.
He goes, yeah, put it on Twitter.
You're hitting me because one of my favorite comedians, Sebastian Maniscalco, does a whole thing on Yelp. He like, you guys all got nothing better to do with your life after a meal than to run home to the internet.
But that's how mad
And
you are.
But wait, I got to know what happened.
Yeah,
though.
I'll do the
What
quick
happened?
version. I'll do the quick
JD,
version.
kill it because you're going to get crushed.
I'll do the quick version. Long story short, went out first date night since having the baby. All great. Mom came, watched the baby. All awesome. Spent a bunch of money. Got a mussels dish, right? So mussels dish normally comes with bread.
You're getting your date in now because you know Chris Paul's going to be on the bench. But anyway, go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
So we got the mussels dish.
Hey.
There's a bunch of that sauce left, right? And we had a bunch more food coming. So mussels dish is just sitting there with a bunch of sauce. The shells are in a different bowl. And the busser comes up to us, not our waitress, and says, do you want more bread or would you like some more bread? Very nice. Would you like some more bread?
I know. I was going to say, did he say it like that?
No, would you like some more bread?
You want more bread?
And you want some bread. So,
That's him, cornbread.
would you like
Hey,
some more
dog,
bread?
you want some more bread?
So we say, oh, wow, this is awesome. Thank you. We add, we'll take some more bread. Sure. Get the bill. They charge us for extra bread.
Oh, man.
We had so much food coming.
I just had 18 thoughts go through my head all at once when you said
But
that.
why not talk to the waitress? Don't go
Busser
on
did.
Yelp.
I thought it was a whole situation. I don't know, man.
How much they charge you?
I have
How
to-
much they
that's it.
charge you?
Excuse me?
Was it? How much did they charge
All right,
you?
man.
Yeah.
Before I say
I know it's going to be
we
like
won't judge you, bro.
$1.50, right?
There were
Give me
two scrawny
$1.50.
pieces of bread, but it was $2.
Okay.
$2. See, my mom and I have this conversation all the time. Lovely Ellen, like the funny thing
broke her leg.
broke
I
her
gotta hear
leg.
that
Just
story.
got home yesterday.
Okay,
She just got
wow.
home yesterday. She's finally in good mood for the first time. So anyway, but once upon a time at a restaurant, I think they got charged for ice.
See, man.
Oh, see that? Yeah.
But the thing we always laugh at is it'll come in as like 50 cents.
Mm-hmm.
So let's pretend they had said, well, sir, it's going to be $1.95 for your extra bread.
Mm-hmm.
Were you going to say no?
No, but the cost isn't the print. That's not the
You're
point,
right.
though.
You're right. I mean, that's not Yelp worthy.
But JD, why
You're
not
not
call
Yelp
your
worthy.
waitress
That's
over
not
to
Yelp
say, hey,
worthy.
no big deal, but this is on my bill. Then what he did, okay, we'll just ride with it. But I'm gonna go on IG and tell everybody where I'm at.
I didn't tell everybody.
You said Twitter.
No, I didn't.
When did you find out? Were you still in the restaurant when you saw the bill?
Yeah, I saw the bill. I'm going through it because I was like, oh, I was trying to double check. I mean,
You
we
went through the
were
bill.
enjoying
Why
ourselves.
didn't you say anything,
No,
Jay? That's my
no.
whole thing.
But
Why'd you even go through the bill like that? I thought you were having a nice night with your girl. Just grab the thing and put the card in and hand it back.
I'm glad I did because there's a
What do you want?
secret.
You pull out a
bread
pair
charge.
of
There's a secret
readers or
bread-
something?
So,
You pull out a
I didn't even think of
flashlight
that.
and start going through the whole.
I know something is
what are you
extra got
doing?
added here. I went on Instagram.
See, this is what I didn't like right here.
No, and I said, they charged me bread they charged me
You asked
bread.
a question, right?
I asked a question.
I think I saw the
Jay
I said they charged me bread without telling me.
He's walking to his car going, I'm going
Stop
on
calling you
Instagram.
Tom Petty.
Fair or foul.
I'm going on IG when I get home.
I went on Yelp. I went on Twitter.
Like, did you have a nice night, or
I had
were
a
you
great night.
mumbling
I'm
to
trying to
yourself
make
on
them
the way to
better.
the car?
I'm trying to make them better.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
trying
you
to make them
didn't because
better.
you could have had a conversation. Hey, JD, this was on my bill, and that would have been cool. He went social media without giving them a chance
That
to
is
fix it.
passive
I didn't
aggressive.
Like that, Jay. If you come see me, come talk to me before you go blast me on
No, but how
social
does that
media.
look like? Then she's gonna say, "Dang, bro, you just dropped this, and you asking me about some $2 bread." That's what they're gonna say to me.
You know what? Let me get conceptual with you for a second. Oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm just going to say I probably would have been too sheepish or embarrassed to have the conversation because I wouldn't have wanted to make it look like I was sweating it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
$2.
So I get where you're coming from
Thank
there.
you.
At the same time, though, and I don't recall on the post, did you blast him or did you ask? Did you say, hey, this restaurant did this?
No, I didn't
name the restaurant.
No, I
or
did not
like
name
that?
the restaurant.
Okay.
But, no, what
Then I think
happened
that's
was
okay.
Hold on.
No, what happened
Because
was
Guru framed it like
You said you went on Twitter and the
I
place was there.
posted my story because the food was really good.
Okay.
Then later, I posted a separate post. So if you follow the cookie,
I think I only got
Oh,
half.
God.
I think I only got half.
After
You know
the
what?
food's digested, let
Hold
me go
on.
out of here.
Maybe this is just we're looking at it wrong too, because truth be told, restaurants, and I think this is a lot of it's post-pandemic, they do charge for a lot of stuff now that they didn't used to charge for.
Sure.
Right? So if he had come up to you and said, because the way you phrased it, would you like some more bread?
Yeah.
In your mind, that means it's free.
Yes.
Well, what if he had said, would you like another cocktail?
Yes. Well, I get you on that.
So
The
he's
weird thing-
assuming that
Yeah.
you know
Right.
this isn't free.
Yes.
Was the first basket of bread
It was
free?
just weird. Okay, it's also weird to me because it
Do
was
they-
the busser.
but
It
they-
wasn't even my waitress.
Well, then, by the way,
Well, they're
that's
going
all.
the extra mile.
Well, maybe the busser was trying to be nice.
busser's getting
and
a kickback.
Maybe the waiter was, or maybe the
What he gets?
maybe the
We got
busser
a
was trying to
quarter
be
out of it.
nice.
We got a kickback.
And then the server was like, well, wait a minute, I got to count this.
Exactly.
Like that
I think
count
that's
it.
what happened.
I have to
Bucket,
account for
yeah.
it.
I'm telling you.
Well,
man.
then, now if that's the case, then the server needs to go to Alan
There could
and
be a
say,
miscommunication.
I
there.
wanna make
saw
sure.
her say it, but
Styles
that's what I'm
fighting
saying.
for his life
we
right
don't
now.
know. We don't know what the busser said to the waitress because they could have said, "Hey, they want more bread." Not I politely offered them more bread.
I'm picturing that light on that bill.
Yeah, I'm happy it's a payday Friday. I'm happy it's a payday Friday.
You guys all went out for a late night. Like in my mind, you get home and there's some music.
No, you know what?
There's some after dinner drinks
But
going
you know
on,
what?
and
You know
you're like, baby, hold it right
Willard,
there.
but Willard.
I gotta hit an IG live right now. I gotta go in the back room.
But Willard, you know why I know how you know how I know I chose correctly when it comes to my wife. I told her, I said, you know what? I feel some type of way about this. She said, I'm glad you said something because it bothered me too.
But you
So we on
didn't
the
say
same page.
anything.
Oh, I'm glad you found
Because
each
I
other.
live for those verbal gymnastics, Jay. I'm just one of the old salesmen.
Yeah, but you
that
get fired
Go
up.
get your supervisor. And there's like a prize fight while everybody's waiting.
But even that
what's
seems
dude gonna
like a
say
lot.
when the manager
That's-
comes?
that's
But
worse.
that's me, and my wife hates me. But I will not drive off not knowing. I felt like she would have been better at her job had you just told her, hey, is it like, and you would have had closure, which you don't have right now.
No, they gonna respond to my Yelp.
Conspiracy.
They gonna respond to my Yelp. I know
You
it.
think so? What are they
I
going
love
to say?
you, man.
Sorry for your experience,
I
sir.
left one a couple weeks ago about a spot, and you know what? I left
and
one.
what'd you
you're
get
a
out of it?
complainer.
They
What'd you-
responded and they
and
said thank you.
what'd you get out of that?
They said thank you for your
They
thank
said
you for
thanks.
your
So some social media administrator.
It was a Chinese restaurant. I ordered like a garlic chicken, and it was more veggies
Damn.
than
Yeah.
chicken.
I
saying
mean,
it's a
service
free
around
app.
the Bay Area. Just take a picture.
I'm trying
of
to help
Alan.
out my city.
You see Alan coming, just kick that
That's
one
too
over to your
far.
partner.
I'm trying to help out my city. No, and that's the thing. I still tipped very well because I said, you know what, the busser was on some weirdness. I'm not going to let that cloud my judgment on the waitress.
so you tipped on 197 instead of 199.
We need Styles
on the
yells.
bill.
Yeah.
You know what, man?
boy.
I just said
saying.
like I don't
Uncle Looney on YouTube, bread money.
Wow, thank you, Uncle
That was
Looney, for the bread money. You missing a penny though.
Yeah. Can I throw you a curveball before we get in this
know. Go
Niners?
for it.
and how I'm irritated. We don't know if Brock's playing tomorrow or if that's out, or I don't know if that's official. But I'm just like, okay, I know
it's official that they don't know.
Yeah.
I'm sure they
We'll
know.
find out about 4 o'clock
They
tomorrow,
officially
probably.
said maybe.
I put this on Twitter last night. It didn't get much traction. Not that I judge what traction I get, but your all-time infield for both of you. Could you give me your all-time in? I know I'm putting you on the spot.
So
I had Stargell at first,
each
Morgan at
individual-
second.
But all-time.
Your favorite.
Our favorite.
Yeah.
Wow.
I had an A-Rod at shortstop. Who was my catcher? Not Johnny Bench. I had Gary Carter.
Gary Carter.
And third base was Schmidt.
I mean, if you use the word favorite, I'm going to get all Giant-centric on you.
But you can.
You know what I mean? I grew up an absolute, Will Clark stan.
That's him at first.
So I put him at first and Buster behind the plate.
All right.
If you go to the other 3 positions, and I'll just go back to baseball card collecting days, Ryan Sandberg probably.
He was bad.
Right? He's probably at second base. I'd put the Wizard over at short. And
who's your third?
First name that comes to mind over at third base is probably, you know who else to love? You'll love this. I used to love Bill Madlock.
I loved him, but he didn't make it because the other dudes were too bad.
Yeah. But that's going back.
Right.
That's very 80s heavy.
Jay, who you got?
Well, I was a Will Clark guy growing up as well. But just guys who I liked the way that they play.
Like you're trying to win a game.
To me,
that matters.
I just took it that way because there's too many different ones. But just guys that I like their style. Will Clark would definitely be a part of that. I like Pudge Rodriguez as a catcher.
Right.
I liked Omar Vizquel as a
he
shortstop.
was badass. Who would be short?
Barry Bonds would definitely be on my squad.
I wore either number 9 or 10 in high school because of Matt Williams.
All right, that man.
I mean, but like I said, it's going to be real Giant-centric. I'd take Robbie Thompson at second if you want me to.
Do you feel the
Jose Uribe?
Vizquel is short. I mean, he was awesome. He's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I mean, there was Jim Thome. Jim Thome was a guy I always just liked.
But this was just infield, your dream infield.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well,
your dream infield. Yeah.
You said Barry, but so do you feel like the Purdy noise has gotten louder? Or the excitement for Purdy, or are you still on the island of it's kind of just been hush-hush?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I'm just quiet over here, man. I'm sweating.
No, you're good, bro.
I'm getting killed. I'm getting killed. Y'all just keep it going, man. I'm chilling over here, man.
Well, when you say it that way, Goo, like the Purdy noise, I mean, I think that actually is quiet until we watch him play.
With a dash or sprinkle of natural excitement to see if he can follow up what he did last year.
But I mean,
because that's all that's on the test now.
Even if you get a sample this weekend, it's going to be so fast.
It's not even going to be a sample.
It's going to be so fast. It'll be 5 plays or something like that. And I don't know that anybody's going to come up with too much out of that. I feel like the noise for this weekend, if you want to prep for Monday, I think the noise is going to surround Sam Darnold. I think that there is a growing anger that is now centered around him because if Trey Lance, if we all agree, whether it's fortunate, unfortunate, fair, unfair, has not really gotten a chance, I think people can understand it because Brock Purdy, the job was handed to him through injury, and he crushed it. And so obviously he has to come back as the presumptive starter.
Right.
But when then people go, why is Trey, who we've never seen, having to battle for QB2 against someone we have seen and hasn't looked good? If this is all about provability, I think there's 2 kinds of fans looking at Sam Darnold right now, and it's those who believe that the story has already been written, he's a bust, or is there still something new in his repertoire that the 49er roster and Kyle Shanahan are going to pull out? And if you don't believe that, that's where I hear a growing noise of this is unfair to Trey, that he's having to battle against someone who's provably failed in the NFL. And so the first half of tomorrow's game,
he better be good. Darnold better be.
I don't think that's it, Jay.
I think in a lot of people's eyes, Darnold better be good.
But I think not to
almost
Kyle, though.
Independent of what Trey.
I don't even think he's on a tryout. They have enough to know in this system, Jay. You ain't. It's a tryout. I don't believe Darnold's trying out. But the fans, I hear that. I agree with that.
If he comes out and goes 1-7 and it's bad, and Trey goes in and goes 4 or 5, and throws a deep ball for a touchdown, the conversation's going to be, will Trey, at a minimum, even the score in the two if it truly is a competition? So I do think the fans are evaluating it that way.
And if we're being honest,
the coaching
Alan,
staff may not be.
If we're being so honest, I was a big Trey advocate. I have seen the light to the degree, guys, to where, okay, you're just not the starter, even though we know, they drew their line in the sand. You were so off and behind Sunday, Trey. I knew you might not be, they might not sleep knowing you're the backup. So you are playing for third or just your spot on the roster. To me, that's how behind and a fair person analyzing the situation. So I don't believe Darnold should get any shade. And to put the rat on the table, if you're a real fan, all you give a damn about or should give a damn about is success from whoever's under center. But to look at Darnold and get mad because, that's why Trey ended up being a pumpkin, I think you're looking at it wrong because Darnold has more skins on the wall. Yeah, he was bad too. But, Trey, you ain't picking up a lot of stuff to exude any confidence.
Darnold's done more bad in his career than Trey has. He's also done more good in his career than Trey has.
And more good in college to where, it looks like Darnold might be the next. Nobody was surprised when that was announced.
He's too far gone to talk about college.
Darnold is.
I think so.
Okay.
Well, all of these things are fair. You can be frustrated by the lot in life for Trey Lance. I do think that there is precedent in professional sports, especially in the NFL, where the surroundings for a quarterback can totally change the productivity. Like people love to Matt Stafford is the more modern day one.
Okay.
But he was statistically good in Detroit, even though they didn't win. The one I always love to use is Kurt Warner. Kurt Warner was phenomenal with the Rams. They won championships. And he was phenomenal in taking the job from Matt Leinart with the Arizona Cardinals and went to a Super Bowl. In between, he went to the Giants and couldn't play. They couldn't play. So, your coach and your surroundings and all of those things matter. So, I'm at minimum open-minded to that. One thing I would suggest that 49er fans keep in mind, though, is the job that they're going for. They're not going for the job of who's the better quarterback. They're trying to win the backup job. And a backup quarterback in the NFL, one of the things that if you look around the league that teams want is experience. That's what they want. They want someone who's going to come in and you don't have to deal with, happy feet and bright lights, even if it's not perfect, because how could it be you're a backup? So I think that's important.
But you're inexperienced if you're talking about Lance as the backup.
That's what I'm saying. So that's why maybe that's an advantage that Sam has in this race when people go, but we know Sam's bad, and we don't know if Trey's bad yet. But the job they're going for is not who's the better quarterback.
Yes.
It's who's the backup. And those are similar, but they're different.
It's not about ceilings. It's not about ceilings as the backup. You need somebody that can just keep you afloat.
And it's now.
Yes.
We're not talking about who's going to be good a year from now or 2 years from now. We're talking about who is going to back up Brock Purdy in Pittsburgh.
That's why I don't really know what Trey could do at this juncture. And I know there's going to be conversations about two things. Play calling, which you can agree with or disagree with. And two, if Trey looks better, that is in the third, fourth quarter, who was that against? So all those questions are going to continue to be asked. And that's why and to be completely honest with you, I don't know how Trey could be QB2. Based on what you expect out of QB2, just keep it afloat. Man. You don't want to be on a roller coaster. Shout out Medusa and Six Flags. You don't want to be on a roller coaster with your backup QB. Even if you think Sam Darnold is whatever, at least you can't find stuff out with your backup. It's funny. It's a funny dynamic.
It feels like they've, I don't want to say made up their mind.
I said it today.
It started to shift.
It's right. Keep in mind the reps yesterday in practice also. Sam had 13, Trey only had 4. Mm-hmm. Are they just getting ready for Denver? I guess you could say that, but I think it probably means something.
Could I interest you, JD, Styles, and Willard, to help me come up with a word that I'm feeling right now that I'm going to express, and I used Phil Jackson earlier in the show as a comp. He had Jordan and Pippen. He had Kobe and Shaq. That's where he coached. That was his work. That was his job to get the most out of those teams. He succeeded. What do you call the word for people that will call the station and say, well, before you anoint Phil Jackson a great coach, what could he have done in Sacramento? What could he have done in Milwaukee? I mean, if you're going to live your life like that, one, I think that's a waste of time because we took calls today about Brock couldn't be the system in New York. Like they're hating on Brock's success because what's around him. This is the team that drafted him. That's what he had available to him. So why can't we ride the roller coaster of what Brock did for his team with what's around him? Why are we trying to, what word? I call it hating. What do we call well, I need to see if Brock can do it. And there's well, guess what? You're not going to find out. You're not going to find out because he's here.
Well,
why do we got to go to that to break it down to something you were never like? Phil Jackson's a great coach,
right? And there are examples of Phil where like with the Lakers after Shaq was gone and Kobe, he had 6-7 seed seasons where they won 45-40. I mean, Jordan left for 2 years. Right. They made the playoffs both years.
Almost went to the Eastern Conference Finals.
But as far as Brock, my answer would be, well, what do you think Trey would do if he was the quarterback somewhere else? Like, you think he would be?
If that was your point by calling to say Trey,
well,
no, that.
I mean, I'll go right back to
don't say you because at this point I'm of the belief until we see actual evidence otherwise, and it's going to sound funny to say. I mean, anything Trey can do, Brock can do better. At this point,
that's fair.
Well, I guess
what
the question you're asking is very similar to the debate that people were having over Tom Brady and Bill Belichick for years, and it was, does greatness travel? Man, and I think Tom, obviously in his case, it did. He went and won the Super Bowl with a different team the very next year, and so I do think that the answer is for some greatness travels. There are very few of those players, and to the point I think you're making in this case, it is irrelevant. It is irrelevant, and we don't hold that against people in sports. If you think, like, want to know what immediately comes to mind? Do y'all want to keep Draymond out of the Hall of Fame? Do you want to do that? Because would he be him if he was on the Pistons?
Okay, right, no doubt.
No,
and that's not going to keep him out of
so freaking what?
Yeah, exactly.
He's on the Warriors for his whole career. He's been amazing. He's got 4 rings.
Yeah.
He's going to get a statue. He's going to go to the Hall of Fame. He's Draymond damn Green.
So that energy would be hating, trying to take that away from him.
But it's not hating. It's not hating. It's
you'll
just
never
sports
get the
talk.
answer, Alan.
We won't. But what is happening to Brock? It's the same thing that happened to Jimmy G. We did the same thing with Jimmy G.
But I think Goo's question is why? Like why is that someone's point? Like
because you cannot look at this team with who they have and Kyle Shanahan and not think, would Brock be able to? There's a reason he was the 7th pick. If people thought that Brock could elevate a team,
but it doesn't matter what they thought.
Okay, but
it doesn't matter.
I guess my point is, what's the alternative? Like what does that? What does that mean? Like if
there is no point.
Okay.
If Brock couldn't do it in 15 other places,
there is no right. I'm not. He's with the Niners,
but I'm
not going to come down anybody's road for having the conversation.
But
we do it all the time.
Flower you won't give Brock for what he's doing.
But why are we having the conversation? I guess is my question.
Because there's a conversation away from Brock Purdy because he's in quote unquote this great system.
Guru,
that's BS.
Okay,
the dude didn't know he was going to start. He's back, the third string quarterback.
What is the conversation, Gu? Is the conversation that it doesn't matter, or the conversation is that Brock would be the same guy?
The conversation is enjoy the ride, from what we've seen from Brock Purdy, JD, you can take nothing from him, but that he's had command, and right now it's off to a great damn start.
Well, maybe he wouldn't be the same guy in another place. Like I
don't care.
I don't know. But that doesn't change.
Okay, that's what I'm
the current situation at all. Like that doesn't mean somebody else should get more of an opportunity.
And I'm not going to give you, Alan, one less flower because I'm thinking of what you would do in Arizona. I got to give you your flowers for what you're doing in San Francisco. And right now, you're off to an incredible start, which you admit to, right?
Yes.
Okay, here's what I would file it under.
I think it's fair to bring up, but
you can bring anything up.
But what's the
As
end
you
game?
said, it's
what's the end game?
If Joe Burrow is playing for Houston this year, are they?
That's different. I would say Joe Burrow's different because the Bengals were trash. That's why he got hurt.
But if he was on the Texans this year, would you think they would win the division?
Yes.
Oh, I don't. Oh God, no! I think Jacksonville
They'd be
would kill
better
that
than
team.
They'd be better than if Brock Purdy was on the Texans.
Well, but
that's my point, though.
Nobody is calling Brock Purdy better than Joe Burrow.
Nobody.
Here's how, if you want to label it, because you call it hate and you say it's not hating. I do think it is filed under the umbrella of we build up and then knock down, which I do feel that, which is Brock Purdy for 8 games got built up, and now, and this is something we were talking about earlier in the week, we have spent every day since those 8 games, so many of you have watched you convince yourselves that he's not good.
Waiting for another shoe to drop.
And all it is rational. It's that people, it's logic, that's fine. But sports isn't always rational or logical. And you do find greatness in the 6th and 7th round. So it doesn't matter what people thought he was going to be. So I don't know. Like, that's the great question of this year. Is it sustainable? Can you do it again? We don't know.
That's the title of the jam.
Can we just say, is there a better way to say this? It was a really good fit. Is that a more respectful way of saying it? It was a really good fit. Is that still a guy who has, I think he's very similar to Jimmy G. He's more slippery than Jimmy G. I think he has more moxie than Jimmy G. I think he has it. But it also helps the team he got drafted to is a very good roster. And it's a good fit. The way he plays, what Kyle Shanahan wants out of a quarterback, it's a good fit. I don't think that's disrespectful.
I don't think it's disrespectful. Are there quarterbacks that, with what you just said, great roster, Kyle's good with quarterbacks, are there quarterbacks who would be a bad fit?
Well, you said good quarterbacks.
No, just are there quarterbacks, like, is that across the board? Is anybody who's playing for the 49ers,
I guess what I'm saying is
that automatically a good fit?
I guess what I'm saying is Trey Lance, right, when he got drafted, we knew it would be a bit different than what we saw with Jimmy Garoppolo. We were hoping in a positive way. Kyle Shanahan had been playing a certain way with Jimmy Garoppolo. Trey Lance gets hurt. He was running power eyes, whatever. Brock Purdy comes in, and Kyle doesn't have to really change anything. He actually can open it up a little bit because, wow, you're kind of like Jimmy G, but better. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like
the mic's off.
Get the mic.
The mic's off.
Thank you guys. Friday. You talk like that's somebody's fault.
I'm not saying it's anybody's fault. Willard and Dibbs. 2-6. Payday Friday.
Oh.
Okay.
You left.
No,
no, that's fine.
Okay.
Toodaloo.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibbs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Look, like any other day, around these parts and around this time of the year, there'll be plenty more on the 49ers. In fact, some non-quarterback stuff today, too. And Matt Barrows is on the show, and he wrote an article about how Trey Lance is the modern-day Alex Smith, which I thought was kind of an interesting comment. But with all that said, 888-957-9570. Glad you're with us. Thank you so much. Xfinity Mobile text line. And, of course, Twitch and YouTube and the chats, and all brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. And, oh, by the way, Warriors tickets, okay? The last pair of the day has been reserved for all of you afternoon listeners. And in the 5 o'clock hour, all you got to do is listen. You got to be ready when we tell you to be ready. You call in and bang. You get to choose any Warrior game on the home schedule all year long and win your way in. A pair of tickets, it's that simple. But we also wanted to get to a bunch of stuff Gabe Kapler related today, because if you've been bouncing around on a Friday and you don't know, he's been suspended. He's been suspended for tonight's game in Atlanta because after getting thrown out a couple of days ago, he came back into the dugout area. MLB found out about it. I don't think he came actually back into the dugout. I think he went to the cage. The cage is very close. It's over the line. And
you can't do that.
So he's now suspended for a game, and combine that with an interview he did where he was regretful and apologetic to the reporter in the exchange that we discussed so much a couple of days ago. And so all of that leads to this. And you, JD, great to have you here again today.
Great to be here. By the way, the Giants have already won today.
Which is?
The Cubs got beat by the Royals at Wrigley afternoon Friday. The Royals go in there and drop the Cubs to 3 over 500. So the Giants don't even need to win today.
Perfect.
So they're already having a good day.
They probably won't.
They are already having a good day.
The Braves are so flipping good.
Like the Giants may be
They're so good.
The Giants may be a 6-8 game over 500 team when it's all said and done.
Might be.
Cubs might be a 2 over 500 team when all said and done.
Yeah, it's not like the Giants don't need to beat the Braves. They don't need to beat the Dodgers in order to get to the playoffs. I just, you and I have had such, I think, fascinating conversations about this because all of this Gabe stuff, right? He's suspended for tonight. He gets into it with a reporter at Oracle Park over seemingly nothing, and then goes on an interview to sort of, you could tell, like he purposely went on the interview so that he could put out his version of an apology, and you, JD, will have absolutely none of it.
It's just unnecessary.
Which part?
Doing an interview specifically to explain and or apologize. Like, to me, he's trying. Look, he made a mistake. He got a little out of pocket in the original scrum, going back to Wednesday afternoon post game. All he has to do, and he really doesn't have to do this if he doesn't want to, but all he has to do, in my mind, is say to that reporter after everybody else clears out of the office, "Hey, man, my bad. I got out of pocket." Or text him afterwards if they have each other's number. "Hey, my bad. I got out of pocket. It was a fair question. I lost it a little bit."
Maybe he did do that.
And we moved. And he probably did.
He probably did.
My experience is he probably did do that.
Yeah.
With the reporter. So at that point, like, that's it. Like, he got a little out of pocket. He made a mistake. But to me, he's trying to take something where he messed up, and he's trying to use it to his advantage now by coming out and over the top explaining the thought process of why he was upset, and he goes on to talk about how the reporter is such a great young man, and he's going to he's going to have a beautiful career and all this stuff, which that may very well be true. But
how is it to his advantage? You said to use it to his advantage.
He's trying to use it to his advantage. He's trying to garner favor by publicly acknowledging that he messed up while also explaining, like, you don't need to do that.
Well, what if
you just quietly do it, move on?
Okay, but what if I submit to you that what did happen the other day ended up in a very public space, broadcasted on NBC Sports Bay Area. You and I played the sound multiple times. Everybody's talking about it, so he knows that what he's done has garnered a public reaction. And there were people who were critical. And I don't know about upset, like you said. It wasn't like
it really wasn't that big of a deal.
He was like throwing something at somebody or whatever. But he garnered criticism, and so why should he have to? Maybe I'm just devil's advocate. I'm trying to understand, to be honest with you. Like, why not do it publicly?
Because it's just extra.
But the criticism was public, so why can't the response, the explanation, the apology be public?
I feel it's another example of him. It's being fake. It's trying to go over the top and tell everybody how real he is and show everybody how real he is, and it's just fake and unnecessary and just too much. Just move on. Just you owe the explanation of the discussion to the reporter. Dap him up. My bad. On to Atlanta at that point in time. Like, he's trying to use a negative situation to now garner favor as acknowledging, but like, he wants the public conversation to be about, all right, you know what? Gabe's a good guy. He had admitted that mistake and explained why he lost his cool, lost his composure.
I think you might be putting some thoughts in his head or into the situation. And you have been very, very clear. And this week is not new for you. You've been very, very clear. and tell me if I say anything that is inaccurate, JD. But Gabe Kapler kind of rubs you the wrong way.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
I think he's a phony.
Okay. So if we're fair on that Gabe Kapler rubs you the wrong way, and I think this is true, forget Gabe for a second. If people rub you the wrong way, if somebody rubs you the wrong way, you're not going to give them the benefit of the doubt. Or your reaction to them, by definition, might be it's going to skew on the negative side. They don't have any goodwill built up with you if somebody rubs you the wrong way. I guess what I'm getting at is I feel like Gabe, and I'm just going to spotlight you as an example because there are so many out there who agree with you, but I don't think he could have won with you this week. You were either going to walk away not liking what he did to Danny on Wednesday, or you were going to come out today and not like the fact that he came out and said what he did was wrong. Well, so he either was wrong for doing it, and he's also wrong for saying he was wrong. And like as an observer, I would look at that and go, well, what could he have done to make it okay?
Moved on. Apologized to the reporter and moved on. To me, it was one small thing. Like, part of the reason he rubs me the wrong way is because of the contrived nature of thinking that I have to do another interview to get it out there to everyone that I made the mistake or I got out of pocket or overreacted or whatever. And then on top of all of that, go on to this young reporter's really good and he asks thoughtful questions and he's trying to find his balance between being a young reporter and asking the tough question. And like that's all way over the top. And that's not to diminish the reporter, who I think he's fantastic.
Yeah. He does a great job. I guess I would say this. Gabe did this in the same way.
It's just too much.
Well, he did this in the same way that he does so many things, which is even in the process of trying to sort of be vulnerable, in the process of trying to be vulnerable, he kind of sunned him again. Oh, he's a young guy, and he's trying to find his way. And I get it.
That's condescending to me.
I told you this the other day. That part of Gabe, if he rubs you the wrong way, I completely get it. That particular trait doesn't do that to me. I totally understand.
And that's fine.
Right. And I completely understand if it does do that to you. But I would say when you say, hey, just move on, I would say he thinks he is, number one. And number two, very normal in a public space. If you're a celebrity and you're out in front of a public business and you step in mud, it is very normal to publicly address it.
Yeah,
and he did.
But this wasn't
he stepped, but it was.
It really wasn't.
But I think he did step in mud.
He didn't say anything offensive. He didn't.
But it was. But we both agreed the other day it was unnecessary.
Yeah.
It was out of line.
In a press conference after a game where sometimes tensions.
It was out of line. It was out of line. And in a public space, right? Like,
and here's the other thing: if he wanted to do it in the scrum the next day. Like, that to me is different. Like, if he wanted to, in the same setting, he went out of his way to go on a show and do an interview. It's just
okay.
You don't need to do that.
But also who got hurt? Like, he doesn't need to do that. Okay, but who got hurt in that process?
It's the over explanations. That's
just him. Well, he does that when you ask him about a fastball, and he'll talk about
but he's also the smart. He also wants to be the smartest guy in the room.
For sure, absolutely.
So you want to be the smartest guy in the room. You take pride at, in my mind, somewhat over preparing to make sure that you've got the perfect answer for every single question.
Yeah.
You get caught one time, and then you have to over explain not only why you got caught, but how great the kid's next 40-year career is going to be.
Nobody's ever going.
Just move on, Gabe. It's okay.
But no one's ever going to accuse Gabe of being quick and dismissive of any conversation. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. At what point is anything that Gabe says or does going to be taken at face value? That would just be. I mean, he messed up this week.
He's given plenty of explanations in post-game press conferences that I've been in that have been taken at face value.
Here's a simplistic question, because he is quirky and he is different. Do you accept Gabe Kapler as he is or not? I'd love to hear from some Giants fans on this. We're sponsored by Lucky California, 888-957-9570. JD in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
Monopoly is back now at Lucky. You could win.
DJ Willie.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we got Warrior tickets today, okay? 5 o'clock hour. All you're going to have to do is have a phone. It's that simple. Just call in when we tell you, and then you'll be able to pick, if you're the right caller, you'll be able to pick any home game that you want all year long. We're streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/957 The Game. If anyone swears, you get to hear it. If you'd like to rip me, that's a very popular place to do that. That's already underway. Thank God. It scares me sometimes when we get to 2:30 and my little crew over here isn't taking shots at me. So thank you. Love all of you Friday people. So best way to do it is like and subscribe. 95.7 The Game content on YouTube is there. And then poof, you just open YouTube and bang, it's there. And you can check it all out. See what we look like in our little bubble over here. 888-957-9570 is the number. And, I don't need to tell everybody this. I think you know it. Like whatever it is about Gabe Kapler's quirks, I sort of find them amusing. I don't call them necessarily, like there's two different sides to this conversation, I do think, which is the baseball side and then just the Gabe side. One of the reasons Gabe Kapler's not in Philly anymore is because of the Gabe stuff, not just the baseball stuff.
Yeah, it was
the quote-unquote failure of Philly actually gets a little overstated. They weren't terrible. They weren't good. But it's not like he was out there winning 68 games a year. But what doesn't work in a city like Philly...
It's kind of like his Giants' existence minus the
107.
Yeah.
Exactly. And many fans here are frustrated too. But in a different way. I think the fans here are frustrated. It's obvious. The baseball stuff and the analytics, the platooning, the pinch hitting. And that bothers a lot of people, and that's fine. In Philly, for those of you who don't know, it was much more about, okay, this guy's managing our baseball team, and then he's got a website telling me how to eat and what to wear so that I smell good. Philly doesn't do that. I actually think the Bay Area, and I bet, that the Giants sort of ran this through their calculus. Gabe is different, and the Bay Area accepts that much more so than a hard-nosed East Coast city. Gabe Kapler is not the right manager for the Red Sox or the Phillies or probably the Mets or the Yankees. I don't know that he's the best manager the Giants could have. I think that's a ... I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no yet. But when he wants to put on jeans and bike down the Embarcadero and make burger videos, we're going to handle that a hell of a lot better here than they are somewhere else.
Yeah, I think where there is a parallel, though, is when it comes to the over-explanations, when it comes to, like because he was getting, and the difference between Philadelphia and here, in fairness, is he's getting asked that question that was asked the other day, some version of it, probably every single day.
For sure.
And it is being asked in more of an accusatory tone than it was asked on Wednesday.
And he was a rookie manager who had never won a Manager of the Year award.
In the Bay, a lot of 6-8 games over 500 for a team without a star. That's pretty good. In Philly, it's, why aren't you 20 games over 500?
Yeah, I think if I were to just do it in one sentence, a lot of Giants fans, you're not a Gabe Kapler fan, and even if you're a reporter and you're not a Gabe Kapler fan, you walk out of the room after some of these losses just kind of like with a sheepish grin and shaking your head. In Philly, you go home and scream at somebody, but that's culture. That's the way it is in many homes. Not all. I'm not trying to paint with too broad of a brush, but you get what I'm saying. Those East Coast sports cities they're driven by anger. They're driven by things are not going well. I'm going to call the radio station. I'm going to yell. And someone like Gabe Kapler, when it's not going well, I think he's challenged because he does weird stuff. And so we like to use those things either as the reason or just something that bothers us when it's not going well.
And I will say this for the Giants. I do think that and he gets credit for this because he's part of it, they have done a really nice job Farhan, Zaidi, and the front office, they've done a really nice job, I think, of protecting him from himself the best way that they can by making sure that he has had enough options that have worked to where there haven't been a lot of these back and forths with things that haven't worked, to where he's had like where the computer in his brain has more of a frequency to short circuit, if that makes sense. Like they've covered like a lot of the things that they've done, the way that they've built rosters, the types of players that they've brought in. That's all like his own preparation, I think, to make sure he has the right answer for everything that they do. When even though it doesn't get asked in the accusatory tone here, I mean, it does maybe a fraction of the time it would be in some of these other markets.
For sure.
But they've done a good job of protecting him, and I think he's done a good job of being prepared, Wednesday aside, to where these instances haven't happened more. Because, yes, I do think in some of these other markets, Philly for sure, it was in part about the other stuff, but it was also, hey, this guy can't give a straight answer about X, Y, and Z after they lose, and he's doing this other stuff.
Like, again, I completely get.
And it happened more in Philly than it's happened here.
Sure, because he's done better here, because he's now a second-time man. I mean, you remember that. That was
and again, I think
number one thing Farhan pointed out in the press conference. He even had a data answer for a human being that they were hiring. Farhan cited the fact that, well, we've done studies and found that managers who are on their second job are much more effective than on their first job because they've learned from their mistakes, and we think that that's going to happen with Gabe. And I would submit to you that that's been accurate for the most part.
I think for the most part, well, yes, he's done a better job here than he did in Philly.
Yeah,
yes.
absolutely.
I will say that without a doubt.
Yeah.
I also think there is a better connection between the front office and Gabe Kapler's job as the manager than there was in Philadelphia. Gabe Kapler is an extension of Farhan Zaidi. Like it's all one plan. I joked the other day. It's not that Farhan's managing the team, but it's all one plan.
Is that bad?
No,
right? Kyle hired Lynch essentially.
You
want to be on the same page, don't you?
Yes,
right.
I'm not even saying that's.
I've been in position in my career where a program director will be like, "Okay, let's talk co-hosts," and I want to find somebody who's aligned, right?
Sure,
I think that's fair, isn't it?
Yes, that's not a I'm not saying that that's a negative thing. I'm saying those are the things that have helped him succeed at a better clip.
Well, we just hear that a lot, right? Like he's a Farhan clone. Okay.
Well, I think he is. I also think he goes out of his way.
Is Dave Roberts an Andrew Friedman clone?
No.
No?
Dave Roberts, no.
You don't think so?
And well, it's funny. Dave Roberts is interesting because I was thinking about Dave Roberts today.
Okay.
Like Dave Roberts comes off as he may or may not be. There are times where Dave Roberts, I think, has gone by the book and it's bitten him in the playoffs in the World Series.
For sure.
There's times where he's, I think, gone away from the book because the book didn't work and it's bitten him and maybe even ticked off his bosses. So I think he almost
interesting.
So I think, but the one thing that's different about the difference between Dave Roberts and Gabe Kapler, because I was thinking about the personalities. I think it's I'm glad you brought up Dave Roberts. Dave Roberts comes off as 1 freaking million% genuine.
No doubt. People love Dave Roberts.
Dave Roberts is a great human.
Yes. Agreed.
A genuine person. And I'm not saying Gabe Kapler's not a great human. Like, I don't know him on that level. That's not but my point is, nobody thinks that when Dave Roberts is explaining things that he's
No.
Dave, trying to be the smartest guy in the room, or trying to dictate which question is appropriate, which question's not.
You're 100% right. Dave is one of the, but sometimes I do wonder.
He might lie sometimes because he knows something, but he knows.
Oh, of course
he understands. He might have to explain it in an old school way.
Sure.
Even though the decision was based on the new school idea.
Well, sometimes, like Dave Roberts is one of those people who I think it appeals to a broad spectrum of other humans in terms of, hey, like we could go get a beer together.
And my whole
Gabe's not that. And my forever question, because I know exactly the conversation we're having, and it's like, oh, Mark's defending Gabe. I'm not defending Gabe. There's nothing to defend. You're not attacking Gabe. This is simple for me. Like, he rubs you the wrong way. He doesn't rub me the wrong way. That's fine. I'm curious how the fans feel. Does he rub you the wrong way? And does that affect what you think about his managing? If he does not appeal to a broad spectrum of people in terms of, I'd like to sit next to that guy with a glass of wine, is that necessarily automatically a bad thing? Does it make him phony? Like, just look at Gabe, and you can immediately check the box of, well, most of us aren't going to be like that. Like, how many people even have the capacity to work out and have a physical look like that? It's a tiny percentage of the population. And so there is something inaccessible about him, I find. Because, and it's not that we're intimidated. Like, I don't care what you look like. I'm comfortable in my own skin.
Sure.
But there is something because he acts smart and he acts so clean. And who knows, you may have a girl who gushes over him at home. Whatever it is, there's something that feels very inaccessible about him. And it's the exact opposite of not just Dave Roberts, JD, Bruce Bochy. It's the exact opposite. And I think that's what people struggle with a little bit more than anything baseball substantive.
Well, because I think the baseball substantive is being run by their overarching plan, if that makes sense. Like, to me, and I'll use the Dave Roberts example going back to when Kapler was hired, and I was vocal about this. But and look, there are only so many Dave Robertses, but it's like, hire a guy like that. Like, hire a guy who.
But why has it got to be like a guy like that?
But hire.
Just, again, devil's advocate.
In San Francisco, hire a guy that can explain, like, that the old school, like, has old school credibility, but new school ways.
That's interesting.
Like I don't care if every move you make is an extension of Farhan's iPad, but be able to explain it, be able to run the day to day like a Dusty Baker.
I'll tell you why
like a Bruce Bochy, like a Dave Roberts.
I find that so interesting because
like a Tito Francona.
If somebody asked me to define Farhan Zaidi is literally going to make every move based on the opposite of what you just said. He does not care what you look like, where you come from, what you sound like. He doesn't care if you look like an everyday player.
It's baseball credibility, though. It's not what you look like specifically. That's not what I'm saying.
I'm saying in an umbrella sense. You and I have talked about this. Farhan does not care what the fans think because Farhan is driven by one thing, and he may or may not be great at it. I think there's still questions, but he's driven by one thing. What is the move in this position that we think, through data, is going to give us the best chance to win baseball games? And if he thinks that that's Gabe, he doesn't care if he's a Martian. He doesn't care if he's a Martian.
I think he thought Gabe Kapler, because of his personal relationships with him in a working environment, I think he thought Gabe Kapler would execute his plan the best.
And doesn't he do that at every position on the field also? Like, think about what we're asking. We want Gabe to look different. We want our right fielder to look different. I'd like that right fielder to hit righties and lefties and hit 35 home runs. Farhan's like, but I can do two people, and we can mix and match and blah, 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 and we can do it for half the money. And I get that, why that bothers people, and I actually don't even think that's a fair characterization that I just made. It's a generalization, but you know what I mean.
The other
he doesn't care if anybody at every position looks like we want them to look. He doesn't care if it's traditional. Maybe that's the better word to use.
The other thing that bothers me about Kapler is the fact that he knows the narrative surrounding him, and I think he acts a certain way because he knows it. Like, he knows he's
what do you mean by that?
He knows he's up against it coming into here.
Okay.
So I think he is extra trying to make sure he's the smartest guy in the room.
What do you mean by he knows he's up against it?
He knows that he's not real popular. He knows coming in that he's not real popular.
You think he knew that upon arrival?
Yes, I think he knew that upon arrival for sure. Whether it was the Dodgers scouting department stuff, whether it was following Bochy.
Well, he knew he was walking into a
the weird
controversy.
Personality stuff from Philadelphia that everybody read about. Right. He knew. Like he knew.
He definitely knew.
He knew.
He knew at that press conference. He knew what he was walking into.
He knew.
Sure.
And look, I think the pandemic helped him. Like I think the fact that I've said this, and you can say, JD, this is anecdotal, it's serious. I think the pandemic helped him. I think only having a 60-game season that year, as opposed to having because they were not going to be very good
Created
that year.
A soft runway, and they went on a second half run that was interesting.
And it was just like if he had to manage that team for 162, like that wouldn't have been a good team. Like, and I know
they probably would have gone 81 and 81.
They might have gone 70 and 90. I think. It was getting better at the end.
Yeah, they were. I mean, a 60-game season, weren't they like 10 under 500?
It was also May in a real season.
Yeah. No, I get it. I totally get it. But it was ramping up. It was better in the second half.
It helped them. Like the fact that it was in 160 that helped them. And then what they did in 2021 is, I mean, that was unbelievable. But it just, I think he knew he was up against it from coming in, and I'll be honest, like what happened the last couple days, that is showing that he isn't secure. He doesn't feel secure.
Okay, I want to back up.
If you're Mr. Calm, Cool, Collected, everything we're doing is going to work out in the end.
Oh no, but he very much was not calm, cool, collected, and when he addressed this last night, he stated that. I remember saying to you in the moment when it happened, I'm like, dude, he cracked. Like, I know he likes to look like he's got everything under control.
Well, I think that's fake. That's my point. Well, I think that, the real him, are you
asking him to, you know what I mean, huck something off a wall? You asking him to throw a chair?
Not at all.
Because that's how he actually feels. There is stress in that clubhouse right now.
The fake part to me, what he wants to do is be the guy that every single day is like, whoa, why are you asking that? And I think he wants to. I do think that's who he really is. I think that's who he really is.
Okay.
And if he did that, I think he would have been fired already.
So for those of you who didn't hear it, because we've referenced it now a number of times, I want to make sure everybody knows what we're talking about. Here's the back and forth after the Giants' most recent loss on Wednesday afternoon that led to all of this, courtesy of NBC Sports Bay Area.
Earlier this series, we talked about why you stuck with Wade Meckler with the bases loaded against the lefty. Bases loaded against the lefty tonight. You decided to pinch hit Slater for him. What changed, if anything, in that decision?
I'm absolutely happy to make the distinction, but I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
Is it just Slater versus Ramos?
Yeah, I mean, this is not a disrespect to Ramos in any way, but I think Ramos has 4 career pinch hit at bats. Slater's one of the best pinch hitters in baseball. So I don't mind, of course, explaining something, but I just sometimes wonder if the question is, hey, can you say it? Or if that distinction isn't clear. I'm just curious about that.
Slater hasn't been hitting awesome either. He has a more track record, sure, but...
Would you agree that he's one of the 5 best right-handed pinch hitters over the course of the last 3 or 4 years?
Yeah.
Do you think that creates a distinction between him and a guy that has 4 career pinch hit at bats?
Sure.
Okay, so I'm not criticizing you at all. I'm just wondering if what you're asking is for me to say that, or if whether or not there's a distinction at all for you.
It was a similar situation, so I think people would be interested to learn and hear you explain it.
Yeah, and so, I mean, again, Slater's one of the best pinch hitters in baseball, particularly against left-handed pitching over the course of the last 3 seasons. And so in that situation, we trust that he's going to go up there and have a good at-bat. He did, and he grounded into a double play. But I had him go up there because he's really, really good at that. Just has had a stretch where he hasn't had a lot of success.
Let me ask you a question, JD.
That's all people wanted to know. That's all I had to say.
And
Slater's been one of the best pinch hitters.
And last night he admitted that that's absolutely what he should have done. And that is Gabe's version, as weird as it sounds. That's his version of getting upset. Would you have accepted it more if Gabe had just looked at Danny and went, What the hell kind of a question is that? What do you want me to say? You want me to say that this pinch hitter's better than that pinch hitter?
No, that's not good either.
Okay, but would that have been less fake to you?
Probably.
See, but
probably.
But that is him. I don't think Gabe does that, which I don't know why I'm supposed to be mad at that or think that he's phony or what. Like, he's different. That's the way Gabe gets upset. You know what I mean? I have a dad who doesn't yell. He doesn't. That's not how he gets upset. I've watched this with a lot of different people, right? Some people run here. Some people run all the way up here. That's more where I live. My dad lives down here.
I guess what I'm getting at is...
Which one's authentic?
I guess what I'm getting at is, I think Gabe wants to do what he did Wednesday a lot and doesn't.
Okay.
And that's where he's being fake. Like, if he was being genuine...
So you want him to do it more?
Well, if he was being... Well, I think we'd know who he really is if he did it more. I don't think we'd like it if he did it more. Like, that's kind of my point. My point is he hasn't really showed his true colors.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. 888-957-9570. Rub you the wrong way or total acceptance, somewhere in between? We'll take your calls on this. Matty Barrow's a little bit over an hour away, and Warrior tickets in the 5 o'clock hour. JD's in for Dibs on Willard and Dibs.
If new Heineken...
Infinite number of outcomes.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, let's be honest. I dressed up as the man for Halloween. And now you're asking me to criticize him. Unlikely. Though there are an infinite number of outcomes.
Infinite number of outcomes.
All right, so we'll see. We'll see where it goes. Gabe Kapler says he's going to stay inside his office with the door all locked to avoid temptation. Tonight, against the Atlanta Braves.
Cool.
He's been suspended.
Cool.
It was a consideration.
I just, listen, I look at this.
So you're allowed to be in the ballpark if you're suspended in MLB.
You can't be in the dugout.
Okay.
Or near the dugout.
Interesting.
So you got to get
in the NBA, you can't even be in the building.
You got to be in the way back. Oh, where? You can't be in the building?
I think so. Yeah, you can't even be in the building for that night.
That's true. Remember when Draymond had to go to the A's game with Bob Myers?
That's right. That's right. I do remember that. He's sitting in a suite at the A's game. The Warriors are trying to win a championship without him.
Hey, can somebody give Bob some credit?
Well, not anymore.
Across the parking lot.
He's not there. So
I don't remember what the A's did that night, but LeBron and Kyrie each had 40.
Probably won. That was back in the golden age of the A's when they were, not this year. So, look, I totally get it. I really do. It doesn't take any dummy could look at Gabe Kapler and go, well, that's gonna bother people. I totally get it. It just doesn't hit me that way. And where my brain goes is twofold with Gabe Kapler. One, it's baseball. And I believe it's not perfect. Do I believe there's more good than bad? I do. I think one thing that's in Gabe Kapler's favor that a lot of Giants fans end up sounding hypocritical about is if y'all hate Farhan, then you better high-five Gabe. Because if your point is that, well, Farhan's cheap and he's not gotten any good players on the roster, well, then Gabe's a damn genius.
Which I have heard a little. I have heard some. I don't get the impression anybody likes Gabe, thinks Gabe's a great manager. But I do think there's been a lot more heat on
at Farhan for sure.
And I actually,
it's like if you hate Farhan, then
it's such a weird dynamic.
Got to explain the whole more wins than losses thing. I'm not here to tell you that's good enough, but if your point, which I've heard a billion times, there's not one good player on the roster, well, then how do they have more wins than losses?
He's been really.
You have to. I don't know where you need to spend credit or how much of it. You got to give something somewhere. Where's it go?
For me, I think there's a lack of full understanding toward the floor of the players that Farhan brings in.
100%.
And the depth. To me, that's what it is. Farhan,
for sure.
And the A's did this for a long time. And I know, Giants fans don't like that, but the A's did this for a long time. It was till 2 years ago or last year. They never lost 100 games.
It's a little different. There's some tweaks to it. I hear what you're saying.
But it's just Farhan's all the Giants are probably never going to be awful ever under Farhan's ID.
Are they ever going to be great?
That's the question.
That's our question.
Farhan has got it dialed on the 15 to 26 spots on a roster, or the 5 to 26 spots on a roster, even for the most part. It's just, can they get those top players? And this is kind of a separate conversation. But I think Farhan is much more comfortable in that dealing in that middling fringe range.
Well, it's where he's had more success.
And so I think there's a part of him that, management wants to dip their toe in, ownership wants to dip their toe in, and yes, we do want to do that because what organization doesn't? I think, again, my psychoanalysis of Farhan, I think he knows he has to dip his toe in those waters because ownership wants it. But I think there's times where he's the Correa thing pops up and he's like, oh, okay, good. I have a reason. That will make me look good for not doing this because I really don't want to do it, because the second you do one of those deals and it doesn't work, you're done. Like the second you do a big money deal that doesn't work, real one,
you're
done. And if you don't win,
yeah, exactly. I was going to say that's kind of like what we said about Kyle Shanahan and Trey Lance. You're dead if this doesn't work, unless somebody else comes along that does.
Unless you win.
Yes.
No, that's it. So I think there's an extension by kind of being in the middle, and it just you can survive in the middle for longer.
For sure.
And I think six teams in each league make the playoffs. Like, I think Farhan looked at that like, I can make playoffs every year. Like, not easily, but I think for a guy like him, the way that he thinks and as well as he's got it dialed, like he's like, I can make the playoffs every year with 10 to 26 on my like.
You are right that we have undersold as we're sitting here talking about how the Giants are in playoff position. A few years ago, the way people would have described it is, well, it's August 18th, and they are now 10.5 games behind the Dodgers. And it's like, it's okay. So that's to your point. It's to your point. Yeah, the bar has moved. The bar has moved for sure.
And look, I don't think Gabe Kapler, to bring it back to him, I don't think Gabe Kapler is a great manager. I don't. I do think he's been well protected by Farhan Zaidi's system. I think he's done everything that Farhan Zaidi's asked him to do in terms of managing it. They've had enough success to where it's not like, damn it, he should be fired or anything like that.
You think he's a poor manager?
I think he's...
That's a long pause.
I think he's... I don't... But they're so dependent...
Great pause.
They're so dependent on the overall plan that I just don't...
You don't know how much he's even doing.
But I don't think he's doing a lot.
Yeah.
But I also think he really, like, when we get into this what's real and what's fake conversation about Gabe in terms of the interactions and the other stuff, I do think he would like to have those type of back and forths that he had the other day with the reporter that we played. I think he'd like to do that more often. I think he did that more often in Philly, and it was part of the reason why he got crushed and the whole thing swallowed him up to the point where he was gone after 2 years.
Yeah, but if you do it a lot, then you're a jerk.
But I think he kind of wants.
You're a jerk.
Like my impression of him is that's the real him.
Let's go to John in Walnut Creek. Hey, John, you're on with Willard and JD. What's up, John? What are you doing?
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
What's up?
I'm living good in Walnut Creek.
Good.
Good place to live.
Hey, had a question for you guys. Totally agree. Farhan and Gabe are a product of each other. But I got a question for you guys. If you think a little bit deeper, when Bochy left, we all thought he was done with baseball. He comes back, and I thought about it a little bit more. Do you guys think that he perhaps left because he had a different philosophy with Farhan? And it's just something that I started to think about more, because I think we would have welcomed him back home with open arms. He lives in California. He could have probably got a job closer here too. But I thought he was done. But when he went back to when he took the job with the Rangers, just kind of thought about that philosophy with Farhan, and was there a difference there, and maybe that's why he walked away.
Well, John, I can speak on this. I think pretty well. JD, I bet can too. John, thanks. I would say this. Is there a difference there? Sort of. I never thought Bruce Bochy was done. I never, ever, not for a second, did I think that Bruce Bochy was retiring, partially because you and I are probably both in the room and have had direct conversations, and you can tell when someone's like, I'm done. Never say never. Well, I get it. I never felt like he was done, but I don't take that to mean like the question you're asking sort of makes it sound like, was there a rift? Was there a difference of opinion between Farhan and Bruce Bochy? I wouldn't phrase it that way. They were never going to be the two dudes that work together. When you bring in someone like Farhan, it's sort of like automatic turnkey. You're bringing him in to get a new guy, bring in a new formula. It's a full reboot. And so I just think it was understood that when Farhan came in, and that's why you heard Bochy go, it's time. It's time because Farhan's here, and they're going to do a whole new thing. And so the Giants kindly made it like, okay, this is a retirement and we love you and let's do 1 year where Farhan and Bruce are together. It was never going to be that. And that's not because they hated each other or anything like that. It just was never going to be that.
I think Bruce Bochy's a class act, and he knew that Farhan was going to want his guy, and he took himself out of the equation. He did it in a way where everybody could save face. And
Slash was asked.
Yeah. Same difference.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, if you want to call it forced out, a little piece of that.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yes. Sponsored by SC Johnson. JD's in for dibs all week long, although that means less today because today's the last day of the week. Happy Friday, everybody. Keep taking your calls. Matty Barrows is an hour away. We even got some cool fantasy stuff on the 49ers to get to, which we will. 888-957-9570 is the number. You accept Gabe Kapler as your manager or not? Quirks and all. We'll take your calls here on Willard and Dibs.
Off Queen Field.
amazing. I need that. But it may not be a real thing.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That was Filmo on Trey Lance. That was hilarious, by the way. That was great.
Call of the week.
Actually, you know what? No, I already forget his name, but the call of the week for me was the end of the show yesterday. When my man was just like, look, I'll say it. Like, I'm a black man, and I want Trey to be the quarter. I want him to succeed. And I'm like, yeah, like, I feel that. I get it. That's one question we might play with a little bit later is as crazy as all of the Trey Lance and Brock Purdy conversation has gotten in the recent months, and especially this week alone, I would ask if I remove the whole idea of start him right away as a rookie when you drafted him, because I don't think that was ever the plan. If I remove that, what is it y'all would have the 49ers do?
It's a great question.
You can be as mad as you want at the situation, but I would defy anybody to come up with a reasonable, rational answer as to how you would have had the 49ers act differently in terms of when they and how they play Trey Lance. I know what some of you other answers are. Oh, you don't run him up the middle. I'm talking about playing him. What else would you have the Niners do? They draft, they wait for Jimmy, they start him, he gets hurt, and there's no damn question who's starting this year. What did you want him to do differently?
The only answer with me playing devil's advocate to that would be open competition between him and Brock.
This year? And we were lost.
Yeah,
going away.
But he didn't even get the chance.
Yeah.
Right? Again, I'm playing devil's advocate there, but I don't think the 49ers logistically could have even done that because neither one of them were healthy when the league year started back in March.
Yeah. JD in for Dibs all week, and we're hanging today, and we'll get back to that in a little bit, but still got some Kapler stuff to do for sure. Mike in San Jose with us here on Willard and Dibs with JD in 95.7 The Game. Hey, Mike, what are you doing?
What's up, fellas? Enjoying the show, everyday listener.
Thank you.
Listening for years. Always like when JD is on also. Different perspective.
Yep,
Mike.
Yeah. The commentary.
We've had a great week, man.
JD said something the other day that kind of resonated with me, but I was at work and couldn't call. So I'm 66 years old. I've been going to Giants games since my first autograph was Willie Mays when I was 7.
Damn.
So love the Giants, been around the Giants, taking the kids to spring training, everything. I find myself so angry at the direction of the Giants and Gabe Kapler that when I watch the game tonight, I hope they lose. Because I don't know how they leave Kapler and Farhan unless they have a historic meltdown. Now, it pains me to say that, but I hope they lose 12-0 tonight because I cannot stand after 5 years where they're at in the rebuild, not 2 or 3 years. It's going to take them 8 or 9 years to do a rebuild that will last 3 years. Kapler just reminds me, this is just me personally, of just a bully. He would have never done that to Susan Slusser or John Shea. He does it to the youngest guy in the room.
That's an interesting thought.
He just wants to act like the smartest guy, and it makes me sick. Farhan, I don't believe acts that way because he is the smartest guy in the room. But he at least has a personality. I don't see him as a motivator of the players whatsoever. They bring these kids up that hit right-hander and left-handers their whole life, and then when they get here, they're not allowed to do it. Why a free agent would want to come here and devalue themselves for their future earnings, I have no idea. Sorry for the rant. It's just really
Mike, it's a really good one, and stay on because I have some follow-up questions, if you will. There's actually some data when you say, like, why would a free agent come here? I'll just give you one example. His name's Kevin Gosman. I know you're talking about hitters, but I do think there is, like, Darren Ruff. Darren Ruff that's a great example even Connor Joe. There are people who have had runs and contracts in Major League Baseball because Farhan saw something that they could do that the majors did not see that they could do. Some of them have made a little bit of money. Some of them have made a ton of money. But let's focus on Kapler because that's more of a Farhan thing. I'm interested because you said two different things. The whole being rubbed the wrong way thing, as I've stated all week long, I totally get. But when you said this is a rebuild that is in year 5 and going horribly and is going to take 3 or 4 more years, I'd love to hear more about your perspective on that when I just submit to you two things, which is A, the farm system is so much markedly better than when these two guys took over, number one. And number two, like how do you feel about a rebuild that also includes in that 5-year stretch a division championship, which is usually kind of the antithesis of a rebuild?
Well, I would say in the answer to the last part, you had Posey, you had guys that were still great players. Now
fair.
That's nearing the end.
That's fair.
But you still had some superstars on the team. And my answer to the rebuild is I don't think it would be an easy thing to argue that in the next 2 or 3 years, this team does not challenge the Dodgers. This team challenges wild cards. Okay, so I believe with a lot of the young talent, which good for them for playing them. It's the only reason we've gone to any games is because you want to see the young guys. Okay, but I believe they produce 240 to 250 hitters. I don't believe they produce 310 to 320 hitters. And I believe we're always going to be in that as long as we just platoon every player, and every player knows in a key situation there's a chance he'll be hit for. Or, and, you know, we kind of skipped over the pitching because Farhan is very good at plucking the guys, like you said. No doubt about that. But, I mean, the opener, bulk guy, they're like when the Warriors decided we were going to win young and old in the same season. And everybody commented it's never been done before. Well, there's a reason it's never been done before, because it don't work.
Yeah, Mike, you've got some like you're very, very Mike. You're a good fan, man. You know what you're talking about. What I'm missing from you is the vitriol, though. If you're so angry that you want the team to lose, like you can paint the picture that you just painted, and I get it. I promise you got a ton of people who agree with you.
It's the only way it's going to change.
But is it that bad? Is it that bad?
I guess it's because, you know, you go through. I don't like the way they play baseball. That's probably why. Right? I'm not part of the new, probably age-based. That's okay. But I still spent a lot of money on the Giants through the years, so I feel like I have a right to say something. I don't like when we're going to be different than everybody else and we're smarter than everybody. I just don't like it. So, did we still go to the Red Sox game because the kids still want to go? Sure. But, you know, it's very painful because, I mean, they've been a love of 50 years, right? And your kids and your grandkids and spring training to just, and then you hear Greg Johnson with they're doing this and that. And it's like, oh, my God, somebody help me not drive off the road. So just frustrating for so I appreciate the opportunity to vent.
Yeah.
Thanks,
hey, Mike, thanks, man. Thanks. Yeah, that was a good call. Go ahead.
It's the only way it's going to change. Like, to me, that if you're rooting for your team to lose, it's because you don't like it and you want it to change, and you know that even 87 and 75 and the last wild card spot, if that's what it is going to be deemed a success, and those guys are both going to get extensions, and they may get them anyway, and that means 3 more years of operating the same way. And that to me offends the senses of a lot of people.
I get that totally. I guess the difference between a fan like Mike,
the 107.
Yeah,
Gabe got 2 more. Gabe got 2 more years. If
Why
that had
wouldn't
been,
he?
but
I mean,
right? Well, of course.
And by the way, see, this is where I get tripped up. All I can do is speak for freaking me. This is where I get tripped up because that 107 year, I was there talking it out with everybody every single night. And you all loved it. Bowl of cereal at midnight over the sink. You scooped it up with a soup spoon. Farhan was a G. You all loved it. So that's my question right now. What if the Giants go on a run and win 90 games? And they get into the playoffs and they make noise in the playoffs. Who knows what if they even win the whole thing? And you can call that ridiculous, but they were massive underdogs in 10, 12, and 14 when they entered the playoffs as well. I'm simply creating a scenario, not calling it likely or even possible for that matter. I'm interested in what's going on inside the brain of a Giants fan. What if they go on a run? Will you still hate the way they play? Or
probably
are you suddenly going to call for extensions for everybody, which is normally what happens when teams make the playoffs?
I don't think anybody's going to. If you feel that way, I don't think you're going to be calling for extensions. But
you sure?
But they will be. They would be warranted. Like that's the thing. I mean, I said
the extensions after 2021. Nobody blew one whistle. Not one.
Well, I wouldn't say nobody. I mean, I did say, hey, this could wind up hurting you because now you're tied to.
But were you against it? Everything could always wind up hurting you.
But what I'm saying is,
it hurt the Giants when they re-signed Brandon Belt and Brandon Crawford after World Series wins.
The extensions were earned. The extensions were earned.
Okay.
But if that means, if that season was a mirage, which it was, I think we can say that now. Then they won 107 games. They won 2 out of every 3 games.
I still think this year is the most accurate portrayal of who they are, with 2021 being a steroided version of the positive, and last year being a bit of an outlier to the negative. I think this is the most accurate portrayal of who they are, record-wise.
See, I think this team should be about 500. But they've had a few more of. Yeah. I think last year's team, they cooked the books, and that's the other thing. Like Farhan did this with the A's a lot of time. Like a lot of these A's teams.
What do you mean they cooked the books?
Like they wind up like they ended the year last year. They got hot when they were done. They got hot when it was done.
They were bad last year.
And it was all right.
It was a bad year.
But you also can come back and they're bad was 81. Like that was not an 81 win team last year. Well, that was a 74, 75 win team last year.
Then my response to that would be
eye test.
But now you're telling me that 3 years in a row their record is better than who they actually are. And if you're saying it is completely fair for me to come back and say that is normally the calculus that gets people extensions and compliments. If they keep overachieving, then
they keep overachieving because the expectations keep being so low. I mean, that's the thing. Like they've done well when they if you had to say one generalized statement about the Giants in the Farhan Kapler era, we'll throw out the first year.
Yeah,
they've played their best when they've been left for dead, and everybody hates everything about them.
I mean, I think that's
and not like in the way of.
But I think
they rally and they resist. What I'm saying is when Giants fans are like, I hate this team, I'm done with them.
That was upon arrival.
Then they get hot.
That was upon arrival.
It
was upon arrival.
But there hasn't been any real plan of theirs that's actually worked.
Well, that's not true. I mean, how can you say that after 2021? And I can give you
because they rolled the dice a bunch of times and it kept coming up.
But I give you a bunch of examples every day.
But that's not the plan. Like that.
No, but you would agree. I know this. You and I have had this conversation. If you take all of Farhan's moves in a bucket, and put there's a good bucket and a bad bucket, which bucket's more full?
I mean, the good ones
for sure.
The good ones, without a doubt. But part of it is he's in the middle bucket. He's not like his moves that don't work out are kind of insignificant because the moves that don't work out are mid to back end play. So
I don't disagree.
So they're not.
I don't disagree. Like I would love for the Giants to be playing with better, more electric players. a higher payroll. I would love all of those
There's
things.
a lot of nuance to this because,
No doubt.
you can make they deserve the extensions after 2021. I'm not saying they didn't. I said that at the time that they deserve the extensions. If they make the playoffs again, they're going to probably deserve them again in the context of the way sports works.
Well, see, that's why Mike's call was so interesting. If you're literally a Giants fan that's gotten to the point of rooting against them because you want change, and that happens in sports.
It does. It happened with the Niners a lot.
Yeah, you hate what you see, so if you don't like a quarterback, I mean, let's be honest, there's going to be people rooting against Brock Purdy here in a couple of weeks. There's no doubt about it. Okay? So sometimes you root against your favorite thing because you want to see change. I guess my question is, how far does that go? What if they win? Are you upset? Are you upset at the winning if it happens? Let's say the rest of this year goes well. Are you bummed? Are you hoping that if they get to the playoffs, they lose when they get to the playoffs? And I guess my contention would be, I mean, if that's the scenario, then what are we doing here? Are you rooting? Do you hate the look of the Giants so much that you're rooting against their own success?
I would say, and I think everybody has to answer that individually.
Yeah, of course.
But broadly, I would say if you do feel that way, you think it's for the greater good. You think it's for because this, aside from them winning the World Series, which, look, the majority of fans, if this team gets on a run, the majority of fans are going to love it and live it and enjoy it. I mean, that's just reality. That's just what it will be.
Of course.
If they play Philly and beat Philly 2 out of 3, and then they play Atlanta, oh my God,
and the compliments will come flowing.
And it
always does. Right?
People will be in for it if it gets to that point. So that answers that question. But as far as the belief that, like, if you really believe that they're not going about it the right way, or you're bored to tears by the way it's been done, even though they've had a lot of success and mid-level success on, like, then at the end of it, if you don't win the World Series, you're like, I don't want my 6 months to be this way every single year.
That's my question. Have we gone that far?
I think for a lot of people, yes.
I think you're probably right. I wonder if a lot of you have gotten to the point. I certainly have not. I try to, right? I'm going to take every game as it comes. But I get it if these people, if this system, quote unquote, rubs you the wrong way. But have we reached a point where you are so turned off by it that even if it ends up working and even if they end up in the playoffs, you think that is a negative because you just don't even want to see this style, even if it works? That's next level.
Well, but
that's next level because I haven't seen that yet. 2021, we had plenty of people who didn't like what they were looking at. And then that team won them over. But look how quickly 2021 faded when you followed it up with a dud. And so now we're in this tweener thing that we're all doing this year. And people are angry at a team that's got one of the top 5 records in the National League.
Yeah, I think they're going to make it.
Which is
I still say that.
Which is mathematically bizarre, right? People in other cities would not understand what we're talking about right now. Why are y'all mad at your winning baseball team?
And sometimes that's where playing the percentages plays in terms of just be solid because there'll be enough teams in any given year that underachieve. And because I think part of the Giants' success, and look, they don't have to apologize for this, but part of the Giants' success this year is the fact that the Mets, Cardinals, and Padres have all whiffed.
No doubt.
Like those 3 teams.
No doubt.
Everybody would have thought, even if the Giants had the record that they do right now, that those 3 teams would be better.
However,
than them.
Correct. However, I think sometimes Farhan's unstated response would be, can you see that's why we're not doing it that way? Because it doesn't always work.
Here's where the Giants made a miscalculation, though. And I think this is at the ownership level.
Okay.
I think the Giants and the executive level above Farhan Zaidi and the front office. I think the Giants really believed that winning was going to be enough. Like I think they looked at the way Farhan goes about things and the A's ties and the Dodgers ties and, hey, we want to be more like that. Like I think the Giants consciously said, we want to be more like that because there were too many years even at, like, where it just, the floor was not, like, if they had even a decent floor, they probably could have, made the playoffs or stoked the fans' fire a little bit more back. So I think they wanted that. If we win, even if it's 85 to 90 games every year, people are going to love that in this town. People are just going to, they want, like, this town, like, we can make Yaz into a guy. We can make Wilmer into a guy. We can make, like, I think they overestimated the ability to make middling players hugely popular and engaging to the fan base. I'm talking about two different things here.
Yeah, but I think you're completely right that, what a fascinating statement. They thought that winning would be enough.
Yes.
Well, who the hell wouldn't? What's the most famous phrase in sports?
Like,
winning cures everything. Why would winning not be enough? But I'm taking your comment at face value because I know for a lot of fans right now it's not.
It's not. No.
That's wild.
Well, here's the thing.
Think about that.
Think about this, though. And you know this because you go
not enough?
You know this because you're at the ballpark.
Yeah.
Who on the Giants gets the biggest ovation among
Brandon Crawford?
Exponentially.
Absolutely.
It's like 1,000 to like.
You can't even hear the claps for the other players.
Even
sounds like a minor league
Camilo
game.
Doval is an all-star coming in the ninth inning to finish off a win.
You got to do something about the entrance for Doval.
And it's like it feels like it's the third inning.
Don't copy the Mets, but do something. That's got to be a party. That has to be a party.
And I'm not.
That's a quick aside.
I know it's a quick aside. I'm gonna know myself and not answer that because it'll be 5 o'clock.
We got plenty. Yeah, we got plenty of time.
But like, it's Brandon Crawford.
It's Brandon Crawford. Yeah, it's not even close.
And like Brandon, like
he's hitting 202.
Part of me, like,
yeah, like Brandon.
Farhan's probably sitting back, like
I gotta get this guy out of the lineup.
If I could find somebody, he'd be the guy that would go. People like that's
totally. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It only doesn't stand out right now because all of them are striking out.
He wanted Matthias playing instead. He wanted Camargo playing instead.
Matthias. All right. Is winning not enough? 888-957-9570. Matty Barrow's about a half hour away as well. He says that Trey Lance is the modern-day Alex Smith. We'll get to all of it. JD's here. It's Willard and Dibs.
So I'm sitting on a bench at the beach, and there's this...
Brandon Belt.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned Brandon Belt. He just broke his bat moments ago in Cincinnati. And it was gone, but caught. So that was not a great.
It was fun. I'm like, oh, you got a hit, and then no, he actually didn't. Looked like he did,
but caught.
So great,
dude. My sons have never even heard an actual game called by John Sterling.
Oh, it's the best.
Yet they know everything about him and know all the highlights.
What did I do wrong? What did I see wrong?
My 9-year-old, if you've got kids at home, they fall and bruise their knee every day.
Oh!
And he does every time. Every time someone stubs their toe around the I really stubbed my toe. That'll be a 2-1.
Oh, 1.
It's the best.
He's great.
I love John Sterling.
Great.
See, this is part of my thing with Gabe Kapler. I'm not bothered because I'm amused. It doesn't mean as much as you all think of me, oh my gosh, he loves Gabe Kapler. I find it amusing because it's weird. I know Yankee fans can't stand John Sterling because he doesn't know where the ball is. I find it so madly amusing that I can't be mad at it. The Giants have a manager who looks like he's on the catwalk when he goes to get a pitcher from the mound, and then after the game, he goes and gets a juicy burger and puts it on social media, and I think it's funny. I'm sorry, I think it's funny. It makes me laugh, and I like to laugh. So I have a hard time getting mad at the guy.
Yeah.
Because it's funny.
And in fairness, I don't take issue with any of that. It doesn't amuse me. But it doesn't amuse me. But I also don't hold it against him. I really don't. I know people think I probably do.
I can't stop laughing. Like that strut out to the mound. Like what on earth is that? And the white hoodie and the glasses and it's like, bro, the hand tat. You got a lot going on. It makes me laugh. I don't know what to do about it. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do about it.
That's cool. Hey, man.
No, go ahead.
No, that's cool. That's cool. I'm going Big Lebowski on you. Hey, man. I'm not fuming.
Hey, man.
The dude abides.
Yeah.
Come at me.
I'm the dude. I tell you what, we are the dudes who have Warrior tickets. We all had Warrior tickets, but the other dudes around here, they all gave them away. So we're the ones who've got the tickets now.
Wow.
That's right. And we're going to give them away in the 5 o'clock hour. All you got to do is listen. That's how we're celebrating the release of the Warrior schedule. So one lucky listener between 5:30, somewhere in there, you got to be listening. We'll give you the cue to call. You call if you're the lucky caller. Bang, you're in. 2 tickets, you pick the game. It's got to be here in San Francisco. Other than that, that's it. You pick the game. You want to see the Lakers? You want to see them adorable Kings? You want to see Jordan Poole? You want to see KD? Whatever you want to see. Maybe you're a weirdo. Like if it were Gabe Kapler, he'd be like, I'd like to see the Orlando Magic. Like, I don't know. If you're a weirdo, let's ride. Okay? Just be listening. And then we'll give you the cue to call somewhere there in the 5 o'clock hour. Hey, Marlon in Concord. What you doing, Marlon? Thanks for calling. You're on with Willard and JD.
Hey, guys. Hey, man. Thanks for taking my call. Great show, like always. Hey, I was really just trying to chime in a little bit because I know Kapler, gets a lot of heat. I've been listening to you guys a lot, the last week or so, and you bring up good points, Willard, where you say like maybe people don't like Kapler because he is this kind of yoked guy. The strong guy. He doesn't look like Bochy. He's not an older manager. But I do feel like a lot of people, like the caller a couple, calls back, they really don't like the guy, I think, because he's not that old school type of manager, right? And I feel like he did just win 107 games a couple seasons ago, and I feel like the Giants are in a really good position. Before the beginning of the season, everybody was choosing the Padres to win the whole thing, and look at where the Giants are. Like, I think something good is brewing. I think Giants fans need to chill out a little bit. And the last thing I'll say is because Bochy did win a few World Series, he's in this special category where he would never get fired, just like Steve Kerr would never get fired. And I feel like I said, Giants fans just need to chill out a little bit. I'll admit I'm a Dodgers fan, and even though I like the Dodgers, same thing. People want to fire Dave Roberts if he doesn't win the World Series every year.
Well,
and he does make some bonehead calls. But anyways.
Yeah, Marlon, I love your call, and then you, I'm just being real, brother. You just ripped all your credibility with your point. I guarantee you. I'm not saying with me, but with fans around the Bay, they don't want to be told who to like by a Dodger fan.
I say if I was a Dodger fan, I would want Gabe Kapler here for the next 20 years.
That was awesome.
Any day's a good day for the Dodgers to lose.
For a minute and a half, he's like, man, I think, Kapler's doing well. Everybody chill. Like, I'm a Dodger fan. And everyone went, oh, for crying out loud.
Exactly.
You don't get to talk on this. But, Marlon, you do. No, truly, thanks for the call.
We can make that trade if you want. You want to trade Dave Roberts?
I will tell you this. I don't know if you care, but the Dodger fan base thinks Farhan Zaidi's amazeballs, and they'd take him back in a hot second.
Again, my biggest issue with Farhan was the Kapler hire.
Yeah. Here's what I'd say.
If they had another manager, I would just, that's where the whole thing,
You'd
feel like
be fine.
I would be fine.
Yeah, you'd be fine. I get it.
I'd be fine.
This is one of the things, I'm not telling anybody who to like. You get to like, not only on an individual basis, but you get to like the style of baseball that you like. However, there's one thing that, for me, is underlying that is factual. If you are one of the people that doesn't like you, if you're a detractor, you are being a little loud when put up against the record that has been posted. And you may be able to accept that. But in a general sense, in the world of baseball, this record would not garner this response. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and again, I just keep coming back to the fact that I do think he executes, talking about Gabe, I think he executes the plan that Farhan wants executed and that the front office wants executed. So as far as they're concerned, he checks the boxes, and I don't think they're sitting there in their offices thinking, well, he's blowing games for us because he's
definitely not.
Because he's doing everything they want 99% of the time.
Right. Alex Wood thinks he's blowing games because he doesn't get to start any of them.
Sure. Well, and again,
Alex's ERA was over 5 last year.
I'm not even going there.
Right.
It's just I guess when it goes back to the higher, okay, you're gonna be a front office that's gonna be run a certain way. To me, it was why just hire Kai Correa then to be the manager, or hire some of the other guy, Katara, who they interviewed. Hire I'm trying to remember who was the guy.
Bonte would tell you to hire Buster Posey.
Who was the guy that?
That got all kinds of run. And I find it interesting that it got all kinds of run.
Well, people would love that.
Well, that's what I mean. What Bonte did yesterday was he struck a chord. And that's really, really good. That's real. That means he struck.
Well, people would love that in the same way they would love Steph Curry being the.
But I mean, I don't know if he feel like Buster feels like a manager for multiple reasons. He's a catcher. A lot of catchers turn into managers. That's what Bochy was.
He doesn't feel like a manager to me.
Well,
I don't feel like he wants to be around it every day.
I kind of agree with you, but you're coming from a place of you've actually been in the clubhouse and you've been around Buster Posey.
I think that's part of why he retired. Kept playing.
I believed him when he looked in our eyes last year and went, "I'm going to Georgia," and I was like, "We're never going to see him again." Yeah. I'm shocked at how much Buster Posey is around, and this idea that he's now moving the family back to the Bay Area, a dude from Georgia, that's. Interesting.
It is interesting.
I don't know why. I'm not saying that I'm going down the theory that he's about to be the manager.
Well, again,
but what Bonte did was he struck a chord, and the reason he struck a chord, I think, is relevant to the conversation we're having right now, because no matter how good or bad the Giants' record is, it speaks to what Giants fans want in that role right now that they don't have, and that's likability.
Giants fans would love that.
They want likability.
And if it's going to be, and to my point, if Farhan's going to run it, and the manager's just going to be an extension of Farhan, and that's okay because everybody's agreed to that. That's what the plan is, which I think is what it has been these last 5 years. Why not have it be somebody that is extremely well liked? Like, to me, that makes more sense than having it be.
But Buster may not see it that way. Or someone like that.
Yeah.
He may not be aligned.
Well, he may not want to do it.
Baseball
He just may not want to do it.
I don't know. Although he's aligned enough to want to be as tied into the organization as he is, he sees something going on where he's like, I'm not just going to Georgia. That man made almost $200 million. He doesn't need to do a dang thing. He sat the pandemic year out because of what was going on with his family and his new babies. He doesn't need to be this involved. He likes something that's going on with this organization. And by the way, I totally don't. This is not about money. Buster's not doing this because money. That's just not him. That's not. Buster's got plenty of dough for the rest of his life, and he'd be more than happy to just ride that out. But there's something he digs about this. But I like that chord that Bonte struck yesterday is fascinating to me because it truly does pose a question for everybody. What is most important to you right now in the manager seat for the Giants? Like, Gabe has won more than he's lost. And I'm not saying somebody else wouldn't win, but what's the priority, winning or likability? Bochy was both. I know that's what's.
But again, if the manager is going to be an extension of the front office, you might as well have, and it doesn't really matter who it is in some ways.
If you buy that,
then I buy it in this instance.
Yeah,
I don't think Gabe Kapler's doing anything other than executing their plan, which I will acknowledge. That makes it more difficult to criticize him specifically without criticizing the whole plan.
Yep.
And I have acknowledged that, but I don't think he's not getting more out of them than Farhan's giving him. It's all the same.
That's a fair point. If you do buy, and a lot of people do, that the baseball manager role as a whole has just completely been.
I think it's different for different teams. I think with the Giants right now, he's doing what he's told.
Then it's fair. If that's
but everybody's cool with it because that. But I guess what I'm getting at is if it doesn't matter who it is, you might as well hire somebody likable. Like, why wouldn't you hire somebody likable? Why wouldn't you hire the most popular player?
Well, but is that person going to do it?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Is that person going to do it exactly?
If Buster Posey really wanted the job and would follow the plan, that's a no freaking brainer. That would be a no-brainer.
Well,
because I tell you,
it's not just likability too. He has more gravitas in that clubhouse than Gabe does.
And whether it's fair or unfair, Buster Posey, whatever. What's their record right now? Do you know it off the top of your head?
I think it's 64-57.
Okay,
I think
64-57 with this team with Buster Posey would hit a lot different than it does with Gabe Kapler.
Of course,
that's just real. That would be that would be overachieving and manager of the year votes and all of it. And I'm acknowledging that's kind of BS.
It's hypocritical, no doubt.
But
you're not wrong.
But my point is,
you're not wrong.
It would hit different.
Of course it would.
And the vibes would be a lot better.
Yeah, of course it would. Listen to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Willard, have you ever been to Georgia? Yeah, I have. I've been to Georgia multiple times, actually. I like Georgia. I think Buster likes Georgia. Come on, that's a surprise, right? Buster Posey, born and raised in Georgia, goes to Florida State, says he's heading back to Georgia with, what was he got, 4 kids now? And they're going to retire there with their $200 million. If I had told you at that press conference that 2 years later, Buster would be part owner of the Giants and moving back to the Bay Area, that's a major underdog. Major underdog. Rocky in the city. Hey, you're on with Willard and JD. What's up, Rocky? What are you doing?
Oh, just, finishing another day in the concrete business, boys. How's it going?
Well done. It's going great, man.
Hey, so, first of all, that last caller, was his name Marlon? I swear.
Yeah, the Dodger fan, yes.
Yeah, I swear that was Farhan. Play back the audio against Farhan. That was him.
Come on, Rock.
It's funny, JD, while I was on hold, you just said, if Buster did become our manager and would follow the plan, then it might work. And I think that's the problem with the Giants is that we're following this plan of analytics-driven management of baseball games, and it doesn't work for the players, and it doesn't work for us fans. Nobody likes it. We just want people to go out and hit, and I think the reason we're not signing big bats is because the superstars want to hit. They don't want to be subbed in the 5th or the 7th for a righty-lefty matchup.
They don't have any superstars, though, Rock. They don't have any of them.
What's that?
They don't have any of them. You said superstars want to hit. They don't have any of them.
That's why they can't get them, I think,
you know
is
what
the
I mean?
point.
There's a chicken and the egg conversation going on here. If I were to be sitting next to Alex Wood right now, no joke, I'd say that Alex says, hey, stop this analytics crap. I want to pitch. And my response would be, but when you did, it didn't work. So who's right here?
Sure.
So if you go, hey, Jock Peterson wants to hit lefties, and then he strikes out 10 straight times, who's right? Should we just keep banging the head against the wall?
Well, the thing is, Jock's not a superstar.
No, they don't have any.
Above average player.
Yeah, they don't have. That's what I just said.
We don't have any.
Well, on that we can all agree. On that we can all agree.
We're not going to sign a Bryce Harper. We're not going to sign a Giancarlo Stanton. We're not going to sign, Aaron Judge, Arson Judge, because or an Ohtani. Because these guys want their ABs. They want their 500-600 at bats in a season.
Oh, Rocky, wait, Rocky. If they signed one of those guys, they would give it to him. You don't think Shohei's going to, if he came here next year, you don't think they're going to pinch hit J.D. Davis for him in the 8th inning? You don't think that, do you?
What? Well, I think that their fear is that Kapler and Farhan would. And that's why they don't sign with us.
That's interesting. I don't think that. I don't think Aaron Judge was like, man, I would have gone, but they got that Jock Peterson guy, and they were gonna tough righty 8th inning. They're gonna go. No.
I don't think they think that, but
thanks,
I think
Rocky.
they look.
It's a good call.
I think they look at the rest of the roster and they go, "This isn't."
That's fair.
They're going to get their at-bats, but I think they look at the rest of the roster as they're evaluating trying to come over, and they're like, well, this is a bunch of platoon. Like, you want to have a roster of guys that are going to play every day no matter what. You want to have
protect me.
Like, you can have three or four platoons. You can't have 8 or, you can have 2 or 3.
Well,
not 6 to 9.
Again, my contention is that the Giants are pinned with characteristics that they actually don't want, but they have them because they have not been able to succeed in getting better players.
The reality is if the Giants had 3, let's just say, if they had 2 superstar position players and the other set, and let's just say they had 2 superstar position players, Patrick Bailey, the other 6 could all be platoons and nobody would care.
It's true.
And honestly, that's kind of how the Dodgers had done it for the most part.
Yeah.
Now, they've had more stars than 2 at times.
They have, but you're right. When people go, gosh, these Giants are run by analytics, I wish you'd all understand that they all do. The whole league.
To a certain extent,
yes. The whole league. The Giants are doing more platooning. It's not because they're like, we believe in platooning. It's because they don't have players who can do it the other way.
I mean,
and yes, that is their fault.
Jock Peterson would turn into Kike Hernandez, and Cody Bellinger would turn into David Freese, and all this stuff would happen.
I wish they had gotten Bellinger. That would have been good. He did it, man. He popped back. He popped back. He's having a good year. He's having a good year.
But where would he be playing right now? Instead of Conforto, I guess.
Yeah, or even in center. It's been a revolving door out there, even though, Matos held it down for a while, but from Yaz to Slater to Matos, and now it's Meckler.
See, and now it's like I'm so skewed. Like you're like, look at Cody, and I'm thinking, well, how would that have fit? Would he have put would Yaz have been in and it's just like, just get somebody that's going to play every day.
Yeah,
I think that's what but because he's good enough to play every day.
Good enough to play every day.
Like righties, lefties, doesn't matter. He's in. That's what Patrick Bailey's.
I wonder
becoming.
What his splits are. What has Cody Bellinger done against left-handers this year?
I would bet it's not great, but. And I haven't watched the Cubs every day to know if they're semi-platooning him or not.
He's having a real good year. He's having a real.
But it got to that point with the Dodgers too, where he wasn't always out there. He'd be hitting, or he'd be hitting ninth if he was.
He had 2 years of hitting a $180. Here we go. Cody Bellinger this year is hitting 327 overall. Holy smokes alive! He hitting 324 against right-handers. He's hitting 333 against lefties.
Oh, there you go.
Got 114 at bats.
But would the Giants have signed him with the intent on playing him no matter what? See, I don't think they would have.
They should have. They tried to sign him. They called.
But would they have signed him with the intent on playing him no matter what?
I think Cody was like, you know that Triples Alley thing? That's cute.
Yeah.
Going to Wrigley.
Better time in Chicago, too, probably.
Yeah, Matty Barrow's going to join us here in a little bit. 49ers back in action in the preseason tomorrow, 5:30 against the Broncos. Make sure you are tuned in. 95.7 The Game at 3 p.m. for the kickoff show. Get you ready with, let me see. I don't know these names. Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett. Got it. Okay, Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett. And the guys have also got you covered on overtime. Right after the game ends, get ready for the game, react to the game with Grandy and Sterling tomorrow right here on 95.7 The Game. It is going to be the Sam Darnold Show, and I believe you're going to hear that name next week much more than the other two. That's what my prediction right now is that next week's controversy, next week's debatable topic is going to have nothing to do with Brock Purdy. The world will accept this, move on. It was a blowout. It was never even a contest. Brock Purdy's your starter. Let's move on. Sam Darnold tomorrow night, for many fans, is going to have to prove, and even if he does, it won't be enough, why the hell your own drafted number 3 overall pick has got to compete against somebody who's already shown in the NFL that he is not what he was cracked up to be. That's next week's conversation.
I'll go both ways with it.
Okay.
I think that's part of it. I also think there's a world where if Sam Darnold plays really well, and this is going to be silly, but there will be some chatter. Could he challenge Brock?
Could he start?
Could he challenge Brock at some point? Not at the beginning,
well,
we know that.
That's the danger of putting Brock in for a couple of series tomorrow, because if Brock goes out there and goes 1 for 5 and then Sam comes in and lights it up, that's exactly where the conversation is going to go.
And maybe not with the fan base, because I don't know that the fan base would have that much of a belief in Sam Darnold, but I wouldn't surprise me if that's the talking head. Like if there's a bunch of, like next week you and Dibbs have got 5 clips of former player, QB analyst guy saying, well, in that system, Kyle.
Well, that's a thing, though. Like, I don't think we can just roundly dismiss that, right?
I think it would be really premature to have a conversation next week about whether Sam Darnold can take Brock Purdy's job.
Oh, not that. When I say it's a thing, I'm talking about whether or not Sam Darnold can absolutely hit a version of himself with the 49ers that we have not seen before. That's all I'm talking about. For me, this sucker
totally.
This dinner is cooked.
I'm just trying to give you the two extremes.
Yeah.
The one extreme is going to be, how is Trey even competing with this guy? The other extreme would be, if he's good, well, can he challenge Brock?
Yeah.
Can he challenge him?
I'm not even, I wouldn't even entertain that. Brock's the starter. What I'm fascinated with in terms of Sam Darnold is whether or not he can be a better version of himself than we've seen to this point in his NFL career. And a lot of people think that it's already decided, like Sam's not good, period, move on. And I'm a believer that players sometimes with surroundings become different. And so that's what I am interested to see. And he will play for the majority, if not all, of the first half tomorrow night. Matty Barrows says that Trey Lance is the modern-day Alex Smith. Like to learn a little bit more about that. Matt Barrows, the Athletic, all over the 49ers, joins us next. JD is in for Dibbs. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Big bones, big bones, big.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
But JD is in for Dibs, has absolutely been rushing it all week. Although it's been fun for the last 2+ hours, not completely, but to largely avoid everybody screaming at one another about Trey Lance and Brock Purdy. But that's the end of that, because here comes Matt Barrows. Matt Barrows, The Athletic. Let's scream about Brock Purdy and Trey Lance, okay?
Yeah, let's scream at each other.
Let's do it. What on earth are you talking about with Trey Lance's Alex Smith? Whatever do you mean, Matty?
Yeah, well, I guess I should have known that would be a bit of a trigger, and I can only imagine when did Twitter start up? Back in 2007. That's when I joined.
Yep.
But really, if Twitter was full bore during the Alex Smith era, I just cringe at what it would be like, because he was the number 1 overall pick. And everyone waited and waited and waited and waited on him, and it just took a long time for it to come around. And there are all sorts of reasons for that. This is a guy who went to hell and back, and that was even before he nearly lost his leg when he was with the Commanders. But that's the comparison. Is that both of these guys, high draft picks, all sorts of expectations, and there's a feeling like, okay, this guy is never going to get it. And the lesson with Smith is that he did. He needed stability around him, and he not only became a good quarterback, he became a very good quarterback. And I think that's what's going to happen with Trey Lance. Now, I don't suspect that that's going to be with the 49ers. At least that's not the way it's going right now. But I think that there are a lot of similarities between those two guys. Not only their circumstance, but who they are and how they process and all those things. I think it's a very good comparison.
Along those lines of it taking, longer than maybe Trey Lance's time with the 49ers, I guess I'll ask you this. Is the backup quarterback battle over for this season?
I don't think so. I know that it seems like it's over because everybody watched the Raiders game, and one guy was really good, really sharp, really confident. That's Sam Darnold, and the other guy was the opposite of all those things. That was a very stark contrast between Darnold and Lance in that game. It hasn't been as stark in the practices. I think that Darnold, if you had to, give the score, I'd say that Darnold is maybe slightly ahead, but it's close. And Darnold had a practice on, Thursday, where he was 1 of 7. Had guys open down the seam, missed him twice. To be fair, there were a couple of drops in there, but statistically, it was his worst practice of the summer. So he's not running away with it in the practices. And I can tell you from experience that if Trey Lance has an outstanding game on Saturday and leads the 49ers to a rousing comeback against the Denver Broncos, everything's going to be reversed. All the Trey backers are going to be coming right out of the woodwork, and it's going to be different. That's the way it is every week of the year during the regular season, and now apparently in the preseason as well.
Matty Barrows, The Athletic, all over the 49ers, with us on Willard and Dibs. JD in for Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Matt, you mentioned that things are trending toward Trey Lance's future, whatever it looks like, being on another roster. I don't think that shocks people, but I am interested to know the timing of your comment. Like, what are the chances Trey Lance is not on the 49ers this year?
I mean, the 49ers have been right out in the open and saying that they would consider any offers for anybody at any time. So if they got a good offer for Trey Lance, and what is that? Is that a third? I'm not sure what it is, but I think it would have to be something that makes them raise their eyebrow. And I just don't think that they're going to get it. based on what we saw on Sunday in Las Vegas, based on all the reports coming out of camp. We're about to start the regular season. So it seems like if a team was going to make a decent offer, that it would come after this season, after the 49ers have paid his salary this season. A new team can get a full off season with Trey Lance, et cetera, et cetera. That seems to make the most sense. So that's what I think is going to happen. All sorts of different scenarios. And what if Brock Purdy got hurt in week 3 and Trey Lance did come in and he did play well, or started out okay and got better and better and better as the season went on? Then the scenario would be that Trey Lance stays. It was only a year ago at this time that everyone was certain that Jimmy Garoppolo would not be on the 49ers to start the season, and then he was. So all these things can have different outcomes than what we suspect. I do think, though, that the working theory or the best forecast is that he's traded early in the 2024 offseason.
Matt, what have you made of Brock Purdy's training camp to this point, and what do you think Kyle Shanahan wants to see from him if he does decide to play him and the other ones tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't know what exactly he wants to see. I think it's just a matter of, giving them the sort of the mechanics of being out there, getting into uniform, getting into the huddle, getting out of the huddle, working in front of a crowd, all those sort of practical things. I don't think he needs to see anything as far as, arm strength or completing passes or anything like that. Maybe Brock Purdy, takes 1 or 2 pass attempts out there. Like I said, I think it's more pragmatic that he's out there. But the phrase that's escaped Kyle Shanahan's lips a couple of times this week is, "I want to see guys let it rip." And he said that about Trey Lance, about the would-be interception that turned into a touchdown to Ross Dwelly, where Lance saw something and he let the ball go, and obviously the Raiders safety made a play on it, and we all know what happened next. He said the same thing about Brock Purdy, who's thrown a lot of picks in practices, and Shanahan was asked how he feels about that, and he says he wants to see his quarterbacks drop back and let it rip. So, I mean, that's what Lance was showing on that one drive in Las Vegas, but not on the first 3. And that's what he likes the most about Brock Purdy. There's an aggressiveness with the way he throws and the way he processes and all that stuff. And, essentially it mirrors what Shanahan wants, who Shanahan is. And Lance just hasn't found that consistency yet, whereas Brock Purdy has, and he showed that, from jump when he came in against the Dolphins last year.
Matty Barrow's with us, The Athletic. Matt, I think it's going to be a big Sam Darnold week. This is kind of a prediction because I think that the whole dynamic of the quarterback discussion, the quote-unquote Trey Lance supporters certainly accept that Brock Purdy's the starter. However, I don't think they accept that he should be competing with someone who has proven himself to be less than stellar so far in the NFL. So here's my question. What have you learned from the 49ers in terms of how different they think Sam will look with them as opposed to how he's looked so far in his NFL career?
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to what I just said about Alex Smith and Trey Lance eventually getting it and becoming a good quarterback. I think the 49ers think that about Sam Darnold, too. Sam Darnold, a very high draft pick to the Jets, might start to, kind of show that promise that the Jets thought he had with another team, and that other team might be the 49ers. That's what the 49ers are betting on. They're betting on if he's got stability, if he's got talent around him, if he's got a running game, and that's something that they really picked up on with his last few starts in Carolina in 2022. when he's got that on his side, he can be a good quarterback. He can be an effective quarterback. So that's what I think that they see in him. I mentioned the letter rip quotes from Shanahan. I also mentioned the misses that Sam Darnold had in practice. Those were down the field misses. Darnold was attacking the secondary with those throws. They did not connect, and that's a bad thing. But the mere fact that he was shooting for them, he recognized them. I think, if I had to guess, I think that makes Kyle Shanahan, Brian Griese, that whole group very happy with how he's reading it and how he's attacking. Obviously, he needs to, make good on those throws, but I would guess that they see that as a step in the right direction.
Matt, what's the latest on Nick Bosa? And I remember you may have even asked the question, but I remember John Lynch's answer about, well, when do you get concerned, or when do you need him to be here to feel like he's got enough lead up to be ready? And I believe John Lynch said about 3 weeks before the regular season. Well, that would be Sunday, the day after tomorrow, 3 weeks until the regular season opener. What's kind of going on with Bosa right now, if anything?
Yeah, nothing's going on, and that's a problem because you're starting to see, all these guys who hadn't signed with the team, Jadeveon Clowney, some of the other holdouts. This is the time where veterans who were reluctant to sign because they need to get ready for the season. And I do think that the 49ers don't believe that Bosa needs a long run-up, a long ramp, but he needs some. So I think that the agent knows this. They're obviously holding out for a better deal, and they're waiting for the pressure to mount, and that's why the 49ers have played this so cool, because they don't want to make it seem like they are freaking out over the fact that their best player, their MVP from last year, is not on the team. But pretty soon, it's going to be exposed that this is a problem, and we're getting really close to that. I think this is the week where the questions start to come, and they're going to have to make a decision. I guarantee you, they wish he was there right now. I mean, I've been writing that the big loser in all this is Colton McKivitz. Colton McKivitz went and played Max Crosby, and he played Chandler Jones in Las Vegas, and he didn't do so well. And it's because he's been going up against only okay defensive ends to this point in training camp. If he had Nick Bosa as a daily opponent, he'd be sharper now than he is, going into this game against the Broncos.
Hey, Matt, is Cam Latu going to make the team?
He is going to make the team. I wouldn't expect to. I'll put it this way: don't put him on your fantasy team right away. Don't take him in the first or the second round of your fantasy league.
It's funny. JD and I were talking about this earlier. I don't know if you want that many 49ers at all on your fantasy team. Like put McCaffrey aside. There's kind of too many mouths to feed, right?
Yeah, I think the same thing. My question is, do you put Jake Moody on your team? Like that's the one sort of sneaky pick who could end up at the top of the kicker ranking, but he also could become a rookie kicker. I mean, there's this kid in Cleveland that the Browns took in the 4th round last year. He can't make a kick to save himself now. Right. I don't think that's going to happen with Moody, but rookie kickers, you just never know. It's a big risk.
I don't you think if you were making a list, and maybe you are doing this article, things to watch tomorrow night, like move past the quarterback stuff, isn't Jake Moody the next thing?
Yeah, Jake Moody is the next thing. Colton McKivitz is a thing. Their nickel situation is a thing. Their backup tackle situation. These are all sort of the I don't want to say weak points, but the interesting issues, I think, going into this the second preseason game.
Matt, great stuff as always, man. Thank you so much for doing it.
All right, no problem, guys. I'll talk to you soon.
There he goes. It's Matty Barrows as we get ready for Sam Darnold night against the Denver Broncos. I'll say this. Just a gut feeling that pops in the second Barrows started talking about all this. Just a gut feeling. I think Brock Purdy's going to play tomorrow night.
Okay.
I do. I don't know why the 49ers would say it the way that they did and then not play him. And we might put him out there for a couple of series. Why would you say that if you weren't going to do it?
Yeah, and the debate to me would be, would you do it? I think it's great that he is going to play, but to me the debate would be, do you do it tomorrow or do you do it in the last preseason game? Because you're not going to do it in both.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't know that they would do both. I know Andy Reid, I was telling you, came out of Chiefs practice. Andy Reid, the ones will go for a half.
For a half?
Like
Mahomes is going to play for a half. Yeah. I mean, everybody's got their own philosophy on it, and I don't know that anything has been proven to be correct or incorrect. But now that it's only a 3-game preseason schedule and all of the things that we know to be the Brock Purdy situation, why not?
Well, it used to be...
Why not a few series in both games?
It used to be a quarter, a half, and then into the third quarter among the 3 preseason games.
Right.
Like up, quarter, and then play half the second one, and then the fourth one maybe nobody would play because you wanted to get ready. But
yeah, the dress rehearsal was the third of the 4 preseason games.
And you'd go into the third quarter with your starters in that one.
Look, I know Shanahan looks at it this way, and I know it's terrifying for everybody, not just because of it's football, but especially because of Brock Purdy's specific situation. But look, you can't hide him. It's football. He's going to play like you want him to play this year. He is going to get hit. He's going to have to hold up. All of those things are true. There's absolutely no way to hide him. So if you want him to be at full speed and feel the speed and really be ready for Pittsburgh, you got to play him, right?
Yeah, to me, you get him out there.
You got to get him out there.
Get him out there, keep it simple, and just get the feet wet a little bit. Get loose and get him off the field and move on. I think there's a tremendous benefit. Anytime Kyle Shanahan has been asked about it over the last 6 years, he always leans toward it being beneficial for players to play in the preseason. I think he would love to have the guts to be Andy Reid, but I think there is he's old school, right? He's kind of cut from his dad, obviously, Mike Shanahan, who's an OG, really successful Super Bowl winning coach, but then he also has a little of the McVay to him, which is nobody's playing. Well, and everybody's being bubble wrapped. I think there's a little bit, he does maybe take from both in a sense.
That's just life now, though, in the NFL. Like the idea is, and it comes from the players, too. A lot of star players, established quarterbacks, they don't want to play very much in the preseason. I know running backs don't and whatnot, but this is different.
At Shanahan's core, though, I think he wants to play. He wants to play.
And Brock Purdy, by the way, for as much as he gets discussed and all of the things that are going on with this situation, Brock's not going to waltz into a room and act like a star. Brock would not say, hey, guys, look, I know you'd like to see me again. He's not going to Aaron Rodgers this thing. If you tell him that you want him to play, he's going to play. He's probably begging to play, and would be my guess.
I would not want Purdy's first action since Philadelphia to be
at Pittsburgh,
in a lit Pittsburgh.
Oh, God, no.
On opening day. Like, it just, like, that is, you talk about all-time tough places to play.
Yep.
Pittsburgh's up there.
I mean, we can get into this, a few different quarterback things with the Niners, 888-957-9570, which is, how do you want to see things get divvied up tomorrow? There are some that we know. We know that Trey Lance, we've been told, is not playing in the first half. Obviously, there are scenarios that would lead it there. I don't even want to bring those up. But Trey Lance is not going to play in the first half. It's either going to be all Sam or it's going to be a little bit of Brock and then the rest Sam. But what are you looking for from the quarterbacks in this specific game tomorrow against the Denver Broncos? The more I sit here and talk to you about this, he even said if Brock plays, it's a series or two. I think I'd do another series against the Chargers next Friday night, a week from tonight. The Chargers will be here and visiting the 49ers. And then you still have 16 days until your actual game. You've got over 2 weeks. I see no reason why Brock Purdy shouldn't play a little bit in both games.
Yeah, I personally wouldn't have a problem with it. I would be surprised if he plays in both. I really would, because I just don't think that's how it's done, for the most part now. But so you pick one of the two and you get him out there a little bit. I think that last game, it also is not just Brock. And I think that is the one thing Kyle Shanahan has said a lot is it's the ones, right? Like if I'm playing Brock, I'm playing Trent
Christian
a little
McCaffrey.
bit. Or I'm playing,
go get a carry.
Exactly. And so it's a bigger decision than just the quarterback. But I'd be fine with, a series for Brock, maybe 2 if it's a 3 and out, and then give the rest of the first half to Darnold, see how that works in terms of reps, and then you split the second half with Trey Lance and Brandon Allen.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, bunch of stuff coming up. First of all, Warriors tickets next hour, okay? Within the next 45 minutes, we will have your opportunity to win tickets into the Warrior game of your choice this upcoming season as we celebrate the release of the schedule. Beyond that, speaking of the 49ers ones, one of them had a very interesting set of blurbs written about him in a fantasy football sense that we want to share with you. So we'll do that around the bend. But also this, we'd love to open up the lines. This is going to be the last hour of the week here on 95.7 The Game to talk about 49er quarterbacking. And what I think was the number one sort of baseline argument that people had is about Trey Lance and fairness. Trey Lance and fairness. And you can answer that a number of ways. Has life been fair? Have the 49ers been fair? Has the media been fair? Have the fans been fair? This is what I think we would love to ask all of you at 888-957-9570. What would you have had the 49ers do differently? I am of the contention you can be as mad as you want. You can hate the pick. You can hate the handling. Whatever you think. I don't think that the 49ers, other than not drafting him, could have done anything differently. And I'm not even really talking about the drafting of him. They did. From the moment that his name was announced by Roger Goodell, what is it that the 49ers could have done differently so that it didn't feel like this, so that it didn't go like this? Like, this is, for me, I look at this and nothing. There's nothing that they could have or should have done differently, which is why I find the anger to be somewhat fascinating, as if something's been done to Trey other than life just unfolding for Trey.
If there's any argument to be made, it could be that they didn't, coming off of last year where he got injured in week 2 but was the starter going into the year, didn't empower him enough in the offseason to come back. And even if it was just lip service, but empower him enough to say, hey, Brock was awesome, but we still believe in you enough to where we're going to make it an open competition coming into training camp. So be here and be ready. And even that, as we talked about earlier, logistically with guys being injured was tough to say going back to March, but it's just more of a empower him. Say it's still you're going to have to earn it, but empower him with the belief of you've got a shot if you bring it to be the main guy.
Would you have done that?
Would you have
done that if you were coaching the 49ers?
Not considering the circumstances with the injuries and everything, because neither one of them are healthy. But that's literal, that's the literal logical JD where it's like, well, it wasn't really that plausible.
888-957-9570. What would you have asked the 49ers to do differently at any point in the Trey Lance experience? We'll take your calls on that. JD's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Watch parties aren't what they used to be.
Welcome to today's matinee.
Yeah, let's scream at each other.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I think I'd like to. We've only got 1 hour left, JD. So if there's anything you'd like to scream about, now's the time.
No, I think I'm pretty good.
Are you good?
We might get there, though.
I tell you what, one of you listeners is going to scream within the next 40 minutes because you're going to go to a Warrior game.
Wow.
Whichever one you want. What would you choose? Just be a fan. Which one are you going to?
I would choose the Lakers the night before the Super Bowl.
The Lakers the night before
It's
the
right.
Super Bowl.
It's middle of the season, beyond the midpoint of the season. That's always a marquee game.
Let me pull up their schedule.
February 10th.
February 10th. I do like that you're automatically picking a game that would not coincide
did I screw that
with...
up? I might have screwed that up already. They might play. Did they play Phoenix that night? No, they played Phoenix that night. I think.
Hang on.
Gary screwed that up.
Oh my gosh, JD.
They played Phoenix
Mark the
that
tape,
night.
please. JD just made a schedule mistake.
That's a problem. And caught it though.
That doesn't happen very often.
And caught it. They played the Suns the night before the Super Bowl.
That is correct. They play the Lakers almost 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
Thursday, February 22nd. You're doing a good job of getting the team beyond the NFL season. So at least you've got that, right? You're getting no, you're not going to have any conflicts.
Well, the night before the Super Bowl is going to be fun because, the Niners are going to be in the Super Bowl. And so everybody's going to be fired up.
Yeah. See, I could poke another hole in your game, though, because you just said you want to go to the Phoenix Warriors game. And what if I said to you, well, you're not going to be in town. You're going to be at the Super Bowl. So how are you going to be available?
I could do both.
Look at you.
I could go back and forth.
Yeah.
In fact, that was in the cards, I think, last year.
Was it? You could do a Warrior game the night before
I
and then
I was going to
took us to the Super Bowl if the Niners were in it.
I was going to be because it was in Arizona. I was going to be in Arizona, I think Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, come back.
Okay.
And then go back.
Then go back. I don't even, why am I blanking? I don't even know where it is this year. Where's
Las Vegas.
Oh, God, that's right. Oh hell.
We're on a Western swing.
Well, no, I'm reacting.
L.A., Arizona, Vegas. But yes, I know Vegas is its own thing.
It's just going to be an absolute bleep show. And I mean that in all the good and bad ways at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Have you been to that stadium yet?
Yeah, we were there the same day.
I thought it was
we
great.
Were on the same flight.
I thought it was great.
Yeah.
I didn't see you though at the game. I saw you the day before.
Yeah.
I thought the stadium was great.
Awesome.
I thought getting out of it was awful.
Oh, was it a problem?
See, you were working.
Well, I was. I didn't get it.
You were all fancy.
I remember walking out.
Talking to
I remember
people.
walking out and thinking, "Can I get an Uber?" Because it was so desolate.
The answer's no, JD. No. You cannot. You cannot get an Uber.
I couldn't get one 3 hours after the game ended.
That's what I'm saying. You can't even find space to take a step in front of you. We went on a journey of let's walk, let's Uber, no, let's walk to somewhere else where we can Uber, let's just keep walking. And I mean, hours later, finally found ourselves on the Strip. After a lot of walking.
So you ended up just walking back.
You didn't have a choice.
Wow.
You didn't have a choice. And again, nobody drives there. There is a parking lot, but it's not much. But just the exit to walk over the overpass of the freeway to get back to the Vegas Strip is just so jammed that everybody's chest to chest. And it just takes a while. Now, it wouldn't have been that bad if we had known that from the beginning. You just have to have patience. But now I'm entering the Super Bowl. This was for a random Niner Raider game that didn't matter to the Raiders. The Super Bowl? Oh, God.
Yeah, that would be something.
I would just, if you go to that game, I would just plan, hang out in your seat and watch all of the post festivities for as long as you can stomach it. And then leave and don't plan for a ride.
You wouldn't. I mean,
walk.
if the 49ers win, you wouldn't want to leave.
Well, I just mean to anybody who ends up at the Super Bowl. People go to the Super Bowl in Las Vegas.
Yeah,
that's true. Just sit there. Just sit there, and whatever happens, happens. Bring some snacks. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Snacks were not. That was maybe one of the reasons I love the stadium so much. We got a water and a soda and like a couple of snacks, and it was like $11.
Yeah,
I'm like, what the hell? Are you sure?
There were the
prices were amazing.
That was a Mark Davis thing, I believe. He wanted it to be more cost effective.
Thank you, Mark. Fantastic. It was absolutely the most wonderful surprise ever to go to a professional sporting event and not completely break your bank once you were there. It was great. I loved the sight lines. They had the Ice Cube concert, remember? Mm-hmm. New Year's Day. It was great. It was great. But oh my God, the Super Bowl. That's a long day. That's a long, because that thing doesn't end till like 7:30, right?
Right.
I just plan to meet someone at the Strip at 11 p.m. That's what I would tell you. But it'd be fun.
Do you remember how long, like, roughly the walk was? Because I can do a long walk.
No, the walk is not bad once you commit to doing it. It was we can't get out, so let's try something else.
Yeah.
No, that's not going to work.
Yeah,
let's try something
you were
else.
in purgatory.
You just stuck. You're like looking for a way out.
You were in transportation purgatory.
Right. If I had just known from the beginning, we're walking and we're going to have to wait for this to break up a little bit. Like, I would say to get from the stadium to the overpass, just because of how jammed it was, that itself, you have to have the patience for that to be 45 minutes, maybe an hour. And then when you get to the walk itself, I don't know, 30, 40 minutes. So.
Okay, not bad. That's actually not bad.
Yeah, it was wild. It was wild. Great place, though, man. I would suggest it for anyone.
Awesome stadium.
Anyway.
It really was.
All right, 888-957-9570. What would you have had the 49ers do different in this whole quarterback experience since Trey Lance get drafted? What would you have had them do different? But while we're kind of gathering a conversation on that, check this out. So a lot of you are having your fantasy drafts this weekend, yeah? And if not, maybe the weekend after or the weekend after that. Like, it's that time. We're officially in late August. This is when you and all your friends are going to get together and drink and eat and make fun of one another. This is what we do. So I'm like many of you. I'm getting emails from all the different fantasy platforms. Here's your sleepers. And here, watch out for this guy. He's limping a little bit. He's not looking good. All of that information, right? So I click on this one thing on fantasypros.com. And the headline was 11 fantasy football draft landmines to avoid.
My kind of article.
2023. 11 fantasy football draft landmines to avoid. And so I opened the article, and here are 11 players, and 10 of them each have a little blurb below them. Now, the blurb is written by somebody who works for Fantasy Pros, and they'll give you their little reasoning why. And again, they don't mean that the player is bad, but they'll give you the little blurb in terms of why they think this player is being drafted too early.
Right.
Too early.
And may not produce at the level you need him to produce.
Bad value weight on this player. So I'll give you the 10 players. Each of them has one blurb below them. Breece Hall of the Jets, Najee Harris of the Steelers, Saquon Barkley of the Giants, Miles Sanders of the Panthers, Ramondre Stevenson of the Patriots, Jonathan Taylor of the Colts, Travis Etienne, Jacksonville Jaguars. Then the wide receivers, Amari Cooper, Devontae Smith, DK Metcalf. And then there's one more player, and he doesn't have a blurb below him. He has 4 blurbs below him. So 4 different fantasy pros all said, oh, no. This player, you do not want to draft him where he's being drafted. This is going to blow up in your face and ruin your life.
Yikes.
That player is Debo.
Huh.
Debo.
Thank you. Debo Samuel. I don't have much. I'm going to read some of these. I don't have much interest.
I have a theory without, go ahead.
I don't have much interest in drafting Debo Samuel, who might not be the best wide receiver on his own team. From the time Christian McCaffrey joined the 49ers in Week 7 through the end of last year, Brandon Ayuk had a larger target share than Debo and averaged 2.8 more points per game. Yada, 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 yada. Next one. Debo Samuel at 40th overall feels way too pricey for me. Talented, sure, but a lot of competition for targets between McCaffrey, Kittle, and Ayuk. I'd rather pass on Debo, wait and grab Ayuk a full round or two later. Next one. Debo, he had a great season, which threw him toward the top of draft boards, but he isn't being used the way he needs to be for fantasy relevance. Bringing in Christian McCaffrey has really limited what Samuel is going to do in the offense. And then the last one, San Francisco neutered Debo Samuel's production last year, rendering him a low A-dot PPR wide receiver in a run-first offense. This shouldn't sound appealing at all, but drafters are overlooking that his wide back role is gone.
Mm-hmm.
And Samuel's fantasy stock tanked after the arrival of Christian McCaffrey last year. Samuel's WR16 ADP 40th overall is insanity.
Wow.
That's a collection of comments about Debo.
The gist of it is they're going to throw it more to Ayuk and Christian McCaffrey. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, the wide back thing is not a thing anymore, and they paid him, and I think part of why things got a little contentious was the fact that he didn't necessarily want to have that role. They went and got somebody that in some ways did it better. They went and got a real running back that can also be a pass catcher and do a little bit of everything. And we talked about it earlier in the week. Christian McCaffrey he's the alpha. He's the superstar. And so a lot of what was going to Debo is now going to McCaffrey, and Debo really isn't the traditional pass-catching wide receiver that a guy like Brandon Ayuk seems primed to become very quickly.
Right. Well, I tell you what also for me factors into this conversation here in just a second. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by our friends at First NorCal Credit Union. What's interesting to me here is sort of the comments you've made earlier in the week about skepticism for Debo and Brandon Ayuk being on the team after this year. And this that we're talking about here, to me, has a huge effect on it. Like, what are their numbers? What are their numbers after this year? And then we can talk about it. If Ayuk absolutely explodes, he's going to command top of the market wide receiver money, and you're going to have to figure that out. But if that happens, does that also mean that at the same time Debo Samuel's numbers are totally pedestrian and you're looking for a trade or a restructure or who knows what else? So what I think the Niners would love to see is maybe that solid production from both in kind of down the middle. Both of them are hanging out in the 1,000-yard area. Debo does some things in the run game, but if his numbers are totally tanked, then how do you handle that at the end of the year?
It's tricky. It really is. And I think, I just look at it in terms of types of, like McCaffrey is a better version of Debo. And I know they don't do the exact same things, but McCaffrey is more of a true running back. He's a better receiver. Like he might be a better wide receiver in addition to
might be
some of the short stuff. So, Debo, as great as he has been for the 49ers, I mean, he is kind of a hybrid player now. So I think if Ayuk looks like he's a legitimate number one wide receiver, pass catcher, and McCaffrey's McCaffrey, to me, and you don't have a Kittle replacement, and I still don't think you do, and I actually disagreed with Barrow. Like, I don't know Latu's making the team. Like, Latu, to me, has been that bad at practice. And in the games, he had the drop. So
they'd have to have another some
point
another
being
body
they don't
to
have
put
anybody.
in there. Yeah.
We don't need to get off on Latu, but point being they don't have a Kittle replacement. So to me, the logical one to go would be Debo Samuel, who'd be making a lot of money as well.
Yeah, I mean, it could definitely turn that way. There's no question that it could turn that way. But that whole conversation about who to afford next year doesn't start until A, Nick Bosa signs, and then B, we see what kind of numbers everybody puts up this year.
It feels like this is the last year they're going to be able to have everybody.
Yeah. Well,
that group.
Yeah. I don't know. I think there's a way. All right, 888-957-9570. Let's go to Eric in Oakland. What would you have wanted to see the 49ers do differently at the quarterback position since Trey Lance was drafted? Hey, Eric, what's going on?
Hey, Willard. Hey, JD.
What's up, Eric?
Hey, I think what what probably should have happened, and I don't think that there's a real pinpoint answer. I think as soon as he got drafted, I think they should have figured out exactly what his weaknesses were, what his strengths were, and maybe found out that maybe he wasn't the type of runner that they thought he was on that old film from college. And it shouldn't have came to everybody's surprise in real time, whether it's during game time or during practice time in front of everybody. Because just like you guys been saying, the teammates know who can play and who can't play. And, I'm not sitting here saying all this, saying that I'm team, Purdy or team Trey. I'm just team Bay Area football, 49ers. I just hope that they win, no matter who's under center.
Thank you.
So,
yeah. I mean, that's the thing that's gotten lost in this. Eric, thank you so much. It's just gotten so lost and quite frankly can't stand it because I wonder if everybody understands what we've now created. And I'm not going to blame any side or any sort of like individual fan or anything, but do you understand what's been created here? You've now, what has been created around the 49er position is that no matter how this goes, somebody gets to scream, "I told you so," to somebody else. And I know where I sit in this conversation, and no, I don't believe that it's fair, and no, I don't care. This is life. But if Brock is not great, I know exactly what you're all going to say to me. Oh, Brock stan, or if Trey ends up being great, the Trey fans, the victory lap, and all that's going to get lost is the 49ers season and the enjoyment of it and where it goes. I am rooting for everyone who's got a helmet. And I think there are a lot of us out there who are rooting for anyone who's got a helmet. And the only thing that we should be watching is whoever gets sent out there, I hope he does great. And if he gets hurt, I hope the next guy comes in and does great. But now in 2023 and social media, we've got to also who was right and who's to blame and who gets to yell, "I told you so." And there is zero scenario that's not going to lead to that in one form or another.
I think the simplest way to get through that with the least controversy is Brock Purdy plays well early, and it looks like it did at the end of last year, or 80% of what it did at the end of last year, and they get off to a 4-1, 7-2 start, and he's able to stay healthy. And because I feel at this point that there are far more people waiting for Brock Purdy to fail,
for sure,
or waiting for Trey Lance to succeed than it is the other way around. So I think as long as Brock is
100%, yes.
I think it's calm. As long as Brock...
Say that again.
I think there are more people waiting for Brock to fail or waiting for Trey to succeed, or both, than the other way around, than people that are ready to root for, If Brock is good, I think everybody just shuts up. Because the Brock,
yes and no.
If you want to say the Brock people, right? The Brock stands.
Brock people.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to say so. I'm trying to say it in a silly way.
I know.
Like
that's me. I'm a Brock person.
Well, yeah.
You can't wait for Brocktober. It's going to be a great month. Go ahead.
But if you're like I feel like the people that are pro Brock are not looking for a victory lap at this point. Like it's not like they're not. See, I told you they'd be 5-0 and he'd have 15 touchdown passes and 2 interceptions.
If they're 5-0, I'm going to be so stoked that the 49ers are 5-0.
It's going to be book those hotels for Vegas is what it's going to be at that point.
You know what? You're already hearing it. And I'm trying to do everything I can. Like Guru looked all week long like he needed to give people an apology.
Yeah, he doesn't. Like, but
he doesn't.
He doesn't.
Like if you're a big fan of Trey Lance, you saw it. You pointed this out. Like how many big-time Trey fans, you showed up Monday morning to our sports media party, and your tail was between your legs. And I don't think it needs to be.
No.
It doesn't need to be. Nothing is decided yet. Right? It's not over. Animal House. Nothing. Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? Okay? It's not over yet. There was a bad performance in a preseason game. But so many of you hung your hat on this debate and this competition. And then when he went out there, and let's call it what it was, he looked bad. He looked bad, but that's okay. There's no finality there. There's no Sharpie. Life doesn't end. His career doesn't end with this team or any other. And people came to the party and went, oh gosh, I was wrong. Well, I don't know. To me, it's not about that. Let's assess each player every time we see them.
Well,
I don't know why that's so hard.
We live in a world though where if it flips, it's gonna you're gonna feel like, well, oh my God, I was too strong last week on.
Well, I can promise you this.
I mean, that's the one thing this week that I've tried not to do intentionally is, and I'm not saying you have, but like I really am open-minded to the fact that Trey Lance could bounce back and be really good tomorrow. And all of a sudden, we're having a conversation still, because this is where I've tried to keep it, as to who the better backup quarterback would be between him and Darnold.
I'm not closed-minded to that at all.
And I feel,
absolutely.
But I do feel like, and this is not you, this has been more from the outside, I feel like people have been really freaking hard on Trey Lance this week. It's
I agree with that.
Floored me in a way at how absolute and he's like he's done.
He's done.
Like he's either done with the Niners or even done as an NFL quarterback.
The firmest thing I want to say about Trey Lance, if you're just talking about Sunday, he looked bad. And that is as firm as I will get.
Yeah.
But a lot of people, you are so right, a lot of people went, I've seen enough. He ain't it. Or mama went to the crib and there wasn't anything in it. Or all this junk that, no.
Yes. To me, he was bad. Advantage Darnold.
He was
bad.
in
its simplest terms.
Right. And maybe tomorrow we'll be saying the exact opposite. I got no idea. I can promise you this. If Brock Purdy isn't it, you're not going to get an apology from me. I ain't nothing to apologize for. We're doing this week to week. The same way I don't think somebody who thinks Trey Lance is going to be great needs to apologize. You don't need to apologize. We're talking about people and football and who on earth looks the same every single week. People need different amount of time to learn things. All of that. The only thing that I've been firm about all along, I don't get why and this is why we asked the question, what would you have the 49ers done differently? The answer is nothing. Nothing. It has been obvious from the jump to them. And that's one of the things I'd love to enter into the conversation. I wish more of us would stop trying to share what we think and instead try to assess what they think. Unless you truly think that you understand quarterbacking way better than Kyle Shanahan, and in fact, so much more that you're able to assess what's going on at quarterback by seeing about 1/50th of what he sees.
Well,
he's literally with him 50 times more than any of us fans even see, and yet some of those fans think you know more than the people inside the building.
You don't have to agree with it, but you do have to acknowledge what they're saying and their existence.
Yes.
You can not agree with it. You can think whatever you want to think, but you do need to acknowledge what is being, because we've been being told their opinions of all three quarterbacks constantly. And that's the part where sometimes, I try to relay, all right, this is my opinion.
Yep.
This is what I think the real, it goes back to this whole debate about the competition, because I still think up until 3-4 weeks ago, people thought the competition was for the starting job.
Right.
And so
no one's listening.
And that was clear months ago that it was not.
Fox, CNN, everyone found their own echo chamber, sat in it, and listened to that. And whatever, whether it's on YouTube or wherever you want to go to find exactly what you'd like to hear, where someone could tell you that Trey Lance had a shot at the starting gig. You pointed out what I think was the most fascinating thing we heard all week, which was Kyle Shanahan on the TK pod a month ago, if you listen closely, admitting that last year's camp, he liked Brock better than Trey then. But he didn't have the juice to do anything about it because Brock had never played a game. And obviously...
And they had invested so much in Trey. All the things that people think should give Trey the edge, but he got the edge.
Right. But if it's right. So, in fact, if
he gave him the edge. He gave him the privileged edge of being the third pick.
If you wanted a true 100% meritocracy, then you could make the case that life was unfair to Brock. But what was interesting is that Kyle admitted they saw this and in limited reps for Brock last year. A year ago, they saw it. And they weren't able to do anything about it yet. That, to me, if you want to dive into what the Niners think, that was the most fascinating thing that I heard all week. Before we go back to the phones and continue this conversation, a reminder that within the next 10 minutes, your chance to win a pair of tickets to any home game this year for the Warriors, your choice, okay? We will give the cue to call within the next 10 minutes. Be ready. Be listening. Don't go anywhere. You don't have to answer a question. You don't have to do a somersault. You don't have to go stop traffic on the Bay Bridge. No gimmicks. You simply need to be listening. And when we tell you to call, you call. And then bang, you win. You win. And you get to choose on the air your game of choice on the home schedule this year. Okay? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Oscar in Napa. Hey, Oscar, you're on with Willard and JD. What you doing?
Hey, I'm not doing much. My name's Austin from Napa. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great, man. What's cooking?
Hey, you guys have been doing such a great job of dissecting the quarterback conversation over the past many days and the offense and the salary cap. I'd just like to get your kind of take on, we've talked a little bit about the slot receivers, the CBs, and JD. I know you're out there quite a bit. I wanted to see if we can maybe pivot the conversation to other battles on the defense, including defensive line, as well as our new defensive coordinator, as we've kind of ad nauseum talked about. And you guys have rightfully so, you're doing a great job of on the offensive line, or to the offensive side, but from you guys about the defensive side of the ball, especially with new leadership, so you can educate the 49er fans on that side of the ball.
Yeah, thank you, Austin. I would say as far as the biggest thing that stood out to me as far as just the battles, and there aren't a lot of battles for this Niners team.
That's interesting.
Matt Barrows had pointed out a battle that I don't think people thought was a battle, which was the nickel corner battle. When we had him on an hour or so ago. Yep. The big one is Drake Jackson versus Cleveland Farrell on that side of the ball, opposite of Bosa, who's going to be the other pass rusher. But the big thing that I've noticed and just marked as far as Wilks now being the defensive coordinator, he likes to blitz a lot. He likes to blitz a lot more than the 49ers have blitzed during the Kyle Shanahan era with Robert Saleh or DeMeco Ryans as the defensive coordinators. And I'm just curious to see how that plays out. Like, on the one hand, you could make the case, well, if you blitz a little more, you're keeping the defense off balance. You've got the potential to create more turnovers. You could make an already really good or great defense even better. You also could open up some holes that make you a little bit more vulnerable to getting picked apart than maybe this defense has been in the past. And so that's just something that I've noted as, like I've said to you a few times this week, something to watch for. Because I wonder if Kyle is really comfortable with blitzing at the level that Wilks has blitzed at during his career running NFL defenses.
Well, I mean, you talk about the defensive line and blitzing and the comfortability. The conversation that you brought up with Matt Barrows about Nick Bosa, it's time to have it. I mean, my goodness, if we are all in this accountability phase of sports media where you need to scream from the mountaintops, I was wrong, whenever you miss something, then maybe I should come first to the microphone and put on the block my sort of like, hey, Johnny, chill with regard to the Bosa situation. I've thought all along, this is no big deal. It's going to get completely figured out. And it's not that I don't believe that today as we sit here. I do still believe that. It's going to get figured out. Both sides need one another way too much. And players like to get paid, and they like to show up, and they like to play football, and Nick Bosa is all about football, and the Niners obviously need him. But if John Lynch said 3 weeks is the mark that we're comfortable with, well, that's Sunday.
We're 2 days away from being 3 weeks away.
Sunday, and maybe we will get that news right as kickoff is happening tomorrow night. Maybe that will be the case, and it will be all good. It wouldn't surprise me a bit because I do believe that behind the scenes, the 49ers and Nick Bosa have said for a while, like, we're actually incentivized to not have you here too early. We don't want to wear you out. I believe that.
I think some of that was BS.
Well,
I really do.
Maybe, but I'm not even telling you that someone said that to me. That's
not your take.
Right,
I just mean that notion.
But we are, if they get to practice on Monday, and there's still total silence in the Nick Bosa situation, it's officially time to at least have one sweat gland open up.
Yeah,
I'll buy that.
I still think it gets done. It's just, is the ramp up for him weird? At what point is the ramp up for him weird to where maybe he ends up having some kind of injury or something like that? And we don't know that those things would be correlated necessarily, but if Bosa comes in 2 weeks before the regular season and then gets a little dinged in practice or tweaks something, then it's going to be, that could have got that out of the way.
Yeah, but
no, that to me that's fair.
It's not that it's not fair, but I don't know, man. Can you look at Nick Bosa right now and be like, hey, man, if you come in here and you get hurt, we're coming down your road again.
No, they wouldn't be able to. Because
I don't know, man. I don't.
But that's all. But it's also let's pay the guys.
Football players get hurt. Well, let me ask you this, because I've had this conversation with you enough times to realize that when it comes to the Nick Bosa conversation, you seem to put 100% of the onus on the 49ers.
Yes.
Why?
Because he is going to be paid more than any other non-quarterback in the history of the NFL.
They know that.
And then some.
I have zero doubt.
And then some. And to me, this is hung up in the and then some.
But we don't know.
Well, we
don't know what's being offered.
But that's I'm just saying, that's my take.
But a player might be being unrealistic and unreasonable.
I don't think that's the case.
It is my opinion that DeForest Buckner was. I know a lot of people don't even know what kind of dollar figures were being exchanged
and I would say Nick Bosa is on a completely different level than DeForest Buckner.
I would too, but it doesn't mean you're a lot. Like, what if Nick is like, I want 50 a year? Are you suggesting that they should just do it?
But what I'm saying is, I'm glad you said 50.
Yeah.
Okay.
What
if Bosa is saying 50 and the Niners are saying 30
is the number everyone's expecting.
30. Okay, well, let's say then. Okay, I think that's fair.
That's the number.
No. I think that's fair because I think that would be maybe a little more like that would be an uncomfortable number for the 49ers, but probably a fair number.
Yeah,
right.
TJ Watt right now is at 28 a year.
Okay,
and that is the top paid pass rusher in the game.
Okay,
so if he's asking for even 40,
well,
that's absurd. It's absurd.
Nick Bosa.
His brother,
and that was the point. I mean? But the point I was getting at is like you threw out a really 50, really 50. Absurd, beautiful. 30 seems like all right, a little more than the top guy right now. It's going to be closer to 40 than 30. Like it.
Oh, I'll bet you on that.
Well, it to me it would have to be.
How?
It would have to because he's Nick Bosa and he can demand it. And Nick Bosa doesn't just want to be a little bit more than the top guy now.
That's
Nick
how
Bosa
it
wants to be
works.
the top guy for the next 3 years.
He's not like you're suggesting then that Nick Bosa is basically like 1.5 times TJ Watt, which he's not.
Nick Bosa has the right to say that that's who he believes he is.
Wow. I think if that's the scenario, if he's asking for north of 35, I'm on team 49ers.
Well, but okay, then he may be in street clothes on his couch in Pittsburgh.
I mean, that's not
if it really is that, like,
I would wrap it up much more in the guarantees if I were the Niners.
I think
that's fair, but we're not obliterating the market.
But here's the thing: it's not a matter of like if in some ways I get this. Like Bosa would say, well, I don't want to just set the market because I'm $2 million more than the last guy.
That's how it works.
It's like no,
that's the game.
I'm going to be the market for the next 3 years.
If I'm the Niners, I would rather look at Nick and be like, we're not giving you $40 million a year, but we'll guarantee the whole thing.
Well, they're going to, but yeah, they're going to guarantee the whole thing at 35,
at 32 a year,
at 35, 36.
That would surprise me. I could be wrong. Would surprise me.
When you say guarantee the whole thing, that okay, 3 and 110 or 105.
I mean, you're
I'm
telling
doing the math. Yeah, 3 and 105.
Myles Garrett's making 25. Khalil Mack's making 23.
Mm-hmm.
Max Crosby's making 23. Nick Bosa walks in the room and is like, I'm 50% better than those guys.
Man.
I know it's Bosa.
The defensive player of the
Crosby,
year.
Matt Garrett, his brother, and TJ Watt. They're all awesome too.
That's great. And it's Nick Bosa's time to get paid.
Right. So you get more, not obliterate.
I'm just saying, man.
I don't know, man.
Nick Bosa, again, we're talking about the Bosas.
Listen, I get it.
Like, this is not just...
Nobody's pausing at the idea of him being number one.
This is not... Okay.
But you don't get to obliterate number two.
If you're Nick Bosa, you do.
I don't think
or you may think you do.
I don't know, man.
And
being
Team 49ers on it doesn't matter.
No, TJ Watt is just as good. He's just as good.
He's not your player.
I understand that, but that's not how the market works. The market works...
He can threaten to not play, and the Niners need him a hell of a lot more than he needs a game check at this point. Because he's getting it all back anyway.
Is he?
You think the Niners are going to let him sit out?
You think he would sit out?
Yes, I do.
For a whole year?
I don't know about that.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. You got to have the stomach to play hardball, even if you're the Niners.
The Niners also might have an average defense without him.
Maybe.
So, okay, let's see how that plays out.
I just put it this way. And we'll do the tickets here in just a sec. Like, I hear this sometimes. I heard it with Judge. I hear it with Shohei. And in baseball, to a degree, it's more true than in football where there's a salary cap. Like, Tom Brady made a career out of taking a little bit less so that he had teammates. And I'm not saying Nick should worry about that. Get what you're worth. But you don't get to obliterate what you're worth. I hear this, and I understand because fans go, oh, gosh, they've got billions of dollars, so they should just do it. If somebody is offering Shohei $700, well, the Giants should just waltz in and offer $900. It's not that easy, even though you think it is. You can't just go obliterate the market. There are consequences for that.
Under normal circumstances,
you're getting rid of like two or three other good players.
Well, and guess what? That's going to be the cost of doing business moving forward. It is.
That's partially on Nick.
Well,
that's partially on Nick, dude. You want the 49ers?
Nick doesn't owe them that.
No, but he's not
Nick doesn't owe them the ability to keep Deebo Samuel. He doesn't.
Nick owes them if they can make him the highest paid dude and then also still keep the team good. If he's going, you owe me, I want $6 million more per year at the expense of two good teammates, then bleep you.
I don't want to make it personal, but Nick, the Bosas don't put team in front of their name.
I understand.
And I get it. Bosa doesn't quite have the same energy that his brother or his dad do. He really doesn't. But
I'm not suggesting he should take anything less than number one.
And all I'm saying is number one isn't enough. Like number one is price of admission. 30 instead of 28 is a starting point.
We can keep this going, but right now, let's do it. Let's give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to any home game. for the Warriors this season. Let's do it. Let's do it right now. Be caller 5, 888-957-9570. Again, it is caller 5 to 888-957-9570. Do it right now. Do it now. And get a pair of tickets to the Warrior home game of your choosing. Call right now. Caller 5. You are the winner. More on that in just a second. Conceptually, I'm not in disagreement with you. Nick Bosa deserves to be number one. He deserves to be clear number one. We're having a debate without any of the information. I don't know what Nick is asking.
No, we don't.
I don't know what the 49ers are offering. I am wildly confident that Nick is asking to be number one, and the 49ers are offering to be number one.
And why is it not done then?
I don't know. It could be wrapped up in guarantees. It could be wrapped up in incentives. It could be wrapped up in, actually, I don't really want to be there until there's 3 weeks to go. I don't know what it's wrapped. I don't have that information. But if we are at a point, and I don't know this, but you seem to be suggesting that if the 49ers are offering as much as $3 or $4 million per year more than TJ Watt, and Nick is asking to explode the market, which would not only be unprecedented, quite frankly, it also would cost the 49ers very key players in a Super Bowl window. All I'm saying is I'm not going to automatically put this on the 49ers and say, that like, just blank check, pay him whatever he wants. Well, I don't think that doesn't work that way.
But there's a difference between whatever and 35. Or like if it is 42.
35 would be crazy.
I don't think it would be.
Oh.
I don't think 35 would be crazy.
I mean, the sixth best pass rusher in the NFL is making 22. You make 35? 40? If
I'm Nick Bosa, that's what I want, and I might. And
give me a comp. Give me a comp where you have seen whoever's turn it is.
But that's exactly my point.
Obliterate the market
Mark,
like
that's
that.
my point. There doesn't need to be a comp. If I'm Nick Bosa, there doesn't need to be a comp.
Why Nick? Mahomes didn't do this.
It doesn't matter.
You seem to be saying as if Nick is like the best thing that the NFL has ever known.
All I'm saying is he can make that claim, and his family can make that claim if they want to. He can dare the 49ers. I'm not coming if he wanted to. Like it's all about leverage. It's not about being a. I'm not saying you're.
I don't think
it's not about being a good guy or a bad guy or being a team friendly guy or not being a team friendly. It's about getting paid.
I know, but I don't think he's got the leverage you think he has.
It's about getting paid.
Both sides. He's going to get paid. He's going to get paid.
There is. This is the one thing I've said from the beginning.
You're asking.
Whatever Bosa's deal is going to be more uncomfortable for the 49ers than they want.
That's fine.
So if the Niners are like, 31.
Well, what's the rule?
Then it ain't comfortable enough.
The rule of
it ain't uncomfortable enough.
Well, but the rule of a good deal is that both sides are a little uncomfortable. So, Nick, that's you too.
Well, Nick might want 37.
Well, then Nick,
and he's going to get 34 or 33.
Maybe. But he wants 30. If he demands 37, he's going to play in a different uniform in 2024. And actually would support it. That's absurd. Again,
you're closing your Super Bowl window.
There's a best player at the position for every position in the NFL, and you don't see anybody else doing that. No one else walks in and goes, "I want $10 million more per year than the next best guy."
But here's the thing:
Mahomes didn't even do that.
He may be asking. I'm not saying he's going to get that, but the asking point, if that's the asking price, then the midpoint is going to be higher than. That's what I'm saying.
That's
if
fine.
the Niners are like 30 and he's like, I'm actually thinking 40, and 40 may be asinine. Okay, fair, but the midpoint is more like 35, not 32 or 31. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying I'm going to be right.
My response.
We're just having a conversation.
I'm not even predicting a number. My response to you is when I say that there's that there would have to be a comp. I want to know when in the NFL that's ever happened at any position. It's not like he.
I don't think it matters.
There's not another team that would offer him that. There's not to create leverage. You have to have another option. Like what
the leverage is sitting out. The leverage is sitting out.
And how often does that work for the player? Like
again, do you want to make it? It just depends on how ugly they want to make it.
He's got a ton of leverage, but so do the 49ers. I don't think this should be undersold.
I don't think the Niners have any leverage other than saying don't show up.
Well, and what player ever does that?
That's not good for anybody.
He's going to lose millions upon millions of dollars.
And he's going to get it all back.
I disagree.
He's going to get it all back.
You're playing the Le'Veon Bell game.
But this is not a running back.
And now he's a celebrity boxer.
This is not a running back.
Doesn't matter. You can't sit out a year.
This is the best pass rusher in the game.
You can't sit out a year.
It's the best pass rusher in the game.
Like what you're suggesting is, in my opinion, is the Deshaun Watson route. And the Cleveland Browns are a laughing stock because they overpaid someone, and it led to the Lamar Jackson debate, which almost led to Lamar not being a Raven. You know what I mean? Like you can't.
That's not Deshaun Watson's problem, though.
No, it's the whole league's problem. And the 49ers don't want to create that. Nor should Nick.
Well, Nick shouldn't care about that.
No, he should get as much as he can, but you can't be unreasonable about that.
But I don't think again, I'm trying to find what $35 million a year is not. I don't think that's unreasonable. 40, okay, maybe.
I think 35 is unreasonable too. When TJ Watt got paid,
I think we're splitting hairs because I think the numbers to me 30, 31, and 35
in a hard cap league. The hairs matter. Again, like you might be sending Ayuk and others out the door solely because of this. All right, real quick, let's go to Andrew in Walnut Creek. Because Andrew is our winner of the Warriors tickets. Andrew, congratulations.
That's awesome.
Hey, man. Nice job doing nothing special at all and just being totally lucky.
Yeah, I'm just at home. Had nothing to do today. Just wanted to sit around and listen to you guys all day and try to win tickets.
No, man. We really appreciate it. It means a lot that you listened that closely and that you were there and you were ready. And thank you for listening. Do you have a schedule in front of you right now?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so drum roll, please. Can you please unveil for us which game you would like to attend?
Yeah, opening night sounds amazing. It came down to that or the first game against the Lakers at home at the end of January on a Saturday night in the city.
Okay.
So I'm going to go with that. The Lakers game at the end of January on the Saturday night.
Oh, you just
opening night's going to be awesome.
Yeah, you pulled an okie doke. I thought you were going to pick opening night, but you're going to go see the Lakers on Saturday, January 27th. A 6:30 tip. A national TV game on ABC. Andrew, congratulations and enjoy. I have just been told that Anthony Davis is sitting that one out. It's load management night. But don't worry. LeBron is in, and enjoy the hell out of the game, man.
Thanks.
Andrew, thanks, man. Thanks for listening. I thought he was going to pick opening night.
It looked like it.
He goes, opening night sounds amazing.
Sounded like it.
But I'm not doing it.
He went with that Laker game and, the night before the NFC Championship game.
Oh, that's going to be a big weekend.
Big weekend.
So Chase Center hosts the Lakers, and then the 49ers host the Saints in the NFC title game.
Wow.
I just want to get everybody's attention. I don't think it's going to be the Niners and the Eagles in the NFC title game. That's too easy. That's just not how football works. I know everybody's decided. It's just Niners and Eagles. It's even listen to what we're talking about right now. I have no idea.
I'm trying to noodle through a non-Eagles pick while you're talking there.
I could give you a handful of teams that you could at least wrap your head around based on seeding, right? Like maybe the Niners play the Eagles in the divisional round.
Oh, yeah.
Right? It could be the Cowboys.
I think the Eagles and Cowboys are in the mix,
Cowboys,
for sure.
The Lions, the Vikings, the
Lions, the Niners,
Seahawks. The Seahawks. And by the way, the Saints are my pick in the NFC South. I do think they're going to be good.
Okay.
And I
see that.
And I think that they have 6 games against total junk. So that helps.
It does help.
Right? Don't you think? That can affect seeding because, not saying they're going to go 6-0 in those games, but I'd be surprised if they didn't go at least 4-2.
Yeah, I got to do a little recon on Carolina, and I think Tampa's not going to be good. I got to do a little recon on Carolina and Atlanta.
Carolina just got a pup starting at quarterback.
Atlanta was sneaky confident last year.
But they had a veteran at quarterback.
Right.
These guys all got pups at quarterback.
You're right.
Or Baker Mayfield. I just think Derek Carr walks into that division and goes, I may not be great, but I'm better than all of this. And I think their defense is really good.
I don't trust Dennis Allen as a head coach.
That's fine. I get that. But again,
we're talking about
your bar is
you might be able to go 9-8 and win that division.
You might.
Yeah.
But I would. What is the Saints win total? I wonder what that is. Now that you say that, I think I'd like to bet it
8.5.
Because I think the Saints are going to win that division. They're the best team in that division for
sure.
It
probably is 8.5.
Let me look. I'm scrolling. The Saints are. Oh, see, they know.
Oh, they're 9.5.
9.5.
Interesting.
I take the over. That team will win 10 games.
Okay.
That team will win 10 games.
I can't. I could not do that comfortably.
I get it.
I'm not saying it's a no or a hard no, but I could not bet on the Dennis Allen team to win 10 games comfortably.
I totally get it.
That means they're 10-7. Like Dennis Allen went 10-7. I just part of me. That's like no.
Defensive play of the week coming up. Time for some more phone calls. Trying to get Warrior ticket related phone calls only, please. 888-957-9570. That's the number. JD's in for Dibs, and it's Willard and Dibs.
Monopoly is back now at Lucky. You could win $25 million in prizes and money-saving offers. This week, Oreo cookies select varieties are $1.99 when you buy 2. Play to win at Lucky. No purchase necessary. See store for official rules. Monopoly is a trademark of Hasbro and used with permission.
East Bay Law Practice knows.
That's going to be a no from me, dog.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We were hoping to get like $37 million a year. What do you think? That's going to be a no from me, dog.
All right. Not showing up.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I think he should set the market. I don't think he should be the market.
It's got to last a little while though, right? It's got to last a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it can't be I think that's where I don't think 31 or 30 is like 30 get beat.
I don't know, man. Like, you just go through the top 10 pass rushers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You go to the 10th highest paid pass rushers, you're already down to $17 million a year. How many people would, if Nick gets, you know what I mean? Like, it needs to last a while. How many people would jump that? The problem is, for the league, and why you don't see teams do this, and if you want to call it collusion, you can. You don't see teams do this for that exact reason, right? The next time a top pass rusher comes up, they're going to say, well, Nick's making X. So I get to make Y. And whether it's more than Nick or even just like a portion of Nick, like, I don't know, man. I'm not against you spiritually. Like, I want Nick on the Niners and in camp. It's not my money. I don't care. I just don't see teams. I don't see teams do that very much. I don't see ever. I don't obliterate the market. You know what I mean?
What I hear you. What it comes down to, though, for me is he needs to be the highest paid, which we agree.
No doubt.
There's also a Bosa tax. Like, to me, there's a Bosa tax.
You mean the family?
Like, you're just gonna. And I don't mean that you're paying it to the family. I just mean like
that's interesting.
You want a Bosa, you're getting. It's gonna be it'll be a little higher ticket item. Than the norm.
I mean, Joey is the second highest paid pass rusher in the league at 27 a year, 78 fully guaranteed. TJ Watt is at 28 a year, 80 million guaranteed. If you look at the highest total guarantee that any pass rusher got in the NFL, it was Joey Bosa. So to me, that's where I would wrap up the negotiation if I'm the Niners. It doesn't need to be the AAV. It needs to be in the total guarantee.
Yeah, and that's fair. Give me the numbers, though. Give me the numbers again, though. I want to
for which player?
The guaranteed for. Did you have Watt and Joey Bosa?
TJ Watt's total value is $112 million with 80 total guaranteed, but the AAV is 28. Mm-hmm. Joey Bosa got 135 with 102 guaranteed, but the AAV is 27. So I think there's another year in there.
So Joey Bosa got 102 guaranteed.
Yes. And the only other player, the only pass rusher with a higher total value, just possible total value, surprisingly, is his teammate, Khalil Mack, 141 million, but only 90 of it was guaranteed.
Yeah,
I play with the guarantee. I think that's what guys actually want.
You're going to have the number one AAV, and you're going to have the number one guarantee.
Agreed. Totally agreed.
I don't in looking at those numbers, yeah. I mean, I do think, yeah, if
110 guaranteed,
if it's 110 and 32, maybe maybe there's some action.
Yeah, some action. Speaking of action, how about the defensive play of the week? And it's brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. When you need the best defense, you need to call the Bay Area's top criminal defense attorney. Visit East Bay Law Practice today. There's been a lot of talk nationally around Trey Lance, as we know, after the struggles versus the Raiders last week. But earlier this week, his head coach, Kyle Shanahan, this was good defense. He defended Lance's ability to block out the noise and stay focused.
I mean, Trey is extremely smart, very socially aware. He knows how the world works, and so he does his best, which I think he does a damn good job of trying to block that out and just focus on getting better, and I think that's what he's done so far.
Kyle Shanahan, listen, the whole 49er organization, it's been a tough spot. You make a high-profile pick like this, and press conferences have gotten probably repetitive, uncomfortable at times. I don't know, man. This is one of the reasons I kind of defend the 49ers when people talk about the treatment. Like, they've had Trey's back. They've had Trey's back in every way that they can.
Mm-hmm. I think they have. And I think it's been teammates and coaching staff.
For sure.
And I think this from Kyle was the latest. Because that's the one thing I know I'm being a little redundant here, but it really has surprised me how done with Trey Lance.
A lot of people are.
The landscape seems to be. Not his fans here at the Bay or 49er fans across the globe.
No.
Not necessarily the media that cover the team regularly, but the national pundits, if you will. I hate saying that as a generality, but
yeah, I get it to a degree. It's the first time people have been able to see him play football in a year. And there's a lot of talk that went into those 12 months and a lot of people who were very angry about the way it went down and Trey getting his chance. And so this is silly. You're right. It's not fair, but this is what everyone was waiting for, and it was disappointing.
It's like, okay, he wasn't good. Darnold might be the better option. It's not his career is over.
No, I know. Well, I don't know that anybody's trying to say it that way. They're just like, we're moving on from the idea that this is the next big hope, at least for now. At least for now.
Possibly.
I try to put it that way. Like, to me, it's not looking real good now. I don't know what it's going to look like in the future. Defensive Play of the Week brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. How about Andrew in San Jose with Willard and JD? Hey, Andrew, what's up? Thanks for calling.
What's happening, guys? This debate about Bosa, I mean, everybody's got to wait for their contract. I think 120 million for 4 years, 100 guaranteed. Like Burrow had to wait, Herbert had to wait, Lamar Jackson really had to wait. I just don't see. I don't see Dibbs' side of the debate. I feel like I'm watching a scripted TV show. I won't mention the one.
Well, none of us know what Dibbs' side of the debate is because he's not here. Say hi to JD, Andrew. This is John Dickinson.
Hi, Andrew.
What's that?
It's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, you were good about it. I was gonna go prickly Gabe Kapler on him.
Obviously.
Thanks. And then he had a good attitude about it. So it's all good. It's harmless.
Dibbs got his name in there 2 minutes before the buzzer for the week. He got it in there. He'll be back on Monday. Yeah, look, I'll say, what Andrew's saying kind of this way. I don't think people like you and me have the stomach for this. You have to have the stomach for this. Nick Bosa and the 49ers are both big entities, powerful, leveraged, elite entities. The 49ers are not only one of the top organizations in the game, they pride themselves on the way they negotiate. So do the Bosas. And Nick is debatably the best defensive player in the whole league. So you're talking about this is right? These are the knights of the round table here. And I have all faith that everybody's going to be on the same side and get it done. But sometimes when it's that big, it takes a minute, and you got to have the stomach for it.
I think Bosa wants $35 million a year.
I wonder.
I also look at his brother getting 102 guaranteed, and how much better is Nick than Joey?
Lots. Well, that guarantee will go up.
If he got 102, which I think you could make a case that's a little high.
It's a little hot for what they ended up getting afterward.
But that's the Bosa. To me, that's the Bosa tax. So that's where I think 35 a year, and I know 35 a year is 105 over 3, right? Let's just say. And I know, but so to me, if you make the guarantee a little north of 105, and that means you need to strip down the AAV to make other things work, I think that could be the could be the final line. 35 is 105.
Right, but that's only a 3-year deal.
Sure.
I would imagine the 49ers want to do more than that.
That's probably true.
Right?
That's true.
Yeah, 4 times 35, you're talking about $140 million a year, 110 guaranteed.
Yeah, I think that's about
maybe.
Yeah, I think that's about it.
If it's a 4-year deal, what if it's a 5-year deal? I mean, Joey got 135 total, but that was over 5 years.
Yeah.
5 years, not 4. So,
and he might want the 5.
Maybe. Why wouldn't he?
Back to the drawing board. Well, because I
week.
always tend to look at contracts as 3-year deals in the NFL because a lot of them wind up truly being 3-year deals, and the Niners have tried to structure it that way. So that's why I always use 3 as a baseline.
Sponsored by Lucky California. Don't forget preseason action tomorrow against the Broncos. And here on 95.7 The Game, Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett are going to have everything for you starting at 3 o'clock, and then they'll have it covered at overtime after the game, so don't miss any of that. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. It's a full hour of the best of the game from today's action, and that's also hosted by Grandy. JD, thank you so much. That was an awesome week.
Yeah, flew by. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Hope we get more of an opportunity to do it again.
I have no doubt that we will. Everybody have a great weekend. My prediction is you'll see a little Brock tomorrow, and there's going to be a lot of talk about Sam on Monday. That's my prediction. We'll find out. For JD, for Grandy, for Sterling, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Complete your dream outdoor kitchen with a grill from Heston. Come see the Heston Living Suites on display at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, a Heston dealer for both indoor and outdoor. Each and every Heston grill is built from the ground up in California, and the pride and precision that goes into each grill truly puts the Heston product in a league of its own. And now receive a free Aspire under-counter refrigerator valued at over $1,500 with qualifying purchase at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
We're BMO, the bank coming to California. I know what you're thinking. Oh, great, another big bank. But here's the thing. We're not like any other bank. For one, a BMO debit card gets you more fee-free ATMs than the 2 largest U.S. banks combined. And saving at BMO can actually earn you cash rewards. How many banks do that? Sure, we're new to California, but when it comes to helping you get ahead financially, we've been doing this for more than 200 years. BMO is coming soon. Learn more at BMO.com. Conditions apply. Accounts are subject to approval and are provided in the United States by BMO Harris Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Golden State Lumber and Building Materials is here for professional builders and contractors. Aside from professional lumber yards across the Bay Area, we offer services and products we believe in. Like James Hardy fiber cement textured panels. It's like stucco but without the mess. They're cost-effective, durable, and resistant to mold, dry rot, and fire. See the many options we have for your clients at goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
This your captain. Better buckle your seatbelts for this one. I saw my passport expired, so I went to Staples, got a passport photo lickety-split. While I was there, I grabbed some tiny travel soap and shampoo. I should have got some from my co-pilot. Just kidding, Brad.